Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 101. Queen Myrlia was plotted against by her daughter. After returning to the kingdom of Melamag, Zhi Ye received a grand reception, like a triumphant hero. Let's raise a toast to the sword hero who has protected the glory of Melamag. At the celebration banquet, led by the queen, the nobles present raised their glasses to Zhi Ye and cheered for victory. It's just a small favor. Zhi Ye shook the wine glass gently, looking quite casual, but in fact he didn't like drinking very much, and was too embarrassed to ask someone to change him to a glass of fruit wine. He originally just wanted to come back to report the news and leave, but he didn't expect that Queen Myrlia had got the news in advance from somewhere and had already prepared a banquet, waiting for him to come back. Your Excellency is too modest. A somewhat bloated nobleman approached with a wine glass in hand. He seemed to be a noble like a count. It is said that you fought the notorious Blade for 300 rounds in the fighting arena of the capital of Joror, until the wind and clouds changed and the gods sent down angry lightning, and that was the end of your victory. Is that true? That's what the bards in the taverns all sing. Your fame has spread across this continent. Zhi Ye twitched his lips fiercely, thinking to himself that these damned bards could use some precision when performing artistic work. How could there be a 300-round battle? It was clear that I had pierced Brad's heart with a sword in less than 3 rounds. Wait, if we count the subsequent battles, there might be as many as 300 rounds. No matter what, your victory this time has brought honor to Melamag. Queen Myrlia came over and it seemed that she was not here to persuade people to drink, which made Zhi Ye feel a little relieved. I would like to take this opportunity to announce, as the Queen, that a piece of land in the kingdom will be given to the sword hero, Lord Winnie. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate outburst of exclamations, and even the fat earl who had just come over to chat with him showed a look of surprise. In a feudal country where aristocracy is supreme, the most obvious difference between commoners and aristocrats is whether or not they own their own territory. Territory means means of production such as farmland, plantations, and even workshops, which is a privilege that common people cannot obtain. Generally speaking, the richest territories in the kingdom are in the hands of the royal family, and the rest are distributed among nobles of all sizes according to their titles. Under the hereditary system, there would be no excess land flowing out to people who were not of aristocratic origin. Even if a wealthy businessman is extremely wealthy, if he does not have noble status, he cannot own his own territory and can only rent it from other nobles. 407 The number of noble families and clans in the kingdom has always been fixed, with almost no changes. But Her Majesty the Queen actually wants to give this young man a piece of land. Doesn't this mean that there will be another new noble family in the kingdom, and the head of the family is a sword hero who is in the limelight? For a moment, the nobles present began to search their memories rapidly, trying to think whether there were any girls of marriageable age in their families. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Since it was a reward that had been agreed upon beforehand, Zhi Ye accepted it generously and did not refuse. This is the reward you have earned, sir. Queen Myrlia glanced at the noble's reactions and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Then she turned around, took a map from the guard and spread it out. As long as it is within the kingdom's territory, you can choose any territory you want. Even if it's royal territory, I won't be stingy. Royal territory. This immediately perked up the nobles around who were listening with their ears perked up. The territories controlled by the royal family are all good things. Either they are fertile farmland or they are located on important transportation routes and have extremely high commercial value. Or it may include some important mines, military fortresses, and other strategic facilities. Her Majesty the Queen has really invested a lot this time. Zhi Ye walked to the map and studied it carefully with his hands behind his back. His only requirement for the territory is that it is large enough and remote enough so that no matter how much trouble he does, no one will come to cause trouble. Thinking at high speed, Zhi Ye quickly circled an area. Your Majesty, let's choose this place. Seeing the place Zhi Ye pointed, Queen Myrlia glanced at it and looked surprised. Sir, are you sure, you want to choose this area as your territory? That's right. Suya nodded slightly. Any questions? To be honest, there are some problems. The queen explained somewhat helplessly. The area you chose is on the border of the kingdom, and is very close to the neighboring country of Jorur. It is also close to the neutral city of Brannock, a place dominated by the demons. Really? Suya said noncommittally, Sefk, but I heard that this is a city where demons and humans coexist, and there is no hostility towards humans. This is just the demon clan's one-sided statement. As a country that supports human supremacy, Queen Myrlia can only say this. If you insist on your choice, I will arrange for your lordship and proof. It's here, it won't change. Suya nodded, showing no intention of changing his words. Seeing that he was so persistent, the queen stopped trying to dissuade him. Instead, she turned around and whispered a few words to the recorder, asking the servant to put the map away. Anyway, no noble wants that place, and it has been rotting in the hands of the royal family. It would be nice to be able to do it for someone. The subsequent banquet continued as usual, and Suya found an excuse to get away from the nobles who wanted to promote their daughters, granddaughters, and even nieces and other relatives. The cool evening breeze blew across the balcony, and although Suya was not drunk, he felt a little sober. The next Kuroshio will be here in more than a month. There's plenty of time. We don't need to worry about it for now. The next step is to return to Terraria to level up, update your ability values, and then prepare for the difficult mode. Defeating the Wall of Flesh and Blood is just the beginning, like opening Pandora's box. In fact, the Wall of Flesh and Blood is not a boss with independent consciousness, it is more of a seal. The flesh seal that holds back the forces of light and darkness in Terraria. Once it is defeated, the entire Terraria world will usher in a huge change like resurrection of spiritual energy. The territory of the Kingdom of Melamag can be used to transfer some buildings and facilities in the Terraria world, so as to avoid being destroyed by some sudden changes. Of course, Suyi's roots are still in the Terraria world, and this is just a preparation for both situations. In addition, the Ice Wolves also need to prepare to migrate again to the new Terraria world. The new Terraria world is still in easy mode and is less dangerous because the Wall of Flesh has not been defeated. If one day, the Ice Wolf clan or other races that have signed a contract with Suya become strong enough to deal with the threat of difficult mode, then Suya will also hold a coming-of-age ceremony for them. Only by relying on the power of the tribe to defeat the Wall of Flesh and Blood can they be qualified to unlock the next stage of the world. Is it too early to think about this now? Shaking his head, Suya found that after gaining the ability of Great Sage, his thoughts were obviously more likely to go astray. Thinking too fast is not always a good thing. Sir Brave, you are here. Queen Myrlia's voice came from behind. The banquet is over. You don't have to hide from the nobles who want to marry you. That's great. Suya turned around and saw the queen in a dress walking up to him. Queen Myrlia's face turned red, perhaps because of the alcohol she had drunk. Come to think of it, you came back with Maddie, right? Queen Myrlia looked around and seemed to have thought of something. If she had attended the banquet, those nobles would have retreated. Oh? Is it because they consider me as a marriage partner for the royal family? Hehe, although her character is not very good, she is still the first princess of the kingdom. The first princess of the kingdom of Jorur, whose character is not very good. The education level of you royals seems to be a bit poor. Your Majesty, I need your help with something. After thinking about it, Suya finally decided to speak directly about the holy milk. Sword Hero, do you need help? Queen Myrlia was stunned for a moment. You are now a distinguished and honored guest of the kingdom. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. It's a little hard to say. Under the queen's increasingly subtle gaze, Suya told her about the holy breast. In other words, you need to extract, holy milk from my body to increase your strength." Queen Myrlia concluded with a complicated look. "If you hadn't said that, I would have called the guards. I know this is very difficult for you, your majesty." Suya sighed. Judging from the other party's expression, it seemed that the negotiation was not going to work out. "Just pretend I never mentioned this." "No, it's not that I don't want to help you, but..." Queen Myrlia interrupted Suya hesitantly. "But..." Just when the queen seemed to have some unspeakable secret, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. "Because I, the Queen Mother, have never touched a man, let alone breastfed." "Maddie." Suya raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction where the sound came from. "Main, what's going on?" The kingdom's first princess, a girl with fiery red hair, snorted, glanced at the queen with a strange look on her face, and walked to Suya. "Although she is nominally my mother, she is actually my mother after she became the queen. My biological father is Melamag XXXII, whom you have met before, and my biological mother died in a disaster several years ago. Since my mother passed away, my wise father has been devastated and has become the incompetent man he is now. Do you have the nerve to say this to your father? Look at how ugly you looked before." As if she had noticed Suyi's inner complaints, Mai Yin coughed lightly and passed over the passage. "Melamag is a country ruled by the queen. Myrlia is my mother's sister. She took over the position of queen after my mother passed away." "FFFFLX." Suya said thoughtfully. "You should call her aunt." "You could say that." Main nodded. "Melty and I are both our mother's children, and Queen Myrlia is only our queen mother in name only." Hearing this, Suyi's previous doubts suddenly disappeared. No wonder the queen was so decisive in selling her daughter. It turns out she wasn't her biological daughter at all. "I can't help it. Who made the original hero of the staff become, after my sister passed away? Be so confused." Queen Myrlia couldn't help but confide. "The reason why McGrady is so spoiled and has a bad personality is because he lacked discipline since childhood. Fortunately, Mel Chang is still young and can be trained to be capable of governing the country, otherwise this country would be unsustainable." Hearing that she was criticized by her queen mother again, Mai Yin chuckled and showed a weird smile. "Dear mother, I admit that what I did before was a bit excessive. But your undisguised preference also makes me sad. So, I plan to give you a little revenge." Hearing this, Suya raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself that it was no wonder that he hadn't seen Mai Yin since the party started. "Main, what did you do? Without my order, you are prohibited from harming innocent people." Suyi's question made Mai Yin shrink her neck. She was still very afraid of her master. I just added some of your favorite ingredients to Queen Myrlia's wine." // Suya then realized that Queen Milia, who had not spoken since the beginning, had leaned limply against the balcony railing. Although her eyes had begun to wander, the queen still stared closely at the culprit who had caused her to become like this. "I won't forgive you." "Oh, how terrible! I'm doing this for your own good, mother." Ling Yin hid behind Suya with a playful smile on her face, and looked at the queen in amazement at an expression she had never shown before. "I have already sent all the nearby guards to other places. It doesn't matter how loud you shout." "Main." Suya spoke. The calm tone of voice made the princess, who had just been feeling smug and secretly thinking that her revenge was successful, instantly stand on end. "Yes. I'm here. Considering this is your family matter, this won't happen again." Suya glanced at her and gave her a warning. "If I find you doing something on your own again, I will hand you over to Brad and let her teach you a lesson." "Yes, I'm sorry. I won't do it again." It seems that the killing power of Brad, the iron-blooded girl, is still quite terrifying for Main. Then, Suya turned his gaze to Queen Myrlia, who had already started rubbing the corner of the table. Although he wanted to obtain the other party's holy milk, he did not expect it to turn out like this. Your Majesty, am I disrespectful? Queen Mi Ying's Wanya, who still retained a trace of clarity, looked at Suya No. 1 helplessly, except to buy it. Chapter 102, Fragments of the World. The Gift to Save the World. Holy Milk Filling, Myrlia. Plus improve the effect of Stigma Alchemy. Plus increase the maximum number of servants by 2. Plus permanently increase summon damage by 3%, effective up to 10 times. Plus 30 minutes duration. Queen Myrlia's Holy Milk buff is related to the Summoner class. A simple and crude plus 2 minion limit, comparable to the effect of a high-level professional accessory. Generally speaking, this bonus is at least available as a summoner set reward in hard mode. Even the summoning potion in Terraria can only increase the maximum number of minions by 1. In addition, it can permanently increase summon damage by up to 30%. Just like the 9 Demon Princesses bonus, it can only be fully enjoyed after absorbing the holy milk many times. However, considering Queen Myrlia's weak constitution, it will take some time for her to recover her vitality. This process may take longer than Livalia. Fortunately, Suya is not currently using the summoner profession as his main combat force, so it doesn't matter if he goes slow. Good afternoon, Myrlia. Your Excellency the Brave One. The Queen, who had just woken up, leaned gently on Suyi's shoulder and whispered. Just treat everything that happened in the past 2 days as a dream, okay? Do you want to wake up from your dream now, Your Majesty? Call me Myrlia. The Queen whispered softly. People always dream, don't they? Remember to teach Maddie a lesson for me. She was really bold this time. She actually dared to plot against me. Suya nodded. That's what I thought. After sending Mai Yin to Setsuna, she was asked to collect baits day and night for the fishermen of the Ice Wolf clan. Suyi's affairs in the Shield Hero world have finally come to an end, and he has time to return to the main world to update his ability values. Unlike the world of Shield Hero, which is in dire straits, the world of Dicuo is peaceful and reassuring. After Loki's family went on another expedition, Suya had fewer acquaintances in Orario. The business in the store is still booming, and even some of the expensive equipment in the window that is used to decorate the store has been sold. It seems that the brand of Adventurer's House has gradually been established. After taking the time to restock the store, Suya took the magic stone-driven elevator to another floor of the Tower of Babel. Come in. Hephaestus seemed to have anticipated his coming and was not busy with forging. My goddess, I'm back. Well, I'm glad I'm back. Hephaestus looked Suya up and down, and after confirming that he had not encountered any accidents, she nodded with relief. It seems that you have experienced many interesting things again. I don't know if it's interesting or not, but a lot of things are happening. Seeing that the goddess was interested, Suya sat down and began to talk, telling about his experiences after going to the world of Shield Hero. Of course, Suya didn't tell anyone about what happened in the past 2 days. Although there is a promise to share experiences in another world. But you don't have to share everything with the goddess. After listening to Suyi's story, Hephaestus commented with relish. Most of the world is like this, always shrouded in war and disaster. Humanity is entangled with alien races, natural disasters, and even the fate of the world itself. Even Orario was once ravaged by monsters that emerged from the dungeon. It was only in these few hundred years, thanks to the efforts of the gods and their families, that peace gradually came. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Are you here to update your ability values? Suya nodded. The last time he came to update was when he upgraded from LV1 to LV2. During this period, because I obtained the hero panel of the Shield Hero world, I could see the changes in my ability values, so I didn't bother Hephaestus much. I feel like it's time to upgrade. So fast. Hearing Suyi's words, Hephaestus was stunned at first, and then showed a stunned expression of as expected of you. It seems like it was just recently since Su Yi's last upgrade. Don't worry, it just happened in the last 1 or 2 months. But I would like to ask the goddess to help keep this matter secret. Su Yi scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. Otherwise, I'm afraid something troublesome will happen. For example, being targeted by malicious gods, arousing the strong curiosity of Orario's adventurers, etc. Although Su Yi can hide in another world, his store is still here and he will eventually come back. Hephaestus obviously thought of this as well and nodded in understanding. Yes, this is your right. Request flowers, 0. To be honest, even if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't report your upgrade to the guild right away. It's a bit too amazing to go from LV1 to LV3 in just 2 months. But considering that you can adventure into other worlds, this upgrade speed is understandable. Since the showdown, Hephaestus has become much more talkative. When encountering some strange things happening to Su Yi, he would try to convince himself. It seems that this is the benefit of trust. Just like before, Su Yi consciously lay down in front of the goddess and took off his shirt. Your basic abilities are still so amazing. Looking at the almost countless S on the record paper, Hephaestus couldn't help but sigh. 0. Even if these SS were taken apart, they would be enough for several ordinary adventurers to meet the upgrade requirements. The great achievements accumulated so far are already sufficient, or rather, about to overflow. Magic is still the same, which is quite normal of you. Development ability. Good, it has been upgraded again. After the upgrade, Stigma Alchemy was upgraded to G level, but no new abilities were unlocked. It should just be an improvement in the effect, not a big improvement. However, the skill Gift of Salvation gave Su Yi 10 small surprises. After updating the ability value, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Su Yi. Activate the Gift of Salvation skill, you get a world fragment. Fragments of the world. Su Yi glanced at the inventory and found that there was indeed an extra piece that looked like a puzzle piece. World fragments, Rainbow collect 3 pieces to get an extra world expansion slot. It turns out to be a special item that can be synthesized into the world expansion slot. So this is the Gift of Salvation. It makes sense. However, this skill would not be triggered automatically, but would only be activated when the ability value was updated, which surprised Su Yi. With a few more dark tides, I can unlock an extra world expansion slot. Does this count as war fighting? While Su Yi was thinking, Hephaestus had already printed his ability value on the recording paper and handed it to him. Just like last time, you can officially upgrade your level after choosing your development ability, King. Chapter 103 Development Ability Traveler. A gift for the goddess. This time there are 4 development capabilities to choose from, more than last time. Su Yi took the record paper with great anticipation. Even he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. Most of them are relatively common developmental abilities. Hephaestus said from the side. But there is a rare ability that I have never seen before, and it seems to be suitable for you. Just as the goddess said, among the 4 development abilities, 3 are very standard general abilities. Hunter, I increases damage to monsters. Swordsman, I increases agility and attack power when fighting with a sword. Forging, I grants additional effects when making equipment. The acquisition of these 3 developmental capabilities is very traceable. Because Su Yi has been using the sword as his main weapon in battle during this period, it is very normal for him to have the sword ability. In addition, he killed a large number of monsters during the Black Tide, which also meets the requirements of a hunter. As for forging, it had already appeared during the first upgrade. However, compared with the 4th development ability, these 3 can only be regarded as supporting roles. Traveler, I. Plus you can choose your own identity when traveling to other worlds. No wonder the goddess said that this ability is very suitable for Su Yi. This is simply a development capability tailored for his myriad worlds crossing system. Fortunately, I had already revealed my true colors to the goddess when I updated my ability values last time. Suya thought with some relief. As for the choice of developing abilities, needless to say, I will directly choose Traveler. I don't know what the conditions for upgrading this development capability are. Could it be that the more worlds you travel through, the higher your level will be? While thinking, Hephaestus had completed the update of the ability value after the upgrade, and patted Suya lightly on the back. Okay, you have reached LV3. It still feels as unreal as ever. Suya climbed up and stretched his body. It seems to be a little lighter than LV2, but I'm not sure. I told you a long time ago that upgrading is just expanding the capacity of your container. It is a gradual improvement rather than a sudden outburst. Hephaestus was about to continue with her work, but she saw that Suya did not leave, but took out a hammer that exuded a burning breath. This is a special product from another world that I brought back for the goddess. Suya handed over the object in his hand and explained. This is a tool made from a rare mineral called hellstone found in the hell lava. I wonder if the goddess will like it. In fact, before returning from the Shield Hero world, Suya walked around the capital of the Kingdom of Melamag several times, but failed to buy any local specialties that he was satisfied with. In this case, it would be more convenient to make one yourself. As the god of forging, Hephaestus would probably like gifts of tools. So Suya used the hellstone ingot to make a lava hammer axe. This is the tool with the highest axe and hammer power before hard mode, but that doesn't matter to Hephaestus. Are these forging tools made of special minerals? Sorry for the trouble. Hephaestus took the lava hammer axe with some surprise, weighed it in her hand a few times, and soon got used to its weight. Then the goddess took a few metal ingots from the side, put them on the anvil and started hammering them, sparks flying. Every time the lava hammer axe is swung, a faint red glow will be attached to the blunt end, as hot as flowing lava. Yes, it is much more efficient than ordinary hammers. Looking at the mold that was quickly stretched and formed, the goddess nodded with satisfaction, and a bit of joy from the bottom of her heart appeared on her pretty face. I love this gift. Great, the gift-giving event was a great success. Suya also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Now that he knew what kind of gifts the goddess liked, it would be easy in the future. Hammers are one of the tool types in Terraria. Although its uses are not as wide as pickaxes and axes, it also has many categories. Various hammers can be crafted from ingots. As long as Hephaestus likes, Suya can give her the hammer of the road display cabinet in different ways. If you have nothing else to do, I'll take my leave now. Just when Suya was about to leave and go back to his own shop, the goddess suddenly called him. Etc. Goddess, is there anything else? Eds. Hephaestus said with a wandering gaze. The mark the first left on you last time became ineffective after you returned from that world. So I need to give you another update. Replenishing the mark, ah. Recalling the way Hephaestus left a mark on him last time, Suya suddenly understood. Then I'll trouble you, goddess. After Suya left, Hephaestus looked at the lava hammer axe in her hand with a complicated expression. As a god, isn't it a bit bad to deceive the children of your clan like this? In fact, the mark on Suyi's body has not lost its effect. Until he triggers the effect of the mark, the group will make the mark disappear. The action just now was just a little willful of Hephaestus. In other words, she just wanted to get closer to Suya. Even she was surprised that she would do such an impulsive thing. Could it be, because I haven't seen Suya for a long time? A moment later, the sound of clanging iron could be heard again from the blacksmith shop. When Suya returned to the adventurer's house again, he found that some kind of dispute seemed to be happening in the store. Another adventurer who can't afford to buy equipment and wants to buy on credit. A possibility emerged in Suyi's mind. This kind of thing has happened before. But when he walked into the store, he found that things were not what he imagined. The person arguing in front of the counter looked a little shabby, and his equipment was not very good. He should be a low-level adventurer. He did not attack Hestia, but stared at Lily with a clear purpose. "It's you. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. It's all because you stole my equipment and nearly killed me in the dungeon. Lililuka. I will make you pay the price. Report your crimes to the guild." Lily's face turned pale immediately, and she recognized that the other person was the victim she had harmed before. Once a person is found guilty by the guild, he or she will be deprived of all the rights enjoyed by the guild. You cannot use services such as the gold exchange office and the appraisal office, and you cannot even collect your commission. You will be forced to be expelled from Orario and prohibited from entering. I'm sorry. Is it any use to say sorry now? The adventurer was obviously angry. After noting the location of the store, he was about to leave. But I heard a calm voice behind me. "My dear guest, I apologize to you on behalf of Lily." Suya walked through the crowd and came over. After seeing him, Lily was relieved, but she also felt guilty for causing trouble for her master. "Are you the store manager here?" The low-level adventurer looked at Suya and seemed to feel the powerful aura emanating from the latter, and his attitude became slightly restrained. "The employee in your store is a liar. I advise you to get a new one as soon as possible. Lily has reformed and will no longer do the kind of things that hurt others and benefit herself." Suya smiled and suggested. "Of course, this doesn't mean that what she did to you can be brushed aside. I am willing to use any piece of equipment in our store as compensation to make up for the customer's loss." "Real?" After hearing what Suya said, the adventurer who had just wanted to report Lily to the guild suddenly showed a look of surprise. He had heard of the great name of the adventurer's house a long time ago, but he had never been there because he was short of money. "I happened to pass by today, came in and took a few glances, and found that all the equipment sold here are high-end goods starting at 7 figures. All he could afford were some adventure supplies like potions and torches. If I could randomly choose a piece of equipment as compensation, the worst I could get would be $1 million profit. This is already equivalent to what he would earn in a whole year in the dungeon." "I agree. You can't go back on your word." "Certainly." Suya nodded slightly, looking calmly at the ecstatic adventurer. "But accepting the compensation means you have forgiven what Lily did." "I understand, but this guy is really lucky." The adventurer no longer cared about Lily, his mind was full of compensation. In the end, he chose a very popular volcano sword in the store as compensation. This is a lava series weapon made entirely of hellstone ingots. Because of its cool appearance and powerful damage and attack effects, it is favored by many adventurers. It is priced at 19 million Ferris, making it the most expensive weapon of its class. Weapons at this price usually use rare materials such as mithril and orichalcum. Although hellstone is not bad, it still cannot compare with hard-mode mithril and other minerals. Being able to sell it at this price is already a premium brought by the magic sword. "You are quite picky." Looking at the adventurer who was secretly delighted and ran away with the sword in his arms, Suya shrugged. "As for hellstone, you can dig up a few hundred pieces just by going to hell, so it's not a big loss." "Only..." Suyi's expression changed slightly, and he used his peripheral vision to observe the crowd and the 4 adventurers carrying the emblem of the Soma clan. They seemed to have seen what had just happened and were whispering to each other. "Master! I'm very sorry that Lily's matter has caused you so much trouble." In the staff lounge, Lily was apologizing for what had just happened. In order to avoid revealing her identity, she would use her magic stove ash woman to change her appearance when she was at work. But maybe she had been too comfortable recently and became a little lax, which is why she was accidentally recognized. "It doesn't matter. This is something we have to face." Suya didn't blame Lily too much. From the moment she signed the contract, her life belonged to her own. Therefore, he would not sit idly by when it came to Lily's affairs. "By the way, Lily, have you ever thought about changing your family? Chapter 104 Since you want war, I will give you war. The night in Orario is peaceful and calm. The full moon emitting a hazy glow is shrouded in thin clouds, and the starlight shines on the earth. In a remote urban area far away from the adventurers who were drinking and having fun, 2 uninvited guests came to visit the residence of the Soma clan. You mean, she wants to leave the Soma clan? In response to Su Yi's request, a tall, thin man wearing glasses and looking somewhat gentle raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Next to him was the god Soma, the god of wine, with messy hair, hugging his knees as if immersed in his own world. Master Suemo, please tell me how to deal with this matter. After pretending to ask the god's opinion, the man got an answer that was not surprising. I'll leave it to you. As you two can see, Lord Soma has given me the decision on this matter. The man turned complacently and looked at Suye and Lily beside him. Let me introduce myself. I am Chinese Lustra, the leader of the Soma clan. Please move the next negotiation to the next room so as not to disturb the Lord God from thinking about the new recipe for the divine wine. Hearing the word magic wine, Lily subconsciously shrank her neck and followed Suye out of the room. Although she has signed a contract with Suye, she is still a follower of the god of wine, Soma. If one wants to change the affiliation of his clan or leave it, he must come to see the gods. But Lord Soma almost ignored his own clan, and almost all the affairs within the clan were handled by the leader, the man with glasses just mentioned. This LV2 adventurer with the title of Wine Keeper often issues instructions in the name of God and controls clan members for his own selfish interests. A considerable part of all the malice that Lily had encountered since childhood was caused by Chinese. If it weren't for him, the Soma clan's mentality wouldn't have become what it is today, with their greed and exploitation. It can be said that the person Xian least wants to see in his family is Chinese. Regarding leaving the clan, there is naturally no problem. After sitting down, Chinese pushed his glasses and spoke in a pretentious manner. Of course, this cannot be done without a price. This is also to repay the favor of the Lord Soma for granting the divine grace. That makes sense. Suye narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for the other party's performance. How much do you want? About 100 million Ferris. Zanies reported a shocking number that made Lily freeze. 100 million. The little human girl couldn't help but say. Why would it cost so much money? Even if we sell Lily, it probably won't be worth this much, right? What are you talking about, Lililuka Erd? The leader of the Soma clan looked at her in surprise. You are a rare talent who possesses the magical power of Stove Ash Lady. Of course you are worth the price. Seeing that the other party had revealed the name of the magic that she had deliberately hidden, Lily's face suddenly turned pale. It turns out that the people of the clan knew everything, they were just thinking about their own struggles. If Suye hadn't brought her here to leave the clan, she would probably still be kept in the dark. It seems a bit too expensive. Suye was not frightened by the astronomical figure, but he did not agree to it either. In fact, with the income from the adventurer's house, he is fully capable of paying the money on the spot, but that would make him a fat sheep to be slaughtered at will. Suye originally planned that if the other party just proposed a withdrawal fee of 10 million Ferris like the original work, he could also give Suemo a face. But now it seems, the group leader's reserve price is dynamic. Just like the winning numbers in the lottery, it all depends on the person. Even if Suye is a time traveler, there is no way to guess how much he will offer. For a hero craftsman, this amount of money is easy to earn, right? There was an undisguised look of greed on Chinese's face. Obviously, he had already found out about Suye's identity and what happened today from his Samo clan. It's easy to give weapons worth 20 million Ferris to low-level adventurers who were deceived by Lily. Then how could the family that raised her not be worth 100 million Ferris? Suye pointed out the key point without commenting. It seems that you are determined to blackmail me for this money. Haha, why are you saying such harsh words? This is a deal we both agreed to. Chinese laughed and said meaningfully. Lily has done a lot of similar things before. Many low-level adventurers have fallen victim to her vicious hands. If someone were to go to your adventurer's house every day to accuse Lily of her crimes, it would surely affect your business, right? It seems that even if Suya didn't come to see him today, he would blackmail Suya in other ways. Seize the weaknesses of others, exert heavy pressure on them, and squeeze their benefits. This is what Zanies has been doing. Although he was a member of Soma's clan, he had no respect for the clan's main god. He just treats his family members as his own property and does whatever he wants with them. He believed that this time, with the support of God, he would still be invincible. Okay, then I will close the shop and even quit the Hephaestus clan, and challenge the entire Soma clan to a war game in my own name. Suya calmly said words that sounded almost crazy to Chinese. Are you ready for the war, leader of the Soma clan? Not only Chinese, but even Lily was extremely shocked after hearing Suyi's words. Master, if you leave the Hephaestus family, all your property in the Tower of Babel will be taken back. Lily doesn't deserve you to do this. Why is it not worth it? Suya glanced at Lily and interrupted her hurried persuasion. If I back down even from this level of provocation, will I continue to compromise if something like this happens again in the future? Only when the idiot with glasses in front of me realizes the mistake he made will other villains not dare to continue to offend me. Chinese, who was called the idiot with glasses, had a dark face, just like Lily just now. He didn't expect that Suya would even go so far as to close down his business and even quit the clan to fight against him. He is simply a lunatic. You want to challenge the entire Soma clan by yourself? You are so arrogant. Chinese stood up with a timid look on his face and stared at Suya. You're just a blacksmith who reached level 2 by forging iron. How much combat experience do you have? I'm afraid you haven't even been to the dungeon much. Stop pretending. Not to mention, Suya has really only been to the dungeon a few times. But Chinese's information is outdated. Just today, Suya has upgraded his level to LV3, 0146031224 Fila 172323391. And it is a perfect upgrade of all basic attributes to SSS level. Anyway, I'm putting this here. Seeing that Suya did not refute, Chinese concluded that the other party was just bluffing. Either you pay 100 million Ferris and leave, or this matter will not end. I don't care what kind of shitty hero you are, I will definitely make sure you don't survive in Orario. Seeing the man with glasses whose true nature had been completely exposed, Suya glanced at him and lost the idea of continuing the negotiation. Since you want war, I will give you a war. Chapter 105, One Man's War Game. What? You want to quit the clan? When Hephaestus heard Suya say that he wanted to quit the clan, she didn't even hear the rest of the words clearly and her mind was in a mess. The second person to react was Hestia, who came to visit after get off work. What? I finally have a chance. The lowly goddess suddenly became energetic, threw herself on Suya, and hugged his neck from behind. Although I don't know what happened to you from Hephaestus, I will definitely love you well. Become my Hestia's familia. Goo. Don't snatch someone from me, UBD. Hephaestus gave her best friend an elbow strike, and it was obvious that she was indeed a little anxious. Suya, what's going on? I just said it. Goddess. Suya looked around at the two goddesses and repeated the explanation he had just given. Hephaestus was relieved to hear that Suya was not leaving because he had any opinions about him or his clan. It's not a big deal, it shouldn't be a big deal to the point of leaving the clan. But doesn't the war game involve the entire clan? Suya couldn't help but ask when he saw that Hephaestus didn't look worried at all. If I challenge the Soma clan without permission, the Circle clan will also be affected. Hephaestus scratched her cheek and said hesitantly. Although it is a bit inappropriate for me, the chief god of the clan, to say this. We, the Hephaestus familia, are very strong. The opponent is a Soma clan with only LV2 adventurers. We can easily crush them. Rather, there are very few families in Orario that can have members above LV3. The Hephaestus family is considered to be a large family after the Freya family and the Loki family. The leader is also one of the few LV5 adventurers in Orario. That's not what I'm worried about. Suya naturally knew the strength of Hephaestus's family. It would be too selfish to let other members of the clan be dragged into the turmoil of the war game because of my personal affairs. You're worried about this? Hearing this, Hephaestus smiled with relief. She knew that Suya was a good child who cared about his family. Don't worry, being able to help you is the dream of many family members. Dream come true. You probably don't know what kind of reputation the heroic craftsman recognized by the gods has among the clan, right? Seeing Suyi's confused look, the goddess smiled and explained. Especially in your adventurer's house, there are often some unprecedented weapons and protective gear. The children of the clan often go there to visit and learn from them. It's a pity that you went to another world to be a hero recently and didn't meet them, so you don't know about this. Ah? So that's how it is. Hestia on the side showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I was wondering why there was always a group of people running into the store every day who didn't buy anything but kept pointing at the things on the shelves. Well, it's not important. Hephaestus coughed lightly and brought the topic back to the topic. Just do it without worry. It's a well-known fact that Sumo doesn't take care of things. If we can take this opportunity to correct the customs of the Soma clan, it will also be what the Adventurers Guild wants to see, and it will be a good thing for all adventurers in Orario. Hephaestus thought further ahead. Because the Soma clan is addicted to the magic wine and makes money at all costs, many adventurers complain. The Adventurers Guild's Gold Exchange Office and front desk staff were the first to be affected, and they were overwhelmed by the affairs of the Soma clan every day. Then please, goddess, challenge the Soma clan to a war game. Suya was deeply moved to see Hephaestus supporting him with all her might. But I am enough to participate in this war game. There is no need to trouble others. Can you really do this alone? Hearing that Suya wanted to challenge all the members of the Soma clan alone, the two goddesses immediately made surprised sounds. Although you are already a LV3 adventurer, the number of members of the Soma clan is one of the largest in Orario. Don't worry, goddess. Suya said in a firm tone. You should know my strength. It's no problem for me to deal with this level of battle. $308. As Suyi's main god, Hephaestus naturally felt the thrill every time he updated his ability values. It seems that those gods who like to watch the fun will be happy for a while. Speaking of which, hearing the goddess mention other gods of fun, Suya suddenly thought of something. In this case, the gods that OU mentioned should open the market and place bets, right? This is inevitable. Hephaestus reacted halfway through her words. Are you planning on hitting on them? Haha. These gods have seen me having so much fun, so I have to get something out of them. Soon, Suya started whispering with Hephaestus. Only the bewildered lowly goddess was left standing in the room in a daze. Do I still have a chance? No. I will never hand Suya over to you. Just work for him for the rest of your life. Hey, that's not impossible. You are such a lazy guy, you still can't change your nature. A day later, the news that the war game was about to begin spread throughout the city at lightning speed under the leadership of many gods of fun. Seeing the gods shouting, excited, and having fun, adventurers and urban civilians began to spread the news. For a time, the war game between the Hephaestus family and the Soma family became the hottest topic in Orario. Of course, war games don't happen in a lightning-fast manner over a few days. In order to ensure that the war between the clans does not affect Orario, the Adventurers Guild must arrange supplies and personnel. They also had to carry out publicity and promotion, select battlefields as candidate stages for war games, and notify nearby areas to be careful. They were extremely busy. In particular, the excessive demands of some gods added fuel to the fire for the guild staff who were already busy as ants. That guy Suma still hasn't come. On the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, where the gods hold meetings and banquets, a special meeting for war games is being held. He is concentrating on brewing the divine wine. Yushin answered casually. He even gave full authority to the winekeeper to handle the war game this time. Humph! No wonder we got into a fight with the hero craftsman. After all, the Soma clan has become the target of public criticism in the city. Will you not be resented for speaking ill of Soma behind Lida's back? Don't worry, he probably doesn't even remember who you are. Silence! Everyone, silence! A sharp and thin voice drowned out the discussion of the gods. I saw Loki sitting on the main seat of the round table at some point, and shouting like the host. Next, I will announce the relevant information of this war game. Why is Loki still presiding over the meeting? Wasn't she the one who presided over the meeting last time? It can't be helped. All the children of the clan have gone on an expedition, and she is quite bored being alone. Tisk tisk. How pitiful. These kids are so ambitious and lonely. Hey! Even if you guys are gossiping, keep your voice down. Loki glared at the gods who were making sarcastic remarks, then looked at the document provided by the guild. The party that accepts the challenge Suma clan 300 people participating in the battle. Loki glanced at the contents of the document and let out an exaggerated cry. The Hephaestus family that initiated the challenge. Number of participants, 1. Rules of war, free to kill traitors. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 106 Maids Playing in the Dark. The residents of the Soma clan. Humph, I didn't expect that guy could actually convince Hephaestus to initiate the war game. Chinese looked at the documents on the table with a gloomy expression. This is the war game notice that was just delivered today. He originally thought Suya was just talking, but he didn't expect it to be serious. Boss, what are you afraid of? He's alone. The younger brother at the side glanced at the contents of the document and said nonchalantly. If we win, we'll get 100 million Ferris. I'm afraid this guy is here to give us money. But if we lose, our clan will also be disbanded. Some people are also secretly worried. According to the war game conditions submitted by both parties, if the Soma clan loses to Suya, it will disband. This is a catastrophic disaster for a clan and its members. Adventurers who lose their clan will also lose God's grace and the protection of the main god. If an adventurer is harmed during an adventure, he can rely on his clan members to help him take revenge. However, adventurers without a clan will end up being ignored and dying in vain. It can be said that the family is the support and backup of the Orario adventurers. He is so confident in himself, he must be hiding his strength. Although Chinese is greedy for money, he is not a fool. He sensed something was wrong from Suyi's courage to fight alone. He just reached LV2 not long ago. He can't be upgraded again so soon, right? To be on the safe side, let's treat him as a LV3 high-level adventurer. We can't take it lightly either. If necessary, we can ask for external help. Foreign aid? Boss, could it be that? Chinese nodded slightly, with a slightly sinister smile on his face. Just now, the leader of the Apollo family found me and offered to cooperate with me in exchange for additional conditions. As soon as these words came out, the followers following Chinese suddenly became excited. Great, is it the Sunlight Darling? If he helps us, we can deal with the hero craftsman alone. We're sure to win this time. Apollo's Familia, the Familia of the sun god Apollo, led by the LV3 adventurer, Hyacinthus. Seeing the excitement on his younger brothers' faces, Chinese felt confident. He was already thinking about how to spend the 100 million Ferris he won. Just then, someone suddenly asked in a low voice, Then, boss, do we still need the king to hunt heretics? Why not? Chinese thought for a moment and then answered in the affirmative. You can never have too much money. As long as we win this war game, our clan's reputation will soar, and we won't have to worry about sales. And with the help of Lilaluka's magic, she can disguise herself as a monster like heretic, so that she can capture prey more easily. This war game is killing two birds with one stone for us. Heretic, a monster in the dungeon, mutated and gained self-awareness and could even speak human language. This type of monster is extremely rare and possesses high intelligence. For some people with abnormal fetishes, such as those who like humanoid monsters, it is an accurate XP critical hit. Therefore, if you can capture a rare heretic and find the right seller, you can definitely make a lot of money. This is what the Soma clan wanted to do with Lily. A family member asked worriedly. Won't the gods punish us for doing this? After all, we are selling monsters to Orario. God. Upon hearing this, Chinese laughed out loud as if he had heard a very funny joke. You take these guys who play clan games too seriously. Look at our clan's god, look at how he doesn't care about us. Do you still think God will care about these things? Look at the reality. Orario is just a playground for the gods. We are like actors on the stage for their entertainment. As long as we don't destroy this stage, we can do whatever we want. Maybe the gods will even laugh. Chinese words were echoed by the members of the Soma clan. No one noticed that the voice that had just asked questions frequently had quietly disappeared. Under the cover of night, several slender figures converged from different directions, gathering like cats at a meeting. We have completed the information collection here. The information of the Soma clan has been recorded. Meow. Ditto. Hey. It's been a while since I've taken action this late at night. Meow. One of the figures in black combat uniform took off his mask, revealing a pair of cat ears that had been missing for a long time. After all, my work at the pub is already very busy, and after get off work I just want to fall asleep. Another figure also lowered her hood, but she did not have any demi-human features, she was a pure human girl. If there is anything in common between these two people, that is, they are all maids from the Mistress of Plenty. I can't help it. After all, this time it's the commission from that cute boy. Meow. The cat-eared maid held her cheeks, and her eyes seemed to be blooming with stars. Although the price he offered was very tempting, what was even more tempting was his promise to visit me in the store often. Hehe. Meow. Still hehe, are you really the black cat that once frightened everyone? The human maid squinted her eyes and looked at her companion. No matter how you look at it, Siba is just a Shotokan pervert. Then why did Lunova accept his commission? It was Aunt Mia who asked me to look after you, because you guys are causing trouble everywhere. The human maid sighed and looked at her third companion who had remained silent. It would be fine if it was just Chloe, but since even Lu is here, Aunt Mia is really worried. So she already knew about this. Meow. The cat-eared maid's hair stood on end as if she was stressed, and even her cat ears stood up. You're probably the only one who thinks you can hide this from her, you idiot Menji. Lunova glanced at her and sneered. Suya informed her in advance, so you can apply for such a long vacation. Looking at his companions laughing and playing beside him, Lu silently took out a brooch. The brooch is shaped like an eye, which looks a bit creepy. This was the item that the human boy gave to the three of them when they accepted the commission. According to his explanation, this is a magic prop that can record crimes and leave evidence. If only I had something as convenient as this. When you avenge your former family members, can you get more support from others? Instead of being put on the blacklist by the Adventurers Guild like now, and no longer being able to enter the dungeon as an adventurer. Although Lu is not dissatisfied with his current life. But she couldn't help but think about what had happened, a time filled with darkness, loathing, and hatred. So, Lu, why did you accept Suyi's foster care? Just then, the other two maids somehow changed the topic to her. Even among the mistress of fertility with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Lu is a very unique existence. It's not because she has no cooking skills and can't entertain guests, but because she is a pure-blooded elf. It is unbelievable no matter how you look at it that the proud and self-clean elves come to the smoky and foul adventurers' tavern to work as maids. Why? The elf maid looked up at the night sky, at the bright full moon suspended above the clouds. Maybe it's because of justice. In the past, there would never be a clan like the Soma clan in Orario that disrupted the order of the city. Because at that time, the family of the goddess of justice Astrea was still active, and together with the family of Ganesha, they maintained order in the city. In addition to exploring the maze, the Astrea family is also responsible for cracking down on criminals who disrupt urban peace. If Goddess Astrea were still alive, she would never allow Chinese to do such evil things today. But 5 years ago, all members of Astrea's family were framed by the evil faction's family. Except for Lu, all the members died on the 30th floor of the dungeon, and the Goddess of Justice had to leave Orario. Having lost his main god and his clan members, Lu began to frantically seek revenge on the adventurers who had framed his clan. Because his actions were too radical, he was added to the blacklist by the Adventurers Guild and was once forced into a desperate situation. If she had not been adopted by the Mistress of Plenty, she would have died in the dark alley. But even if we have collected so much evidence, the boy will still participate in the war game, right? Lunova spread out her palm. She also had an eye brooch. 1 vs 300, it looks like a suicide mission no matter how you look at it. But he's a hero craftsman, meow. He should have a magic sword that can destroy an entire city in one go, meow. Although he was speaking for Su Yi's tone was somewhat hesitant. Don't be ridiculous. That would affect Orario. Even if there is a guild, it would definitely not be allowed to use it. Then I can't think of it, meow. Although the elf maid did not participate in the discussion, Su Yi's answer could not help but emerge in her mind. She had also asked Su Yi this question, asking him why he was confident that he could win this war game. He was clearly alone against an enemy that far outnumbered him, and his situation was clearly very dangerous. His answer was the reason why Lu agreed to take on his commission. Because justice will prevail. Chapter 107 The game begins. Please look at the big screen. After the gods selected the siege war game type by drawing lots, the war game will officially begin in 5 days. Because of this, the Adventurers Guild headquarters fell into unprecedented chaos. Employees could be seen everywhere, holding parchment in one hand and boxes stuffed with documents in the other. A joke from the gods caused the children to run around everywhere. This kind of thing was a daily occurrence in Orario. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of exhaustion. While her colleagues were busy, Aina sighed tiredly as she looked at her friend who was exhausted and could only sit on the floor and sigh. Miss Ha, I told you not to be so stubborn. Ah ha ha ha, what are you doing, Aegina? I am writing a notice, calling on all parties to watch the live broadcast honestly and not to approach the battlefield without permission. On the several sheets of parchment spread out on the desk were written the half-elf girl's flamboyant handwriting. The above content roughly requires that outsiders are prohibited from entering the war zone, the ruins of the ancient city of Sulim. Sulim. I remember it was the ruins of an ancient building southeast of Orario, right? Miss Ha curiously leaned over and muttered. I heard there are thieves and criminals there. Yes, I have asked the Ganesha clan to go and attack first. Aegina said without raising her head while copying the notice. In fact, the nearby towns and villages have always asked the city to attack them, but it was not until the war game that we were able to send people to clean them up. Ah? Why? If we leave the thieves alone, won't they endanger the nearby villages? Because the reward for the expedition is too low. Aina replied somewhat helplessly. Besides, the ancient city of Sulim is about a day's journey from Orario, and adventurers prefer to explore the dungeon, which is convenient and profitable. AIE. After listening, Miss He concluded with a subtle look. Being an adventurer is really a realistic profession. In fact, there were also families who, based on their sense of justice, spontaneously maintained order and punished evildoers. Aina finally finished writing the announcement and recalled it while checking for omissions. It seems to be the Asteria family, but they disappeared a year before I came to work here. Ah! I didn't expect Aina to know even this kind of thing. Miss He listened with great interest and praised generously. As expected of a top student who can pass the comprehensive theology course, which has a pass rate of less than 10%. That's all in the past. There's no need to talk about it again. Although Aina forced a smile at her friend's praise, she sighed immediately afterwards. Miss He came over and asked caringly. Aegina, are you worried about him? Worry? How can I not be worried? The half-elf girl's emerald eyes flickered. The adventurers that he was in charge of were suddenly involved in such a major incident, and it was a war game with the rules of free killing. With the permission of the gods, the war game will become a real battlefield, and even killing each other between adventurers will be legal. When Aina thought that Suya was about to go to such a cruel battlefield and might be killed, her chest felt stuffy and painful. But she is a guild employee and cannot take sides. Even if her opponent is the notorious Soma clan, she must prepare all procedures fairly without any mistakes or errors. Looking at her friend with a gloomy expression, Miss He wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know how to start. At this moment, a female voice that sounded unfamiliar but seemed to have been heard from somewhere came from behind the two of them. Don't worry, the child will be fine. Aegina subconsciously looked back, only to find that the person coming was a goddess with beautiful red hair like flames. Lord Hephaestus! Why are you here? Who made me a combatant? Hephaestus shrugged helplessly. It just so happens that I haven't been out for a while, so I'll just take a break from the blacksmith shop. The half-elf girl and her human friend beside her quickly saluted the goddess. Then, Yiduan expressed his doubts. Lord Hephaestus, why is he the only one participating in this war game? Because this child doesn't want to involve other members of the clan because of his own affairs. Hephaestus briefly summarized the cause of the war games. Are you challenging the Soma clan just for the store employees? Aina didn't expect the cause and effect of the matter to be like this, and couldn't help but sigh. It sounds like something Suya would do. Really? I think so too. Hephaestus nodded in agreement, then looked at Aegina meaningfully. I didn't expect you to care so much about this child. Because I am his adventure advisor. The half-elf girl suddenly panicked and hurriedly explained. If the adventurer you are responsible for encounters something like this, you will definitely want to cheer him on. Well, I'll say thank you to you on his behalf. Seeing Aegina's ears blushing, Hephaestus had a strange feeling and couldn't help teasing her. But I heard that this child is also very close to Isai from Loki's family. Ace, is that the sword princess lady? Miss He, who was standing by, reacted belatedly and said thoughtfully. Aina, it seems your competitor is very strong. Miss He, you have to write your own performance report next time. Why? A few days later, the ruins of the ancient city of Sulim. Before the Tower of Babel was built, there were many similar monuments around Orario. These buildings that function as fortresses were built to prevent the dungeon from overrunning with monsters. Today, most of the ancient cities have turned into ruins, but the ancient city of Sulim in the Song dynasty is still relatively intact. Therefore, it is understandable that this place was chosen by the guild as the venue for the war game. Move the supplies over there and repair as much of the area as possible. In preparation for tomorrow's war game, the Soma clan is making final preparations in the ancient city. Although the walls of the ancient city show many signs of weathering, they are several meters thick and as high as several floors. If you want to break through a wall of this level, you must at least use powerful magic to bombard it head-on. Even if you are a high-level adventurer, you must pay a price if you want to attack by force. This is also the reason why the ancient city of Sulam has survived the impact of the dungeon monster field. The Soma clan arrived near the ancient city a few days ago and began repair work. Humph, so boring. There's no point in doing these things. In the throne hall at the deepest part of the castle, a handsome young human looked out the window at the busy Soma clan members and snorted with disdain. He is the leader of the Apollo family, Hyacinthus, also known as the Sun's Light Darling. Originally, only the Soma clan and the Hephaestus clan participated in this war game. But now, even people from Apollo's clan appeared on the battlefield, and it was obvious that some kind of deal was made behind the scenes. You can't say that. Who knows what weird cards the hero craftsman has in his hand? Chinese came over from the side and looked outside. 014603124Fala1723333261. However, I didn't expect Hephaestus to draw siege war. It seems that the gods also hope that we can win a great victory. Siege war a 3-day game mode, the game ends only when one side's general is defeated. The general of the Soma clan is the leader, Chinese. The general of Hephaestus's family is naturally Suyat. Especially as the challenged party, the Soma clan is still the defender with the best geographical advantage. No matter what cards Suya has in his hand, he will definitely be defeated when facing 300 enemies defending the city. What's more, he is protected by the LV3 leader of the Apollo clan. Thinking of this, Chinese could not help but feel secretly delighted, his whole body trembling with excitement for the 100 million Ferris that was about to come his way. After an unknown amount of time, the fortifications of the ancient city of Sulam were finally repaired. A flag symbolizing the Soma clan was also hung in the throne room, with the clan emblem of a crescent moon and a wine cup printed on it. Just wait for the dawn of the next day to announce the opening of the war game. On the day of the war game, the atmosphere in the maze city was more lively and noisy than usual, even during the monster festival. After all, the monster festival takes place every year, but the war game is only seen once in several years. All the pubs opened early in the morning and set up stalls in every corner of the street. Even the adventurers who usually set out for the dungeon early on weekdays basically gave themselves a day off and swarmed into the tavern to take seats, waiting for the war game to begin. Sound test. A slightly distorted voice was heard from the corners of pubs, restaurants, and other stores. However, after several adjustments, the speaker driven by the magic stone produced a very realistic human voice. Hello everyone, I am a member of the Ganesha clan responsible for the live broadcast of this war game, and my name is Guardian of Flame Explosion. Please take care of me. The commentator is our clan's main god, Lord Ganesha. Please allow Lord Ganesha to give his speech. I am Ganesha. Okay. Thank you, Lord Ganesha. On the Tower of Babel, Hephaestus sighed helplessly. Is that all he knows? Forget it, it's almost time. Then the goddess raised her head and spoke to the air. Uranus, please allow us to use our divine power. After a moment, a deep voice came from the trembling space. License. From the Adventurers Guild's headquarters, a divine declaration was heard that only the gods could hear. Only on this day, the gods of Orario are allowed to use their powers to create scenes for entertainment. Suddenly, huge mirrors appeared in taverns, street corners, and even in the sky. This is a little trick that the gods perform at will, the magic mirror. 0. It has the effect of clairvoyance, and can capture the image up to the target even if it is thousands of miles away. This is how the gods and adventurers can enjoy the war game without being present. Thanks to the gods. The mirror has been set up. Next, our country will introduce the information of both parties involved in the war scene. The voice of the battle situation announcer came from the loudspeaker. This war game is between the Hephaestus familia and the Soma familia. It seems that there is a big gap in strength, but in fact Hehehe. There is only one LV2 member of the Stas family participating in the battle. He is Suyat, who has the title of Heroic Craftsman. Soon, the figure of a young man on the battlefield emerged from the countless mirrors covering the entire orario. As if realizing that he was being arrested, Suya waved in the direction of Shen Shen and gave a harmless smile. "Oh, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die." In the kitchen of the tavern, the bountiful mistress, the Catman maid, was unable to get up and fell in a pool of blood from her nose. "This guy is really embarrassing." The hostess of the tavern, Aunt Yi, looked at Kamui, who was so excited that she fainted with a headache. "Liu, Lunova, throw her out and stop taking up space here. Is the back alley okay? As long as it doesn't disturb the guests." At the same time, it was bustling outside the pub. "Is it ready? The betting time is about to end." In many taverns on the street, there are gambling games involving merchants, adventurers, and even gods. Everyone is betting that the Hephaestus clan and the Soma clan will be the final winner. In terms of clan strength, the former undoubtedly had a crushing victory. But the problem is, Suya is the only one participating in this war game in the name of Hephaestus's family. The Soma clan sent out a total of 300 people. Such a huge gap soon pushed the odds to 30:1, and it was still rising. "It's about to begin." Looking up at the divine mirror floating in the guild headquarters, Aina muttered to herself. As a guild staff member, she knew that the war game would start at noon. Adventurers, women in the tavern, gods, everyone's eyes are now focused on the magic mirror in front of them. Then, War Games officially opens. With the announcer's passionate announcement, the war game began. "Everyone!" At the moment of the announcement, Suyat, who was standing alone in front of the towering city wall, suddenly spoke loudly. "Allow me to introduce a brand new product from the high-risk home." As he spoke, he took out a brooch-style one-eyed emblem from his bosom and held it high in the image of the magic mirror. "I named it the Adventure Recorder. As for its function, please look at the big screen." Chapter 108. So, I took action. What is he going to do? Chinese on the city wall saw that Suya did not launch an attack directly, but took out something without moving, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, his premonition came true. I saw a ray of light coming out from the prop in Suyi's hand, falling into the air and revealing a picture out of thin air. The scene in the picture is exactly the residence of the Soma clan. The content inside is the conversation that took place on the day when Suya took Lily to negotiate with Chinese. "How much do you want?" "About 100 million Ferris. It seems a bit too expensive. For a hero craftsman, this amount of money is easy to earn, right? It seems that you are determined to blackmail me for this money. If someone were to go to your adventurer's house every day to accuse Lily of her crimes, it would surely affect your business, right? Master, if you leave the Hephaestus family, all your property in the Tower of Babel will be taken back. Lily doesn't deserve you to do this. Why is it not worth it? Since he wants war, I will give him a war. Are you ready for the war, leader of the Soma clan? You want to challenge the entire Soma clan by yourself? You are so arrogant. Anyway, I'm putting this here. Either you pay 100 million Ferris and leave, or this matter will not end. I don't care what kind of shitty hero you are, I will make sure you don't survive in Orario." After hearing these conversations, Chinese was a little confused at first. But what followed was the fear and anger that penetrated deep into the bones. Because he suddenly realized that the war game at this moment was being broadcast to the entire Orario by the gods using the divine mirror. In other words, his conversation with Suya is being reread by thousands of adventurers. Although Chinese thought he was not a good person, he never thought of exposing his true face in front of everyone. How can he survive in Orario if this is the case? Wow, they are indeed the Soma clan. Even the leader behaves like this. At the Adventurers Guild headquarters, the guild staff, who had finally relaxed, looked at the scene in the magic mirror and started discussing. It turns out that the heroic craftsman had to challenge the Soma clan for this reason. How can this fellow say 100 million francs? Aegina and Misha were also squeezed in the crowd, looking at each other. I didn't expect he had such means. You. Aina seemed to realize something and looked at Suya again. Just now he seemed to say that this is a new product of the adventurer's house. What are you all standing there for? Shoot my arrows. And use magic. Chinese realized that his ugly behavior had spread throughout Orario, and angrily issued an attack order. Kill him. At the very least, interrupt the video he's showing. The sumo clan members guarding the wall were all long-range attackers. After hearing the order from their leader, they quickly put arrows on their bowstrings and flew towards Suya in unison. And seeing the arrows flying like a rainstorm, Suya put away the adventure recorder and took out the holy sword. The next moment, the holy sword transformed into a rusty sword with a bright white broad blade. Holy sword enchantment, broken arc. Broken arc, light red. Plus deal 35 melee damage. Plus slash can block long range barrage and grant you temporary invincibility. Plus after blocking, you will gain 10 layers of energy to strengthen subsequent attacks. An old, rusty sword that once stood against the evil of this world. Now it is ready to do the same again. Broken arc, after defeating the slime god, unlocks the weapons that can be synthesized. This weapon can be crafted using copper ingots, purified gel, and an enchanted sword. The rarest material is the enchanted sword. This weapon could only be found by luck in the enchanted sword crypt in Terraria. However, in the disaster module, it can also be made with other common materials. This allows Suya to create the broken arc without having to scour the land everywhere. After copying it, Xinjian also gained its special skill block. Not only can you block any attack, but you can also draw energy from the block and strengthen all subsequent attacks. Even if the rain of arrows covers the sky, this sword can still cut out a glimmer of hope. Suya wielded the holy sword, cutting off all the arrows within close range, and the civilian sword shone with a brilliant light. After being charged, the weapon becomes even larger, and the sword body surges with light like water waves. Afterwards, Suya stepped into the air, swung out clear sword energy, disrupting the archer's formation on the city wall. The towering city walls posed no obstacle to him in his status suit. Even without any boots or wings, Suya can climb up this ancient city as if it were flat ground thanks to the enhanced jumping ability that comes with his armor. Damn it! He broke in. As Chinese retreated, he called on the Soma clansmen behind him to come forward to defend. Another 100 people will stop him. I cannot be defeated. As a general, once Chinese is captured by Suya, the war game will be declared a failure. The clan members holding various weapons in their hands rushed to the city wall in panic and surrounded Suya, who had landed on the ground. The latter, however, was not in a hurry to break out. After looking around, the weapon in his hand suddenly turned into a wooden sword. You Santis! Suddenly, Suya swung the wooden sword and pointed it at a fierce-looking man from the Soma clan. This action startled the besiegers, who thought Suya was going to launch some powerful attack. But he took out a one-eyed badge from his pocket and released a picture. You haven't paid this month's family management fee yet. Why is it so late? Please, Lord Santis, we really can't afford so much money. Are you kidding? Don't you have the money to send your daughter to a district school? How do you know? Madam, you don't want your children to hear any rumors in the school district, do you? What do you want me to do? I've found a job for you. Go to Night Street and earn enough money before coming back. You actually asked me to be AW. Think about your kids, district. Pound. The originally noisy pub suddenly became quiet. The noise of adventurers, the drunkards mumbling, and the merchants hawking all seemed to join the silence. No one knew what Suya was trying to do, but a feeling of anger was brewing. Night Street is the largest red light district in Orario, with countless prostitutes of all races. These prostitutes include open-minded Amazons, slaves from other countries who were sold to Orario, and local Orario women. But forcing clan members to become prostitutes is a very outrageous thing no matter which clan it is in, except for some clans that already run brothels. In particular, the man named Santos was so despicable as to use the couple's children as a threat. So, when Suye swung the sword, no one thought it was inappropriate, and they burst into boiling cheers. Forcing a good woman into prostitution is a shame. In the blink of an eye, Suye had the holy sword in his hand and cut Santos into 2 pieces before he could react. The smell of blood permeated the walls of the ancient city of Sulim. After 100 years, the ancient city finally tasted blood again. Only this time it was not the blood of monsters, but the blood of humans. When their companions were killed, the members of the Soma clan should have been angry and attacked them together. But when they saw Suye slowly walking towards them beside Santos's body, an inexplicable pressure enveloped everyone's shoulders. What happened in the picture just now seemed very common to them, and many people had even done similar things. They once thought that this was the way for the Soma clan to survive. As long as they can make money, they can do anything, and the gods will not punish them anyway. However, when this matter was openly put on such a formal occasion and was scrutinized by all the adventurers in Orario, the people of the Soma clan finally came to their senses that these things were wrong, evil, and sins that should not be allowed to see the light of day. Suye casually threw away the adventure recorder and took out a new piece of evidence. This is a brand new item he made using the stigmata alchemy, and it is not a human deterioration formula that already exists in Terraria. It can be made with just a lens, a few wires and Jaden energy battery, and the cost is very low. Those who bully the weak and exploit their own kind should be killed. A man who relied on his status as a senior to bully the family and extort money and property. The Soma clan, who even forced weak adventurers into the deep dungeon and eventually killed them, were killed by Suye. His death even made some members of the Soma clan who participated in the war game secretly cheer. Suye took out a list and looked around. He couldn't help but frown when he found that there were no members on the list. Get out of the way! The Soma clansmen who were supposed to surround Suye looked at each other, wondering who would move first, and everyone made way for a passage. Even when Suye passed by them defenselessly, no one dared to pick up the weapon in their hands to attack him. Not until the footsteps completely disappeared did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and the pressure hanging over them suddenly eased a lot. But a new problem emerges. What do we do next? The Soma clan is beyond salvation. Hostess Tavern of Plenty. Aunt Mia, a level 6 adventurer with the title of Little Giant, looked at the picture in the magic mirror and said lightly. It seems that this is not a war game. It was a long-planned trial. The atmosphere in the tavern gradually warmed up, and new waves of noise were raised with each kill and release of evidence by Suye. Killing family members and adventurers should be considered a very serious crime in Orario. However, no one raised any objection at this time, and some even applauded. You asked for leave these few days just to help him collect this evidence, right? Ah ha ha ha, is that true or not, meow? Kamui, who had just returned from the back alley, looked around with a vacant look in her eyes. However, Lu next to him nodded decisively. That's right. I think he did the right thing. It's not a question of right or wrong, sigh. Looking at the elf maid who showed her admiration for Suye without hiding it, Mia felt that her bias. The headache is coming back again. I originally thought that after retiring from the position of leader of Freya's family, I would be able to lead a peaceful and stable retirement life. But now it seems, all the maids in my shop are unstable. Meanwhile, Tower of Babel, the 3000th floor. Oh my, does he think he is Astria? Ha 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 ha. Loki, who was the host, laughed exaggeratedly, which drew the laughter of the gods. Hephaestus, your hero craftsman is really an interesting child, and he has a talent for making us happy. Loki, you are going to lose. Hephaestus folded her arms and sat in her own seat, looking at the gambling game of the gods with her other eye that was not covered by the blindfold. Unlike the gambling in the underworld, the odds at night were not exaggerated. Perhaps many gods placed their bets on Suya just for fun. It's not time to decide the outcome yet. Loki curled his lips in non-committal, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, summoning a magic mirror. As it was one of the few opportunities throughout the year to use her divine power, she would naturally not let it go. Dealing with LV1 mobs is not a big deal. The next step is the highlight. This guy will soon face off against the LV2 Winekeeper and the LV3 Sun's Light Darling. Hyacinthus, isn't he the leader of Apollo's Familia? Soon a god discovered this anomaly. Isn't it Apollo who temporarily transferred him to the Soma clan? I don't know what this guy is planning. What else could it be? He must be attracted by the boy's beauty and wants to take him for himself. Hephaestus, your child is in trouble. The forging goddess heard the discussion of her colleagues and shrugged. This guy Suya is the biggest trouble. The game is about to end. After using the heat of the volcano to evaporate all the blood on the holy sword, Suya walked into the throne hall. There were only 2 people in the hall. The leader of the Soma clan, LV2 Winekeeper Chinese. The leader of Apollo's family, LV3 Sun's Light Darling Hyacinthus. Those who are not involved, please leave now. Suya glanced at the handsome man standing in front of Chinese. Otherwise you will be implicated as well. 09. Hyacinthus raised the wave sword in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, he exuded a powerful aura and his speed skyrocketed. The LV3 adventurer was indeed much stronger than the Soma clan they had encountered before. Clang! Suya blocked with the holy sword, and swung out several sickle blade sword chi with his backhand, forcing Hyacinthus to retreat. Then it transformed into the holy sword form, and the extremely cold white quietly enveloped the sword body. One cut. Almost instinctively, he parried the lightning-fast attack. Hyacinthus felt his scalp tingling as he felt the amazing power coming from his arms. Isn't Hero Craftsman a rookie who just reached level 2 a while ago? Why are his speed and strength even higher than that of a level 3? There was no time to think, Suyi's attack came again. Second cut. This time, Hyacinthus almost used all his strength to barely block the attack from the front. But after the third strike, he was no longer able to lift the weapon in his hand. 3 cuts, Ice Age. With the sharp attack effect of Embrace, Hyacinthus was instantly frozen into a human statue, leaving him kneeling on the ground with his sword in his hand. The freeze doesn't last long, but it's enough for Suya to win the war game. Zanies. As he approached the leader of the Soma clan, Suya whispered. He has committed so many evil deeds that his death is not a pity. Kill him! Someone shouted in the rich hostess tavern. Like a spark that spread rapidly, the entire tavern began to hear similar shouts. Kill him! Kill the villain! It's not a pity to die. Chinese collapsed on the ground. He could not hear the calls for him to die, but Suyi's footsteps were getting closer and closer. His face was distorted, without any trace of the gentle appearance he pretended to be, and he shouted at Suya angrily. You self-righteous guy! Do you think you can judge me on behalf of God? No, the gods won't care about such trivial matters. Suya stopped and said as a matter of course. They just care about having fun. They don't care about the order of Orario or the good and evil of the clan. Mortals should have their own justice. I never expected God to punish evildoers like you. So, I took action. Chapter 109 Adventure Recorder, The Underpants of Justice, Additional Update. The war game, which was supposed to last for 3 days, ended after less than an hour. The defeated Soma clan was immediately disbanded according to the rules of the war game, and the god of wine Soma was sent back to heaven, although it made no difference to him. As for the clan's property and residence, they were taken over by the Adventurers Guild, and Suya did not charge a penny. All Soma clansmen became wandering adventurers without the protection of the gods within one day. As for whether they can find a family that will accept them, it depends on what they have done in the past. This war game has had a significant impact in all aspects. A large clan suddenly disappeared, and the guild staff were cursed just for the aftermath. Apollo's family was also greatly implicated. Because the leader Hyacinthus was temporarily loaned to the Soma clan, the Apollo clan was also considered the loser of the war game and had to bear 50% of the war game hosting costs. This is undoubtedly a huge loss of wealth for the family who only relies on exploring dungeons to accumulate money. It's what he deserves. Who dared Apollo to covet my Suya? In the staff lounge of the adventurer's house, which had not yet opened for 24-hour business, the Lolita goddess spoke angrily. And it's only 50%. I think Apollo should bear the entire cost. Hestia, you should know that Suya is my familia, right? Hephaestus glanced at her and corrected her speech errors for the nth time. What's the difference? Of course. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. Hephaestus did not continue to tangle with Hestia, but walked over to Suya who was stacking shelves. This is the little prop you used in the war game. I remember it was called the Adventure Recorder. That's right. Suya nodded and looked at his work with great pride. Tell me about it. Is the goddess also interested in this thing? I think it's interesting. Hephaestus said meaningfully. And there's definitely more to it than meets the eye. The goddess is right. Suya casually took out an adventure recorder, thought for a moment, and spoke. This is the most basic model of recorder, which has the function of recording images. With the push of a button, you can start/pause recording and store up to 24 hours of footage. Once the storage space is full, any subsequent recording will overwrite the previous footage. Plus, it needs to be recharged every 30 days. Suya originally wanted to say charge, but there seemed to be no concept of battery in this world, so he changed his words temporarily in front of the goddess. To recharge, you need to use this energy block, Jardeng Energy Battery, which can last for another month after one charge. Of course, this will be charged. Hephaestus looked at the recorder in his hand with curiosity, but was not particularly surprised. As a god, she must have seen similar things in other worlds. You just said basic style. Are there other styles? Of course, this is the upgraded version. Suya was like a diligent salesman, introducing his products to the goddess. The upgraded version has a larger storage space and can store 72 hours of adventures, and it also needs to be charged. If you buy the upgraded version, you will also get a free adventure gift pack, a magic torch, magic bonfire, and potion combination. Above this, there is also the advanced version. The advanced version has a magic stone slot, which can consume magic stones instead of charging. The last one is the deluxe edition. In addition to the above functions, it also has a similar effect to the projection spell. If you need to find a plane for projection. Hephaestus listened in a daze as Suya finished talking about the entire product package, and said with a smile. You are really good at doing business. But what I'm more concerned about is, why do you want to make this kind of thing? Facing the goddess question, Suya put away the smile on his face and said seriously. I have already explained the reason very clearly during the war game, goddess. Hephaestus looked into his eyes and spoke softly. Mortals should have their own justice, right? Yes, this is the container of justice. Suya nodded and looked at the adventure recorders on the shelves of Yuanyu. It can record the battle process, and we can watch it over and over again and learn from it. You can also record your adventures and circulate them widely as teaching materials. Of course, it can also record all unfair experiences and submit them to the public as evidence. Hestia heard the discussion here and ran over to listen for a while, and couldn't help asking. But, if everyone knows that this thing exists, can't the perpetrator just take the recorder away? What if the person being bullied has a second or third camera? It's not that expensive. Suya smiled and answered frankly. What if someone else secretly recorded the abuser's actions? Criminals who only know how to bully the weak don't have the courage to gamble. As long as the cost of doing evil is raised, even a villain like Chinese will hesitate before taking action. Because they know very well that what they do cannot be seen in public and will be criticized by everyone. Of course, if Orario was a city that took pride in doing evil, there would be no need for me to make this kind of thing. Hephaestus concluded thoughtfully. You want the recorder to be a line of defense against evil. I prefer to call it the underpants of justice. Suya shrugged. As long as the recorder is there, everyone has to pretend to be righteous even if they are just pretending. He had. Hephaestus held her forehead with her hand. This boy really regarded her less and less as an outer god. It seems that your experience as a hero in another world has made you grow a lot. Before leaving, the goddess looked at the boy in front of her with great satisfaction. Hearing this word, Suya scratched his head. Olario doesn't need heroes. Only when the world is in a terrible state and there is no hope for salvation will people hope for a hero to appear. As he spoke, Suya looked at the adventurers who had already filled the entrance of the adventurer's house before the door was even opened. This city doesn't look so rotten that it needs a hero to save it. Chapter 110, Daedalus' Legacy, the Guild's Order. Daedalus Road is a large residential area in the southeastern part of the labyrinth city of Orario. Although it is called a residential area, its structure is extremely complex and strange. The multi-layered design resulted in several stairways extending up and down, and the messy roads spread to every corner of the plan. Not to mention foreign adventurers, even the local residents of Orario would be trapped if they took the wrong road. Therefore, the street where Daedalus Street is located is also known as Maze Street. The street gets its name from its designer, the legendary master craftsman Daedalus. It can be said that this street is the legacy of the Russians. I knew it was exaggerated, but after seeing it with my own eyes, it was even more exaggerated. Suya held a red and white umbrella, stopped in the drizzle, admiring the maze of streets filled with an inexplicable rhythm in the chaos. Maybe because of the weather, there were not many pedestrians on the street, and it seemed a bit deserted. However, the clothes that had not been taken back in time from the balcony added a bit of life to the street. After the war games, Suya was supposed to take care of the famous adventurer's house. Then promote the adventure recorder that is all the rage in Orario. However, out of caution, he first came to a place where accidents often occurred, the entrance to the underground sewer on Daedalus Road. As rainwater seeps into the ground from all sides of Orario, the sound of flowing water rises and falls in the tunnel-like underground waterway. After stepping onto the stairs leading to the depths of the waterway, Suya put away his umbrella and took out a torch. Of course, what he used himself were not consumables sold to adventurers, but genuine products that would not go out. In order to deal with enemies that might appear at any time, Suyi's other hand gently pressed on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The holy sword is placed in a scabbard in the form of a dagger, so that he can take it out at any time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, in front of a place that seemed to have deviated from the main tunnel, Suya discovered a heavy door over 3 meters high in the light of the fire. The material of the door has a metallic texture, reflecting a vermilion luster under the firelight. If nothing goes wrong, the material of this door should be. Suya threw an appraisal at the door in front of him, and the results of the analysis by the great sage soon appeared in front of him. Answer: the door structure is made entirely of mountain copper, also known as orichalcum steel metal casting. It's true. Seeing this result, Suya breathed a sigh of relief. This is the second entrance to the dungeon. Behind this door is the man-made labyrinth, the true legacy left behind by the legendary craftsman, Daedalus. The door, made of mountain copper, was tightly closed, and was decorated with devil-like monsters, which was extremely majestic. Not many people know the entrance to this hidden underground city, and Chinese, the leader of the Soma clan, is one of them. If he hadn't been killed by Suya in the war game. Because they have the information about this passage, they want to hunt heretics from the dungeon and sell them to people with abnormal fetishes to make money. However, people like Zanies are just minor figures in the legacy of Deadless incident. The darkness hidden behind this door is far deeper and more evil than the crimes committed by the Soma clan. I really hope that peace in Orario can last forever. Suya stroked the surface of the mountain copper door with his hand, and the cold touch made his fingertips tremble a little. In fact, he was using stigmata alchemy to try to decompose the material and analyze it. However, for this high-grade metal that he had never touched before, Suya tasted failure for the first time. Tip: it is recommended that you obtain orichalcum mine in the Terraria world before researching the current target. The Great Sage's reminder message appeared in front of Suya. Of course I know about this. Suya sighed. He had originally thought about trying to skip class and jump to a higher technology before entering the difficult mode. But now it seems, the mountain copper in the world of Dicuo, like the world of Terraria, can only be touched after defeating the wall of flesh. In fact, the top forging materials in the world of Dicuo all have corresponding ones in Terraria. They are orichalcum, mithril, and adamantium. This is the top-level mineral obtainable from the dungeon. Asa's Sword of Despair was made of mountain copper, and the maintenance cost alone was a full 40 million ferrous. And the Supreme Magic Wand Great Spirit mixed with pure gold in Livalia's hand is worth a sky-high price of 340 million. If we include the 9 highest grade magic gems, the price may not be able to go any higher. After Suya breaks the wall of flesh and blood and releases the true power of Terraria, these 3 minerals will also appear in his world. Only then can the business of Adventurer's House truly move towards high-end. Since the door can't be opened, can we dig through the wall next to it? Suya took out a pickaxe and tried to chisel open the wall in front of the door. As a sandbox game player, he's not as stubborn as an RPG player. What is this? Door cannot be opened from this side. It doesn't exist. Just start digging. Unfortunately, the seemingly ordinary wall can withstand the pickaxe's power enough to mine hellstone and palladium ore with a gel pickaxe. Great Sage, explain the composition of this wall. Suya frowned slightly, as if realizing something. Compare it with the previously analyzed dungeon structure. In less than 1/100th of a second, the analysis results appeared in Suyi's mind. Answer: the wall structure is exactly the same as the wall structure of the dungeon. Is this already part of the underground city? Suya looked back at the tunnel he came from. In terms of depth, this place is indeed similar to the upper dungeon on the first and second floors. The walls of the dungeon have a strong self-repair effect. Unless serious damage is caused in a short period of time, it will be repaired quickly. Consider the serious consequences that the second approach may cause. Suya immediately gave up the idea of violent destruction. Once you have made enough tools to mine orichalcum, come back here again. Suya reluctantly brushed his hand across the pattern on the door. Deadless legacy became concrete at this moment. At least this door alone is enough to make Suya happy for a long time. These are already made orichalcum ingots. If we dig them all up, I wonder how many hard-mode top-grade equipment and weapons we can make. It's time to go. Suya took out a bottle of memory potion and drank it directly. He had no intention of returning the same way, as that might lead to a collision with some being who knew this road. If this group of crazy people is provoked, it might disrupt the rhythm of the subsequent plot. At least for now, Suya doesn't want to see some dark plans forced to surface and explode with the entire Orario. Shortly after he teleported away, a figure in a black robe came to the mountain bronze gate and sniffed in confusion. However, after checking again and again, he did not find anything unusual, or perhaps he was confident enough in the protective effect of this door. This is a door made of auric hethys. It is the result of the fusion of human and demi-human blacksmithing techniques. Even the magic released by the 9 demon princesses is not enough to destroy it. Then, the black-robed figure took out a silver-white ball and integrated it into the door. With an ancient and melodious roar, the orichalcum door slowly opened. From the gradually opening and closing gap of the door, a corner of a large man-made building was revealed. Deadless. The black-robed man's voice was filled with pain, and he showed no joy at the amazing engineering feat that could be called a miracle. Oh, my hateful ancestor! That's enough, Lily! Looking at the dwarf girl who was still trying hard to serve him, Suya laid her flat on his chest, feeling the girl's intense heartbeat. If you continue like this, I will give you a day off tomorrow and force you to rest. Ever since the war game ended, Lily seemed to be in a frenzy. Although he was very attached to Suya in the past, it was not like now. He would take the initiative to sacrifice himself for her even if his health was about to break down. Lily just wants to dedicate everything to her master. The dwarf girl spoke in a weak whispering voice as she lay on Suya. For someone like Lily, the master has done so much. Lily doesn't know how to repay her. The reason, or the trigger, for Suya to challenge the Soma clan was the dispute caused by Lily's desire to withdraw from the clan. Then I'll use the remaining time to slowly pay it back. Suya did not say any polite words like nothing in return, which would only make the person who received the favor feel more guilty. Lily will try her best. Master. Within a moment, the sound of even breathing could be heard from the chest. Lily, who was already exhausted, fell asleep quickly. Hopefully she'll wake up in time before opening the store the next day. Otherwise Hestia would have to bear double the workload. Is it time to hire some new staff? Suya had no intention of falling asleep. He kept thinking about what had happened in the past few days and his future plans in his mind. Because of the existence of the Orichalcum Gate, the battle to siege the Wall of Flesh and Blood needs to be planned in advance. Suya originally planned to isolate the evil place in his own world to prevent it from spreading everywhere. But now it seems that he doesn't have the leisure time and must break through the difficult mode as soon as possible and obtain stronger equipment and strength. Although LV3's strength is good, it is still a bit weak for the turmoil that followed Orario. You must reach at least LV4 to be eligible to participate in the many events triggered by the legacy of Deadless. The next morning, Suya walked down the stairs with the yawning Lily. Hey, Miss Aegina! After pushing open the door of the shop, an unexpected figure appeared in front of Suya. The half-elf who was supposed to be working as the receptionist at the Adventurers Guild was now waiting at the door of the Adventurers' house. Don't you have to go to work today? Or are you on vacation? Actually, I have business to see you on. Seeing Suya appear, Aina immediately came forward, fearing that he would escape. After all, after the war game was over, she came to look for him several times, but Suya was not in the store every time. Business. Suya was stunned when he heard this. The official business that Aina was talking about could only be related to the Adventurers Guild. Yes, because of the new props in your store. Aina nodded, with some emotion on her face. When the guild mentioned this to me, I was also surprised. In that case, please come in and talk to Miss Aina. Suya opened the door and made a please gesture. Although it's not time to open yet, we can't leave you out in the cold. Then I'll bother you. Walk. After entering the adventurer's house, the half-elf girl scanned the merchandise on the shelves with great curiosity. She had only heard about the magical shop opened by Suya from adventurers. It is said that there is everything here, from adventure supplies to potions to high-end weapons and equipment. Moreover, every product received rave reviews, which is unheard of for other shops. As expected of a hero craftsman's shop, it's dazzling. After taking a quick look, Miss Aina exclaimed with sincere admiration. Thank you for the compliment. These are just some insignificant works. After asking Lily to make 2 cups of hot tea, Suya got straight to the point. The guild's matter, I guess it has something to do with the adventure recorder. That's right. Aina nodded, took out a document and placed it on the table between the two of them. The guild wants to purchase a batch of adventure recorders as teaching aids. Teaching aids. Hearing this, Zhi Ri raised his eyebrows, not surprised. This use was already within his imagination. However, he did not expect that the first to discover this use were not the major clans, but the public. Yes, if we can record the scenes of high-level adventurers exploring dungeons and fighting monsters and play them for low-level adventurers to watch, they can learn adventure knowledge more intuitively. Aegina stated the purpose of this purchase without hesitation. If everything goes well, even the battle against the Lonely Lord of the Labyrinth and even the process of the large-scale clan expedition can be recorded as data. That does make sense. Zhi Ri also said with approval. So, how many adventure recorders does the guild want to purchase? The initial plan, that's ready, is for 100 pieces. If there's a need later, additional orders will be dispatched. 100 pieces, yes. This number does not exceed Zhi Ri's material inventory. In fact, both electrical wires and energy batteries are almost unlimited resources. Only the lens needs to be picked from the eye monster wandering around at night. Ever since unlocking the time travel feature in Terraria, Zhi Ri has been saving up lens materials but has rarely used them. I have only collected a few hundred of them so far, and I have used most of them in the past few days to make an adventure recorder. As orders from the guild came in, the accumulated materials were almost exhausted. However, I offer many different models of adventure recorders. Which one would the guild wish to purchase? Model. Afterwards, Ina listened in confusion as Zhi Ri introduced the differences between the basic, upgraded, advanced and deluxe models. Are there so many kinds? I don't have the right to decide on this matter. I have to ask the guild leaders first. Aegina took the document back with a hint of apology. Next time I will come with a more detailed purchase contract. I'm sorry to have made you waste so much time. Nothing. Zhi Ri said with a smile. If it's Miss Aina, I will open the door for you no matter how many times. Hearing this, the half-elf girl's ears twitched, and a gloomy look appeared on her pretty face. You're not very good at saying things like that to girls, are you? Don't you like it, Miss Aegina? It's not like I don't like it. Okay, I should go back to the guild. As if she was running away, Aina picked up the documents and was about to leave. But before leaving, she hesitated for a moment, and finally said with a blushing face. I can leave work early today. If it's convenient, could you come to the guild to pick me up? Thanks for the tip, I feel like I'm about to burn out. Chapter 111 A Small Incident. Under the clever greetings of the maids, the Mistress of Bounty is also very lively today. The order is now finalized. In the box, Zhi Ri, who had just finished discussing the guild order with Aina, spoke up. Once the deposit is received, I will start production. Although using the synthesis function, Zhi Ri does not need the so-called production time at all. But you still have to pretend on the surface. Then I'll leave it to you. The half-elf girl breathed a sigh of relief, a comfortable smile appearing on her face. Although it was a meeting after get-off work, I was actually discussing work matters with Zhi Ri. But this is a good start. At least she has successfully taken the first step. And with the opportunity of this order, I can also communicate more with Zhi Ri. It's getting late. Shall I take Miss Aegina home? It's okay, I still have to go to the guild to submit some information, and besides. In response to Zhi Ri's kindness, Aina fiddled with the adventure recorder on her chest and said with a smile. With this, there are fewer crimes in the city. Just as the two were about to leave the pub, the peace in the store was suddenly broken. So what does it mean? Did you sell Anna? The customers in the store and the two people who came downstairs looked in the direction of the sound and saw a human man and woman talking loudly and excitedly. She was not sold, but was forcibly taken away. What's the difference? The woman trembled and yelled at the man, "You useless thing! That's why I keep telling you to stop gambling. The bearded man leaned against the wall in frustration and answered in a timid tone. How could I betray my own daughter? She was abducted by someone. After a while, the sound of a woman covering her face and crying could be heard faintly. The maids who had been busy running around poked their heads out from the kitchen and every corner of the tavern, stopping to look at the couple in distress. The middle-aged man, who had kept his head down until then, seemed to be irritated by the gazes around him and stood up and shouted. What kind of joke are you guys laughing at? Just eat your stinky rice obediently. Wait, don't do that. The angry man ignored the woman's dissuasion, grabbed the glass on the table and was about to smash it at the customers around him. Just as the customers exclaimed, a hand reached out. My dear guest, although I understand your feelings right now, please don't hurt the lovely maids. Suya came to the man silently and grabbed the man's wrist with amazing agility before the glass was thrown. Although he said that, Suya was more worried that this guy would be beaten up by the maid in the tavern. After all, the maids who can work here all have some skills. Ugh. It hurts so much, so much, so much. A look of pain suddenly appeared on the man's face, and he let out a series of wails. Thank you, meow, Suya, otherwise we would have to waste time mopping the floor again, meow. The two cat maids in the store, Chloe and Anya, grabbed the man's shoulders on the left and right, and showed a kind smile at the same time. The next moment, the two demi-human girls performed a trip and throw with smooth movements, causing the man, whose legs were hit hard, to sit on the ground with his buttocks. Then, a shadow as big as a hill enveloped the man. You dare to criticize the food in my restaurant without even ordering it? You are really brave. Alas! The man whose collar was grabbed by Mia took a deep breath and realized that the burly woman in front of him was the one who was rumored to be the most untouchable person in this tavern. Don't cause trouble to other guests. Idiot! In a blink of an eye, Mia threw the man out of the tavern door heroically. The man let out a very dramatic scream in midair and flew directly onto the street in front of the store. Faced with the man who suddenly fell in the middle of the road, the people passing by were stunned. However, when they saw the shop signs nearby, they seemed to understand something and avoided the man as if nothing had happened and went their separate ways. Anyway, this guy must have offended the maid of this tavern, or even the fierce owner, to end up like this. For residents living near the Mistress of Plenty, this is a common sight. The store returned to its original lively atmosphere, but Suya did not leave with Ina. Just now I heard you mention something suspicious. What happened? Suya walked forward with a calm attitude and showed concern. The woman, who was shocked by what had just happened, was stunned for a long time, and then Tuan spoke slowly. My daughter was captured by the casino people to pay off the debts. Please tell me the cause and effect of the incident in detail. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. Suya looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the elf maid Lu whom he had once entrusted walking over. She nodded slightly towards Suya, as if to express her approval of his action of stopping the man from making trouble. Then he continued to look at the woman, waiting for the next area. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, and the other maids who were secretly listening, the woman finally told the whole story. The woman's name is Carmen and the man's name is Zhi Yi. The two are husband and wife, and have not joined any clan, but are civilians of Orario. He makes a living by working in magic stone product factories and stores every day, and still lives in the slums of the city. This incident happened because her husband Xiu Yi was addicted to gambling. I was helpless. I really had no other choice at the time. Otherwise, how could I agree to use my daughter as a bet? Zhi Yi, who had regained consciousness, sat in a chair, covered in dust, surrounded by people, as if he was in a court trial. Hearing his words, Lu, a proud elf with moral and physical cleanliness, immediately revealed a look of contempt and disdain. The cat maid Chloe, who was eavesdropping while working, couldn't help but say, "What do you mean there is nothing we can do?" In the end, it's just your gambling addiction that's causing you to play with fire and get burned. I can't help it. Those guys just said they were just playing for fun at first, but after I lost several games in a row, they turned against me immediately. Xiu Yi argued for himself with a deathly pale face. They also threatened that if I couldn't pay, they would ask me to use my house as collateral. The situation is out of control. Suya was keenly aware of one thing. The person you are gambling with, could it be that he is an adventurer? 89. Xiu Yi was at a loss for a moment, then nodded. They are a group of scoundrels from different clans. They threatened me fiercely that if I agreed to use Anna as a bet, they would give me another chance to turn the tables. When the wife next to her heard this, she immediately lay down on the table and burst into tears. No matter how Xie tried to comfort her, it was of no use. Faced with the silent contempt from the people around him, Zhi Ri Bu did not dare to attack this time and could only accept the criticism from everyone. However, Suye noticed that Liu's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, as if he had discovered something. The latter also cast his eyes towards him, and whispered as he walked towards him and passed by him. The back door of the pub, come in for a moment. Can. Chapter 112 All or Nothing. Based on subsequent questioning, the couple revealed more information. Their daughter Anna is a famous beautiful girl, and even a playboy has proposed to her. In addition, because Anna works in a flower shop, she often goes out to help deliver goods. Didn't you seek help from the Adventurers Guild or the Ganesha clan? Xie frowned slightly and suggested to the two of them. The Maze City has no dedicated management agency, government, or public security department. Many functions were handed over to the Adventurers Guild, which had similar authority, and the Ganesha Guild, which had a large number of members. The latter also consciously took on the task of urban security management. But think about it and you will realize that if we only rely on the spontaneous organization of the clan, there will definitely be corners that cannot be taken care of. Carmen and Zhi Ri Bu shook their heads helplessly. It's useless. In Orrery, similar reports are made almost every day, and even if you report it, it will not be processed immediately. Even if they wanted to issue an informal adventurer request, the couple could not raise enough money to recruit adventurers. The money earned by the common people in the Labyrinth City through part-time jobs is completely different from that of adventurers. If only the Astria family were still there. Carmen whispered this sentence carelessly. Hearing the name, Suye glanced at Lu subconsciously. Even without saying anything, the elf maid's face still revealed a hint of heartache. Hey, that clan was disbanded a few years ago, don't mention it anymore. Xiu Yi said to his wife. But if Lady Astria were still here, she would definitely be willing to lend us a helping hand. Why did such a kind-hearted family member disappear? After the goddess name was mentioned, the woman began to break down and cry as if her heart was crushed. Xiu Yi also sighed and fell silent. Astria family. A clan led by the goddess of justice Astria, with the sword and wings of justice as its emblem. In the era when the Labyrinth City was still full of darkness, the Australia family took it as their purpose to help the weak and fight against the strong, and did their best to maintain the order and peace of Orario. At the same time, he is also Liu's family member that has not changed to this day. Because the goddess had long since left the Labyrinth City, she was unable to update her ability values and could only remain at LV4. Maids like Seal and Chloe all knew about Ryu's past, so they secretly observed Ryu's profile with different expressions. Suddenly, the elf maid walked towards the back door of the tavern, as if she wanted to go out for a walk. Suye thought about what he had just heard and quickly followed. Aunt Mia, the only person who was still working seriously in the pub, curled her lips and wiped the plates in her hands attentively, as if she didn't care that Cheng was out during working hours. At the back door of the Hosts of Plenty Tavern, in a deserted alley. You want to help that couple? When Lu called her out, Ye had already guessed her plan. The man named Xiu Yi was deliberately set up by someone. Lu nodded and said something in a calm tone. It's true that he is a compulsive gambler, but it's also true that his daughter was targeted. This method is very similar to what I have seen before. I suspect there is a group of evil people behind this, doing the same thing unscrupulously in Orario. So, why did you call me? Suya stared at the elf maid with green hair and blue eyes. With your strength, you should be able to easily solve this kind of small matter. I am no longer qualified to bear the word justice. As if dodging, Lu avoided Suyi's sight and talked to himself. When her family was framed, her companions died one after another in front of her, and finally even the goddess left her. She had already made up her mind. No more helping strangers with whom you have no connection, no more doing good deeds without expecting anything in return. Falling into the fire of revenge, he not only violated the justice of the goddess, but also committed a crime that was wanted by the guild. The elf who was most obsessed with purity was stained with filthy darkness by his own hands and has been carrying it ever since. That's why she asked Suya to enforce justice on her behalf. Just as he entrusted himself to collect those filthy evidences of crimes. I refuse. Suya smiled and gave a negative answer. I know nothing about the evil forces in Orario. Even if I didn't have a guide, I would have fallen into the endless treacherous tricks of these villains. Ms. Lu, I have a suggestion. How about we act together this time? Since you think you are not qualified to bear the responsibility of justice, then try to be a partner of justice. The elf maid opened her mouth, seemingly not expecting Suya to make such a request. But after struggling in her heart for a moment, she slowly nodded. Good. The time for action is midnight today. This was a time when even the hostess of fertility had closed down. Before that, Suya needs to make some preparations. Master, I was just about to go find you. When I arrived at the temporary camp of the Ice Wolf tribe, I saw Suyi's figure at the first sight and he trotted towards me. Looking for me? Did something happen to the Ice Wolf tribe? Suya reached out and rubbed Shinshin's head. In this icy and snowy environment, all furry things were precious. No, but we caught a lot of fish, completed many tasks, and received many rewards. Shan Na showed a look of comfort and enjoyment, but did not forget the main business and took Suya to the tribe's warehouse. Because the Ice Wolf tribe's main source of food at present, in addition to the supplies Suya purchased from Orario, is self-sufficient fishing. So Suya assigned the fisherman function to some Ice Wolf people, and they received a fisherman task every day. Completing the fisherman's mission can get a variety of rewards, such as bait, fishing-related potions, accessories, equipment, etc. In just a few days, the Ice Wolf clan's warehouse had accumulated a lot of fishing rewards, which they wanted to present to Suya. You can keep it for your own use, but... Suya searched for a while in the warehouse full of pearls and took out a pile of pearls of different colors. I'll take these pearls. Pearls? Master, just take them all if you need them. Setsuna looked at the pile of pearls in Suyi's hand with some curiosity. These pearls are obtained by opening the oysters that are caught. No one in the Ice Wolf tribe, including Shanta, could find any use for them. It would be a pity to sell them, so they just hoarded them. By the way, where is mine now? When he was about to leave, Suya asked casually. He remembered that this guy was assigned to Setsuna by himself, so that she could enjoy this free suffering. The woman with red hair and a very arrogant attitude. The werewolf girl thought about it and pointed in a direction. She should be lazing around the base. I told her to go collect bait. I see. Soon, Suya found Mai Yin, who was holding a bug net and basking in the sun under a tree near the base. But what surprised Suya was that Lav and Filu, who had grown to be more than 1 meter tall, were also basking in the sun with her. The two of them were leaning on Philo's furry body, as if taking a nap. Ah, the master is here. It was not until Suyi's figure blocked the sunlight that Mai Yin and Lafu opened their eyes and quickly stood up. Although I may be suspected of being passive, but I am more curious about when your relationship became so good. Gat. Love scratched his head a little embarrassedly and glanced at Maine, who was also a little embarrassed. She couldn't say that they had never been favored by Suyat, so they formed an alliance out of mutual respect. Seeing that they were unwilling to say more, Suya did not continue to ask. After all, they are all girls, so it's normal to have some privacy. Maine, where are all the baits you collected? Bait, master, I put it all in the piggy bank. Mine quickly summoned a flying piggy bank. Because the apocalypse world would refresh the blood moon event regularly, Suya had accumulated a lot of props such as coin slots. There are even enough for every contractor to have one, including the Ice Wolf members. Suya glanced at the space in Maya Yin's piggy bank, and then took out all the ladybugs stored in it. I have nothing else to do, you guys continue to enjoy your nap. Seeing Suya leave without looking back, the two girls looked at each other in disappointment. I don't know when they will be able to be favored by Suya like Setsuna. Grumble. Philo, who had just woken up, looked at them in confusion, then lay back lazily. It is in the period of growing up, and apart from eating, drinking, and exercising every day, it just sleeps soundly to digest the excess energy. Once her level reaches a certain critical value, maybe something magical will happen. Late at night, in an alley in Orario. The hostess of abundance has closed and the post-closing cleanup has been completed. Sieta returned to her residence, and the women in the tavern staff dormitory should have fallen asleep as usual. Only Lu did not return to the bedroom, but slipped out quietly. She wore a long hooded cape and a plain long skirt. If you ignore her elf-like ears, she looks like a flower-selling girl from the slums. At the agreed time and place, Lu saw the boy with whom she had made a promise. You're on time. Suya looked at Lu, who was wearing a different outfit from that of a maid, and said. I went to make some preparations. I hope I'm not late. Where do we go next? Lu pulled his hood down to hide his pretty face, which he didn't want drunkards and homeless people to see. Go see another side of Orario. Even decent facilities like the Adventurers Guild and the Hostess of Fertility have closed down. However, in some downtown areas and entertainment venues, there are still many bars that are operating diligently. The magic stone lights shining through the windows attract residents and adventurers seeking alcohol. Under Liu's guidance, Suya walked down the stairs that extended from an alley, and finally walked into the mottled magic gate at the end of the stairs. The scene that came into view was the unique scene of a simple bar. There were the noisy, skinny dog men, the sexy Amazon women who smiled and slapped away the dirty hands, and the silent demi-men who sat around the wooden table and just drank. The smell of cheap beer and unpalatable food fermented into a heat wave in the air. Rushing towards Suyat. Anyone who dares to visit this bar at this time is undoubtedly an adventurer or someone engaged in shady business. They drank skillfully and made rude noises while holding the women in their arms. 0. It is most appropriate to describe these people as a group of demons running wild and hooligans. After entering the tavern, Lu actually lowered his hood, revealing a cool and pretty face that seemed to purify the atmosphere, and walked openly to a table of guests who were gambling. The gamblers, whose table was filled with homemade chips and coins, looked up at Ryu. You look quite unfamiliar. What are you doing in a place like this, little elf sister? As for Suyat, they completely ignored her. After all, Liu's appearance and the identity of the elf flag were too eye-catching in such a place. Have you ever heard of the name Anacrets? Lu asked with a cold expression. This place was the gambling place she had learned about from Zhi Ri. He started out drinking in a bar near the main street, but after losing several bets in a row and being unable to turn around, he was forcibly brought here. Why, do you know that girl? Hey! A tall male adventurer with a sword hanging from his waist smiled deeply as if he had discovered something interesting. At the same time, Suya noticed that the adventurers around him quietly dispersed, blocking their retreat route. Tell me, where is Anna now? Lu continued to ask as if he didn't notice this. Oh, that girl is really top-notch. The male adventurer sneered, with a disgusting look on his face. If no big shot wanted her, I would really like to taste her. Big shot, it looks like Anna isn't here. Suya and Lu looked at each other. Where did you send her? Ah, of course I know that. But I can't give out information for free, right? The man who had been leaning back in his chair leaned out and looked at Lu. Little sister from the elf tribe, how about we have a bet? My chips are the information you want, and your chips are money, or yourself. Anyway, that stubborn uncle was desperate and gave his daughter to me as compensation. The man seemed to see that Lu was an adventurer with considerable strength, so he did not take any action. Instead, he wanted to drag her into the field he was good at, that is, gambling. Lu was about to agree, but Suya was one step faster than her and put a bag full of gold coins on the table with a dull dong sound. The heavy weight and the golden light that shone through the bag, which was deliberately not tied tightly, made everyone in the tavern swallow subconsciously. If this bag was filled with gold coins, it would be worth at least 1 million ferris. I will gamble with you on her behalf, the stakes are 2 million ferris. Hearing this number, even the man in front of Lu couldn't help but breathe faster. Suya casually put the purse containing the huge sum of money aside and sat in the seat opposite him. Come on, let's start this fun game. To win everything, or to lose everything, it's all up to you and me. Legal Society. Chapter 113 Golden City Paradise. Is that really okay? While preparing the props needed for gambling, Lu, who was standing behind Suya, couldn't help but poke him on the back. Don't worry, leave this to me. Suya gave her an affirmative look in return. Anyway, even if I lose, I will only lose a mere 2 million ferris. What's more, Suya is very confident in his luck. As for where this confidence comes from. Lucky Potion, Blue. Plus improve the user's luck. It is not difficult to see from the name of the potion the effect of the potion that Suya just used. Its function is very simple and there is only one thing, which is to improve luck. In Terraria, luck is a very metaphysical hidden attribute. It affects a variety of random events. For example, the drop rate of rare items, the spawning rate of rare monsters, the spawning rate of small animals, etc. Of course, there is also the simplest and most intuitive impact on luck. The materials needed to make the lucky potion are the pearls that Suya had deliberately collected from the Ice Wolf tribe before, as well as the gourd. There are 3 types of pearls: black pearls, white pearls, and pink pearls. All 3 types of pearls can be obtained randomly in Terraria by fishing for oysters and opening 807. According to the rarity, pink pearls are the rarest, and they can be used to make a powerful lucky potion that lasts for 15 minutes. White pearls, secondly, can be used to create a luck potion that lasts for 10 minutes. Black pearls are the most common and can only be used to make a weak healing potion that lasts for 5 minutes. It is worth mentioning that the effect of the magic potion decreases as the duration decreases. For example, after drinking the strong luck potion, if the duration is more than 10 minutes, the effect is 150%. When there are 5 to 10 minutes left, the effect is 100%, and when there are less than 5 minutes, only 50% of the effect remains. Of course, no matter what type of potion, it will be more stringent than usual. The gameplay is simple, just roll the dice and compare the size. After the younger brother cleaned up the table, the man crossed his legs and said with confidence. Best of 5 games, winner takes all, how about that? Very simple rules. Suya took the dice that belonged to him. There are 5 dice in total. If you want to win the next game, you have to compare the points of all the dice thrown. However, it is not a simple comparison of the total points, but a comparison based on the priority of the card types. If the cards are the same, then compete for points. Boy, let me make it clear in advance that this is not a game. The man rolled the dice while looking greedily at the money bag in Su Yi's hand. If you lose all your money, don't come crying to your mother. Are you done? Su Yi had stopped what he was doing and had no intention of responding to the trash talk. 19. Ask. The man snorted coldly. He could tell at a glance that the boy was not a master of gambling, but a simple newcomer. Judging from the way the dice cup is shaken, this might even be his first time playing. This weakling, even if he doesn't cheat, can use his skills and experience to make the other party lose all the money he won. He must want to show off his skills in front of the elf girl next to him to gain face, right? Young people are really smart. Look, after I get all your money, I will play with your woman. Thinking of this, the man's lips curled up into a cruel smile. What he likes most is to use his gambling skills, whether it is cheating or simple luck, to catch these high-ranking insurance dealers without leaving any trace. Through this method, he has sold several LV2 or even higher female adventurers to the night street and turned them into prostitutes. Open it. Based on the feel of his hand, the man chose an angle he thought was good, stopped the dice cup, and looked at Su Yi. I'll count to 3, and we'll solve the mystery together. Can. Su Yi raised his chin without comment, and he didn't seem nervous. 3. 20. 1. Lu, who was watching the battle from the side, was also holding his breath nervously. If she were to do it herself, she wouldn't be so nervous. But Su Yi was fighting this man because of her. If anything went wrong, she would blame herself very much. Fortunately, when Lu saw the points cast by both sides, his body relaxed. A pair of sixes. Straight, 23. These voices came from the two people sitting at the gambling table one after the other. Su Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spread his hands. Sorry, I won the first game. According to the hand pattern, if the opponent does not have a straight or a leopard, then your straight is considered the biggest. Even if the opponent has 2 6 points, it won't work. Tisk, it's the stinky brat of France. The man frowned, feeling nauseous as if he had drunk stale horse urine. He gave the younger brother next to him a hidden look, obviously ready to cheat. Boom. However, a noise suddenly broke out that prevented everyone from reacting in time. The tavern suddenly became silent. I saw a short knife inserted between the fingers of the man's hand placed on the table. This lightning-fast scene made the man, who was slow to react, suddenly break out in a cold sweat and feel a chill down his spine. If the knife is even slightly off, he will lose a few fingers. You should count your luck. Lu stretched out his hand and pulled out the short knife that was deeply embedded in the table. I often have trouble controlling the intensity of my threats. Next time I want to do some tricks, I can't guarantee that I won't be as precise as this time. Looking at the pale faces and gasps of onlookers, Su Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, this is just bluffing. Although Lu claims that he is not qualified to bear the name of justice, he has not fallen to the point of cutting off other people's fingers for no reason. She just showed the right cruelty at the right time and pretended to be fierce. This move was very effective. Both the man who was planning to cheat and his younger brother were silent at this moment. In addition to desire, the look he cast towards Lu was also mixed with fear. The scene just now was enough to make them feel a chill down their spines and make them lose all hope. Go on, it's time for the second round. Su Yi put the dice back into the dice cup as if nothing had happened. The man gritted his teeth and continued to gamble. It seems that I can only rely on my luck from now on. Can this kid always be so lucky? 3,2,1. 7. Su Yi showed his points. Among the 5 dice, 3 dice with the same number of points are leopards and have the highest priority in the points competition. The man's points only include a straight. It seems that I won the second game as well. Su Yi chuckled and continued to put pressure on his opponent at the gambling table. There's only one round left. Don't be so proud. Boy, you can't always be so lucky. Seeing that he lost the gambling game that he was so proud of to a rookie, the man's eyes suddenly became bloodshot and his face looked ferocious. Come again. Judging from their aura, they look like gamblers who can't afford to lose. 3,2,1, open it for me. Haha. Leopard. The man looked at the number in his dice cup with surprise, and there were 4 sixes. No matter how big the opponent is, he can't beat me, unless... 6 o'clock. Suya raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Lu beside him, and asked. What is this type of hand called on the gambling table? 43. Lu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Suyi's luck to be so amazing that he could produce such a hand that only existed in theory and cheating. If you were to draw this kind of card in a large casino, the chips you'd earn would be enough to support a large clan's expedition expenses. So amazing! After hearing Liu's explanation, Suya nodded as if he understood something. Then she looked at the man in front of her with a smile. Best of 5 games, I'll accept the loss. It's time to hand over the information now. After Suya said this, the man stared at the dice in front of Suya, his face flushed with anger, and he clenched his teeth. Then, he suddenly exchanged glances with his bewildered subordinates around him and launched an attack. Brothers, kill this brat and these 5.9 elf girls. After realizing that the man was going to use another good quality of a gambler, refusing to admit his mistakes, Suya and Lu sighed at the same time. Things have finally turned out like this. In fact, it took less time than rolling the dice 3 times to bring these guys into compliance. In a short while, this simple tavern was filled with bruised and battered thugs. I know you have been eyeing Anna for a long time. Where is she now? Lu pulled the gang leader up from the ground and asked in a cold voice. Tell me the truth. Golden City Paradise. We sent her there. After saying this, the man fainted and lost consciousness. After hearing the words Golden City Paradise, Suya found that Liu's expression suddenly changed and became extremely serious. Where? Suya had never heard of such an area in Orario. The one called Golden City Paradise. Sir Suya, I'm sorry. Lu suddenly interrupted Suyi's questioning and said very seriously. Leave the rest to me. You'd better not get involved any further. Chapter 114, The Lawless Place of Labyrinth City. Golden City Paradise, the largest big casino in the Maze City. It is not just a casino, but also an extraterritorial zone in Orario. Orario, the labyrinth city known as the center of the world, is famous for its endless underground city resources. However, because the gods like and pursue entertainment, the guild applied for cooperation from neighboring countries in order to respond to their expectations. Famous countries and metropolises such as Melstola, the country of opera, and Santoro, the city of entertainment, have flocked to Orario to invest. As a result, various entertainment facilities appeared in the central area of Orario. The most famous of them are the Grand Theatre and the Grand Casino. Thanks to the injection of foreign capital, the development of these 2 types of facilities has surpassed many industries in the city. Even after the magic stone manufacturing industry that the Labyrinth City was proud of, even the guild had no management rights in terms of operation. Moreover, the operator of the Golden City Paradise has already reached a cooperation with the guild, and the guards of the city's large family, the Ganesha family, will be responsible for security. Lu told all the information he knew, trying to make Suya back down. Once you are found causing trouble in the casino, you will definitely be wanted, Suya, even you are no exception. As for Lu herself, she had long been on the guild's blacklist, and she was never burdened by too much debt. Whether it is adventurers, nobles, and wealthy people from other countries or even gods, they will patronize the big casinos and spend money to enjoy themselves. If something unexpected happened to these people in the casino, it would jeopardize the prestige and reputation of Orario. Therefore, the security force of the Golden City Paradise is very strong, and even employs the first-level adventurers of the Ganesha clan. Even a level 4 adventurer like Lu would find it difficult to escape such strict inspections. If you are exposed during the infiltration process, it will be even more difficult to escape. This is also the reason why she wanted to persuade Su24Ye not to continue to interfere. Although I don't know much about this casino. However, Suya did not mean to quit halfway, but spoke meaningfully. But since it's the largest casino in Orario, if you want to blend in properly, the funds required should be a considerable amount. Ms. Lu, do you have that much money on hand? Dr. Hearing this, a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Lin's face. In fact, as Suya said, Golden City Paradise adopts a membership system. Unless a big customer guarantees and recommends you, you must spend a certain amount of money to be eligible to enter the main hall of Golden City Paradise. Otherwise, there won't even be a chance to meet the owner of this casino. Since being adopted by Mia, Lu has been working for the rich mistress. Because she was on the guild's wanted list, she couldn't go to the dungeon to make money by killing monsters and recycling materials. The savings from these years were only the salary from working as a maid and the small amount of assets left over from being an adventurer, which added up to less than 1 million Ferris. Although this amount of money is enough to maintain a relatively comfortable life, it is far from enough to enter a den of gilded wealth like the Golden City Paradise. Give me 1 day and I'll get a pass to the Golden City Paradise. Suya made the assurance confidently. If we can enter this casino openly, we don't have to risk being discovered by sneaking in, right? That's true. Breaking in by force is the lowest strategy for a large casino with tight defenses. Even Lu had to admit that Suyi's proposal was more feasible and safer. But, why did you do this? The elf maid looked at the boy in front of her with some confusion. The one who was abducted was just a civilian's daughter. It has nothing to do with you. It's just my wishful thinking that caused you trouble. Why? Hearing this question, Suya pondered for a moment, and finally shrugged as if giving up. If I say it's for justice, it's a bit hypocritical. I didn't really think about anything. I just wanted to do it. If I had to say it, it would be to follow my heart. If you would regret not doing something, then it is worth doing. Ms. Lu, what do you think? Lu was stunned when Suya asked him the question, not knowing how to answer. Her tribe's main deity, Goddess Astrea, once told her to give up justice before leaving Orario. This sentence made her think that she had been abandoned by God and justice. That's why he later resorted to all means to kill almost all the people involved in the murder of his family members. Regardless of whether there is actual evidence or not, anyone who is the subject of the rumor will become her target of revenge. This is also the main reason why she was listed on the guild's wanted list and blacklist. It's already late, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Suya suddenly interrupted the elf maid who was about to speak and patted her on the shoulder. Ms. Lu, I will meet you at the tavern tomorrow afternoon with good news. Before that, please work hard first, at least don't make Aunt Mia angry. Lu didn't know how he left that simple tavern. When she returned to the dormitory of the Mistress of Fertility, she was still thinking about what had just happened. No resistance. Lu put his hand on his shoulder and muttered to himself. As an elf, she does not allow herself to be touched by anyone other than her own kind. But when Suya came into contact with her just now, he did not feel any resistance. Maybe, deep down, I really approve of this young man. That will and belief that shines like the goddess Astrea is what attracts her. Since the other party said he would bring good news, then, just wait for him. I didn't expect that there would be so much money on the account of the adventurer's house. Taking advantage of this incident, Suya returned to the store and took a look at the profits among the adventurers. In less than 2 months after opening, it had already raked in more than 200 million Farley's revenue. And because almost all the materials needed to make equipment and props can be obtained from Terraria, these revenues are basically pure profit, without any cost. Why are you suddenly concerned about the store's revenue? Hestia was arranging the shelves and looked back at Suyet. Come to think of it, will this action really not hurt her neck? God's body is really convenient. I need to go to Golden City Paradise for something. I need to bring some money with me. Suya said casually. Then he heard the sound of breaking glass nearby. It turned out that a bottle of weak healing potion slipped from the lowly goddess's hand and fell to the floor. Golden City Paradise. What are you doing in a place like that? After hearing about the big casino, Hestia didn't even care about her work. She rushed over, held Suyi's face with both hands, and looked into his eyes. Did you learn bad things from other adventurers? Be careful or I'll report you to Hephaestus. It's not what you think. There are complicated reasons. Suya briefly described Anna's situation. But speaking of which, does Lady Hestia also know about the Golden City Paradise? How could I not know? It's a place of debauchery and sin that makes people linger and forget to leave. Knowing that Suya didn't go there because he was addicted to gambling, Stia breathed a sigh of relief. Among Hephaestus' followers, there are many blacksmiths who made money and went there to spend money, but in the end, all their money was squeezed out, and they ran back in disgrace to continue forging iron. There is such a thing. After all, blacksmiths are a group of stubborn guys who are easily deceived by various temptations. I always feel like you are secretly teasing Lady Hephaestus. Ah ha ha ha, is there such a thing? The lowly goddess smiled and changed the subject. However, if you want to meet the owner of Golden City Paradise, you must at least have a gold card. Gold card? Suya raised his eyebrows and smelled a familiar scent. According to the information provided by the Lolita goddess, the membership cards of Golden City Paradise are divided into 3 levels. The bronze card is for spending 100,000 to 1 million yuan, and the silver card is for spending 1 million to 10 million yuan. And a gold card for spending more than 10 million in the casino. Only guests who obtain a gold card are eligible to enter the VIP room and enjoy higher treatment. Moreover, the owner of Golden City Paradise, a dwarf named Terry Sibandis, will also appear in the VIP room. If nothing unexpected happens, Anna, whom Suya and Lu are looking for, will also be sent to the VIP room to please the guests. A gold card actually costs 10 million fares in the casino. This amount of money is nothing to Suya, he can earn it by just selling a piece of equipment. However, for adventurers below LV4, this is already an astronomical figure. I understand. Thank you for the information, Lady Hestia. Seeing that Suya wanted to leave, Hestia suddenly suggested excitedly. Since you have to go to that kind of place, why not take me with you? I've long wanted to see what the Orario Casino is like. Take Lady Hestia to the Golden City Paradise. Although the lowly goddess used the piercing gaze which was very effective. 547 But Suya finally shook his head. The goddess is too conspicuous and will only bring unnecessary trouble. After all, Lu and I didn't really go there for consumption or entertainment. If a situation becomes absolutely necessary, it will be difficult for the goddess to escape. I knew it. Although rejected, Hestia was not too disappointed. She just mentioned it casually. If Suya really agreed, she wouldn't know how to respond. Suya felt sorry for Hestia when he saw her listless look. After thinking about it, he tried to suggest. How about next time when I'm free, I'll take Lady Tia to the Grand Theatre for a visit. Hearing this, Hestia suddenly perked up and sat up straight like a spring. You said it. Don't regret it. And it's just the 2 of us. We don't need that Hephaestus thing. Yes, I will listen to you, Lady Hestia. Hehe. The Lolita goddess, who was in high spirits, suddenly came up to Suya, stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the cheek quickly. This is a reward for good children. Don't tell anyone else. Looking at the lowly goddess who was twisting her body and looking at him with a blushing face from time to time, Suya subconsciously touched his cheek with his hand, chuckled and nodded. Good. After leaving the adventurer's house, Suya, carrying a huge amount of money, got the gold card of Golden City Park in less than half a day. After all, everyone knows how to spend money, so just gamble with your eyes closed. After throwing away 10 million Ferris in a branch of the Grand Casino, Suya received her own gold membership card while the waiter looked at her like a fool. In this way, we only have to wait until Lu gets off work in the evening. Suya casually put the gold card into the inventory, found an empty corner, and returned to Terraria. According to the speed of time flow, he has about a whole day to spare. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day, since I have nothing to do anyway. After taking a look at the equipment and items that had no potential for improvement, Suya quickly made an important decision. Why not take this opportunity to destroy the wall of flesh and blood and put this world into difficult mode? Chapter 115 The ancient spirits of light and dark have been released. Hurry! Hurry up! Move everything we can use into the warehouse. The temporary residence of the Ice Wolf clan was bustling with activity. The village chief, or Norn, who had been promoted to the chief of the tribe, was directing his fellow tribesmen to pack up the supplies and store them in different boxes. The reason why they were so busy was that not long ago, Suya had instructed them to be ready to migrate the tribe at any time. I wonder what kind of powerful enemy the hero is fighting now. In the underground battle space, the core of the slime god exploded again. The warm-up boss battle before challenging the wall of flesh has come to an end. Tisk, the extraction failed again. After failing to extract the shadow of the slime god for who knows how many times, Suya curled his lips. Although he didn't have high expectations, he had failed so many times that he noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, the slime god, who had been defeated so many times by himself, should be able to successfully extract his shadow at least once. But it seemed like there was some kind of mysterious obstacle, or some condition was missing. This prevented his extract shadow skill from being able to take effect successfully. It's almost time for dinner. After picking up the treasure bag of the slime god, Suya took out a bottle of strangely colored potion and drank it directly. In the blink of an eye, the place where he was changed from an empty underground space to a hell filled with hot air and red lava everywhere. Wormhole potion, blue. Plus teleport to a teammate after use. Similar to the recall potion, the cave potion also has a teleportation effect. It's just that it doesn't teleport back to the birth point, but instantly arrives next to the friendly unit on the same team. As for the way to form a team, teammates are still divided by the same type of big gems. Wow! It's the master! When Lav, who was fighting the monster from hell, saw a figure suddenly appear beside her, she was startled. Setsuna on the side swung his frost-covered claws vigorously, killed a demon, and then jumped over nimbly. How's the battlefield being laid? Suya touched Setsuna's head and asked casually. During this time, Setsuna and Lav's job was to set up a battlefield in hell with the wall of flesh and blood. Different from the exquisite style of the underground space, Suya has very low requirements for them. As long as there are no obstacles in the venue, nothing else is required. Setsuna and I have laid out about 5 kilometers of stone platforms. Rafe looked at the cobblestone road spreading out behind him and replied. And according to the master's request, a gap is left at every certain distance. Very good. Suya nodded with satisfaction. These gaps can effectively prevent the lava from flowing after the lava slime dies. That should be enough. Rafe, and Setsuna, you two can go back first. Hearing this, the two demi-human girls looked at each other. Master, the enemy that comes next, are we still unable to face it with our strength? As one of Suyi's contractors, they are one of the few with decent combat capabilities. Rafe and Setsuna's levels have been raised to over 80. Even in the underground world, he is considered a high-level adventurer close to LVB. So, they also wanted to stay and help Suya. This battle is of great importance. Let me face it alone for now. Although the girls had good intentions, Suya did not accept their kindness. In the battle against the wall of flesh and blood, the more people there are, the better. It would be easier for him to be alone and he wouldn't need to take care of other teammates. I understand. Rafe, let's go back. Setsuna nodded obediently, took out a bottle of memory potion first, tilted her little face up and gulped it down. The next second, she turned into a stream of light and left Suyi's sight. Master, I will cheer you on at home. Although she felt a little regretful, Lav obediently used the recall potion and teleported back to the base on the surface. In the scorching hell, only Suya and the endless boiling magma were left. The day has finally come, the wall of flesh and blood. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Suya took out the guide voodoo doll that almost caused a disaster before, and threw it into the lava under his feet. Come on, show me the true face of Terraria. In the blink of an eye, the voodoo doll was engulfed by the flames that burst out of the magma and turned into charred ashes. Afterwards, the already surging lava became even hotter and more boiling. The next moment, a ceiling wall made of filthy flesh and blood suddenly rose from the magma and reached the top of hell. The wall of flesh has awakened. The flesh and blood demon that seemed to stand at the end of the world almost filled Suyi's entire vision. After the lava flowing on its body receded, the surface of the flesh and blood wall suddenly opened a pair of ferocious eyes full of bloodshot, and a bloody mouth full of sharp fangs. Afterwards, the wall of flesh and blood continued to approach Suya. Although the advancement speed is not fast, no force can stop or delay it. Only death, or its destruction, can stop the wall of flesh's advance. After awakening the wall of flesh and blood, Yin Ye also had an additional negative effect. Pain, you can't escape this battle, trying to leave hell will only lead to your death. This means that even if Suya uses the recall potion to return to the base, he will still die from the curse of the wall of flesh. Just what I wanted. Suya, whose body was covered with potion enhancements, held the holy sword in his hand. After switching to the Blade's Oath enchantment, he swung out a series of sickle blade sword chi. The small bloody wounds on the wall of flesh and blood broke away from the wall under the baptism of sword energy and turned into a monster called Hungry Ghost and flew towards Suya. The attacking method of these hungry ghosts is just like their name, they opened their mouths wide and tried to tear off the flesh of Suya. At the same time, the bloodshot eyeballs on the wall of flesh and blood also condensed lasers and shot towards Suya. In an instant, Suya was facing an intensive attack like a dragnet. Sprint! Using the special effects of the Thulhu shield, Suya instantly retreated and created some distance. At the same time, he swung the sword in his hand, absorbing the laser barrage that was attacking him as energy. Broken arc, block and charge. The great sword transformed from the holy sword exuded an amazing glow after being charged, and as Suya danced, it shot out continuous sword light. After breaking away from the wall, the hungry ghost's mouth was instantly chopped into pieces by the oncoming sword energy and fell into the magma. After a brief delay, the eyeballs of the wall of flesh and blood fired lasers at Suya again. At the same time, the huge mouth in the middle of the wall suddenly opened, spewing out a large number of blood-colored worms, blood leeches. Leeches can ignore the damage from lava and continue to launch suicide attacks towards Suya. However, Suya, he has completed his history. Old God Broadsword, Flame Whirlwind. Facing the terrifying swarm of leeches, Suya swung his broadsword with astonishing speed and force, sweeping across the wall of flesh and blood like a whirlwind. The leeches that had just been sprayed out of the wall of flesh and blood only appeared for a moment before hardening into a large pool of blood. Before it hit the ground, it had already evaporated into wisps of light red blood mist. However, this also brought Suya and the wall of flesh and blood to a very dangerous distance. Large tendrils entangled and condensed from the wall of flesh and blood, Suya swept over. Once hit by these tendrils, one's life will continue to slip away, and one will be forcibly dragged into the giant mouth in the middle of the wall of flesh and blood and chewed and crushed. Suya naturally would not let himself fall into such a fate, and immediately flapped his wings to escape from the tendril's attack range. At the same time, he kept adjusting his position to avoid a series of eye lasers, and took out a Japanese magic book with a trident pattern printed on it. Poseidon, god of the sea whirlwind. Anyway, this is not the world of Shield Hero, Suya is not limited to using sword weapons. As long as it is a prop he has, it will come in handy in this battle. Suya directly drained all his magic power and instantly released dozens of sea god whirlwinds, clearing away all the tendrils and hungry ghosts in the sky. For a moment, all that was left before his eyes was a lonely wall of flesh and blood. Good opportunity. Taking advantage of this gap, Suya directly summoned Skeleton King to resist the laser, and the holy sword in his hand suddenly switched to the Eternal Night Blade mode. There are not many bosses suitable for fighting in hell. After thinking about it, Suya found that only the Skeleton King is the most versatile. However, facing the wall of flesh and blood, the Skeleton King's attack and defense capabilities are somewhat insufficient. It is better to just be a meat shield. After all, Suya is the real main output. One blow after another mercilessly landed on the wall of flesh and blood, inflicting heavy damage to it. The wall of flesh and blood, whose health is in danger, instantly enters violent mode. Lasers, flying hungry ghosts, and even leeches actually passed through the Skeleton King's obstruction and attacked Suya. In berserk mode, the wall of flesh fires lasers, spawns leeches and hungry ghosts faster, and ignores any terrain or obstacles. At the same time, demon sickles gathered in the air, stagnated for a moment, and then spun and flew towards Suya. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire hell was targeting Suya, who was fighting against the wall of flesh and blood. A tall figure wearing a mask and a top hat suddenly appeared and snapped his fingers lightly. Li Qingyin, in the state of a shadow soldier, directly deployed a repulsive field to block the physical leeches and hungry ghosts outside. Then he clenched his fist fiercely, and the repulsive force field instantly squeezed the miscellaneous soldiers into balls of blood. But the lasers and demon sickles that followed also completely submerged it and killed it on the spot. However, shadow soldiers can be resurrected infinitely, and as long as Suya has enough magic power, he can summon them again. As for Suya, who just disappeared, where is he now? The wall of flesh and blood is right in front of us. Lurking attack. Suya smashed his cane down hard, and the seemingly light blow actually directly exploded a bloodshot eyeball of the flesh wall. 500% damage, plus critical hit. Not to mention, stealth attacks consume stealth points, and they already have a certain amount of damage bonus. This blow directly put the wall of flesh and blood into a near-death state. As if collapsing, rotten flesh and blood continuously peeled off from the wall of flesh and blood, falling into the magma and disappearing in an instant. Despite this, it still maintains its existence, guarding the ancient seal in the most unbearable way. The remaining bloodshot eyeball detached from the wall of flesh and blood, leaving a hole, while constantly circling around Suya and firing lasers. With such an airtight attack method, even Suya was accidentally hit by a few lasers. The part that was hit suddenly felt a burning sensation. All attacks of the wall of flesh and blood have a burning effect. It's better to be cautious. Feeling the pain, Suya sprinted backwards, then continued running on the battlefield to keep his distance, while dodging lasers from all directions. With the demon scythe, Suya used the sea god's whirlwind and the holy sword's sword energy to reduce the health of the wall of flesh and blood. Even if he lands another critical hit from the stealth attack of the thief's staff, it's possible that the battle will end immediately. But at this last minute, any unexpected factors need to be avoided. Finally, after holding on for more than 10 minutes, the wall of flesh and blood finally stopped moving forward and collapsed. At the moment the wall of flesh and blood collapsed, two intertwined black and white auras escaped from the wall of flesh and blood and quickly disappeared from Suyi's sight. Then, the air filled with the smell of sulfur suddenly trembled violently, as if an invisible force swept across the entire world. The wall of flesh has been defeated. The sinking sea is shaking. A star fell from heaven. Your world has been blessed by cobalt and palladium mines. The ancient spirits of light and darkness have been released. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 116 Hard Mode. Terraria's Aura Revival. The earth is shaking. The assembled Ice Wolf tribe members looked around uneasily. From the beginning, they noticed that the surrounding environment seemed to have undergone some potential drastic changes. First, a beautiful meteor streaked across the sky and seemed to fall in the distance. Then the sky became bright and dark, as if day and night were fighting each other. Even the snowy area where they were seemed colder than before. The already biting cold wind began to be mixed with the icy pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow and was extremely painful. There were even some monsters that had never been seen before, causing considerable casualties. Fortunately, there are people in the tribe who serve as nurses. Even if they are killed by monsters, they can be resurrected by spending a certain amount of money. The world has become a more dangerous place. Looking at his tribesmen in panic, Norn's expression was equally solemn. No wonder the brave man said from the beginning that this was just their temporary place to stay. At this moment, a familiar little figure appeared in front of the Snowfield King. Setsuna, did the brave man bring any new instructions? After seeing the other party, Noen breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to ask. The master has defeated the powerful enemy and is creating a new world. The werewolf girl's words startled Norn. What the heck, creates the world? Although he knew that the sword hero was extremely powerful, creating a world, wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? This is simply a feat that only gods can accomplish. You should have noticed that the environment and enemies in this world have become more dangerous. Seeing that he didn't reply, Shan Na said. The master wants to create a world similar to this one, but safer. Your true home will be the snowfields of the new world. Our real home. Norn chewed over this passage several times and suddenly realized something. Setsuna, won't you move to the new world with us? No. I will continue to follow my master and stay here. Shanda shook his head decisively and answered in a firm tone. However, I will continue to convey the master's will to you, so don't worry. In other words, this world, which has entered difficult mode, is left as Suyi's own paradise. The new Terraria will be developed by the Ice Wolf clan and the contractors who enter it later. In a base near the spawn point. This is the Create a World page. It's really different from when I was exploring an existing world. Suya stared at the system panel in front of him, thoughtful. According to previous plans, Suya intends to use the world expansion slot unlocked after defeating the Wall of Flesh to create a new Terraria world. After making the choice, a panel appeared in front of him. Unlike in the game, this panel only allows you to choose Crimson or Corruption, but not the difficulty or world size. However, the initial time flow rate can be changed, and the maximum difference can be 5 times that of the main world. After thinking about it, Suya adjusted the time ratio between the new world and the 10 worlds to 5:1. That is, for every day that passes in the earthly world, 5 days will pass in the new world. When the time in the wrong world runs out, you can go to the new world. It's not convenient to always call it new world. It's hard to say whether there will be the first Terraria world in the future. Choose a name. How about Holy Terra? Never mind. I don't want to sit on a golden toilet. After thinking for a long time, Suya finally decided to call it World No 1, simple and crude. It seems that Lav's evaluation is correct, Suya is indeed not very good at naming. As for the environment of the evil land, Suya naturally chose the Crimson Biome, which just complements this world. Creating a new Terraria world. 24 hours remaining. It looks like the Ice Wolf tribe will have to wait all day. Suya glanced at the countdown. This time the time was twice as long as before. It might be because it was creation instead of exploration. After letting Shan Na pass on the news, Suya came to the workbench and took out the dropped items from the wall of flesh and blood. In addition to healing potions, relics, and medals that are only of commemorative value, and other miscellaneous items, there are 4 items that can be found in the treasure bag. They are a deep purple, beating heart, a badge and a golden hammer, and an incomparably huge door panel sword. Devil's heart, rainbow. Plus after use, 1 accessory slot will be permanently added. This function can only be used once. The demon heart is a unique item that is guaranteed to drop when the wall of flesh is defeated for the first time. It allows Suya to permanently gain an extra accessory slot, increasing from the original 5 to 6. This was undoubtedly an amazing improvement. Suya used up the demon heart on the spot to avoid forgetting it. Ranger badge, light red. Plus 15% increased ranged damage. The second is the badge, which is also an item that will definitely drop after defeating the wall of flesh. However, there are many types of badges, corresponding to the damage types of different professions. The badge in Suyi's hand is the shooter profession badge, so it will increase long-range damage. If you want to change to other bonuses, you can brush the wall of flesh several times. Or it can be synthesized with various souls obtained by defeating subsequent bosses. Made into the Avenger's badge that increases all damage. God Hammer, light red. Plus has 80% hammer power. Plus possess enough power to destroy the demon altar. In the original Terraria, the Polymer is a relatively key item. The world can be enriched with more hard mode minerals by destroying demon altars. However, in the disaster module, the function of the hammer has been replaced, and it is now just a hammer that can destroy altars. Destruction blade, light red. Plus deal 70 melee damage. Plus deal 250% damage to enemies with health above 90%. I didn't expect this weapon to be dropped. Suya put away the other items and kept only the most conspicuous spoils. The treasure bag of the wall of flesh and blood can drop a total of 7 weapons, and this giant, Sieg, sword is one of them. Its damage is the best among all weapons before the difficult mode, and its special effects are also very domineering. The first attack on an enemy with full health can cause 2.5 times the damage. If you are wearing equipment and accessories that increase melee damage, 1 strike is enough to kill the monsters in hard mode instantly. However, compared to the destruction blade, Suya wanted the other weapons dropped by the wall of flesh more. For example, the Black Hawk remote control can use special bullets to apply various debuffs. Or the Summoner's Artifact, Firecracker's Desktop Cleanup Master Rainbow Cat Sprayer, etc. It seems like I can only paint the wall of flesh a few more times. Thinking of this, Suya couldn't help but have a headache. The battle with the wall of flesh was probably the most troublesome experience he had ever had. Other bosses can also use shadow soldiers as meat shields to escape classes. However, all attacks on the wall of flesh and blood in a violent state have a penetrating effect, and the only thing you can do is to resist or dodge desperately. It's okay to fight it once or twice, but if you have to fight it dozens of times like you did when you were fighting the slime god, it's frustrating just thinking about it. The rarity of the destroyer blade is light red, which is exactly what it can be copied by the holy sword of the same rarity. After entering the difficult mode, it will be easier to obtain high rarity items, and the upgrade speed of the holy sword should be faster. Go and survey the surrounding area again. After counting the spoils, Suya summoned the Shadow Devourer and gave it a geological survey mission. Be careful, don't attack when you run into an enemy, focus on exploration. The reason for saying this is that after Terraria enters the difficult mode, not only will new enemies with stronger strength appear, even the attributes of previous monsters will be greatly enhanced, becoming more damaging and tougher. Although the World Devourer is a boss template, it is only an early boss in Terraria and is very fragile. If summoned during the battle against the wall of flesh, I'm afraid the magma in hell alone can burn it to death. However, in Su Yi's eyes, its greatest function is not fighting but digging and drilling. It's enough to be able to do the work of a civil engineer, why do you need a bicycle? The shadow devourer circled around Su Ye twice with a feeling of grievance before burrowing into the ground. It is a boss after all, I didn't expect it to become an engineering machine now. After entering the difficult mode, there are more things to do. Su Ye couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about the places he would explore later. After the seal of the wall of flesh and blood was broken, the two forces of darkness and light surged, causing the biome to continue to expand. There are also some pretty big changes to Terraria's other environments. First, random areas on the surface will be invaded by astral plague from outside the universe, forming a new astral plague biome. Secondly, there is the original sulfur sea and the abyss deep inside it. The monsters will become stronger and new drops will appear. Su Ye had never explored the sulfur sea before because the diving equipment required here was very high. Even though he has the function of Sea King and the ability to breathe underwater. You also have to deal with a variety of problems such as lighting, abyss monsters, radiation debuffs, etc. So just wait until after the difficult mode to explore and get all the rewards. Then in the difficult mode, there will be some new events that can be triggered, and the original events will also be enhanced. For example, Blood Moon and Goblin Invasion will feature new enemies and loot. There are also new events with great rewards such as Solar Eclipse, Pirate Invasion, Martian Madness, Frost Moon and Pumpkin Moon. However, Su Yi's current equipment has not been upgraded yet, so he has no plans to participate in these events for the time being. Finally, there are two new minerals, Cobalt and Palladium. These two are actually minerals of the same level, but the armor sets made from them have different effects. This is actually a good thing for Su Ye, because it allows Terra craftsmen to gain double the basic abilities. As for exploring the veins of the two new minerals, that was also given to Shadow Devourer. Su Ye did not intend to challenge any boss in the difficult mode before upgrading his equipment to a certain level. The important thing is to gain a foothold in Terraria after the Aura Revival. It's almost time to meet Lu. After checking the time, Su Ye stretched and returned to Aurario. While the Shadow Devourer is exploring and the new world is not yet created, I can do something else. Chapter 117, All-in is a kind of wisdom. The central area of Aurario is most lively after sunset. At certain times every year, the Maze City will be open to the public to welcome wealthy people from other places. This is one of the rules set by the current guild president, with the aim of bringing fresh blood to Aurario and generating greater economic benefits. At the back of the line of luxurious carriages and their entourage, a box-type carriage drove out from the alley and quietly joined the convoy. This carriage was no different from other vehicles and eventually stopped in front of the big casino Golden City Paradise. When the carriage door was pushed open, the first person to get off was a handsome young man in a tuxedo, attracting shining glances from the ladies around him. "Please get out of the car, hospital. I hope you're not teasing me." A somewhat subtle sound was heard from the carriage. Afterwards, the elf girl in a dress took Su Yi's hand and walked out of the military gate slowly. The dress Lu was wearing at this time was the same as Su Yi's tuxedo. Both were high-end dresses worth more than 1,000,000 Ferris, more expensive than the equipment of some high-level adventurers. Although it was not specially cut and was a fairly common style, the beauty of the elves was enough to support the nobility of this dress. There's no other way. If you don't want to be recognized, you have to change your appearance to something different from usual. Walking on the avenue that attracted much attention, Su Ye and Lu held each other's hands and talked in low voices. In order to match the outfit this time, Lu deliberately wore a waist-length golden wig and combed it into a more complicated hairstyle. It is said that he specially asked Seal to do it for him. Otherwise, with her almost zero feminine strength, she would probably just let the wig spread out. Even so, with Liu's excellent appearance, she can transform from a maid in a roadside tavern into a noble and cold elf beauty with a little makeup. This combination of handsome man and beautiful woman, even though they did not deliberately exude a sense of presence, still attracted a lot of attention like shining stars. Finally, the two arrived at the main gate of Golden City Paradise. "Could you please show me your passes?" "Can." Facing the security personnel in uniform, Suya took out the gold membership card engraved with a pseudonym. After one of the security guards took the membership card, he looked at the elf girl next to Suya. "Mr. Suya, who is this person next to you?" Suya frowned and said with dissatisfaction. "Are all the staff at Golden City Paradise so blind?" "She is my lover, her name is Liulai, you don't need to know other information." "Excuse me." The security guard returned the membership card to Suya with a smile, as if he was used to this kind of thing. "Welcome, both of you. I wish you a pleasant evening." Suya glanced at the adventurers of the Ganesha clan patrolling outside the door, and then took Lu into the Golden City Paradise. The atmosphere inside the Grand Casino is completely different from the street outside. The luxurious casino, built with funds from multiple countries, not only serves as a high-end hotel, but also has many exotic buildings. Magic stone lamps of various colors are used in every corner. Even at night, the casino is illuminated as bright as day, as magnificent as a city that never sleeps. Compared to the ordinary streets filled with adventurers and civilians, this place is like another world. It's really crowded. Well, no wonder so many people come here to visit. Suya and Lu walked in the corridors connecting the buildings of the big casino, pretending to be a couple, and whispered to each other from time to time. "Why do you need to pretend to be like this? I can just as easily be your attendant." The elf servants are more eye-catching, their female status will make people ignore this point. It turned out that Suyi's proposal was correct. Everything went smoothly for the two until they entered the casino hall of Golden City Paradise. "By the way, Ryu should be used to this kind of situation, right?" Suya said meaningfully. "When I was tracking down Anna's whereabouts, I saw from her behavior in the tavern that she didn't look like a newbie who had never been exposed to gambling. I could tell at a glance that she was cheating. I did sneak into the casino many times for some reason." Lu nodded and explained softly. "But this is my first time visiting such a grand casino." On the gambling tables in the hall, all kinds of gorgeous and exciting gambling are being carried out. In addition to the dice that Suya had played before, there are also poker, roulette, and so on. There's even poker. Suya observed for a moment and found that the playing cards in the world of Dicuo were exactly the same as what he remembered, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. It goes without saying that it must have been brought to this world by a group of idol gods. "Ryu, we have successfully infiltrated. What should we do next?" "Find ways to make yourself a fat sheep or a nail in the eyes of the casino." Lu answered briefly. "Whether it's squandering a lot of money in a short period of time or winning many times in a row, it will attract the attention of the casino. The owner of this casino might even contact us and find out Anna's whereabouts. According to my observation, Anna is most likely in the VIP room over there." Following Liu's line of sight, Suya saw a tightly closed heavy wooden door deep in the hall. On each side of the door stood an impressive guard, who should be an adventurer at level 3 or above. "Let's exchange the chips first." Suya took the elf's arm and was about to move forward, but felt a little resistance. When I looked back, I found that Yan was staring at a gambling table not far away. "Oh! I won again! You are so lucky today, President." "Ah ha ha ha! It's okay. I guess the goddess of luck appreciates my hard work for the guild, so she blessed me with good luck." There was a cheerful and hypocritical laughter coming from the gambling table. "I didn't expect there were other elves here." "You don't know him?" Lu introduced it to Suya with some surprise. "Loiman, the president of the Adventurers Guild and the leader of the tribe of the god Uranus." Lu couldn't help but frown at this pathetic compatriot who had no temperament, a silly smile, and a body that was so fat that it was almost ellipsoidal. Being addicted to power and money and falling to such a fat and bloated state is a disgrace to the elves, Seeing Liu's contemptuous look, Suya dragged her to the corner. To be on the safe side, it's better for us not to appear in his field of vision. Afterwards, Suya went to the front desk to exchange a whole box of chips worth a full 10 million Ferris. Since we're going to attract the casino's attention, let's do it in a big way. Suya took out a bottle of powerful luck potion from the inventory and used it on the spot. 10 minutes later, the casino suddenly became buzzing, as if something exciting had happened. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Look over there. That's the poker table. What a magnificent mountain of chips. Who won so much money? That face is the hero craftsman who shocked Terraria a few days ago, right? The winner of the war game. The hero who single-handedly defeated the Soma clan. I didn't expect he would come here to play. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Request flowers 0. Don't forget that he can get several million Ferris just by selling a magic sword. He must be very rich. It's so abominable. He's so rich and so lucky. I'm so embarrassed. Amid the growing noise, more and more guests, including the gods, looked over. All in. Facing the pale, sweaty dealer, Suya held a few poker cards and directly bet all his chips. Several other gamblers who came here because of the reputation looked at each other and also placed their bets. As long as Suya's cards can beat the dealer, they can also get a share of the pie. Please show your hand. The dealer looked at the banker with some sympathy. His colleague hasn't won since the black-haired boy came to the gambling table. Several gamblers who followed the bet were the first to show their cards. 2 pairs. Shunzi. Gourd. Tisk, I'm a no-name brand. The dealer slowly turned over the cards, and the numbers on them made his heart suddenly stop. Adding the cards in his hand, it turned out to be 5 cards of the same suit and consecutive rank. Straight flush. What? Damn it, I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. It's over. I lost all my winnings. A straight flush is the largest hand. Even if both the dealer and the banker have a straight flush, the banker will win because of the banker's rules. Unless you can get the special straight flush, which is the only one that can beat the straight flush. B+++. It looks like your luck has run out here. The dealer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave Suya a victorious smile. That may not be the case. Suya glanced at his own trump card and smiled with the same determination to win. Although the effect of the powerful luck potion has faded a little, it is still there. Then, he directly displayed all the cards in his hand. His cards were also a straight flush. And there are 5 consecutive cards starting with a royal flush. Some gamblers came back to their senses from the shock and subconsciously said the name of this type of card. What the hell? A royal flush. Which poker table has this kind of cards? Let me try my luck. The hero craftsman again, is he the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck? Golden City Paradise is going to lose a lot today. For a while, various discussions came one after another, and the atmosphere was quite heated. Should I be more excited? Feeling the burning gazes from all around, he spoke in a low voice. That's right. Suya glanced at her imperceptibly. I have to be more cheerful. After all, I just won a lot of money. Tut. Lu took a deep breath, suddenly hugged Suya's arms tightly, and said in a stiff tone. Ah. Suya twitched his lips, thinking that Lu really couldn't act. This voice sounds like it's fake, doesn't it? Fortunately, an unexpected voice helped the two out of the predicament. This distinguished guest. Just when Su was planning to find an excuse to change the gambling table. An older human waiter, dressed in a high-end dress, walked gracefully from the crowd to Suya. My boss, the owner of this casino, Lord Sipendus, would like to invite you to meet in the VIP room. I wonder if you and your partner would be interested. Suya and Lu looked at each other, and the same thought emerged in their hearts. A big fish is hooked. Chapter 118 In the name of the Goddess of Justice, no more forgiveness. My name is Terry Sabe Ndis, and I'm the owner of Golden City Park. In the VIP room, a burly dwarf with thick brown beard and hair walked towards Suyat. Although he was wearing a dress-style suit, it could not cover his sturdy limbs and sturdy body. He looked more like a bodyguard than a boss. I have heard of your name for a long time, hero craftsman, but I never thought that I would be able to wait for your visit today. It is really amazing. You're welcome, Mr. Tally. Suya held the other person's outstretched hand and felt like it was being held by a pair of pliers. This is my female companion, Li. Oh. She is indeed a beauty that matches a heroic boy like you. The dwarf boss's seemingly fierce face showed a hypocritical smile, which made him look somewhat amiable. For some reason, Liu's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, and when he noticed, he nodded slightly in greeting. At this time, she was disguised with a pseudonym and a wig, and if they were not particularly familiar with her, they would definitely not recognize her original identity. I originally wanted to greet you as soon as possible, but there are too many guests tonight. As he spoke, Terry also extended his hand toward Lu, trying to get closer to him. Qingrong once again welcomes you two to visit us. The elf girl looked down at the dwarf's thick palm and politely declined. I'm very sorry, I have sworn on the elf oath that I will not have physical contact with anyone other than the heroic master. As for the rules of the elves, I have heard of them. It seems that they are as noble as the rumors say. Hehe, please bear with me, Mr. Terry. Suya took over the conversation for Lu, glanced at the decoration in the VIP room, and changed the subject. I thought it would be more lively here. I didn't expect it to be a place similar to aristocratic salons. 3 That's right. The dwarf boss nodded in agreement, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the VIP space he had created with his own hands. Your Excellency, hero craftsman, really has great taste. Since this is your first time here, I will play the role of a good host and take you to familiarize yourself with the layout of this place. The guests in the VIP room are a level higher than the gamblers outside in terms of both behavior and attire. In addition to the guests, there are also handsome men and beautiful waiters in the VIP room. Male waiters in uniform walked among the gorgeous ladies of the rich and noble families. The beautiful girl in a dress with graceful posture plays the role of a butterfly, adding a touch of ambiguity to the VIP room. This table is fine. Under Terry's leadership, Suya and Lu Lai went to the gambling tables where there were fewer guests. The waiter immediately pulled out chairs for the three of them and helped the guests to sit down. An elf girl with a beautiful face but a soulless smile like a doll carefully presented the cocktail. Suya noticed that the slender body holding his arm suddenly became a little stiff, as if restraining some emotion. Lu, who is also an elf, is trying hard to avoid showing anger and coldness on his face. Mr. Tally. Suya coughed lightly and asked knowingly. These girls in the VIP room are. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that hero craftsman already has a beautiful woman by his side, and he's still paying attention to them. The dwarf boss laughed and began to explain without hiding his vanity. They are all lovers I have collected from all over the place. However, if I had so many beauties all to myself, the goddess in charge of beauty would probably be quite dissatisfied. So I took it upon myself to invite them to help serve the wine so that the VIPs can also enjoy the feast for the eyes. Although this statement was made in a roundabout way, it sounded very greasy. But in the end, it was nothing more than using threats and inducements to force these poor girls to serve the casino. Suya took a sip of the cold wine, his eyes wandering. These girls were dressed in gorgeous and revealing dresses, with humiliating collars around their necks, and were kept in this VIP room like playthings. No wonder Lu was filled with such intense anger when he saw the elves just now. This is because in Orario, the adventurer city managed by the guild, Golden City Paradise has real extraterritoriality that this kind of scene can appear. No one present dared to criticize the dwarf boss's arrogant behavior. Some even felt proud of his status as a VIP, admiring and praising these beautiful collections. "Good night, Mr. Terry." Not long after, a guest came over and took off his hat to greet the dwarf next to Suyat. "I heard that you recently collected another stunning beauty." The moment this topic was brought up, other people in the VIP room seemed to have already obtained relevant information and began to join in the fun. "I seem to have heard that she is a beauty from a distant foreign country. Please let us see it." The wealthy people around echoed in response, like a group of goblins waiting for dinner. "Ha ha 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 ha! Everyone is so well informed." The dwarf boss burst into laughter. It seemed that most of the leaked information was released by him on purpose. "Yes, as you all said, I just got a new mistress. It's a rare opportunity, so I'll introduce her to everyone. Hey, bring her up here." The dwarf boss, who had wanted to show off to the distinguished guests from the very beginning, clapped his hands. The waiters around respectfully invited a human girl in a pure white dress out from the depths of the VIP room. "Please introduce yourself to everyone." Unlike his previous friendliness, Terry's tone became low and threatening when facing the girl. Nice to meet you." The girl grabbed the hem of her skirt with her hands, her body trembling a little, and lowered her head and said, "My name is Anna." "Anna." The moment they heard the name, Suyet and Shu looked at each other in tacit understanding. Judging from an objective point of view, Anna's mother's description of her daughter was not exaggerated. She is worthy of being a beautiful girl who is pursued by even male gods. Like the other maids in the VIP room, Anna also wore a similar collar around her neck. This is really an outstanding appearance. Yes, she is no less beautiful than the goddess. It's amazing that you could find such a beautiful gem from a distant foreign country, Boss Terry. Ha ha ha, maybe it's the guidance of God. Lu ignored the dwarf boss who was telling lies to the guests and showing off, but stared at Anna intently. Anna, who was being watched by many people with ill intentions, noticed the scrutiny from the elf and showed a look of confusion and bewilderment. At this time, Terry also noticed Liu's reaction. "Ms. Liulai, you keep staring at her. Is there something on Anna's face?" Lu looked at Suya with an inquiring look, and after seeing the latter nod slightly, he changed his temperament and decided to confront him head-on. "It's just that I know a human girl who looks similar to her. Her father lost all his money under the inducement of the villain, and eventually even bet his own daughter on the gambling table." Hearing this, Anna and Terry's eyes changed at the same time. "My father who is addicted to gambling is stupid, but it is undeniable that..." Suya and Lu stood up together, and under the surprised gaze of everyone, they slowly spoke. "This incident seems to have been instigated by someone." The dwarf boss stared at Suya and Lu sinisterly, as if he had realized that they had come to cause trouble from the beginning. In order to get this beautiful girl, this man instigated hooligans to cheat the man of all his property and took the opportunity to take his daughter for himself. Now I see that she is still safe and has not been persecuted too cruelly. I feel very fortunate. Why, you came here for her?" The dwarf boss crossed his legs and sneered unmoved. "Whether it's an arrogant guy, a guy blinded by desire, or a guy like you who is driven by a sense of justice. I have encountered them more than once. They all had a miserable end, and so did you. This is not a street protected by the guild, but a lawless place in Orario. I am a big businessman from the entertainment city." "Wrong." Lu interrupted Terry's boasting with a calm remark. "You are not from Entertainment City. To be honest, your name is not Terry but Ted." The name uttered by the elf made the dwarf boss freeze in place. The next word of love made his face change immediately. "You are a repeat offender in the elite capital of the past Labyrinth City. Even if your Lord God has been expelled from Orario and returned to heaven, the ability value sealed in you will still be preserved." Lu took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained bright red liquid. Unlocking potion is a tool that the gods use to unlock Huai, the seal on their followers. 014603124172363171. After using this item, the user's ability values can be revealed just like when updating ability values. Stop talking nonsense over there. The dwarf, who had been calm and confident of victory, finally became more shaken than ever before. He stared at the elf girl who had exposed his past with a cold gaze, emitting an astonishing murderous intent. How dare you slander my reputation and defame the credibility of Golden City Paradise without any evidence? I will never let you leave alive. The moment Terry raised his hand, the bodyguards who were standing by suddenly attacked. You go protect Anna, I'll deal with these guys. Suya took out the holy sword and said to Lu beside him. As for your feud with this dwarf, we'll talk about it later. Lu nodded slightly, and the next second he appeared beside the panicked Anna and took her away from the crowd. At the same time, two skilled bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, swung their fists and daggers at Suyat. Just when their attack was about to fall on Suyat, two huge bone claws dropped from the sky and pressed them hard onto the cold floor. The gambling table piled with chips was overturned by the strong impact, and gold coins, playing cards and dice rolled everywhere, making a noisy sound. Stop him! Seeing that the two thugs he was proud of were dealt with so easily by Suyat, the dwarf boss showed a look of fear on his face and kept jumping towards the corridor behind him. Boss, what happened? All of you, stop that hero craftsman and that elf. Terry, or rather the dwarf named Ted, had no time to explain to his employees and could only run away. The casino employees and security guards who were used as shields by him soon screamed in pain, making the fleeing dwarf tense. As long as I can reach that place, I will be safe. Orario's largest casino, Golden City Paradise, fell into serious chaos. Finally, Ted turned left and right, ran down a long staircase, and reached the basement of the Grand Casino. Although the decoration here is not as gorgeous as that in the hall, it is filled with the solemnity of metal. Hurry up, open it. At the end of the underground vault, there is a huge round metal door. Behind this door is the amazing wealth that Ted has collected by running the casino. The dwarf took out the only key to the vault with trembling fingers, unlocked all the door locks, and immediately turned the handle that looked like a rudder, and pushed the door hard with a flushed face. When he heard footsteps behind him, Ted went straight into the vault door, which was only slightly open. With a loud bang, the round metal door was closed. Tisk, why is it the mountain copper gate again? Suyat, who arrived a step late, looked at the vault door in front of him and couldn't help frowning. Although he can now make palladium and cobalt pickaxes for mining mountain copper. But we can't go back to Terraria now, mine the ore, smelt the metal ingots, make a pickaxe, and then come back to dig the gate, right? In this time, this evil-minded dwarf would have run off to who knows where. At this moment, Suya suddenly felt a wave of magical power coming from behind him. Along with it came the ethereal sound of magic chanting. The now distant forest sky, the infinite night sky inlaid with infinite stars. Ryu. Suya looked back and found that it was Lu and Anna who chased to the underground vault together. The elf girl nodded slightly to Suya and continued to sing. Respond to my ignorant voice and grant me the star protection again. A torrent of magical power gathered around her, and even the air currents in the windless land began to stir wildly. I leave you with the light and mercy, come, wandering wind, wandering traveler. Suya seemed to realize something, and pulled the confused Anna away quietly. Lu pulled off his tired golden wig, threw it on the ground, and strode towards the vault. Fly across the sky, run through the wilderness, and run faster than anything else. The gradually rising spiritual power is constantly injected into the miracle called magic. Lu stared at the solid door made of mountain copper with his sky-blue eyes. Conquer the enemy with the brilliance of the stars. When she finished the chant, she sang out her ultimate move in a calm tone, the strongest ultimate move. Wind of light. The blazing light almost enveloped the entire underground vault. Suya raised his hand to block the white light in his vision. When he looked again, he found that the door of the mountain copper vault, which was several layers thick, had been blasted with a hole that was twisted inwards. From the hole emerged the figure of a dwarf sitting on a hill made of countless gold coins and gems. The threat of death almost flew past his scalp. But he also sensed some information from this familiar magic. No, your name is not Li Yulai at all. You are Li of the Gale. You are still alive. Ted stared with wide eyes, looking at the elf who had taken off his disguise and revealed his true face, his face full of disbelief. The adventurer named Swiftwind once frightened countless members of the evil clan. Only if you confessed your sins to Goddess Astrea with tears in your eyes would she let you go and give you a chance to reform. Lu stared at the acquaintance in front of him with a cold expression. Now I have confirmed that you are still doing evil things and wasting the goddess' kindness. For this, I will punish you on behalf of the goddess of justice who is no longer in Orario. You have already no room for forgiveness. Chapter 119 Liu's Contract, Su Yi's number 1 thug. Thank you so much, both of you. After escaping from the Golden City Paradise, the human girl in a pure white dress bowed deeply to Su Ye and Lu. Thank you so much for giving so much to a stranger like me. Although Su Ye had told her before, it was because he heard about this matter from her parents that he took on the commission. But Anna knew very well that with her family's financial situation, she could not possibly afford to hire such a powerful adventurer. I'm glad you're okay. Seeing that Lu was still immersed in the killing of Ted just now, Su Ye spoke. That dwarf didn't do anything untoward to you, did he? Speaking of this, An looked a little strange. Actually, after I was taken to Golden City Paradise, I asked other girls who had the same experience. That dwarf named Terry seems to have some obstacles in some aspects. +/JL? Su Ye was stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself, there is such an exciting secret? No wonder he showed off so hard, the more you lack something, the more you want to show it off. At this moment, Lu suddenly came to his senses and interrupted. It's only natural that he would have this situation. When he was caught, his clan members directly cut off his tools. DB. If it weren't for Liu's mood, Su Ye really wanted to ask. Are all of you Astrea's families so good at making things happen? No wonder Ted looked so unhappy after recognizing Liu's identity. It turns out that this has left an indelible psychological shadow on the family of the goddess of justice. But is it really okay for us to just leave like this? Before turning into an alley, Su Ye looked back at the bustling Golden City Paradise. Because of the commotion just now, the Ganesha clan members who were patrolling outside had already rushed in and began running around to calm the chaos. The rest will be left to the Ganesha family. Lu is very familiar with the ins and outs of this. The guild has always been critical of the independent management rights of the big casino, and this time they can take advantage of the VIP room issue to intervene and gain some benefits. As for us, I'm in disguise, so there shouldn't be any problem, but as for you... Lu looked at Su Ye with some concern. This time, Su Ye was able to enter the Golden City Paradise and meet the dwarf boss thanks to his money and good looks. If the matter is investigated later, his involvement in the incident will surely be discovered. It doesn't matter. Even if the sky falls, my goddess will hold it up. Su Ye said casually. Then I realized that this statement seemed a little inappropriate. Because at this time, Lu no longer had the goddess to support her. But seeing as she didn't react, she probably didn't care. Your home is just ahead, go back quickly. After sending Anna to the slums in the west district of Orario, Su Ye said to her. Also, if you want to find a safe job, you can come to the adventurer's house on the 5th floor of the Tower of Babel. This is the store I opened, and I'm very short of staff right now. I will go. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hearing that she could work at Babel Tower, Anna suddenly became excited and bowed to Su Ye again. In Orario, it is common knowledge that any job related to adventurers can earn more money than ordinary jobs. Watching the girls gradually relaxed back as she left, Suya turned around and said to the elf beside him. It's finally over. It's time for us to go back to our own homes, Ryu. Lu, who had been silent just now, stopped, raised his serious face, and spoke solemnly. I should thank you, too. Ever since Goddess Astrea left, I have lost my faith in pursuing justice. And you, rekindled the faith I had abandoned, and made me understand again the meaning of the words the goddess left me. If you don't mind, I'd like to work for you, too, as you just suggested to Anna. Suya didn't expect to hear such words from Liu's mouth. It sounded a bit strange, like he was applying for a job. Aren't you working as a maid at the Mistress of Plenty now? Aunt Mia said I've been taking too many days off recently, so if you want to leave, you can quit your job at any time. It will also make it easier to schedule shifts. Although she said that, Mia actually saw that Lu was not the type to settle down, so she took the initiative to give her the choice. Suyi's mind suddenly appeared the image of the little giant cursing, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that next time I go to Mistress of Plenty, Aunt Mia will probably complain to me severely. I do have a job. After thinking for a while, Suya spoke. After Terraria enters the difficult mode, there are more things to deal with. Even though we have Lav and Setsuna, they still can't handle it alone. If someone like Lu could join in, it would be a timely help for Suya. But this job requires you to sign a contract with me. This contract has a binding effect. Although it does not allow you to change your clan affiliation, you must obey me. If you can't decide for the time being, you can wait a few days. It won't take that long. Lu gave his answer without hesitation. I swear in the name of the elves that I will follow you forever until justice is betrayed. Suya seemed to have heard Lu say similar lines before. But these are her sincere words. For the elves, such a vow is probably no different from a marriage proposal, and may even have a more profound meaning. I won't betray your trust. Suya sighed and reached out his hand to the elf girl in front of him. Lu, who always refused others to touch her body, took the initiative to hold Suyi's hand this time. The next moment, the power from the contract connected the souls of the two people. Suya only felt that his mind seemed to be much clearer. The unity bonus provided by Lu seems to far exceed that of the existing contractors. This may be because she is a genuine strong person. Although on the surface, Lu is only at LV4. But it's a paper statistic that she stagnated on years ago. After the Goddess of Justice left, Lu did not continue to update his ability value. Although basic abilities will not continue to improve, great achievements can continue to accumulate. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, she will break through to a stronger realm. In Suyi's memory, Lu is the only adventurer in the world of Dicuo who can continuously upgrade his level, directly from LV4 to LV6. This is enough to show how amazing the experience and achievements she has accumulated over the years are. In addition, Ryu's contract skills are also very powerful. Contract skill Wind of Judgment. Plus strengthen the speed boosting effects from equipment and skills. Plus the faster your speed, the higher the defense you ignore 0146031224 Fila 1723633351. Plus greatly improved all basic attributes in the jungle biome. Cannot wear heavy armor. Although it does not add any bonus to functions, it does increase combat power. This is the contract. From the contract, Lu also learned some information about Suya, and his expression fluctuated. However, she did not waver at all. Once she made a decision, she would carry it out to the end without hesitation. This ring is a gift for new employees. It contains some potions and other items. Suya handed an adventurer's ring to Lu and gave instructions. You can say goodbye to your companions in the tavern for the next 2 days. Lu looked at the ring in his palm and thought silently. Lady Astrea, I have found a new justice. This time, I will do what I haven't been able to do before. The next morning, Anna arrived at the Tower of Babel with an uneasy mood. Before this, as a commoner, she had never entered the iconic building of this maze city. Because apart from adventurers, only some staff hired by the guild work here. Ordinary people like her have no reason to step into this tower. Especially when seeing the prices of various protective gear and weapons displayed in the window of the Hephaestus family shop. Anna felt like she had stepped into a completely unknown world. Even the cheapest product is enough to support the family's living expenses for several years. The gambling debts his father owed for those plots of land were only tens of thousands of farthings, which was a huge sum that he could not afford to pay back. And every piece of equipment Anna saw sold her several times. Can I really work in a place like this? Anna dodged the curious gazes from the adventurers with some fear. In doubt, she finally found the store with a sign that read Adventurer's Home. Because it was still early, the store didn't look like it was open yet. Anna plucked up her courage and was about to knock on the door. But then I heard the door of the shop being pushed open with a click, and a petite girl with twin ponytails walked out. Hey, are you the new employee Suya mentioned? Hestia rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Anna. After a moment, the lowly goddess nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you're a good kid. From now on, you're a formal employee of the adventurer's house. As for me, I'm your senior, you can call me Hestia Senpai. Hestia will definitely not miss the opportunity to show off her status in front of newcomers. Okay, Senior Miyabi. Anna wasn't quite sure what happened, but it seemed like she had passed some kind of interview. Excuse me, is the store manager, the heroic craftsman, not in the store? When Anna asked about Suyat, Hestia shrugged. It's more like he's rarely seen in the store, after all, he's a hero. Ah. It's okay, you don't need to know about this kind of thing. The lowly goddess laughed and passed over the topic that she accidentally let slip. There's still some time before the store opens, so I'll take you to get familiar with the environment and work content of the store. Just as the adventurer's house welcomed new employees. Suyat, who was exploring the world of Terraria, also arrived at a brand new environment. Under the dark sky shrouded by haze. Suya stepped onto a huge rock with an eerie sheen and looked around. As far as the eye can see, there are towering strange stone pillars everywhere, filled with colorful, dreamy, and distorted scenes. A layer of sickening purple mist enveloped this bizarre land, giving people a soul-stirring feeling of discomfort. Is this the Star Plague Land? Chapter 120 Titan's Heart Set, Difficult Mode Equipment. Astral Plague Lands, a new biome added after defeating the Wall of Flesh. When Suya just killed the Wall of Flesh and Blood, the message of a star falling from the sky that he saw was the symbol of the birth of the Starry Plague Land. When a star dies normally, its power dissipates as it falls into the nearest star. However, some dying stars continue to swell and rot before they die, which is the origin of the Star Plague. This plague will infect everything around it and distort it into a strange dream. Unlike the expanding forces of light and darkness, the astral plague does not spread. Blocks infected by the astral plague can only be found in the astral falls. Organisms contaminated by the plague will also change their form to adapt to the plague. Slime, this monster is really everywhere. After killing the colorful slime that jumped over with the holy sword, Suya couldn't help but complain. There are many new monsters in this astral plague land. In addition to the phantom star slime just now, there is also the Ares, which is like a hound. The star bearer moves slowly and is as heavy as a stone statue. And the star fantasy mantis, which has strong overall strength and is comparable to an elite monster. In addition, there is a self-destructing monster with a single attack method but huge power, Nova. Although he was mentally prepared, Suya still suffered a lot when he first started to explore new land. Most of them are new stars that appear out of nowhere. If he hadn't changed into soft shell armor with stronger defensive capabilities, I'm afraid I'll be killed by these suicide monsters if I'm not careful. The difficult mode of Terraria is extremely dangerous, and even Suya must deal with it with caution. Fortunately, he has a way to quickly accumulate combat power. Stand up! Under Suyi's will, the monsters knocked to the ground were extracted into shadow soldiers one after another. Let's not talk about the shame of monsters like slime. Both Shadow Star Bearer and Shadow Star Phantom Mantis have impressive combat experience. Their attributes are much higher than those of pre-hard mode monsters. Moreover, Suya unexpectedly obtained a powerful killer move, the self-destructing new star that can revive infinitely. As long as there is enough magic power, Suya can continue to revive Shadow Nova and drive it to launch self-destruction attacks. If I could gather hundreds or thousands of Nova monsters, I think it will be able to destroy the hard mode boss in one go, right? Suya couldn't help but fantasize. Even if it takes a lot of magic power to revive after the self-destruction, it's worth it to have such a result. As more and more shadow soldiers gathered around Suya, the entire Star Plague land gradually fell under his control. The only pity is that before defeating the boss named Venus Ship, monsters in the Star Plague will only drop a material called Withered Stardust. And the summoning item that can summon the Star God Wandering Dragon boss, the Heart of the Titan. However, the Heart of the Titan can also be used to make a set of armor for the thief profession, so it is not a waste. As for the Star God Wandering Dragon, it is not an enemy that Suya can consider now. Except for New Star, all other Star Shadow soldiers will stay. I can't mine the Star Mine yet, so I'll just cut down some trees first. Astral wood is required to craft the Titan's heart set. In fact, it is a special wood obtained after cutting down trees growing in the Star Plague land. Since this is a single class set of armor, only 3 Titan hearts are required to meet the crafting requirements. Suya drank a bottle of insect-tide potion, and with the help of the Shadow Legion who became more and more courageous, he quickly collected a large amount of materials. Star Plague land, explore here first. As for the Platinum Starship, we should consider challenging it after we defeat Plantera and Shadow of Calamity. If you don't defeat this boss, monsters in the entire Astral Plague biome will only drop 2 types of materials. After defeating them, you can obtain some unique weapons and equipment from these monsters. For example, the Broadsword Titan's arm has an amazing 100% critical hit rate. For the Holy Sword, this is the most suitable object to copy. After returning to the base, Suya used the materials at hand to make a Star Plague land themed armor, the Heart of the Titan. Titan's Heart set, light red. Plus total increase of 43 points of defense. Plus 24% increased rogue damage. Plus increase the speed of the Barrage of Thieves attacks by 10%. Plus increases the knockback effect of thief attacks by 30%. Plus maximum stealth value increased by 100 points. Plus 45% chance of not consuming thrown objects. Plus immune to knockback. Plus attacks with rogue weapons will cause the Phantom Star Infection debuff. Plus lurking attack will cause double knockback and Phantom Star Explosion. Reduce thief attack speed by 15%. Suya couldn't help but sigh at the long list of bonus effects, saying that it was worthy of being equipment for the difficult mode. Previous armor sets only had a few lines of attributes. Now it's almost written into a short essay. This is the first set of hard mode armor officially made by Suya. Considering the high bonus to the thief profession, Suya looked through the materials. I also upgraded the Thief's Throw obtained when defeating Desert Scourge to Desert Scourge. Yuelang Jiao, pink. Plus causes 80 points of thief damage. Plus throws a javelin that drills into the ground quickly and bounces multiple times. Plus lurking attack will throw 3 high-speed javelins at the same time. I have weapons and armor for the corresponding professions. It should be easier to open the hard mode now. Based on the information collected by Shadow Devourer, Suya roughly understood the changes that had taken place in the nearby area after defeating the Wall of Flesh and Blood. The forest area near the base has not changed much, but the desert area has been spread by the holy power and turned into a holy desert biome. The original corrupted land quickly spread, occupying part of the snowfield to form the corrupted snowfield. Fortunately, the Ice Wolf tribe has migrated to the New World, otherwise they would face the threat of the evil environment. As for the sacred and dark biomes of the underground, Wang Lihao, the Devourer, is still working overtime to patrol them. The sacred desert and the corrupted snowfields are not enough. Looks like I'll have to manually create some special biomes. Riding on the Shadow Queen Bee, Suya went to these areas to collect some contaminated soil and stones. Objects containing divine and dark powers, even if there is only a little bit of them, can continue to spread. Using this feature, Suya can artificially create some complex biomes and obtain the corresponding special drops. Take your time. First, collect some minerals and materials from the early stages of the difficult mode, make some new equipment, and use the Terra craftsman's skills to brush up some basic attributes. The many recipes unlocked in the difficult mode are enough for Suya, who has just reached LV3, to max out all his basic attributes. However, just when he was busy, Main brought back some bad news. The other 3-4 holy warriors in the Shield Hero world are all missing. Chapter 121 The Resurrected Spirit Turtle, the last of the 4 holy warriors. When Suya returned to the palace of Melamag, he was personally received by Queen Myrlia. What's going on with those 3 guys? After sitting down, Suya didn't waste time and went straight to the point. During this period, many strange monsters suddenly appeared on the east side of Tianquo. Queen Myrlia waved her hand to let the attendants retreat and explained slowly. After hearing the news, the Spear Hero, Bow Hero, and Shield Hero went to defeat the monster. But later, they got some kind of intelligence and suddenly crossed the border and left the kingdom's leader. We then lost all intelligence on them. Fortunately, you have been able to contact me. Otherwise, the next time, Kuroshio would have suffered heavy losses. Speaking of this, Queen Cherelia felt her cheeks getting hot. The reason why I was able to contact Suya was all thanks to the contract that was signed by accident last time. As for why she signed the contract, you'll have to ask her good daughter Main. I don't think we need to worry about the Kuroshio in the short term. Suya raised his eyes and looked at a red countdown that he could only see after coming to this world. The time of the Kuroshio has now been paused. Pause. The queen couldn't help but ask about the disaster that concerned the entire country. Sword Hero, what do you mean by this? Literally. Thinking that only brave men could see information about the Kuroshio, Suya could only describe it verbally. However, after seeing the paused countdown of the black tide, he had already guessed the cause and effect of the matter. If he remembered correctly, this incident should be related to a certain spiritual beast. If time had been stopped, then the countries in this world would not have been invaded by the black tide. The problem is, the reason for the pause. After hearing Suyi's hint, Queen Myrlia pondered for a moment and then looked as if she had suddenly come to her senses. Sword Hero, are you talking about the legend of the spirit turtle? That's right. It is rumored that in this world, there is a guardian spirit beast called Spirit Turtle. If the world is facing extinction due to the crisis of the black tide, the Spirit Turtle will sacrifice something to protect the world through this crisis. But, thinking of this, Queen Lai Li couldn't help but add a piece of information. It is said that the turtle has been sealed by a brave warrior in the past, and even the method to unlock the seal has been taken to the grave. If this turmoil is really caused by the spirit turtle, doesn't it mean that the seal has been broken? Although the spirit turtle is a divine beast that protects the world, it has also been sealed. The reason is simple: it only protects this world. As for humans, subhumans, or other holy spirits, it does not matter. And it needs to consume a lot of souls to protect the world. In other words, protecting the world is indeed a good thing, but if you are the price, it is a different matter. For the various countries, the uncontrollable desire to sacrifice their own spirit turtles can be considered a kind of natural disaster. The black tide has been brought under control. The world should not need the protection of the spirit turtles at this time. Suya expressed his guess. Someone must have forcibly unlocked the seal of the spirit turtle and used it as a medium to obtain soul energy. How so? Queen Myrlia believed everything Suya said, and in fact, this was the truth of the matter. You actually endangered the lives of thousands of people on this continent just for your own selfish interests. Sword Hero, have the other three heroes also realized this? Are they going to look for the mastermind behind the manipulation of the spirit turtle? Maybe. Suya shrugged, thinking how could this be possible? Those three guys don't even know the legend of the spirit turtle. I guess they just thought that they could level up by defeating the spirit turtle, so they rushed over in a swarm. There was no news from him after that, probably he had fallen into the trap of the mastermind. Since the brave men have already taken action, we must follow suit. After sorting out the currently known information, Queen Myrlia made a decision immediately. I will inform the neighboring countries about the information about the revival of the spirit turtle, and at the same time send troops to form a coalition to attack the awakened spirit turtle. There is no need to send troops. Suya interrupted her halfway through her speech. I will find the mastermind behind this. As for the monsters that were born because of the spirit turtle, you just need to deal with them. Anyway, I have the skill of gift of salvation, so this trip is not in vain. I understand, Sword Hero. Hearing Suyi's confident assurance, Queen Myrlia breathed a sigh of relief. She heard the confidence of winning in it. The crisis that could affect the survival of the entire world seemed to be just a trivial matter in front of Suya. Compared to those three unreliable heroes, Suya is more like a hero sent by God to save the world. I will entrust the task of defeating monsters to the Adventurers Guild. As for the rest, I wish you good luck in fighting. Naturally, there are adventurer guilds in this world, but they are not official management organizations like those in the Dicuo world. They are more like intermediaries and mercenary organizations. Just wait for my news. Also, it's a rare opportunity to come to the world of Shield Hero. Suyi's gaze followed the queen's beautiful face, which was as delicate as a baby's, all the way down to the mountain peak that contained abundant vitality. Before I leave, I need to replenish my holy milk. At least it is a permanent benefit that can increase summon damage. Replenishing it a few more times is equivalent to getting the bonus of an extra professional accessory, so don't miss it. When Queen Myrlia heard Suyi's request, her face suddenly turned red, but she was secretly looking forward to it. For a woman in a high position like her, there are not many opportunities to indulge herself. Sword Hero. When do you plan to go look for the turtle? This is a matter of life and death, I cannot delay for too long, but... Seeing a slightly lost look on the queen's face, Suya reached out and hugged her slender waist. We can go somewhere that won't waste time. The time flow rate in world number 1 is 5 times faster than that in the main world. It is simply the most suitable place to take a break from the busy schedule. 0146031224 Fila 1723733061. Even if we fight here for a whole day and night, it will only take a few hours to get back. Myrlia has a lot of pent-up desires. After leaving the palace, Suya couldn't help but rub his sore waist muscles. Compared to young Asian girls and high school girls, Queen Myrlia's fighting power is comparable to that of a queen of flowers. But it does have a unique flavor. Hey! Suya suddenly stopped and looked towards the wilderness ahead. He saw a huge philo bird standing calmly not far away, as if waiting for him. Unlike other common philo birds, this philo bird is larger and about 2 meters tall. It has a brightly colored crest on its head, and its feathers are not the common light red, but sky blue and white. Behind it was a rather luxurious carriage, the body of which was inlaid with various gorgeous decorations, such as gems and gold. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Sword Hero. What is even more surprising is that this seemingly very graceful philo bird actually spoke human language after seeing Suyat. From the sound, it was a slightly cold girl's voice. But what it said made people feel a chill down their spine. Because the other 3 of the 4 holy warriors are dead. So, I need to kill you. Kill the last of the 4 holy warriors. Chapter 122, Phyteria, a two-pronged approach to salvation. What the hell? The other 3 heroes are already dead. So they came to kill me. What kind of genius logic is this? In an instant, many doubts emerged in Suyi's mind, but the battle had already begun in a flash. The philo bird, which could speak human language, shook its body violently and escaped from the carriage. I saw it gently flapping its wings, showing a lightness and agility that did not match its body size, and instantly climbed into the air. As the source of power, Phyteria orders us to interpret the law once again and unleash a fierce vacuum tornado to shred the opponent. The next moment, a strong whirlwind roared towards Suyat. We have to fight first anyway. Then it's your wish. Facing the surging attack, Suya reached out and took out the holy sword, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of dark armor. Because only sword weapons can be used in the shield hero world, the Titan's heartsuit made before is temporarily useless. Soft shell armor with excellent numerical performance is still a very versatile equipment in the early stages of difficult mode. Holy Sword Enchantment, Blade of the Imperfect Environment. Environmental Tuning, Resistance to Decay. The blade of the Holy Sword became as slender as a needle, with a decayed purple-red color. Suyi's body followed the sword's lead and rushed into the sky at an astonishing speed. Not only did he avoid the tornado, but he also got closer to the philo bird that called itself Phyteria. Want to fight me in close combat? Phyteria remained unmoved as she concentrated her magic power, and a torrent of blue magic power gathered behind her at an astonishing speed. Right decision, but it didn't work for me. The next moment, a layer of feathers condensed from magic power covered the huge body and sharp claws. Phyteria dives towards Suya like a fighter jet, swinging her claws strengthened by magic. Clang! Suya held the holy sword horizontally, blocking the incredibly powerful attack. The charged sword body burst out with a dazzling light, forcing Phyteria to retreat. 1+4. Phyteria, who thought the hero in front of him would fall, finally couldn't help but let out a low cry of surprise after seeing a pair of wings stretch out from behind Suyat. Do humans in another world also have wings? No wonder he was summoned to become a hero, it seems he really has something extraordinary about him. But, in order to protect this world, Phyteria must kill him. After realizing that Suya must take it seriously, Phyteria's speed increased again, and she kept moving in the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. A circle of magic quickly condensed in front of each afterimage, from which burst out powerful magic beams. For a moment, the sky was filled with brilliant explosions and brilliance, as if a fireworks display was taking place. Tisk, it's worthy of being the legendary philo bird that has lived for thousands of years. Suya rushed out from the dust and mist of the explosion in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Apart from a few dirty marks from smoke and fire, he didn't suffer any injuries. He had recognized the other party's identity and figured out why she was so obsessed with killing him. But this doesn't mean Suya will give up the resistance he has to get his place back first. Let you enjoy the explosion too. While falling towards the ground, Suya snapped his fingers in the air. In an instant, countless small meteorite-like monsters flew out from Suyi's shadow and pounced on the pursuing Phyteria. What's this? Seeing the new stars rushing towards her, Phyteria instinctively sensed a sense of crisis. She glanced unwillingly at Suyat, who had already left the attack range, and concentrated all her magic power on herself, condensing a thick magic barrier. The next moment, the new star from the star plague land exploded in the sky of the alien world. After the dazzling starlight caused by the explosion gradually dissipated, Phyteria dispersed the already tattered magic and looked at the ground. I thought you would take the opportunity to escape. Why are you running away? Suya raised his arms and said leisurely. As his magic power was consumed, the new stars that had just exploded emerged from his shadow again and surrounded him. Seeing this scene, Terraria fell silent and slowly landed on the ground. It seems like we can have a good talk now. Seeing that the opponent did not continue to attack, Suya took back all the summoned new stars. I have no grudge against you, why are you trying to kill me? Because the world is at stake. I am the sword hero, of course I understand this. No, the difficulty of the next Kuroshio will be far beyond your imagination. The huge flow bird closed its eyes and concentrated. Its body gradually shrank, and finally its wings gently wrapped around its body, and then opened again after being concave. A petite girl with short silver hair walked out from the feathers. The wings that had just covered her entire body shrank and appeared on her back. If she didn't have a halo on her head, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she would be mistaken for an angel. The most impressive thing is her bright red eyes and 3 long, slender hairs that make her look very special. The philo bird girl, wearing a red and white gothic dress, walked up to Suya. Because every death of one of the 4 holy warriors will increase the strength of the Black Dynasty. You are the only 4 holy warriors left in this world. Only after all the 4 holy warriors have died can new heroes be summoned from another world. Hearing this, Ye couldn't help but say with amusement. So you want to kill me so you can summon a new hero? That's right. Terraria nodded slightly and said as a matter of course. Compared to the survival of the entire world, the life of an individual is insignificant, you should understand this. That's not enough reason for me to waste my precious life. Suya snorted coldly. Besides, in my opinion, the world has not yet fallen to the point where it can survive in this way. Oh! Hearing this, a hint of surprise finally appeared on Terraria's face. You mean, you have a way to deal with the black tide? Before that, please introduce yourself. Suya did not answer her directly, but changed the subject. It's a bit rude that you're the only one who knows my identity. Terraria glanced at him, as if to confirm the credibility of what he had just said. After a moment, she opened her red lips and introduced herself. My name is Terraria, and I am the current queen who rules over all the philo birds in this world, and I am also the regulator of the world of the brave of the car. Although this series of titles sounds very grand. But with her childish figure and face, she looks like a child pretending to be an adult. ZZ. Yes, one of the 7-star warriors who also possesses legendary equipment. Terraria summoned the gorgeous carriage and said calmly. Although he cannot be compared with the 4 holy heroes in terms of fame and importance, he is still a hero in this world. I have introduced myself as you requested. Now it is your turn to tell me how to save the world. After saying that, she looked at Suya with her ruby eyes. It's just that because of the height, this seemingly oppressive action actually seems a bit cute. You should know that the spirit turtle has awakened. Suya didn't waste any time and directly stated a key message. As a fellow hero, you should also be able to see the black tide countdown has been paused. Yes, but it's only temporary. Terraria nodded slightly and frowned. Although the spirit turtle can generate a barrier to protect this world from the invasion of the black tide, it requires the consumption of a large amount of souls. That's why, after waking up, it headed towards crowded places and killed people wantonly. If the soul supply stops, a black tide far more powerful than before will come again. But if we continue to supply souls, we will kill all the living beings in this world. So, if you want to rely on this method to fight the black tide, I'm afraid it won't work. After Terraria finished speaking, Suya smiled slightly and said confidently. In other words, as long as I can provide the turtle with enough souls. Will this solve 2 problems at the same time? Chapter 123, Human-shaped philo angel body. Who are you calling mother? Enough souls. Hearing the solution proposed by Suya, Terraria was stunned for a moment and lowered her head to think. Indeed, if you can provide a large number of souls, the turtles won't have to cause death and harvest souls everywhere. At the same time, the power of the spirit turtle will protect this world and prevent the black tide from destroying it. But the problem is... Before Fitaria finished speaking, Suya added for her. The question is, can I give enough of my soul, right? Fitaria nodded and looked at Suya with a questioning look. The soul is different from the crops in the field, which can be harvested continuously. It is not an underground mineral deposit that naturally forms a continuous area. Only when a living being dies will the soul leave the body and return to the world. Even if you can obtain a large number of souls at one time, you will still face the problem of soul shortage later. Even because of the population decline, the natural generation rate of souls is getting lower and lower. My soul is not from this world. Suya overturned all of Fitaria's guesses with one sentence. Just think of it as me being able to use some means to obtain unlimited souls without any side effects. Moreover, the quality of these souls is much higher than the souls harvested from ordinary people. Is this answer enough to convince you that I have the ability to save the world? Fitaria was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. I can't convince you based on your words alone. Then you are really hard to please. Suya curled her lips, already becoming a little impatient. He was clearly here to save the world, but not only did he have to face being hunted by a tiny queen, but he was also questioned by her. This world might as well be destroyed. I don't want any gift of salvation. If you can really do what you said, I will apologize for my previous offense and fulfill one of your requests. But then again, it's not wrong to give her some face. Suya picked up the world of the shield hero from the trash in his mind and coughed lightly. According to the information I received, 3 of the 4 saints warriors other than me disappeared on the way to defeat the spirit turtle. Could it be that they were killed by the spirit turtle? It's possible. Fitaria nodded at first, but then shook her head slightly, denying her answer. But with the strength of the 4 saint warriors, it is unlikely that they will be killed by the spirit turtle, which is a mythical beast known for its strong vitality and defensive power. The 2 of them died at the same time. The only possibility is that they fell into some kind of trap and were killed together. It seems that this was the work of the mastermind behind awakening the spirit turtle. Although Suyi's relationship with several other brave colleagues is not very good. But I still felt a little uncomfortable when I heard the news of their death. No matter what, they are always protecting this world. According to the information provided by Queen Myrlia, the last place where the spirit turtle appeared was in the small country east of the kingdom of Melamag Spirit Turtle Kingdom. As the name suggests, this country was originally built based on the sealed spirit turtle. But after the spirit turtle awakened, this country also became the first unfortunate place to be slaughtered by the spirit turtle. Unknown place. A luxurious carriage suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the dark forest. Suya glanced around vigilantly, checking the surrounding environment. There are tall trees and overgrown vines everywhere, making people feel like they have returned to the restricted area of the Black Bullet world. However, among these trees, there are also broken walls that look like the ruins of a city. There are stone houses everywhere, which look like they have been abandoned for a long time. A thick layer of pale fog filled the field of vision, hindering the exploration. Here it is. The ruins of a country once protected by the first generation of heroes. Fitaria's voice came from below. It is also my hiding place, a misty forest where no one can disturb me. Also, can you get off me now? Hearing this, Suya jumped off Fitaria in the form of Luo bird. As the warrior of vehicles, Fitaria possesses a very special vehicle, which is the gorgeous carriage in front of you. As long as you get on the carriage, you can travel thousands of miles instantly through teleportation, or teleport to a place you have been to before. There is a similar facility in Terraria, the Crystal Tower. Crystal towers can only be set up in fixed biome environments, and there is currently no means to obtain them, which is far less convenient than a carriage. But riding a little girl who was about the same age as Lily felt a little weird no matter how I thought about it. We'll have to wait a while for the next carriage transfer, so let's rest here for a night. After regaining her human form, Terraria put away the carriage and walked into the fog with Suyat. Follow me closely, or you will get lost in this forest. What happens if you get lost? Given your strength, it won't endanger your life, it will only waste time. After reaching a consensus on saving the world, Terraria and Suya formed a temporary team and went to the Lingui kingdom together. If Suya follows the normal walking pace, it would take several days. With the carriage service provided by Terraria, we should be able to reach the country destroyed by the spirit turtle tomorrow. The spirit turtle doesn't move very fast, so if we rush over now we should be able to find its trace quickly. Here we are. This is where I usually rest. After leading Suya to a huge bird's nest filled with hay, Terraria stopped and made a strange and crisp cry. Many rustling sounds came from the nearby dense forest. Afterwards, Suya saw philo birds coming out from every corner, welcoming the return of their queen. These are the philo birds from the neighborhood. If you like them, you can adopt one. Terraria suggested when she saw Suya looking at these philo birds. If the crisis of the black tide can be resolved permanently, I can train your philo bird into a queen candidate. Candidate for the queen? Can this be trained? Because the important condition for philo bird to become the queen is not bloodline. Terraria touched the 3 strands of hair on her forehead with her hand, revealing a look of nostalgia. Only the philo bird nurtured by the brave man can become the queen. Hearing this, Sol looked at her thoughtfully. I remember that you were the queen of the philo birds 1,000 years ago. Yes, the hero who took care of me was a very gentle person, but she has returned to dust. Perhaps because they had become temporary partners, Terraria did not hide anything. Because of her, I will serve as the mediator of the world and deal with various disasters outside the sight of the heroes. But the current situation does not allow me to continue hiding behind the scenes. I must take the initiative to find this generation's 4 holy warriors, that is, you. It seems like you've been working really hard. That's why I need a successor. Terraria asked the gathered philo birds to line up in a row as if she was promoting a sale. Which child do you fancy? Actually, I already have a philo bird. Suya scratched his head and summoned Philo who had hatched from an egg. Grumble. It seemed that he had never seen so many of his own kind before, and Luo flapped his wings excitedly. Chirp. Chirp. F. Looking at the excited Philo, Talia showed a considerate look. The level is acceptable, but the bloodline is not very pure. The parents should be 2 secondary philo birds. But that's not important. Sword Hero, have you signed a blood contract with it? If you mean the mysterious ritual of dripping one's blood onto eggshells, that has certainly been done. That's good. After confirmation, Terraria took out a gorgeous crown from somewhere and gently put it on Philo's head. What's its name? Philo. What a random way of naming. Someone has said that before. Forget it, the name doesn't matter. Terraria looked back at the little Philo who was tilting his head and looking puzzled. Philo, I hereby grant you the first right of succession to Talia. Grumble. Before Philo could figure out what was happening, the crown on his head suddenly began to glow. Then, the light enveloped Philo's body like flowing water, like a giant insect. X. Suya blinked, seeming to realize something. Among the philo birds, only the queen and the queen candidate have the ability to transform into human form. Terraria explained. As if to prove what she said, a petite figure with golden hair walked out from the cocoon of light. After seeing Suya, the figure ran over happily and made a familiar voice while walking towards him. 3.4. Damn, where did this humanoid computer angel heart come from? No, it's out of place. After hugging Philo who had turned into a human form, Suya discovered that the little girl in his arms also had a pair of small and cute wings, just like an angel. Her long golden hair and cute face full of innocence and joy are the perfect contrast to Terraria. If there is any similarity between the two, it is that Philo also has a long golden hair on his head. Is the throne of your Philo birds ranked according to the number of a hogue? You should have learned the common language of mankind. Stop using meaningless shouts to communicate. The new queen candidate that Terraria was watching. From now on, you will follow the brave man in this posture and hone yourself. When you become strong enough to defeat me, I will pass the position of queen to you. As if he understood what Terraria said, Philo nodded seriously and looked at Zhi with sweet eyes. Master! Daddy! DG! Just when Zhi was wondering if he had heard something wrong, Philo turned his head again and said something even more thrilling to the queen of the Yellow birds. Mother! Chapter 124. I've been encountering more and more strange things recently. If there's anything more explosive than riding a loli, that is to let one loli call another loli mom. I don't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate, but Zhi encountered both of these things in one day. Is it because they sensed the scent of the Philo bird on me that the group would recognize me as their mother? Terraria's reaction was very calm. She did not show any surprise of becoming a mother. Instead, she gently stroked Philo's golden hair. It seems that she hasn't seen any of her own kind since she hatched from the egg. Sword hero, please take good care of the child. Zhi heard some resentment in this exhortation and smiled awkwardly. I'll spend more time with Philo in the future. Let's take her with us this time. Terraria nodded slightly and didn't say much. Philo, who was sandwiched between the two people, tilted his head from time to time, looked left and right, and finally touched his flat belly. Dad, I'm hungry. It seems that even after turning into a human form, his appetite is still at the level of a monster. Zhi glanced at the naked fair body covered by blonde hair and scratched his head. Before that, let me find you some clothes first. Terraria, do you have any change of clothes? The two have similar body shapes, so the spare clothes should be able to be worn directly. Yes, but they are just ordinary clothes, not magical clothes that can be transformed at will. Terraria changed back into bird form and fetched a blue and white dress from somewhere else. 24. When wearing ordinary clothes, do not restore them to their original shape casually, otherwise the clothes will be damaged. Speaking of magic clothes, Zhi suddenly thought of the fashion in Terraria. According to previous tests, the size of the fashion can be freely adjusted according to the wearer's body shape. Maybe it can also have a similar effect to magic clothes. After a night, the magic power of the carriage was replenished and the teleportation function could be used again. Can't the magic power of the carriage be replenished through potions or something like that? Looking at the dazzling jewels that were sparkling again on the carriage, Zhi couldn't help but ask. If you can replenish your magic power at any time, this carriage will be like a small warp spaceship that can travel anywhere. Unfortunately, as a familiar device, the magic of the carriage has nothing to do with me. Terraria changed back into the form of Philo bird and explained. Its magic can only be restored naturally. Get in the car. This was Zhi's second time riding in the Hero of Vehicles vehicle, and he was already familiar with the route. He first jumped onto the saddle on Terraria's back, then reached out and pulled Philo in front of him. If we ignore the identities of the three people, this scene looks like a warm family outing. It would be better if Mom appeared in the picture in human form rather than as a mount. After the transmission was over, Zhi hugged Philo, who was looking around, and slowly looked around. This is really tragic. The destination of this transmission seems to be a small town. The city wall had collapsed in sections like a sand wall washed away by the sea, as if some huge creature had rushed out from here. Everywhere you look, you can see building debris and corpses left behind after being trampled and hit by some giant object. Because they want to collect souls, the spirit fish will prioritize destroying cities that have a large number of lives. Terraria raised her head and looked towards the end of the horizon. It seems that we arrived just in time. After causing damage, the spirit turtle did not go too far away. Following her line of sight, Zhi Ri saw a huge figure at the end of his field of vision that merged with the mountain range. It was a monster carrying a turtle shell as huge as a mountain, with the remains of a town on top. Even Zhi Ri, who had faced numerous bosses before, couldn't help but show a look of surprise when he saw this divine beast that was as big as an entire city. I'm afraid it will take us half a day to chop it if it stretches its neck out for us to chop. Just cutting off the head is a minor injury, but it is not enough to kill the spirit turtle. This means that a mere fatal injury cannot threaten the life of the spirit turtle at all. However, for a spiritual beast that can protect the world, such a powerful life history is quite reasonable. My goal is not to kill it. Zhi Ri glanced at Terraria in philo-bird form. Do you have a way to communicate with the turtle? I just know how to kill it once and for all. I don't need this kind of knowledge. That's not clear. Terraria shook her head, and her ribbon-like crown feathers kept moving in front of Zhi Ri's eyes. If its awakening is controlled by someone, then we just need to find the person who controls it. At this moment, a panicked cry for help suddenly came from the direction of the city. Those monsters are coming again. Everyone, run! Why, didn't the turtle leave already? Do we really have to be killed? Help! Several turtle shell monsters, which looked like chimeras with the features of many wild beasts stitched together, were seen chasing and killing the surviving residents in the city. A staggering figure was seen being caught up by a chimera. Several sickle blades of sword energy came through the air, whistling and cutting off Chime's outstretched claws. Get out of here! Zhi Ri grabbed the refugee's shoulders and threw him behind him. At the same time, the arm of the chimera that was cut off by the sword energy he had just released turned into a group of bats with tortoise shells in a black mist. Turtles familiar, bat type. You can become a familiar just by carrying a turtle shell. It feels weird. After receiving the identification information fed back by the Great Sage, Zhi Ri immediately determined the identities of these enemies. These monsters are all spirit turtles thugs, specializing in slaughtering living beings and collecting souls. Just when Zhi Ri was about to get rid of the group of bats in the sky first, a hurricane hit and instantly shattered the weak turtle clan pattern. But after Chimera was injured, more turtle familiars emerged from the broken flesh and limbs, and they swarmed over like ants. Fitolia, it looks like we have to kill these guys with one strike, otherwise they will only get more and more. Zhi Ri swung his sword at nearby enemies, and the sword light of the eternal night blade swept in all directions, clearing a clean area. The hurricane just now was the magic cast by Terraria. She has transformed into a human form and brought Philo to provide support. There's the smell of other people. Terraria frowned, and the 3 hairs on her head pointed in the same direction at the same time, just like rain. A gorgeous woman wearing a cheongsam with strange ribbons wrapped around her body appeared behind Zhi Ri at some point. It turned out to be this guy. Zhi Ri glanced at her and instantly recognized the identity of the mysterious woman. Rather than talking, you two should prioritize dealing with these familiars. After the cheongsam woman said this, she reached out to the frantically dancing chimera. Then, an incongruous majestic aura emanated from her charming body. The turtle clan that she was staring at collapsed to the ground in an instant, unable to move, as if they were carrying a heavy pressure like a mountain. Please destroy them quickly. The mysterious black-haired woman seemed to be struggling as she pleaded very quickly. Good. Zhi Ri replied concisely, and his body rushed out at the same time. With the sharp slash of the eternal night sword chi, the suppressed spirit turtle familiars were easily chopped into pieces. Strangely, Chimera, who should have spawned a large number of familiars like before, stopped and died directly after suffering a fatal attack. It seems that the mysterious woman's ability has the effect of suppressing these chimeras from generating familiars. Thank you both for defeating these monsters. Seeing that all the familiars were destroyed, the ghost-like woman breathed a sigh of relief and walked over slowly. This way, the residents in this area can at least get a chance to breathe. The woman glanced in the direction of the spirit turtle in the distance and said, "O bearer of the holy sword, please kill me. I can no longer complete my mission. Only death can prevent the disaster from happening." Suya rubbed his brows and sighed tiredly. "I've been having more and more bad things happen to me these past 2 days. First I was being chased, and then I met someone who begged me to kill her. Are there still people in this world who can communicate normally?" This complaint made the two parties present feel a little embarrassed. Although Terraria had a blank expression on her face, her slightly aloof hair revealed her current mood. "Excuse me, please allow me to introduce myself first." The Cheongsam woman raised her hands to her chest and saluted Suya. "My name is Osterpenglay, I am the clone connected to the spirit turtle, and can also be regarded as one of its familiars. The reason I want you to kill me, is because my body has been taken over by an unknown person. He seems to be using the turtle as a medium to collect soul energy. In other words, even if all the humans in this world are killed, as long as the unknown person controlling the spirit turtle is still not satisfied, the spirit turtle will continue to kill." FFLX. The woman who called herself Penglay bowed deeply and asked, "Please kill me, kill the spirit turtle, don't let the mastermind who occupies the body of the turtle succeed." Chapter 125, Long-Term Meal Ticket to Save the World. "I have a general understanding of the matter, but there is no need to do as you say." After listening to Penglay's request, Suya did not nod in agreement. "As long as you deal with that unknown person, you should be able to communicate with the turtle again, right?" "Well, that's true, but..." Penglay was stunned for a moment, thinking that Suya did not understand the seriousness of the matter, and explained hastily. "Even if the spirit turtle wakes up again, its seal has been broken and it will continue to collect souls and endanger the lives of this world." "I know." Suya shrugged and said nonchalantly. "As long as we can provide enough souls, that will be enough." Then, he repeated what he had said to Terraria before. Hearing that Suya could obtain souls from outside this world, Penglay showed undisguised surprise on his face. "Is there such a solution?" As expected of His Majesty the Sword Hero. "However, the world barrier created by the spirit turtle has a limited duration, and it must be replenished with souls constantly. Don't worry about that. The number of souls I can obtain is endless." Suya thought about it and decided that after returning to the Terraria world this time, he would start building monster farms for Soul of Light and Soul of Shadow. Use Water Candle and Battle Potion and Insect Tide Potion to maximize the monster spawning amount, and then use Rafa's contract skill Harmony of Light and Dark. In this way, you can get double the drops of Light Soul and Shadow Soul. As long as the turtle's demands are not too outrageous, Suya should be able to meet its needs. Seeing the joy on Penglay's face, Suya promptly poured her a basin of cold water. "Of course, in order to obtain these souls, I also need to pay a lot of price. You must sign a contract with me at that time, and I will continue to replenish the soul for the spirit turtle." In fact, Suya knew that ASE Temple Pengke was actually the core of the spirit turtle. To put it another way, she is the spirit turtle, but she does not have the body of the spirit turtle, but its consciousness. Signing a contract with her is equivalent to signing a contract with the spirit turtle. Suya thought Penglay would at least hesitate, but unexpectedly she nodded without hesitation and agreed. "This is as it should be. Even if you don't tell me, I will try my best to repay you." Look at how aware they are, some Aho-haired queen should learn from them. As if sensing Suyi's resentment, the Ahogon Talia's head twitched proudly a few times. However, Suya is not at a loss. Although he needs to sacrifice a large number of souls, if nothing unexpected happens, this should be considered a feat of saving the world. Not only will you accumulate a large number of great deeds, but you will also be rewarded with the skill gift of salvation. The most rare thing is that this is a long-term meal ticket that lasts for almost unlimited time. As long as the world is still threatened by the black tide, Suya can continue to save the world and gain rewards. What is this, sustainable salvation? While thinking, Suya suddenly felt someone gently tugging at his sleeve. Dad! That! Philo, what's wrong? Suyi's voice stopped abruptly. The moment he saw a huge thorn flying towards him, he picked up Philo and kept retreating. As for Penglay and Terraria, Suya believed that they were both fine. One is the queen of Philo bird, who is famous for her speed, and the other is simply a clone of the spirit turtle, who can cause problems for group monsters. Boom! The red thorns that fell from the sky directly flattened Suyi's original position, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up. A blazing flame exploded from the point where the thorns landed, spreading out along with the strong wind that was stirred up. The raging fire burned wildly in the forest with devastating force, emitting thick smoke. The second and third thorns shot towards this side one after another from the position where the spirit turtle was. It seems that the unknown person who occupied the spirit turtle has discovered us. After reuniting with Terraria nearby, Suya looked at the thorns in the sky with a frown. I originally wanted to give him a welcome gift, but I didn't expect that we would become the passive party now. Get in the car. Terraria said concisely. Although the magic power of the car's dependent device has not yet fully recovered, it is enough to carry Suya and others close to the spirit turtle. You come too. Suya glanced at Penglay, who was a little uneasy, and said to her. Do you know where that unknown person is? Yes, I have a vague feeling. Penglay nodded and said in a low voice. It should be in the heart of the turtle. How do I get in there? Just climb onto the turtle's back and get into the turtle's body through the secret hole on its shell. During the conversation, the carriage carrying the three people had already soared into the sky under the flapping of Terraria's wings, galloping towards the spirit turtle in the distance. By the way, the title of car hero is related to Philobird's habit of pulling carts. No, I can't break in. After approaching the turtle that was like a moving island, Terraria rarely expressed her helplessness. There are too many familiars near the turtle. I saw countless chimeras and bat-shaped familiars surrounding the spirit turtle. In addition, even its shell is covered with wriggling monsters, which looks terrifying. Terraria's carriage was intercepted by a large number of familiars just when it approached a short distance away. Penglay, can't you suppress the familiar of the spirit turtle? Hearing Suyi's question, Penglay answered somewhat embarrassedly. I have to concentrate, and the distance is limited. That's enough Terraria, you stay outside with Philo and Penglay and I will go down. As he said that, Suya directly hugged the Cheongsam beauty behind him into his arms and jumped. Sword hero, this is too dangerous. Penglay didn't seem shy at all, but was even more worried about the consequences of Suyi's bold move. You just need to take a look and don't say anything. Suya stretched out his finger and touched the beauty's lips, blocking her subsequent worried words. 014603124 Philo 172383061. Next, you will know why I am the hero of this world. Countless flying familiars enveloped them from all directions, like a dense giant net. But the next moment, the dazzling starlight broke through the encirclement and bloomed into brilliant fireworks. Following the gap created by the nova explosion, Suya and Penglay fell towards the tortoise shell of the spirit turtle. The shadow skeleton king quietly emerged from behind him, swinging his bone arms to sweep away the monsters blocking his way. Stand up! Suya glanced coldly at the monsters killed by the skeleton king. The familiar that originally belonged to the spirit turtle was recondensed into a shadow soldier under his will, and turned around to pounce on the enemy behind him. Where is the cave? Here, over here. Penglay, who was already stunned, quickly reacted and walked in front of Suya to lead the way for him. Your Highness, the sword hero, please follow me. The two of them walked along the passage leading to the heart, and this time they were finally not disturbed by any familiars. That makes sense. After all, we are inside the body of the spirit turtle and we can't afford to encounter random enemies. In the end, what came into view at the end of the road was not the heart of the spirit turtle. Instead, it was a blue and white object that did not match the surrounding flesh and blood at all. Is this a dragon-carved hourglass? Looking at the hourglass-shaped prop in front of him, Suya thought of the dragon-carved clepsydra located in the clock tower in a corner of the capital of the kingdom of Melamag. It's just that the sand in the dragon-carved hourglass is red. Once the sand runs out, it means the black tide is about to come. At this time, the dragon-carved hourglass inside the spirit turtle's body was filled with blue sand. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 126, Book of Destiny, The Hero from Another World. This is the energy transformed from the accumulated souls of the spirit turtle. After discovering the blue dragon-carved hourglass, Penglay covered his forehead, as if he remembered something. When this hourglass is filled, a barrier will be formed to protect the world. Maybe. It seems that the spirit turtle has not yet filled its stomach. Suya walked towards the soul hourglass. Only about 20% of the blue soul sand in the hourglass had accumulated. This is the total number of souls that the spirit turtle collected after slaughtering nearly a city's worth of people. By analogy, if we want to fill this hourglass, we will probably have to destroy at least one country on this continent. After Suya approached, the hourglass, which was originally more than a person's height, suddenly emitted a blue light and automatically shrank into a palm-sized device. Suya originally wanted to reach out and catch it, but the hourglass went straight through his body and flew towards Penglay. It seems that this is something that only I, as the spirit turtle clone, can use. Penglay said to Suya with a hint of apology. It doesn't matter. This is originally the item of the spirit turtle. We'll be signing a contract later anyway, so it doesn't matter whose things they are. And then? Where is the culprit who manipulated your body? I think it is probably hiding in the core part of the spirit turtle. Penglay closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then opened his slender and charming phoenix eyes and spoke. This hourglass misled my perception. It seems that the mastermind behind the manipulation of the spirit turtle already knows that we are looking for him. How do I get to the core of the spirit turtle? As if knowing that Suya would ask this question, Penglay answered without hesitation. Please, Sword Hero, destroy the heart of the spirit turtle. I will cast a sealing magic on the heart. In this way, I think I should be able to open the passage to the core secret room. 750 Are you sure there is no problem? It's definitely not wrong, but... Penglay added, seeming to have thought of something. Once it gets close to the heart, the turtle's body will automatically condense its familiars to protect the heart. Your Highness, please be careful then. Just as she said, as they went deeper, the floor under their feet began to transmit heartbeat-like vibrations, and strange-looking familiars suddenly appeared. Monsters like platelets gushed out in red and blue tubular veins, accompanied by a large number of white block-like objects. Occasionally, a worm-like familiar will attack from a distance with acid. For a moment, Suya thought he had returned to the corrupted land of Terraria. But now the corrupted land is much more dangerous than the turtle's heart. Tisk, these guys can also absorb magic power. After clearing out a group of enemies, Suya was about to revive a group of new stars, but found that the magic power that he had hardly used had somehow run out. Fortunately, he had no shortage of potions. After drinking a few bottles of blue potions, his magic power was immediately restored. Your Highness, Sword Hero, leave the rest to me. Seeing more and more vascular structures ahead, Penglay took the initiative to walk forward. Since I got closer to the heart, my strength seems to have increased. Now, we should be able to do something like this. As she spoke, she gently stroked the thick blood vessels with her hand, and the blue-red veins slowly moved to the sides as if twitching. A tangled mess that could only be cut with a sharp knife was easily untangled. At the same time, the heartbeat emanating from deep inside became louder and stronger. It seems, the heart of the turtle is in front of us. Let's go. Suya glanced at his condition. The potion's buff time was only half left, so he shouldn't need to refill it. A few minutes later, the two stopped in front of a large heart with a diameter of 10 meters, divided into red and blue. What's weird is that there is a huge eyeball on each side of the heart, which looks creepy. The moment they realized their hearts were exposed to the uninvited visitors, a scorching light shot out from their eyeballs. At the same time, the group of turtle servants that had just been dealt with were also summoned out of thin air, blocking the space in the ventricle. However, in such a small space, the number of enemies was meaningless to Suyat. Pa! With a crisp snap of fingers, a shadow soldier blocked the laser attack on Suyi's eyes. Afterwards, a large number of Novi were released, rushing towards the familiar army near the heart like mad dogs. Boom boom boom! Penglai, who was behind Suyat, suddenly looked painful, covered his chest with his hands, and curled up suddenly. Are you okay? If I say it's okay, I'm just deceiving you. Penglai wiped the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and responded to Suyi's concern with a wry smile. If you kill my original body, I will die with it. Even though the turtle won't die completely if it just loses its heart, the pain will still be reflected in me. So a damaged heart is just a fatal injury, right? This spirit turtle is quite resistant to attacks. You won't die, and neither will the turtle, the world still needs you. Suya gave the order in a firm tone. As mentioned before, seal the heart and then open the passage to the core chamber. Once we get rid of the mastermind behind the manipulation of the spirit turtle, this farce of world destruction will also be over. The huge heart, Seeked, that was destroyed by the explosion of the shadow nova summoned by Suya had begun to wriggle and regenerate. Countless granulations are gradually weaving the heart together at a speed visible to the naked eye. It will probably not be long before the heart regains its vitality. I would like to ask for your good wishes. Penglai was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly and began to gather magic power. As the incarnation of the spirit turtle, as long as the spirit turtle is still alive, she can be resurrected infinitely, and no one has ever cared about her life or death. Even she herself was prepared to resolve this crisis at any cost, even at the cost of her life. But His Highness the Sword Hero did not give up her life and was still considering other methods. This made Penglai feel a strange emotion that he had never experienced before. As the source of power, we hereby issue an order to interpret the truth once again and order the spirit turtle wedge that suppresses the disaster to come quickly. Huge magic circles emerged one after another, forming an encirclement around the turtle's heart. Plop, 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 plop. The huge heart gradually stopped beating and finally fell into complete silence. After sealing the heart, Penglai's face turned pale. It was as if her heartbeat had stopped, her legs went limp, and her body became extremely weak. Can you still hold on? Suya was quick to support her body. I'm fine. The Cheongsam beauty in his arms opened her eyes, pressed her hands against her chest, and responded breathlessly. It's really touching. This isn't the first time I've used my heart to support this body. Please put me down, Your Highness the Sword Hero, I have adapted. I will open the passage to the core secret room for you right now. Although Penglai was still a little shaky after leaving Suyi's support, it looked like she would be blown away by the wind. However, she still forced herself to chant the spell in a low voice despite her weakness, opening a passage from the space where her heart was. Suya did not act immediately, but took out a bunch of bottles and jars and filled up the status of various enhancement potions. After confirming that the situation was foolproof, he took Penglai into the passage. After arriving at the space where the core secret room was located, Suyi's vision suddenly became clear. The space here is unexpectedly spacious. The surrounding walls look like biomass, emitting a cold white inorganic light. In the middle of the secret room, there was a crystal emitting an eerie green light, floating in the air and slowly rotating. Then, Suyi's attention was immediately attracted by the scene behind the crystal. Behind the transparent wall, there were 3 lifelike corpses soaking in some liquid. They were the 3 missing 4 saint warriors. They can be recognized at a glance because 3 symbolic holy weapons are floating next to their bodies. Oh my, I didn't expect you to come here. Suddenly, a strange man suddenly appeared in front of the crystal as if teleporting, and looked at the 2 people at the door of the core secret room with a joking look. Although I did expect this possibility, your performance was still beyond my expectations. The man had fluffy white hair and was dressed like a doctor or scholar. He had something similar to a test tube tied to his body and his eyes were filled with undisguised malice. Welcome to the deepest part of the spirit turtle, the incompetent hero of this world that is about to be destroyed. After making a provocative gesture to Suyat, the man introduced himself with a laugh. I am a brave warrior from another world, in charge of the book's companion vessel. Since you are here, you should also contribute your holy weapon like these 3 guys and become my puppet to collect soul energy. Chapter 127 Law Level Attack, Recognition from the Book of All Laws. Be careful. Your Highness, the Sword Hero. Seeing the core crystal in front of the other party shining brightly, Penglay reminded anxiously. He can now use the protective power of the spirit turtle. Ordinary attacks have no effect on him. That's long-winded. As if dissatisfied with Penglay's reminder, the brave man of the book's companion casually summoned a thick book and opened one of its pages. Element Chapter, Fire Arrow. In the blink of an eye, a blazing flaming arrow appeared behind him. With a flick of his finger, it shot out at an astonishing speed. I see. So, book refers to a special item that can record magic. While recalling the enemy's intelligence, Suye summoned the Shadow Skeleton King to block the attack for Penglay. If he remembered correctly, this book hero was named Kyo, and he was the king hero from another world. Strangeness. Jing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw the Shadow Skeleton King summoned by Suyat. The 4 holy warriors in this world can actually use abilities other than holy weapons. When did the sword hero change his job to a summoner? While he was talking to himself, Suye's attack had already arrived. The holy sword enchanted with the form of the Blade of Eternal Night emitted several exaggerated giant sword auras, almost covering the entire core chamber. However, when he was about to touch Jin, a layer of light green crystal wall composed of hexagons suddenly appeared on his body surface. The Eternal Night sword energy fell on this crystal wall, just like ice and snow melting without causing any waves. Tisk. Seeing the futile attack, Suye realized what Penglay meant by ordinary attacks are ineffective. Hehe. I didn't expect the sword hero to be only this good. Jing was suspended in the air with a grim smile on his face, overlooking the 2 people in front of him. When I first saw the 3 guys chasing after me, I was shocked. I had originally thought about how powerful the legendary 4 saint warriors were, and I had even raised my expectations. I didn't expect them to be so weak that I was dumbfounded. Are all the heroes in your world like this? However, their holy weapons are quite useful. As one of the 4 holy warriors, you can experience the power of your companions. As he spoke, Jing reached out to the core of the spirit turtle in front of him, and saw that the gem-like core began to glow green. Then, more than a dozen fully armed humanoid turtle servants emerged from the wall, each holding a different weapon in their hands. Gun, shield, no need to guess who their prototypes are. Kara, Kara. The familiars made a sound like metal colliding and surrounded Suye and Pengke. Your Highness, the sword hero. These miscellaneous soldiers pose no threat. Suye glanced coldly at these turtle servants and said in a low voice. The problem is that guy's shield, do you have any idea? That is a barrier created using the soul energy collected by the spirit turtle. Penglay's tone changed from uncertain at the beginning to gradually firmer, as if he was recalling more information. It must be broken with a law-level attack. It's a pity, your current strength is not enough to penetrate this barrier. A law-level attack. Hearing this, Suye couldn't help but feel helpless. The disaster in the Shield Heroes world happened suddenly. He had just reached LV3 and defeated the wall of flesh and blood. He rushed over here in a hurry before he even had the chance to get some weapons for the difficult mode. If this was a game, Suya would have wanted to pause it right there, go back to Terraria and grind for a few weeks to get some equipment before fighting this guy to the death. But even so, it is probably not enough when facing a law-level barrier. But I will do my best to help you defeat the enemy in front of you. As he spoke, Penglai seemed to have made up his mind and began to close his eyes and gather his strength. In the name of the spirit turtle, I command the heaven and earth, sever the laws, reconnect with the truth, and eliminate evils. As the chanting continued, the walls around the core chamber suddenly emitted a hazy glow, which became brighter and brighter. Seeing this scene, Jing, who had just been confident of victory, suddenly realized something and flipped through the book frantically in frustration. Damn it! You are not the incarnation of the spirit turtle at all. You are the human incarnation of the spirit turtle. Gravity Chapter, Super Gravity Field. A dark sphere was released from the pages of the book, emitting an extremely heavy pressure. The humanoid familiars armed with weapons took the opportunity to rush forward, trying to interrupt Penglai's chanting. Don't even think about it. Although he didn't know what magic Penglai was chanting, seeing that the other party was anxious, Suya knew that this spell would definitely threaten the other party. The holy sword was swung continuously, emitting various sword energies, killing wave after wave of familiars that emerged from the wall. Unfortunately, these familiars do not seem to be entities, but summoned creatures condensed by magic power, and cannot be transformed into ugly soldiers through shadow extraction. The power of the dragon vein, together with my magic power and the power of the brave, constitutes a force. The chanting continued, and Jing had to take action himself, turning the pages of the book to release a large amount of magic. But no matter whether it was the cone of ice or the rain of fire, they were all blocked by the shadow skeleton king summoned by Suya. The ferocious skull and terrifying bone arms have become the safest shield at this moment. The spirit turtle, the source of power, is here to command, once again interpreting the myriad phenomena and granting the brave the power of heaven and earth. Apocalypse. Finally, Penglai's chanting came to an end. After singing the name of the magic, his body swayed and he almost fainted. It was obvious that this magic had taken a huge toll on her, but her pale face quickly regained its color, and her recovery ability was equally amazing. Suya felt as if his whole body was immersed in hot water, with endless power constantly emerging from the depths of his soul and body. Your Highness, you have now gained enough power to destroy the spirit turtle's barrier. Penglai held the wall with one hand and spoke loudly. Please use this power, to defeat this despicable person who uses the spirit turtle to do evil. Please give me flowers. I will. Although I don't know what state I am in now. But as long as I can break that annoying barrier, the guy hiding behind the barrier will naturally let himself be slaughtered. 0146031224 Fila 1723833381. Suya nodded slightly towards Penglai, then raised the holy sword and pointed it at the book hero who had a grim look on his face. Are you ready to die? Damn it, are you kidding me? Chapter of Hellfire. Facing Suya flying towards him, Jing directly tore a page from the book and quickly ignited it. The fire on the pages of the book suddenly expanded and condensed into a huge flaming giant. Burn him to ashes. However, the flame that Jing had high hopes for appeared for less than 1 second before it was cut in half by the sharp sword. The piercing sword light pierced through the flaming body, and even had enough strength to slash a crack in the protective barrier in front of him. The absolute barrier that was originally able to withstand all attacks from this world actually showed signs of breaking. Suya slowly walked out from the remains of the fire giant, holding the holy sword. Without any unnecessary words, he soared into the air like a cannonball, piercing through the members who had no time to dodge. Crash! The sound of the crystal wall breaking was heard from the air at this time, accompanied by countless green fragments falling. Jing looked down at his chest unwillingly. A horrible bloody hole had pierced through his heart. He is still conscious now, and it is the power of the brave man that is sustaining his last life. Realizing that he could no longer avoid his fate of death, Jing gritted his teeth and took out a small hourglass. In that case, I will let this world be buried with me. Suya frowned, turned suddenly in the air, and directly cut off Jing's head. However, he had already thrown the hourglass in his hand hard to the ground. A large amount of blue light emanated from it and penetrated into the surrounding walls as if it had life. Your Highness, he has just released all the soul energy that the turtle had collected before. Penglai was immediately panicked when he saw what had just happened. If the soul energy is not replenished, the spirit turtle will start slaughtering and harvesting souls again. Oh! Hearing this, Suya breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was some big deal. Just do as I said before and provide the turtle with enough souls. Is this really possible? Your Highness, the sword hero. Hearing Suyi's words, Penglai's face showed hope again. Just when Suya was about to talk about the contract, a thick book stained with blood suddenly floated out from Jing's body. It turned out to be the book's dependent device he possessed. Then, Suyi's hero interface popped up automatically, with a new prompt message on it. You have been recognized by the book's dependent device. You can now use the Book of All Things. Small. Chapter 128, The Protection of the Spirit Turtle. Penglai's contract skill. What do you mean I have been recognized by the book's dependent device? Seeing the information in front of him, Suya couldn't help but wonder aloud. Can I still use other heroes' weapons? Of course, Your Majesty. Penglai, who was standing by, saw the book floating in front of Suya and immediately understood what had happened. Anyone who qualifies as a hero can use holy weapons and dependent weapons to a certain extent. However, if it is used forcibly without approval, it can only produce partial effects. Once recognized, it can be used as flexibly as its original owner. I see. Suya thoughtfully took the book of dependence that came to him. He was indeed impressed by this setting, but he did not expect that he would be recognized by the second piece of brave equipment. Family Item Book, Level 0. Plus can copy book weapons with a rarity lower than your own and record magic. Plus you can increase your rank by recording magic, up to 10 times. Plus when casting magic, you can adjust the magic level to 947, but it must not exceed the level of the book. By comparison, the effect of the dependent weapon seems to be weaker than that of the holy weapon. The description of Suyi's holy weapon sword is as long as a short essay. The family device book only contained a few lines of information. However, this does not mean that the growth potential of the book is lower than that of the holy weapon. If it can be strengthened to the maximum level, it should be similar to the final form of the holy sword. Moreover, the two functions do not conflict with each other. One is focused on sword weapons, and the other is to record spells in magic books. It just happens to correspond to the two professions in Terraria, warrior and mage. It can adjust the level of magic. Seeing the third effect of book, Suya seemed to understand something. As long as there is enough magic power, even the lowest level flame magic can have destructive power comparable to forbidden spells. Suya recalled the huge fire arrow that Jing had used casually in the battle just now. Obviously, this is the power of the spell after its rank has been upgraded. If it is really as he thought, then some of the more practical low-level spells will also have room for improvement. While he was thinking, the space in the core secret room suddenly trembled, as if the earth was shaking. Oh no, the turtle has recovered. Penglai frowned. This was actually a good thing for her condition, but it was undoubtedly a disaster for the nearby towns. Your Highness, can you provide enough souls now? I'm sorry. I came in such a hurry that I didn't collect many souls. Suya took out a ball of dark flame from the inventory. This is the shadow soul he collected while exploring underground in the corrupted land. That's the soul I can offer. If we want to meet the needs of the spirit turtle, how much do we need? Penglay took the shadow soul from Suya with some surprise. She could feel the rich soul power contained in it. Such a soul is far more valuable than an ordinary person's soul. I'm afraid one copy is worth the souls of hundreds of civilians. If all the souls you provide are of this quality, only about 100 souls should be enough for the turtle to generate a world barrier. However, after each black tide ends, the barrier will be broken and souls need to be replenished. Hearing this, Suya nodded slightly, probably understanding what the other party meant. That is to say, I have to submit 100 souls in my hands every month or so, right? Yes. Penglay admitted somewhat awkwardly. In her opinion, this request was a bit unreasonable. A soul of such excellent quality and purity can be produced even if 100 copies can be produced at one time. But next time we'll still need this many souls. It's simply a bottomless pit. Even if you are the brave lord, I am afraid there is no way. Yes, that's absolutely fine. Suya made the promise in a relaxed tone. But in return, I need to sign a contract with you. This is the compensation we agreed on before. After signing the contract, you should be able to understand the source of these souls in my hands. In fact, in addition to the light and dark souls obtained from the Holy Land and the Evil Land, there are several souls that can be obtained in Terraria in difficult mode. For example, the flying soul obtained from the flying dragon in the space environment, and the soul of sight, soul of power, and soul of fear obtained by defeating 3 mechanical bosses. However, if you want to obtain a large number of souls through brushing, it is more convenient to use light and dark souls. Penglay looked at Suya deeply and said respectfully, "It is an honor for this world to have a brave man like you. No matter what kind of contract it is, I am willing to accept it. Please issue the contract to me, Your Highness the Brave One." Then, the beauty in Cheongsam closed her eyes and faced calmly what was going to happen next. Suya didn't act pretentiously and directly used the contract ability on Penglay, successfully accepting him as a contractor. In this way, the long vacant tree demon position finally has a suitable candidate. That's right, the contract skill that Penglay possesses is actually related to the tree demon. Contract skill blessing of the spirit turtle. Plus once a day, you can get a turtle shield worker who is immune to fatal damage. Plus can only serve as a tree demon. Plus when serving as a tree demon, you can consume souls to purify the biome in the designated area. Suya originally thought that this function would be very suitable for elves. But I didn't expect that the one with the relevant contract skills was actually the guardian beast of the shield hero world. After a moment, Penglay opened his eyes and looked at Suya with an intimate look. Owner. You don't seem particularly surprised. Suya was a little curious about how quickly Penglay adapted to the identity of a contractor. Because I know that a brave man like you must have a legendary experience. Come to think of it, the 4 holy warriors of this world were summoned from other worlds. It was equivalent to that Penglay knew from the very beginning that Suya came from another world, but it was not clear what his background was. Spirit Turtle. How long can you hold on? Since the contract had been signed, Suya no longer hesitated and asked bluntly. I have tried my best to suppress the urge to harvest souls, but I can only hold on for 3 more days at most. 3 days? That's enough. Suya took out a bottle of wormhole potion and threw a large gem for team formation to Penglay. Drink this potion and leave with me. The target of the wormhole potion is Phiro, who is fighting against the turtle familiar with Tori outside. However, after Jing was defeated, the turtle's familiars stopped generating. When Suya and Penglay appeared in front of the 2 human-shaped Philo birds, Philo pounced over and was casually carried on Suya's shoulder. You have the situation under control. The queen of the Philo birds asked in a calm voice. When she asked this question, she already had the answer. Well, the mastermind behind the manipulation of the spirit turtle has been killed by me. Suya nodded and briefly summarized the matter of the hero of the book. Fidaria listened to the words quietly and pointed out the problem directly. But the crisis caused by the spirit turtle is not over yet. I'm going to reintroduce Penglay to you now. Suya gave Penglay a look, and the latter took the initiative to walk in front of Fidaria and bowed. Queen of the Philo birds, thank you for helping to resist these uncontrolled familiars and preventing them from harming the surrounding villages and towns. After returning to the core of the spirit turtle, I remembered my true identity. I am the spirit turtle's true body. Because of the coercion of the book hero, I had to erase the key memories and seek the hero's help in the form of a human. A trace of fluctuation finally appeared on Fidaria's calm little face. Perhaps she didn't expect that the woman in front of her was actually the guardian spirit beast of this world. Afterwards, Penglay told the matter of the soul and gave a 3-day deadline. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Talia nodded. In this way, even if the spirit turtle awakens, this world can be protected from the invasion of the Black Tide without sacrificing lives. This is probably what the sword hero mentioned before, a solution that has the best of both worlds. FFFFLXX. After a pause, Fidaria looked at Suya who was teasing Philo and said seriously. Once you provide enough souls, I will fulfill my previous promise. Chapter 129, Fantasy Sacred Land and Underground Monster Farm. The Queen of the Philo birds, the disaster caused by the spirit turtle, the brave man from another world. Hephaestus updated Suyi's ability values while acting as a qualified listener. You are really busy, saving the world everywhere. The goddess peeled the record paper off Suyi's back and sighed. But the world you're talking about shouldn't be invaded by the Black Tide again, right? Well, as long as I provide souls regularly. Suya glanced at the numbers on the record paper and was immediately delighted. Changes in basic abilities can be seen on the panel, but only after the ability values are updated can he receive skill rewards. This time I went to see the brave world and ran around, and directly got 2 world fragments. Combined with the one you got before, you can unlock an extra world expansion slot. Without these world fragments, he would have to wait until Plantera was defeated to unlock new world slots. Carrying the safety of the entire world, it's been hard for you. Hephaestus looked at the young man in front of her with concern. By the way, people from the guild and the Ganesha clan came to see me yesterday and seemed to be asking about you. Guild? And the Ganesha clan? Hearing these 2 words, Yinya was shocked. It seems that my appearance in Golden City Paradise has been noticed. Don't worry, I'll help you get through it. Noticing the subtle change in Suyi's expression, Shen said casually. But what did you do? I heard that a big casino seemed to have closed down overnight. Helping a friend with some stuff. Suya naturally had nothing to hide from Hephaestus, so he briefly summarized Shiliu's affairs. I didn't expect that after so many years, I could still hear the name of Astria's family 24 hours a day. A look of reminiscence appeared on the goddess' face. In those days, Orario was not as peaceful as it is now. Led by the evil gods, the dark clans are constantly destroying the order of the city. Many gods were involved in the fighting among their clans, and were eventually sent back to heaven due to death. A series of bloody and cruel incidents occurred in the underground city. Goddess of Justice Astria is undoubtedly the brightest light in Orario, but it's a pity that her family has also been framed. I heard that after she left Orario, she recruited some followers in other cities. If your friend is interested, you can go and see her. After listening to the goddess's story about the history of Orario, Suya nodded slightly. I'll tell her. After updating his ability values, Suyi's basic abilities improved dramatically again. However, there is still some distance to upgrade, especially Suyi's goal is to reach the SSS level that exceeds the limit for all attributes. After saying goodbye to the goddess, Suya stopped by the adventurer's house. Because there were many customers at that time, he just watched from a distance. After confirming that the new employee, Anna, had adapted to the work here, he returned to Terraria. Terraria at this moment is completely different from the scene a few days ago when the wall of flesh was defeated. The grass and trees near the base present bright, vivid colors like a fairy tale. Verdant grasslands, colorful trees, and gorgeous flowers form a dreamlike landscape. At the end of the field of vision, a huge rainbow is faintly visible in the sky, which makes people feel happy. The originally rough and dull stones were transformed into objects with a pearly texture under the influence of the sacred aura. In this beautiful environment, even the images of monsters are extremely cute. In addition to slimes, there are elves with flapping wings flying among the flowers from time to time. Occasionally, you can see a unicorn with a single horn and pure white hair running by. This is the Holy Land biome artificially created by Suyat. It took less than a week for it to spread from a single stone to this scene. It spreads so quickly. Looking at the scenery near the base that has been updated, Suya couldn't help but sigh. But anyway, we have to create a corresponding monster spawning ground. The hallow is always better than the corruption. The dreamlike scene, like a fairy tale kingdom, is enough to make people indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. The reason why the area around the base was transformed into this state was because Suya needed to create a sacred environment for spawning monsters. Several special monsters will spawn in the sacred places on the surface. For example, the fairy and unicorn mentioned above can produce special materials, fairy dust and unicorn horn, which are only dropped by them. In addition, the goblin will also drop 2 components for synthesizing the Ankh amulet. A megaphone that is immune to silence, and a fast-moving clock trinket that is immune to slow down. Unicorns have a chance to drop the item gifted apple which can summon a unicorn mount. Although the unicorn mount doesn't have any special abilities, its appearance is very handsome and is much better than the slime. In addition, there is another very important point. In hard mode, there are 2 bosses that can only be summoned in the Holy Land. They are Slime Queen and Queen of Light. The former is Suyi's most recent challenge goal, while the latter is more powerful and requires some time to wait. Summoning the Queen Slime requires a special item called Gelatin Crystal. This item cannot be crafted, but can be found on the walls of caves in the underground hallow. This is Suyi's second goal, to create an underground sacred place for monster spawning. I wonder what the results of the battle were for Rafe and the others. Suya flipped through the inventory and synthesized the 3 world fragments he had accumulated. Soon, a key appeared in his hand. Key to the world, Rainbow. Plus unlock a new world expansion slot after use. It's pretty much the same effect as expected. Suya used the key immediately, and the familiar prompt popped up in front of him again. This time, Suya chooses to explore a new world. Exploring the unknown world, this process will last at least 6 hours. Hey, the time for exploring the unknown world is reduced by half. Seeing that it would only take 6 hours to find the new world, Suya raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that it used to take at least 12 hours to get information about the unknown world. It seems that after entering the difficult mode, even the time to find other worlds has been shortened a lot. There was still more than half a day before the new world was revealed, so Suya took out a bottle of wormhole potion and teleported to Lav's side. As soon as Suya came to his senses, he saw a terrifying scene that could be called a picture scroll from hell. A large number of pink slimes, fluorescent bats, and enchanted swords emitting soul flames almost filled the field of vision. Monsters like a tide emerged from all over the empty underground space that had been deliberately excavated, and attacked the girls in the middle area in an overwhelming manner. On the surrounding rock walls, brightly colored crystal fragments are condensed, emitting beautiful light. Ah, the master is coming! Rafe wielded a flaming whip and repelled a series of invading monsters. A circle of lavender eyeballs lingers around the raccoon girl, constantly emitting dark green rays at the enemies repelled by the whip. This is the summoning weapon from the Eternal Night series of weapons unlocked after defeating the slime god, the Eye of Eternal Night. Because Lav was responsible for the task of collecting souls, Suya specially made a set of summoner equipment and accessories for her. In this way, she only needs to stand in the monster spawning field and receive a steady supply of materials without doing anything. Don't worry about me, wait until this wave of monsters is over. After a few minutes, the duration of monster-killing buff potions such as the Insect Tide Potion and War Potion ends. The girls finally breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed their tense nerves, and cleaned up the remaining monsters in an orderly manner. After losing the endless supply of soldiers, the monsters in the cave were quickly slaughtered, leaving a pile of materials and props, as well as Dabby's coins. The holy soul emitting a light pink glow also floated freely in the field of vision, constantly twinkling like stars. Let me clean up the battlefield, you guys just take a rest. Penglay was seen chanting a spell in a low voice and gently pointing his hand in front of him. A black gravity ball was created out of thin air, constantly attracting nearby falling objects. Can gravity spells be used like this? Seeing this scene, Suya was stunned. He didn't expect Penglay to have the talent to be a sweeping robot. This is all I can do. Penglay smiled and said apologetically. This is not the world I live in, so I cannot offer you protection. It's okay, they won't mind. Suya glanced at the girls who were putting their spoils into boxes. In addition to Penglay and Lafu, there are also Diana and Lu who participate in this monster farm. It can be said that almost all of Suyi's contractors with combat capability have come. As for Philo, she should be taking advanced training as the queen candidate with Terraria now. Ms. Penglay's gravity spell is very helpful. Lav walked over, wagging her furry tail, and it was obvious that she was very happy to see Suya. As long as she is here, no matter how many monsters there are, they can't hurt us. No, it's just some insignificant assistance. It seems that Penglay gets along well with Lav and the others and they became familiar with each other so quickly. Suya came to the other two girls who were not good at speaking, and counted the spoils in the box together. Is this world still used to it, licking? The elf girl nodded slightly, her tone full of emotion. I felt the joy of adventure and exploration for the first time in a long time. Then let Setsuna help you get more familiar with some of the rules of this world. Suya touched Setsuna's ear, and the werewolf girl narrowed her eyes with a look of enjoyment. Let me see how many souls of light you've earned. Oh, not bad. After looking through the boxes, Suya discovered that in just one day, the monster farm had already produced more than 200 soul of light materials. Among them, Love's talent of harmony of light and shadow played a great role. Leaving 100 units as supplies for the spirit turtle, there will be more than 100 souls of light left for other uses. In that case, after thinking for a while, Suya clapped his hands to attract the girls' attention. Next, let's brush up on something else, like Treasure Chest Monster. Chapter 130, The Exploding Treasure Chest Monster, The World of Ice Lashing. There are many types of mimics in Terraria. Common treasure chests include wooden treasure chests, gold treasure chests and shadow treasure chest monsters, which can be encountered before the difficult mode. After the hard mode, there are more holy, corrupted and jungle treasure chest monsters, each dropping different items. These special treasure chest monsters, which are relative to the biome, can only be generated in the corresponding biome. However, holy and corrupted chest monsters can be repeatedly obtained by artificial creation. It only takes 15 souls of light and souls of darkness to make a light/luminous key. Placing a key into an empty chest will transform it into the corresponding hallowed/corrupted mimic. Anyway, as long as there is a monster farm, there will be a constant supply of souls. Suya simply made all the souls of light he had into keys of light. Master, what are you doing? Rafe came over curiously with a circle of eternal night eyes. Let me show you a magic trick. Suya smiled, gently closed the treasure chest containing the key of light, then took her hand and quickly retreated. It's coming, be careful. The holy chest monster has a single attack method, which only includes smashing and ramming. But its attributes are very terrifying, even higher than those of early bosses like the World Devourer. Even Suya didn't dare to stand there and let it bump around. At Suyi's reminder, the girls tensed up and stared at the treasure chest that was glowing brightly. After the lid was closed, the originally plain box was suddenly covered with a layer of purple crystals. The next moment, the treasure chest opened its lid as if alive, and stuck out a scarlet tongue. Roar! A piercing scream erupted from the sacred chest monster that had already completed its transformation, echoing throughout the monster spawning area. Almost in the blink of an eye, it rushed towards Rafe with its broken head. Clang! Suya held the holy sword horizontally, blocked the swift attack, and then swung out several pure sword energies with his backhand to repel the treasure chest monster. Rafe, who was still a little frightened, finally reacted and felt a little embarrassed in front of her master. She swung the whip angrily and ordered the Eye of Eternal Night to gather the Vulcan treasure chest monsters. Bang! 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 The rays of the Eye of Eternal Night bombarded the treasure chest monster, causing a series of crackling explosions. The whip in Lav's hand is actually a summoner weapon that can add special marks to the attacked target. Summons can cause extra damage or special effects to marked enemies. The whip named Firecracker is a weapon contributed by the Wall of Flesh and Blood. It is a very versatile whip-type weapon. The mark it imposes can be detonated when attacked by a summoned creature, causing considerable high damage. But the Holy Chest monster had a very high knockback resistance, and it actually leaped high up against the bomber-like summon and smashed towards Suya. This overwhelming attack reminded Suya of an old friend. After the hard mode, the first boss to challenge is the Slime Queen. Just when Suya was distracted, a nimble figure rushed out from the side and stopped the sacred treasure chest monster in mid-air. Lu was seen holding two short swords, cutting the treasure chest monster's body with swift attacks like the wind. After landing, the one who had been waiting for a long time also waved his sharp claws covered with ice and suddenly attacked. Seeing that they could handle it on their own, Suya did not continue to interfere, but calculated the time on the side. After fighting for about 5 minutes, the battered treasure chest monster was kicked away, and a large amount of light burst out. Wow, that's a lot of money. Shauna rubbed his eyes and looked at the gold coins scattered all over the ground. His eyes suddenly lit up. Because she often deals with the affairs of the Ice Wolf clan, she is very sensitive to the currency in Terraria. The members of the Ice Wolf tribe need to spend a certain amount of money whether they are treating injuries or replenishing basic supplies. This treasure chest monster is enough to cover the adventure expenses of dozens of Ice Wolf tribe members for a week. Not to mention that in addition to coins, treasure chest monsters will also drop other items. Master, can the wolf tribe also make money in this way? Hearing Setsuna's question, Suya naturally thought of what she was thinking about, and shook his head after thinking for a moment. Not to mention the consumption of the Soul of Light. This method of summoning treasure chest monsters can only be used in Terraria worlds after hard mode. Even if you bring the Key of Light into World 1, you won't be able to spawn a sacred chest monster. And you just experienced the power of the treasure chest monster yourself. Even you have such a hard time fighting, the average ice wolf would probably just waste the money spent on resurrection. The average strength of the Ice Wolf clan is estimated to be only at the level of an Orario LV1 adventurer. Dealing with the sacred chest monster in hard mode is about as difficult as fighting the solitary lord of the labyrinth on the upper level of the dungeon. After all, treasure chest monsters have nothing but numbers. Okay. I understand. Shauna nodded somewhat disappointedly, but she also knew that the Ice Wolf clan was still too weak. Only when it develops step by step can it provide more powerful assistance to the owner. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's see what the first treasure chest monster dropped. With excited anticipation, Suya gathered the items dropped by the sacred treasure chest monsters and showed them to the girls one by one. In fact, there is a fixed prize pool for items dropped by treasure chest monsters. No matter how many you kill, you will only get those few pieces of equipment. First of all, the direct profit from killing the sacred treasure chest monster is 7 gold coins and 50 silver coins, which is very considerable. Next are 2 types of difficult mode recovery potions, 10 bottles each of strong healing potion and strong mana potion. These 2 potions replenish more health and mana, but there is no difference other than that. If you want to make a powerful potion, you have to use the materials dropped by monsters in the Holy Land. In the future, you can obtain powerful potions by killing treasure chest monsters and save these materials and props. Finally, the highlight is the sacred treasure chest monster, which will definitely drop one of the 4 special items after it dies. This time, what fell was an exquisite knife carved from purple crystal. The blade was crystal clear and looked more like a work of art. However, its name is very simple, with only 2 simple words: flying knife. Flying knife, light purple. Plus 40 melee damage. Plus you can control the trajectory of the throwing knife. Plus automatic recycling. Why this one? That's fine too. Suya curled his lips. This flying knife is actually quite good. It is obviously a throwing weapon, but it has a melee damage bonus. You can enjoy the assistance of many accessories that are beneficial to melee combat. However, in terms of throwing attacks, the stealth attack of the thief profession is more professional. So the positioning of this throwing knife is rather awkward. Ryu, it's time to change your weapon. Suya casually handed the flying knife to the elf girl beside him. It's more suitable for you to use it. Ryu, who is known as Swift Wind, should be able to use this weapon to perfection. Only when the contractor's equipment is upgraded can the monsters be killed more efficiently. Afterwards, Suya used up all the light keys he had and killed nearly 10 holy treasure box monsters in one go. In addition to the huge sum of nearly 1 platinum, there are also a large number of powerful potions and all 4 special drops. However, in addition to the several items that we are familiar with, the holy chest monster also contributed a relatively unfamiliar weapon. Starry Broadsword, light red. Plus 59 melee damage. Plus when swung, it emits an explosive cosmic energy star. Plus the explosion of the cosmic energy star will cause hellfire, frostbite, and ichor debuffs. This sword. I didn't have much impression of it before. It should be the new weapon added by the disaster module to the treasure chest monster. Suya naturally accepted this unexpected surprise with pleasure and directly copied its effect with the holy sword. The blade of the starry broadsword presents an intertwined spiral structure, and the top is as sharp as a drill bit. Suya waved his hand casually, and saw 3 colors of starlight splashing out and dissipating like pollen. A moment later, these cosmic energy stars that were flashing like traffic lights suddenly exploded, setting off waves of scorching heat and severe cold. Yes, it is not suitable to use it to fight against the enemy. Su, Wang knows, Ye nodded with satisfaction. Compared to pre-hard mode weapons, the cosmic broadsword has higher base damage and more powerful special effects. The inferno debuff inflicted by the cosmic star can continuously burn the enemy's health. Frostbite can slow down the speed, and spiritual fluid can reduce a large amount of defense, which is very practical. After accompanying Lav and the others to kill monsters for a while, Suya finally received a prompt from the world crossing system. A traversable world has been found. It's finally here. The information in front of him cheered Suya up, and he couldn't wait to open the system interface. However, this time the time travel information is different from before. Because I chose the development ability of Traveler when I upgraded. So this time when Suya traveled through time, he had to go through an additional process of choosing an identity. Please select your identity as a Traveler. After making the choice, the development ability of Traveler will be upgraded to H level. Identity 1, New Soldier on the Imperial Border. Identity 2, Member of the Imperial Resistance. Identity 3, Logistician of the Assassination Organization Night Raid. The first 2 identities are still a bit vague. However, after seeing the word night attack, Suya reacted immediately. So this is the world of Akame Ga Kill. Chapter 131 Mutants. World Quest in the world of Zantong. Looking at the three options in front of him, Suya fell into thought. There is no doubt that he will definitely travel to the Zhantong world as a member of the Night Raid. This way, you can get in touch with the core settings of this world with the fastest efficiency, the Empire, the Rebels, and the Imperial tools. But why are they logistics personnel? Never mind, it doesn't matter anyway. After confirming his choice, Suya did not travel through time immediately. The time flow rate ratio between the Zhantong world and the main world is 1:1, which is very balanced. This means that he needs to finish some to-do items before going to the new world. The royal palace of the kingdom of Melamag. After a fierce battle, Suya said to the queen behind him while enjoying the maid's dressing and washing services. That's how it is. If nothing unexpected happens, this world won't have to worry about the invasion of the Black Tide. Queen Myrlia was stunned at first, and it took her a moment to realize what this news meant. Really? We don't have to worry about disasters anymore. That's right, provided that the supply of souls is not interrupted. Suya nodded and briefly summarized what happened after the Shilingui woke up. The unfortunate deaths of 3 other 4 saint warriors at the hands of the hero of the book were also revealed. I didn't expect that the person who controlled the spirit turtle and tried to destroy this world was actually a brave man from another world. However, fortunately you are here. Feeling the soft body pressing against him from behind, Suya glanced at the maid next to him. There are still people here, Myrlia. Don't worry, they are all my personal maids and know the rules. Queen Myrlia walked behind a quiet maid and lifted her chin with a smile. If you like someone, you can take her to the next room and pamper her. It is a great honor for them to be favored by a hero like you. To be able to become the queen's personal maid, one must be young, beautiful, pure, and with little hair and possess unique skills. Although Suya was very tempted, he had already wasted a lot of time, so he shook his head and declined the queen's invitation. Maybe next time. Oh, what a pity. Queen Myrlia showed a rather regretful expression. If Suya could stay here completely, the kingdom of Melamag would be equivalent to having the only 4 saints heroes in the world. And he is an important figure who determines the survival of the world. With such a brave man in charge, the kingdom can gain at least hundreds of years of prosperity. It seems that relying on me alone is not enough. Queen Myrlia's eyes gradually became firm. By the way, I have prepared the corresponding lordship and documents for the territory you requested last time. The people there are ready for you to take over the territory. Well, I might not have time lately. Suya slapped his head and almost forgot that he had a territory in the Shield Hero world. But he really doesn't have time to worry about such things now. It's okay. I'll let Mello help you temporarily manage the important matters related to the territory. Queen Myrlia's eyes turned and she spoke decisively. Melty? It's not appropriate to ask the second princess of the kingdom to work for me. This is indeed a good solution though. But Suya didn't expect that the queen would be so decisive in selling the second princess. This is also her style. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just an opportunity to hone Melty's administrative abilities. Seeing that Suya was just questioning and did not refuse, the queen finalized the matter and made a suggestion that made Suya even more excited. If you don't trust her, you can also sign a contract with her. Myrlia, have you ever been called cruel and ruthless by others? Hehe, everyone calls me the vixen of Melamag. Isn't this a title to be proud of? There is no other way. Only by showing a strong image can we gain more benefits for the kingdom. Although the contract issue was ultimately dropped, Suyi's territory was handed over to Melty for trusteeship. In this way, his affairs in the world of Shield Hero have come to an end. After that, you just need to let Penglay get some souls every once in a while to replenish the soul power of the spirit turtle. Next is the world of Dicuo. After a long delay, Adventurer's House finally has a branch. Although the branch is still near the Adventurer's House, it can finally alleviate the problem of too many customers and overcrowded stores. What is this, a new product? Hestia, who was tidying up the new store, saw Suya take out a bunch of colorful props and asked curiously. I guess so. Suya replied without comment. It's been a while since Adventurer's House launched any new products. Although this did not affect the enthusiasm of the adventurers, he always felt that there was nothing new. But he was also short of difficult mode minerals, so selling them was out of the question. So Suya simply launched a new style for some of the existing props. Colorful style. Ordinary torches are not cool enough? Not recognizable? No problem. Here we have magic torches in many colors, including red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, etc. We have everything you need. The bonfire also has new themed colors such as ice and snow, jungle and shadow. In addition, Adventurer's House has also launched an unprecedented armor dyeing service. Whether you are a macho pink or a rich gold, we can satisfy you with absolute personalized customization. In fact, the functions of these props are the same, they just change the color. Transform a normal torch into a blue ice torch. All you need is some ice cubes to make it. The same goes for other types of torches, the cost is very low, they just change the color. We'll come back and see how the market reacts. After leaving the rest of the matters to Lily and other store clerks, Suya returned to Terraria with satisfaction. Now I have nothing to worry about and can explore the world of Zhantong with peace of mind. Reopen the system panel. Suya turned to the New World column interface. After the identity of the time traveler was locked down as the logistics personnel of the night attack organization, the remaining information was slowly revealed. World Quest: summon and defeat the 3 mechanical kings in this world. After completing it, you will gain the mutant skill. After the Black Bullet world, Suya finally encountered another world quest. However, the difficulty of this world quest is a bit high. You need to summon and defeat the 3 mechanical kings in the Zhantong world, the Destroyer, the Twins, and the Mechanical Skeleton King. Because this is not the Terraria world, you must be careful, otherwise you may lose your life if you are not careful. With Suyi's current equipment, he would need to prepare for a while before he could challenge them with full confidence. The reward for the world quest is a skill. However, the name of this mutant reminded Suya of an enemy. First there was the disaster, and now even the French dog has come. Chapter 132, The Assassin Girls of the Resistance Organization. A dozen kilometers north of the imperial capital, hidden in the mountains, is the headquarters of the Night Raid organization. Is the boss not back yet? She is the only one missing for today's meeting. Don't worry, Leona, I heard that the boss will bring a new member this time. A new member? Is this true? I didn't expect that an assassination organization like ours would also need to recruit new members. I hope it's a cute boy. It's too monotonous to have only girls in the organization. Speaking of which, there is no user of Crosstail yet, I wonder if it will choose a newcomer. Don't get too excited. I heard that the newcomers here are just support staff. Just as the conference room was filled with various discussions, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a silver-haired woman with a mechanical arm and a black eye mask walked in. It's quite lively. I can hear your voices from dozens of meters away. Boss. The boss is finally here. Morning, boss. The assassins in the room stopped discussing and greeted the leader of the assassination organization Night Raid. The blonde with big breasts, who was only wearing a black bra and looked quite bold, raised her hand eagerly and asked. Boss. I heard there's a new guy coming, is that true? Tisk, where on earth did you get this information? You are indeed my assassin. After sitting down at the main seat in the conference room, the one-eyed woman clapped her hands and shouted toward the door. Come in, newcomer. Hearing Najita's call, Suya pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, several eyes filled with curiosity, vigilance, and scrutiny focused on him. This boy is called Suyat. Starting today, he will join our night raid team and be responsible for logistics-related matters. After listening to the leader's introduction, the meeting room was silent for a moment, and then the sound of light discussion filled the air. He is actually a cute and handsome boy. Could it be that God finally heard my call? Leon, stop drooling. I'm not a combatant. I'd like to have a few more days off. There's nothing we can do. There are simply too many villains in the Empire. After the discussion gradually died down, Nadezhda coughed lightly, restoring silence to the meeting room. Don't underestimate the logistics personnel. The organization asked Suyat to join because he was able to obtain rare supplies that are not available on the market. Everyone, introduce yourselves to our new members. Akame, I'll start with you. Even if these people didn't introduce themselves, Suyat could still recognize their identities. After hearing Nadezhda's order, a girl with black hair and red eyes nodded slightly, and Ryujian stood up neatly. Red eyes. After simply saying a word that was either a code name or a name, the girl sat down again. Oh. Akame-chan is still acting so cold. The big-breasted blonde next to him commented with a smile, then looked at Suyat and extended her hand in a friendly manner. My name is Leona, and I'm the oldest member besides the boss. If you have any questions, you can ask me, big sister. Leon, don't bring me up when you talk about age. Got it, boss. Suyat also stretched out his hand and shook the other person's rough palm. I don't know if it's an illusion, but when I got closer, I seemed to be able to smell alcohol on Leon. It shouldn't be an illusion. I'm Xier. Among the remaining two assassins, the one looking at the girl with glasses and long hair whispered. I am also responsible for some logistical work, because I am not good at direct combat. Sorry, I said too much. Don't apologize to the new guy. He'll be confused. The girl with twin ponytails at the side said it quite forcefully, then she crossed her arms and glanced at Suyat. As for me, just call me Main. At this point, all members of Night Raid have introduced themselves to Suyat. Strange, there are no users of Crosstail and Haunted Demon. Suyat had some doubts in his heart, but he quickly put them behind him. Anyway, the previous world also had more or less different plots, and he was used to it. Come to think of it, what kind of supplies can you provide to be noticed by Bobs? Ma Yin asked the same question that others had, quite puzzled. Although Night Raid is not a serious organization, it is not easy to join it. Boss, can you show this guy? The one-eyed leader on the main seat smiled. She knew that the assassins in the organization would not easily trust newcomers. Young man, what do you think? Since Ms. Mine wants to know what kind of supplies I can provide. Suyat smiled back and then took out a bottle of potion. This is a potion I made myself, called Invisibility Potion. Its function is very simple. After drinking it, you will become invisible for a certain period of time. Having said that, Suyat drank the invisibility potion in front of everyone and disappeared into the air on the spot. Unsurprisingly, this scene made the assassin girls look surprised. Is he really invisible? No. Leon sniffed and looked at Suyat's seat curiously. I can still smell the boy's scent. Well, it's just invisible to the naked eye. Chi Tong said calmly. Please give me flowers. The smell, aura, murderous intent and other information can still be sensed. Although it won't be very useful in a duel with an expert, it's enough for general assassination and infiltration missions. Invisibility potion has a very high value. Hearing this, you couldn't help but whistle exaggeratedly. Akagami rarely praises people like this, young man. The next moment, Suyat cancelled the effect of the invisibility potion, reappeared in everyone's sight, and took out a few bottles of red potions again. In addition, there are healing potions that can heal injuries. Agility potion to increase speed, Iron potion to enhance defense. Of course, these potions are difficult to make, so I don't have much in stock. Of course, this was a lie to them, as the potions in the inventory were enough for bathing. However, since Suya had just joined the night raid, it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Being too ostentatious would only arouse suspicion. After all, this is an assassination organization dancing on the edge of a knife. Even so, the potions he took out alone were enough to shock the assassin girls who came on the night raid. Are you an alchemist? How can you make so many strange potions? I don't know what Marin was thinking about, and she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Leon, who was standing by, saw her like this and couldn't help but joked. Young man, she wants to ask you if you have any potion that can make people grow taller and enlarge their breasts. Leon. I didn't say that. The girl with twin ponytails immediately rushed towards her companions in a rage and started fighting with them. Okay, it's meeting time, don't make too much noise. Nagita watched the scene with a faint smile, then turned to look at Suyat. So do you have this potion? Boss. How can you be like this too? Suya pretended to be thoughtful, and saw a hint of anticipation on Ma Yin's face out of the corner of his eye. As expected, you are still very concerned about height and development, Miss Mine. After a pause, Suya showed a regretful look and spread his hands. Unfortunately, I don't have any potion with this effect at the moment. But if Miss Mayan wants, I can also try to develop it. Really? After saying this subconsciously, Marin suddenly reacted and turned her head away quickly. I'm just asking, nothing else. Okay, newbies, stop teasing mine, let's get down to business. Nadezhda clapped her hands, revitalizing the somewhat chaotic atmosphere of the meeting. The imperial capital has a new assassination commission. We need to clean up the pests in the heart of this corrupt empire. Night raid killers, it's time for you to show up. Chapter 133, Akaji's swimsuit bonus. The first assassination attempt. As an assassination organization, Night Raid's apparent livelihood and source of intelligence for the imperial capital is to accept various commissions from the residents of the imperial capital. While completing the commission, detect targets worthy of assassination and try them. Come to think of it, doesn't Akame need to carry out commissions? In the kitchen, Suyat, who was preparing ingredients for dinner, looked at the black-haired Shaoan beside him. As a newcomer in charge of logistics, it was normal for him to be kept in the base. But it is strange that Akame, as the ace of the organization, did not act with Leon and others. I'm on the wanted list, so it's hard to sneak in. Chi Tong ended the topic concisely. Also, there are lives here that need to be buried. Does that mean we go to the mountains to hunt for wild game as food? That's right. The girl carried a huge backpack and said to Suyat. Today's 893 target is the yellow river salmon, a fish with delicious meat but extremely vigilant. I recently found a gathering place that is perfect for dinner tonight. You can come along too. Even if you can't help much, you can still bring back more fish. That being said, that night was taken seriously. It's just fishing. He's an expert at this. On the way to the river that Chi Tong mentioned, Suya quietly prepared a bunch of props to increase fishing power. The egret fishing rod made from sky blue ingot increases fishing power by 25. Master bait, increases fishing power by 50. Fishing potion, increases fishing power by 15. Fisherman's tackle bag accessory increases fishing power by 10. The fishing float accessory increases fishing power by 10. A complete set of fisherman's clothing, increases fishing power by 15. With a total of 100 fishing power bonus points, Suya can catch fish even with only a wash basin of water. Apart from potions and fishing rods, the remaining accessories and clothes were all friendly contributions from the Ice Wolf tribe. Under Setsuna's leadership, almost all members of the Ice Wolf clan switched jobs to become fishermen. Only a small number of key functions such as businessmen and nurses are left. Less than a month after becoming Su Yi's contractor, the Ice Wolf tribe has been able to achieve food freedom through fishing and has also earned a lot of resources. You want to fish with a rod? After arriving at the riverside, Akaji, who was warming up for diving, saw Su Yi's appearance and couldn't help but remind him. The yellow river salmon are very alert, so you have to hide your scent, dive to the bottom of the river, and then suddenly attack them when they are swimming. It's almost impossible to catch it with bait alone. Then let's compare and see. Su Yi confidently cast the rod into the river, then turned to look at Chi Tong. It's about who catches more yellow river salmon today. The loser must meet one of the winner's demands. Hearing Su Yi's challenge, Chi Tong seemed to be aroused by his fighting spirit and snorted. It's a meaningless competition, but since you insist on doing this, I have to take it seriously. As she spoke, the girl lifted up her clothes and took off her skirt, revealing her fair and healthy belly and thighs. I saw that under her usual clothes, Akaji was actually wearing a white swimsuit. Although it is a relatively simple style, when paired with the girl's slender and powerful body, it has a kind of temptation that makes people want to get close to her. This is clothing that can be used in water. Seeing Su Yi looking at her with surprise, Chi Tong explained with a slightly red face. Previously, the organization was full of women, and this was the first time she had exposed so much skin in front of the opposite S**X. When the sun sets, the competition time ends. See if your fishing rod is useful, or... Before she could finish her words, Chi Tong dived into the river like a mermaid, splashing sparkling water. In less than a minute, a big, struggling fish was thrown onto the shore. So soon. Su Yi threw the fish into the fish basket, and his fighting spirit was also ignited. If he can't even catch fish with his bare hands, what right does he have to call himself a fisherman? So, the assassins who had just returned from carrying out the commission looked at the fish feast on the table and looked helplessly at the duo who stayed at home. Is that why you caught so many fish? The yellow river salmon in the kitchen can probably be eaten for a month. The thought of the next 3 meals a day might all be related to fish. Even Nadezhda couldn't help but sigh. So who won this competition? After hearing the whole story, Leon asked curiously. Su Yi. Akahim said without hesitation. Although there was a hint of doubt and unwillingness on the girl's pretty face. But the fact is the fact, Akaji will not argue with it. Oh, that means you have to meet one of his requests. Leon chuckled and looked at Akim's body with the obscene eyes of an uncle. After all, he is still a teenage boy, so he will definitely make some strange requests, right? Ugh, so disgusting. A look of disgust immediately emerged on Main's face, and she moved her seat further away from Leon. Then, the girl with twin ponytails stared at Su Yi and said. Newcomer, if you dare to do anything weird to Chi Tong, I won't forgive you. Ah ha ha ha. I don't want to provoke the ace killer of the assassination organization. Su Yi smiled and looked at Nadezhda who had been drinking alone. Boss, can you tell me about today's commission? You want to listen? That's fine. Nadezhda put down the bottle, wiped her mouth, and then spoke slowly. Today I am mainly doing investigation work to verify the authenticity of the intelligence provided by the client. According to the client, the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, Oka, and the oil merchant, Jamal, colluded with each other. The former accepted bribes, while the latter covered up the crime. The client's fiancée was framed by Oka as Jamal's scapegoat and sentenced to death. So, the client didn't hesitate to sell her body and raise a sum of money to entrust us, hoping to seek justice. Ask for justice. These 4 short words embody the heart-wrenching cries of countless people who have suffered injustice. So, what are the results of the inspection? 0.9. Su Yi couldn't help but ask. The crimes of these 2 people are beyond doubt. This time it was Leon who answered him. She had always been a non-serious person, but now she looked serious. I sneaked into Jamal's oil shop today and saw him and Oka's private transaction. The assassination will take place tomorrow. Nadezhda lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and spoke with her eyes lowered. The rotten old empire will eventually fall. And the new country does not need evil and unjust scum. Let us attack at night to bring down divine punishment on these rubbish. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the restaurant. Suya coughed lightly, breaking the atmosphere. Ms. Akito, according to our previous bet, please let me have the chance to act this time. I will take part in the assassination tomorrow. Chapter 134, Demonstration of Strength, Compatibility Test of the Unowned Imperial Tool. You also want to participate in tomorrow's assassination. After hearing what was just said, all the members of Night Raid, including Nadezhda, looked at him in surprise. After all, Suya was just a new member who joined in the name of logistics. In their eyes, he was nothing more than an alchemist who could provide rare potions. Hey, I'm not trying to hit you, but our actions are no joke. Ma Yin walked up to Suya and looked at him suspiciously. You don't seem to have much muscle, can you beat the imperial soldiers? To be honest, I am the type who looks thinner when I wear clothes. Suya responded very calmly. How about I take off my coat and show you my muscles? Who wants to see it? Me. Leon on the side immediately raised his hands excitedly. This is in stark contrast to the twin-tailed girl whose face is full of silence. Why did you participate in the assassination, young man? Najida ignored the two people who were playing tricks and asked Suya. Isn't it safer to stay in the base than to take on a commission where you could die at any time? Although the night attack organization is indeed short of manpower. But Nadezhda would not let newcomers participate in assassinations casually. Apart from the issue of strength, assassination operations do not necessarily involve the more people the better. A stupid teammate is more terrifying than a powerful enemy. I think, this doesn't need a reason. Suya pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the assassins around him. Everyone who participated in the night raid gathered here and raised their swords against the Empire for the same goal. They also had various experiences. So, my reasons are the same as everyone else's. If I have to, I want to see with my own eyes the darkness of this country. Oh! Najida looked at Suya in surprise, and seemed to have a new understanding of him. You are quite eloquent, young man. Very good. The Resistance Army and the Night Raid need people like you. I'll make an exception and let you participate in this operation. Hearing the decision made by the leader, Main, who was arguing with Leon, turned around. Hey! Boss, how should we distribute the targets? Let the new guy be responsible for assassinating Jamal. Nadezhda thought about it and assigned the easiest task to Suya. As for Uka, it's a bit more troublesome. He is very powerful. Although he is not an imperial weapon user, he is also a warrior who has experienced many battles. Uka, the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, usually has several subordinates following him when he patrols the Imperial Capital. The rest of the time is spent at the guard's duty station. Even during their vacation time, they would not leave their duty area, and most of the time they would have fun in the busy streets near the palace. Therefore, if you want to assassinate him, you must not only face the powerful demon Uka. Also consider witnesses and the surrounding environment. He's such a troublesome guy, he's like a hedgehog and never leaks. After summarizing Uka's information, Leon said with a headache. Tomorrow is the day he goes to the busy street to rest, and it is also the only chance to single him out and assassinate him. But if we fail to kill him in a short period of time, we will definitely get into trouble in a busy city with so many people coming and going. Nadezhda nodded in agreement. Because Qi Tong is wanted, it is not convenient for him to sneak into the imperial capital. Main is a long-range assassination-type imperial weapon. It is difficult to exert its maximum effect in the heavily guarded imperial capital. I can only let you and Xier give it a try. At this moment, Suya proposed again. In that case, why don't you let me deal with this Mr. Oka? Ma Yin looked at Suya with an impatient tone. Newbie, don't push yourself too far. I'm not that guy Leon. No matter how handsome you are, I won't be moved. It's useless to say anything. Hearing this, Suya smiled slightly and suddenly said. I'm sorry, Miss Akahide. The black-haired girl at the side suddenly widened her eyes, and without hesitation drew out her sword, barely blocking the sudden attack. I saw that Suya had a simple long sword in his hand, and the attack just now was launched by him. Ding, ding, ding. A series of sparks burst out from the place where the two men's weapons clashed, and the crisp sound of iron hammering continued. In the small room, the two people's movements were not big, but the battle was extremely fierce. A newbie's moves can actually keep up with Akagi. Leon, who was watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but say after observing for a moment. Boss, are you sure he's just a support staff? At least that's what he said when he applied to join the organization. Nadezhda also frowned slightly, watching the battle in front of her. She could see that Suya was not attacking the members of the organization without reason, but was deliberately fighting with Akame to show his real experience. But the strength displayed is really too exaggerated. As the trump card of the night raid and the most vicious killer in the imperial capital, Akame's fighting power can be said to be the strongest among all. Judging from the battle in front of him, Yinya was able to compete with Qi Tong in a short period of time, and even suppressed her in terms of strength. Even though Qi Tong didn't try his best, the result was already very scary. That's enough, this is not the place for a fight. After observing for a while, Jetta called a halt to the fight between the two. However, Qi Tong seemed unwilling to give up, and finally thrust out his weapon from the blind spot at an astonishing speed, aiming directly at Suyi's vitals. 3. The moment the attack was launched, Akame realized that something was wrong. If this attack hits, it will almost certainly result in the death of Imperial Tool, one-hit kill Murasame 290. Suya also sensed the attack from the blind spot, but did not panic. Although Murasame has a strange curse that will kill anyone who is hit, the prerequisite is that it can hurt him. Sprint! In the blink of an eye, Suya rushed several meters away, causing Qi Tong's sure-hit attack to miss. It's better not to use such a dangerous weapon casually. Suya put away the long sword that the holy sword had transformed into, turned around, and said. I wonder if the battle just now can prove that. I have the ability to assassinate Uka. You are really good at giving people surprises. Nadezhda took a deep puff of the cigarette in her hand, and finally pressed the burnt butt into the ashtray and made a decision. Since you are so confident, you will be responsible for the assassination of Uka this time. Leone, you and he'll go deal with that wine merchant. The action will be at dawn tomorrow morning. Did you hear that? Although the operation encountered many twists and turns before it even started, the assassins still responded seriously. Yes. Before the meeting ended, Najita suddenly said to Suyat. There are currently 2 unowned imperial artifacts in the organization, namely the Haunted Demon and the Cross House. After returning from this operation, if you still want to carry out assassination commissions, then come to me and test the compatibility of these 2 imperial tools. Chapter 135 As long as you are strong enough, you will not be reclaimed. Imperial Tool. Hearing the names of the 2 imperial tools mentioned by Najita, Suyi's heart moved. The imperial weapon is a unique setting in the world of Zhan Tong, and is also one of his goals in joining the night raid. About 1,000 years ago, the founding emperor of the empire wanted to maintain the long-term rule of the empire. He spared no expense in recruiting high-level craftsmen from all over the world. A large number of legendary monster materials, as well as rare metals such as orichalcum and adamantium, were used. A total of 48 powerful weapons that cannot be replicated have been developed and are called tools. 500 years ago, a large-scale riot broke out in the empire, and many imperial instruments were lost among the people and even abroad. In addition, 400 years after the founding of the empire, the emperor at that time also tried to make imperial tools. However, because the craftsmanship of forging imperial tools has long been lost, they can only imitate the existing imperial tools and produce inferior imitations, minister tools. If Suya could get the approval of the emperor, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. However, not everyone can use the imperial tool, but there are strict conditions for its use. First of all, people who don't match the temperament of the Taiguo can't use the Taiguo's abilities. If you force it to be used, you will either fail to exert the power of the imperial weapon, or even harm the host in serious cases. Secondly, under normal circumstances, 2 or more imperial tools cannot be used at the same time. The reason is that using an imperial tool requires a lot of physical strength and energy, and ordinary people cannot bear such a huge burden. Some imperial tools also have serious side effects, making them difficult to use frequently. It can be said that the imperial weapon is a double-edged sword. Although it has extremely powerful power, it can also easily hurt itself. When I come back this time, maybe I'll have an imperial tool. But why does this sound like a death flag? Although he is not in the Terraria world now, Suya does not have the ability to resurrect. But after signing the contract with Penglay, he was blessed with the spirit turtle protection once a day. It can avoid a fatal injury that is sure to kill him and give him enough time to escape. As long as he doesn't try to kill himself, Suya will basically not fall into the ditch. Leaving the restaurant and heading to the dormitory, Suya discovered that there was a figure following him. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Scratching his head, Suya turned and looked at the silent black-haired girl. Not only did he steal your commission, but he also suddenly attacked you. Aka-isa didn't seem to mind too much. And you didn't use your full strength just now. From the perspective of the other members of the night raid, the battle just now was because Akame didn't want to use her full strength against her companions, which was why she was being suppressed. But only she herself knew that Suya, who was fighting with her, also did not use all his strength, and even handled it with ease. But Chi Tong walked up to Suya and said lightly, not knowing whether it was a reminder or an admonition. Performing tasks efficiently and completing reports is considered excellent. When you come back this time, find an open area and fight me again. I will use a different weapon. It's possible that. Hearing this, Suya couldn't help but complain in his heart, thinking that this girl looked like she was setting a flag for him. Seeing that he agreed, Chi Tong nodded slightly and was about to leave. As he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and turned around and said, I cannot carry out such a commission that would expose my identity. I haven't fulfilled your request this time. You can change a new request. Tell me next time we meet. Although Akame's original intention was good, but Suya always felt like she had taken out another flag and stuck it on herself. Empire, Imperial Capital. Verb. On a busy commercial street, a somewhat drunk strong man was swaggering in the center of the street. Generally speaking, if a drunk appears in such an upscale neighborhood, he will be quickly beaten up by patrolling police officers and thrown into the alley to fend for himself. But it is not difficult to see from the strong man's fearless attitude and the fearful looks that were constantly cast at him. He was not just an ordinary drunkard, but a man of some fame and status in the area. Demon Uka, this is the title of the strong man. His powerful skills and record of killing countless evildoers earned him the name of Evil Spirit. As the squad leader of the Imperial Capital Guard, he has considerable power in the area under his charge. It's really pleasant to drink a little wine after torturing the prisoner. While burping, Uka waved to the merchants who came over. Master Uka, you have worked hard on duty. Thank you so much for your care these days. Haha, if you have any difficulties, you can come and tell me at any time. Uka spoke to the merchants in a very heroic manner. He extremely enjoyed this treatment of being the center of attention and being rushed to give him benefits. I am the king of this street. This country is really great. As long as you have power, you can do whatever you want. After the merchants dispersed, a hooded figure suddenly approached. Lord Duca. Duca looked at the guy who came to his door with a drunken look. What do you want from me? I have something I want you to take care of, please. As he spoke, the hooded man lifted a corner of his cloak, revealing a heavy cloth bag, which he gently opened. The crisp and pleasant sound of coins colliding instantly woke Oyuka up, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Yes, you are very smart. What's the matter? Tell me. The hooded man glanced left and right at the passers-by on the street and spoke cautiously. It's not convenient here. Could you please go to a quiet place with me to talk? Haha, you're quite clever. I'll do as you say. Although Aka was a little confused, he didn't think much about it. Most people who would seek help from him would do so for some shady reasons, so it was normal for them to be cautious. However, he was not without vigilance. After turning into an alley, Oka did not continue to follow the hooded man deeper. Hey, this is fine. It seems that this is the limit. Suya took off his hood and said silently. As long as the killing time is short enough, there will be no complications. What's going on? Tell me now. Seeing the hooded man reveal his true face, Duka subconsciously put his hand on the weapon at his waist. Well, I want to join the Imperial Capital Guard and become a righteous man like you who protects the people. While saying what he had prepared in advance, Suya took out his purse and pretended to hand it to Oyuka. Want to join the guard team? I thought it was something else. Duka was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Normally, it requires complicated procedures, but... As he said this, Duka opened the purse and took a look at it, and immediately his eyebrows danced with joy. The purse is full of golden coins. This kid is really generous. I guarantee that you only need to go through the motions, how about that? Really? Thank you so much. The moment Oyuka lowered his head to check his purse, a set of strange protective gear in the style of a spacesuit suddenly appeared on Suyi's body. Titan's heart set. The next moment, his figure quietly disappeared, and 3 spears like giant insect mouths emerged from the ground in an instant, piercing Oka directly before he could react. Duka was horrified by the severe pain that felt like his body was being torn apart. He endured the pain and drew his weapon, but when he looked up, there was no one in sight. The young man who had just been talking to him disappeared into thin air as if he had evaporated. However, the opponent's attack came out from underground at a strange angle. What the hell is this? Could it be the Taigu? Duka swung his sword desperately to block a strangely shaped spear. But 2 identical javelins emerged from the ground, clamped his throat, and nailed him to the wall. With his limbs pierced all over, Duka raised his blurry vision with great effort. The boy who had just disappeared reappeared in his sight. Without giving him a chance to ask the last question, Suya threw out Yu Lang Jiao again, piercing Duka's head directly. When throwing without stealth attack, only 1 Yu Lang Jiao will be thrown out. When the stealth value of Jian Hao Zhao is full, you can roll 3, which is the stealth attack unique to the thief weapon. His strength is average, at most he is a LV2 adventurer. Suya commented on the body on the ground. Without the upgrade granted by God's grace, no matter how strong you are just a stronger mortal. Even an Imperial equipment user who possesses an Imperial equipment is nothing more than a squishy creature with high attack and low imitation. As long as the main body of the Imperial weapon user can be defeated, no matter how powerful the Imperial weapon is, it will become ineffective due to the death of its master. The exception is a certain Imperial general who possesses a blood-type Imperial weapon. In this way, the commission can be easily completed. If you want to make money from me, it's too early for you to do that. After putting the blood-stained money bag from the ground into the inventory, Suya sprinkled the cards with the Night Raid logo on Uka's body and turned around and disappeared. A few minutes later, a girl wearing the uniform of the Imperial Capital Guard ran into the alley in panic. "Master Uka, are you here? I heard that you came to this alley with someone, meow." The next moment, Uka's mutilated body came into the girl's sight. Also discovered was a provocative Night Raid sign. After a brief shock, the girl's heart-wrenching scream of pain was heard in the circle. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 136. I understand the logic, but can you let me put on my clothes first? Well done. After returning to the Night Raid base, Najida praised Su Yi's performance. I didn't expect you to kill that guy so effortlessly. This is your first assassination. What do you think? Ixt. Suya thought for a moment and finally concluded. The captain of the Imperial Capital Guard seems to be just so-so, with average strength. Who asked you that? Hearing his answer, Nadezhda was stunned for a moment, feeling a little amused and helpless. I'm asking if you felt any regret or guilt after killing Uka. As killers, even if the people we kill are evil, we are still taking other people's lives in the end. What do you think? I don't think much about it. This time, Suya answered without any hesitation, and looked at the leader of the Night Raid with a calm expression. Evildoers like Uka can do evil with a clear conscience, so why can't I kill him in the name of justice? If not killing him will lead to more tragedies, then his existence is an unacceptable mistake. Mistakes like this are spread all over the rotten old empire, and a huge fire must be ignited to burn them all. That's the reason why Night Raid and the Resistance exist, isn't it? As if touched by Su Yi's answer, Najida lit a cigarette and started smoking. Yes, just as people gradually age and their organs gradually wither, so do countries. Even the imperial capital, which has prospered for 1,000 years, has now become corrupt and turned into a hell on earth. The demons and monsters in human skin are arrogant and greedy. These sins that cannot be punished by God will be slain by 11 in the dark night. That's why I founded Night Raid. Suya, although you joined the Night Raid as a logistics personnel, you have now proven your strength and conviction. Are you willing to become an official assassin, and kill those who deserve to be killed together with Akame and the others? Seeing boss extending an olive branch to Suya, the girls at the conference table pricked up their ears, waiting for a response. Of course I do. Suya reached out and held Nadezhda's hand, which was one of his purposes. Otherwise, he wouldn't display his strength so openly. Very good, from today on, Night Raid has a new trump card. Nadezhda's face showed joy. Su Yi's joining is a timely help to her as she is short of manpower. However, the potion you provided earlier, I will continue to supply, please rest assured. Suya smiled. Providing potions was just a convenient thing to do. Seeing that the conversation between the two had come to an end, Chi Tong finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood up and walked towards Suya. Without waiting for the latter to inquire about her intentions, the girl took off Su Yi's shirt as Leon shouted, "Wow! Wait! I'm really not hurt." Realizing Akadu's intention, Yelien shouted. "Maybe you're just being stubborn, boss, Leon, hold him down." "Haha, I see. Oh. This seems very interesting. Young man, look at your muscles." Looking at the chaotic meeting room, Marin sighed and held her forehead with her hand. "It's really embarrassing. But this guy has a really good figure." Although Suya wanted to dodge, facing Chi Tong's sudden attack and the joint suppression of several assassins, even he had no way to deal with it. It is still difficult to get away without hurting them, and there is no need to make a fuss about it. FFLX. Should I thank you for leaving me a pair of shorts? Suya looked down and found that he was only wearing a pair of shorts. Even so, Leon still looked over from time to time with a fiery gaze, just like a perverted older sister. Asterisk number 73. Looking at Suya, who had no scars on his body, a gentle smile bloomed on Qi Tong's pretty face. There was a comrade who refused to report his injury and later died from the poison. It seems that this is not the case with you. It's better than anything else that you're okay. The mortality rate on the first mission was very high, and to have gotten through it safely was great. Leon wiped his saliva and explained. Akagi doesn't want you to have any accidents, so she conducted such a strict physical examination. Although she usually doesn't show any expression, she actually cares about her companions more than anyone else. Hearing this, Suya was deeply moved. I understand the reason. Can you return my clothes to me first? After finally putting on his clothes, Suya finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Boss, didn't you say before that you wanted to conduct a test on the adaptability of the Imperial weapon? Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Nadezhda nodded, put out the cigarette in her hand, and stood up. You should know something about the Imperial equipment, right? Do you need me to introduce the origin of the Imperial equipment? I've heard of it before. Then let's get straight to the point. A moment later, Najida brought 2 suitcases from somewhere and placed them in front of Suya. These are the 2 ownerless Imperial tools that the organization currently possesses. One is Operation Armor, Haunted. One is the ever-changing, Cross-Tail. You can try using them first, and if they are compatible, you should be able to feel something. But remember, don't forcefully use the 1010 Imperial tool. The backlash may even endanger your life. Suya nodded and opened the suitcase impatiently. The first suitcase contained a plain, dull knife. This blunt knife is actually the summoning device for Operation Armor, Haunted. By holding a blunt knife and summoning it, you can summon solid armor to cover yourself. Haunted by evil spirits has many characteristics. It can not only enhance its own strength, but also has the ability to hide and become transparent for a short period of time. Suya picked up the blunt knife and threw the fixed ability as usual. Unexpectedly, this appraisal actually gave him some different information. Imperial Weapon, Operation Armor Devil Haunted. Plus provide 50 points of defense. Plus 35% melee damage increase. Plus increase melee critical hit rate by 10%. Plus increase melee attack speed by 30%. Plus 10% increased damage reduction. Plus gives invisibility buff. Overrides armor equipment when used. Continuously consumes physical strength when used. I didn't expect that I could actually identify the attributes of armor-like items. Suya examined the information of Haunted by Evil Spirits with a little surprise. If we use the equipment level of the Terraria world as a comparison, the defense provided by Evil Ghost is equal to that of Adamantium/Titanium level armor. Not to mention it also adds a host of melee-related attributes. On the contrary, the invisibility ability is an effect that Suya does not need at all. After all, he had an endless supply of invisibility potions to drink. However, this Imperial weapon, like the soft shell armor, has very serious side effects. First, after summoning the evil ghost, the effect of your own armor will be covered, and you cannot equip 2 sets of protective gear at the same time. The second point is that wearing evil ghost will continue to consume physical strength. According to Suyi's inference, the amount of physical energy consumed should be very large. If an ordinary person uses the evil spirit haunting technique, he will die of exhaustion in a short while. What a pity! If it didn't have this negative effect, it would have been a good transitional armor. Asterisk. Suya checked it twice and noticed something was wrong. I don't seem to see any description of usage restrictions. Could it be possible that I can just use it? Thinking of this, Suya directly grasped the handle of the blunt knife, his mind in a mess. Haunted by evil spirits. Under the gaze of Qi Tong and others, Suya instantly gained a set of metal protective gear with a helmet and cloak. Chapter 137 The Choice of Imperial Tool, Haunted by Evil Spirits and Crossed Tail. I didn't expect you to be able to summon evil ghost on your first try. Seeing Su Ye successfully exert the effect of the imperial weapon, Najeta was somewhat overjoyed. If the night raid could have one more imperial equipment user, it would also provide an extra combat power when facing the imperial equipment users of the Empire. It really consumes a lot of physical strength. Su Ye stretched his limbs. Although he was wearing a full-face helmet, his field of vision was very wide. Even if I stand still, I still feel a little tired. It's like doing high-intensity athletics all the time. With Su Ye's endurance attribute, he should be able to maintain the evil ghost for about 2 to 3 hours at his peak. As far as combat is concerned, this time is enough to fight several tough battles. Even if the original user of this armor were to come, he would probably only be able to last less than half an hour. After all, Su Ye, who has God's grace and whose level has been upgraded to LVV3, is already far superior to ordinary people in terms of physical fitness. However, Su Ye already had enough armor and didn't really need another set. In contrast, he is more interested in the crosstail with its diverse functions. I want to try another imperial weapon. After recalling the evil spirit, Su Ye looked at the second suitcase. Generally speaking, it's difficult for one person to use 2 imperial tools at the same time. Leon put his hand on Su Ye's shoulder and admonished. I think you have a good affinity with evil ghost, why don't you choose it? Give it a try, and then we'll talk if crosstail refuses. After the test just now, Su Ye actually had some idea in his mind. Maybe, he can use all imperial tools unconditionally. I don't know if it's because of Terraria's function or other reasons, such as Tip, the Great Sage will automatically analyze the frequency bands of different imperial tools for you. Well, I knew it. Looking at the credit request message that popped up in front of him, Su Ye comforted himself in his heart. Well done. Next time you encounter something like this, you can tell me directly. Answer: the Great Sage does not have self-awareness and does not need your recognition and praise. You don't have self-awareness yet. I think you are quite arrogant. Su Ye twitched his lips, thinking to himself that it was no wonder that he could easily summon the evil ghost. It turned out that there was a Great Sage carrying the burden forward. Having said that, the Great Sage was just using his idle civic to do the analysis, and in the end, he was still the one doing the work. Answer: I'm glad you finally realized this. Su Ye rubbed his brows, feeling a little tired, then opened the second suitcase. The briefcase contained not a weapon but a grappling device. Thousands of changes, cross-tail, a strong thread-like imperial weapon. Nadezhda introduced from the side. Its thread is made from the hair of a giant dragon, a super dangerous species that lives in the East China Sea. It is not only extremely tough, but also extremely sharp. Its usage is also flexible and can be opened as a trap, or it can be used as a detection mechanism with nearly invisible threads. In combat, it can also be used to restrain and cut. Just like its nickname, it has many uses. Compared to the evil ghost haunting, which only strengthens individual strength, the functions of crosstail are more diverse, combining assistance and offense. The result of the identification also made Su Ye raise his eyebrows in surprise. Imperial weapon, ever-changing crosstail. Plus cause 0-100 points of non-professional damage. Plus with claw function. Plus can replace yo-yo line. Although the crosstail also has a damage attribute, and the maximum basic damage is up to 100 points. But its damage cannot be increased by professional accessories and armor, so it is basically just a decoration. It's okay to deal with ordinary people from other worlds. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to rely on it to kill the monsters in Terraria. The most important function of the crosstail is the tough silk thread that can be freely controlled. Besides, Yinya was surprised to find that this thing was actually related to yo-yo. Yo-yo is also one of the weapon types in Terraria. And like swords, spears, and flails, they are all classified as melee weapons. Its attack method is very simple, which is to throw the ball out and use the high-speed rotating sphere to continuously attack the target. Although the damage frequency is good, it is a bit funny in the real Terraria world. But if it is combined with the cross-tail, it may be able to save the yo-yo type of weapons. After all, there are quite a few powerful yo-yo items in Disaster. After putting the cross-tail on his wrist, Suya waved his hand and saw the teacup in Ma Yin's hand flying towards him out of thin air. Hey! I haven't finished drinking yet. The girl with twin ponytails glared at him at first, then reacted and looked at the teacup hanging in the air in surprise. Wait, you can use 2 taigu. It seems so. Suya said as he familiarized himself with the operation of the cross-tail. But it's easier when using cross-tail. This statement is correct. After all, the cross-tail does not require physical strength, but it is more brain-burning. This had no effect on Suya at all, and he could even say that he was like a fish in water. With the thinking speed bonus provided by reunification and condensation, Great Sage, he mastered the manipulation skills of the cross-tail almost instantly. If that's the case, then the gap means that you have a higher compatibility with cross-tail. Nadezhda was also quite surprised. It was the first time she saw someone who could use 2 imperial tools without being backlashed. In the next period of time, you should get familiar with the use of this imperial tool. We have one more imperial weapon user in Night Raid, which is cause for celebration. This way, even if we are attacked by the imperial weapon users from the Empire, we will have more combat power. The only thing that can fight against an imperial weapon is another imperial weapon. As the source of the imperial tools, Imperial Guard must have many imperial envoys serving. 01460312 Fila 1724133131. Although the Night Raid has not yet encountered an attack from the Messenger of God, as the assassination operations continue, it will be a matter of time before the Empire targets them. By that time, every imperial weapon user would seem extremely valuable. There are several new commissions coming up. Come over and assign them to each one. After Suya finished selecting the imperial tools, Najida clapped her hands, gathered everyone in front of her, and took out several scrolls. The Empire's villains can never be completely wiped out. We still have a lot of tasks to do. Qi Tong, I'll give you these commissions outside the imperial capital, so you don't have to worry about exposing your whereabouts. Leon and Sierer, the nearby resistance forces are busy and need your help. Nadezhda unfolded a selected scroll, revealing its contents. You and Marin are the only 2 people in Night Raid who are not on the wanted list. This time you are responsible for the assassination mission in the imperial capital. The target is the minister's distant relative, a nobleman named Iokar. The scroll contained a portrait of a fat nobleman with a big belly. Suya took a quick glance, memorized the man's appearance, and asked casually. What did this person do? Nadezhda continued in a sinister tone. He used his position as a minister to kidnap women he liked and then beat them to death. His guards were also full of evil, taking advantage of their superiors to commit many evil deeds. But you need to be careful, these guards come from the Empire's highest martial arts holy land, the Imperial Fist Temple, and they are quite powerful. Even if you have just obtained an imperial weapon, you must not underestimate the enemy. Even if the strong men in the Royal Fist Temple don't use imperial tools, their skills and strength can rival those of imperial tool users. After a pause, Nadezhda looked at the girl with twin ponytails beside her. Ma Yin, you will partner with Suya this time, and you must ensure the success of the assassination. Chapter 138 I've already told you I'm not his girlfriend. The imperial capital was the capital of an empire that had prospered for 1,000 years. Not only does it have an astonishing area of over 200,000 square kilometers. Extensive canals were built around the capital to accommodate giant trading vessels. Although the empire is now decayed, the imperial capital is still the most prosperous city in the world, bar none. But, the slums and the prosperous areas of the imperial capital are completely different worlds. Walking on the messy streets filled with strange smells and scattered with garbage, Marin wrinkled her nose and looked at the passers-by who were walking in a hurry with numb expressions. The residents at the bottom are no different from the dead, except that they are alive. What you said makes a lot of sense. Suya twitched his lips, and subconsciously wanted to say then let me ask you, but in the end he held back. The assassination took place at night. There was no opportunity to assassinate the minister's relatives during the day, so it was free time. Logically speaking, some preparation should be done beforehand, such as scouting the area and gathering intelligence. In Suyi's impression, this is what a qualified assassin should prepare for. But looking at Mayan's expression, she seemed to have no plans in this regard at all. When passing by a store, Suya saw several familiar notices. Oh, this is the wanted poster for the Huachi Sanchi night raid. Seeing the notice with the bust painted on the wall, Marin also came over and commented with her arms folded. Because I am usually responsible for remote support, there is no eyewitness footage and I am not on the wanted list. Before you joined, Boss, Chi Tong, Er, and Liane were already wanted targets by the Imperial Capital Guard. After all, every time an assassination is carried out, the organization will leave a conspicuous night raid card. This is simply an insult and provocation to the police dogs in the imperial capital. Suya nodded in approval. When he assassinated Uka last time, Najita also gave him a bunch of similar props. It is said that this will increase the influence of the night raid among the people and strike a blow to the arrogance of the imperial capital guard. However, there is actually a bounty. The tallest one is indeed Akame. After waiting for a while, Suya found that Mayan did not reply, and turned around to see that she had run to the clothing store next door. Even though she was an assassin who had killed many villains, she was now just a girl who liked beautiful clothes. Forget it. I'm free anyway. Shrugging, Suya also pushed the door and walked into the queen's clothing store with a pink decoration style. Seeing a customer coming in, a clerk immediately came up to greet him warmly. Hello, what can I do for you? If you are buying new clothes for your wife or daughter, the store has just received many new styles of dresses. Although Suya himself certainly has no demand for women's clothing. But the clerk's words reminded him of Terraria, who was still raising children in the Shield Hero world. Come to think of it, Luo was still wearing her old clothes. It would be better to take this opportunity to buy some clothes for them, the mother and daughter. Just then, Ma Yin, who came out of the dressing room, happened to see Suya. She thought he was being harassed by the clerk, so she walked over. Hey, this guy came with me, no need to sell it to him. Oh, sorry. The clerk quickly apologized to the two. Sir, your girlfriend is very cute and is very suitable for sweet-style clothes. Who is his girlfriend? Seeing that the clerk had misunderstood her relationship with Suya, the girl immediately corrected him with a blushing face. It's the superior and the subordinate. This guy is my follower. Bree. Suya glanced at mine, whose pretty face was blushing. I haven't heard boss say there is such a thing. Humph, boss specifically asked me, a senior, to guide a newcomer like you. Isn't that tacitly accepting that you will help me? If you want to understand it that way, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are only a few people in the entire assassination organization, and the relationship between superiors and subordinates is very flat. Suya didn't intend to dwell on such a trivial matter, and turned to look at the somewhat bewildered clerk. Are there any clothes suitable for children? The kind that are about 10 years old, girls. Yes, sir, yes, please follow me. Seeing that Suya finally talked about his career, the clerk breathed a sigh of relief and took him to the children's clothing area. For some reason, mine, who was supposed to be trying on new clothes, also came over, looking very curious. You want to buy clothes for little girls? Well, it's a relative's child, so I just happened to buy some clothes as a gift. Suya made up an excuse and chose some exquisite children's clothing under the introduction of the store clerk. When paying the bill, he directly took out a handful of shining gold coins. I don't have imperial coins, can I use gold coins? Although the imperial coin is the mainstream currency in this world, due to historical reasons, precious metals such as gold and silver are also in circulation. Moreover, against the backdrop of the empire's decline, hard currencies such as gold coins have become more valuable. Of course. I'll call the store manager over. Please wait a moment. When the clerk saw the gold coins Suya took out, he immediately smiled. It was obvious that the purity of these gold coins was not low, and the commission this time was enough for her to make a lot of money. I didn't expect you were a rich man. Main, who was also waiting to pay, glanced at the counter with reluctance. But think about it. If your potions were put on the black market, they would probably sell for quite a bit of money. You also know about the black market. Leon is more familiar. After all, she came from the slums. After chatting for a few minutes, a store manager who looked a bit chubby and wore a monocle hurried over, took out a bunch of tools and started weighing and measuring Suyi's gold coins. My dear customer, you have a lot of money left after buying clothes. How do you need change? Giving change, no need to be so troublesome. Suya pointed to the shopping bag in front of Ma Yin. Pay her bill and the rest is a tip. Are you sure? If you ask me again, I'll change my mind. The store manager quickly collected all the gold coins with a smile on his face. Okay. I'll help your girlfriend pay the bill right now. The girl with twin ponytails next to her suddenly became angry again. I've already told you I'm not his girlfriend. If you make a mistake again I'll file a complaint against you. Ah ha ha ha, sorry. The store manager didn't care about all this. After all, it was Suya who paid, and since she didn't object, that meant she agreed. Really? You tipped him way too much. Gold coins are in high demand. Marin curled her lips and became angrier and angrier as she looked at the store manager who was happily counting the money. No, it's your treat anyway, I'll go pick out a few more clothes and I'll take it from his tip. After Ma Yin left, Suya and the store manager looked at each other and showed expressions that all men understand. It seems that the person you are interested in is not easy to deal with. It's okay. No matter how grumpy a cat is, there will always be times when they become docile and act like a spoiled child. Suya smiled, glanced at the somewhat empty store, and asked casually. Speaking of which, has business been slow recently? It's daytime, but there aren't many customers in your store. Oh, don't mention it. Talking about the slow business, the store manager couldn't help but sigh and said with a bitter face. Several women have disappeared in the imperial capital recently, all of them are young and beautiful girls. Originally, such cases only occurred in slums, but in the past few days, similar incidents have begun to occur in slightly better residential areas. Plus, there are recent rumors that the perverted murderer beheading Zhang has also come to the imperial capital. This has caused the residents of the imperial capital to feel insecure. Even during the day, few people go out, let alone women. I see. Suya nodded slightly. This kind of thing was a devastating blow to a store specializing in women's clothing. Didn't anyone report the case to the imperial capital police? Alas, the police don't even bother to look at cases in the slums, and only take them seriously when they spread to the rich areas. The store manager glanced behind Suya and spoke in a low voice. We rarely encounter customers as generous as you. I hope you can take down this pink cat soon. Just then, Mayon's voice came from behind. What are you talking about? Manager, plus these clothes. Okay, I'll put it up for you right away. After walking out of the store carrying a lot of bags, Mine said with emotion in a cheerful tone. Shopping really makes people feel good. It looks like tonight's operation will also go smoothly. What kind of logic is this? Suddenly, a gift box tied with a butterfly ribbon was thrown in front of Suye. I just picked it for you, open it and take a look. Ma Yin glanced at Suye's reaction shyly and spoke in a low voice. I bought it with your money anyway, so just think of it as a token of my appreciation. Why did you suddenly think of giving me something? Suye muttered as he curiously opened the 2.9 gift box. It's my money though. What matters is the intention. Do you understand the intention? After the gift box was opened, a pair of silk gloves lay quietly inside. This is probably one of the few unisex items in the store we visited earlier. You chose the cross-tail, right? A pair of gloves can also prevent you from getting cut by the wire. Although I appreciate your kindness, but... Suye glanced at the girlish gloves decorated with a circle of lace. Why pink? I like pink. Ma Yin glanced at the pink gloves that didn't match Suye at all, and suggested while holding back her smile. You should still have time to go back and change into a pair of gloves of a different color. Never mind. It's also an impressive souvenir. Suye put away this unique gift and was about to discuss the next course of action with Ma Yin when a commotion suddenly broke out on the street. What kind of event seems to be taking place over there? Activity. Marin took a glance and a look of cold disgust suddenly appeared on her pretty face. That's not a street sale or a circus. It was the Empire's public execution. Chapter 139 The Return of the Empire's Strongest Man. Under the scorching sun, the prisoners nailed to the cross let out their dying cries. A large number of people gathered near the execution site on the street. This was perhaps one of the few colorful moments in their numb lives. Armor-clad and armed with spears, members of the Imperial Capital Guard stood like sculptures around the execution ground, silently watching the flock of onlookers. This is a common occurrence in the Imperial capital. Ma Yin stared at the execution ground in the distance with an indifferent expression and spoke in a low voice. Ever since the current ministers supported the young emperor to ascend the throne, they have introduced many tyrannical policies. What we are seeing is just a small part of it. Minister. Suye's expression changed, and he suddenly looked up to the other side of the street. Above the imperial capital, a dragon-like monster was seen flying across the sky, rapidly heading towards the imperial palace. When he saw the figure on the flying dragon's back, Yi's expression changed. 43. Marin noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just saw it wrong. Suye casually passed over the topic. Anyway, it won't be long before Night Raid will receive a piece of heavy-duty news. The Empire's general, the strongest imperial weapon user, the humanoid female Tyrannosaurus Esteth has ended her battles and returned to the imperial capital. Calculating the time, this is almost the time when Esteth returns. This gave Suye a sense of crisis. As the user of the blood-type imperial weapon, Magic God Appearance 24 Essences of the Devil. Esteth's combat power is extremely strong, and her physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. She is definitely not an existence that ordinary imperial weapon users can contend with. Even he didn't dare to say how likely he was to win before they fought. From the perspective of both of them, it won't be long before there is a showdown. If we want to help the rebels overthrow this corrupt empire, Esteth is undoubtedly a key figure who must be eliminated. It seems that I have to speed up the improvement of my strength. Time passed quickly and it was night. Humph, your invisibility potion is quite useful. Outside a mansion in a wealthy area, a girl with twin ponytails holding a strange gun appeared from thin air. I didn't expect it would be so easy to get in. In the past, we had to fight the guards for a long time before we could find a chance to get rid of them. It seems that recruiting you into the night raid was indeed a wise choice by the boss. Suye also lifted the effect of the invisibility potion and stared at the heavily guarded courtyard of the mansion. What's the next plan of action? It's simple. Just wait for the minister's relative to leave the house and then snipe him. Ma Yin snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth. According to intelligence, this guy would go hunting for lone women with his guards every night. Today should be no exception. Look, they're coming out. Suddenly, several figures swarmed out of the solemn courtyard that was empty just now. Marin immediately raised the gun in her hand, took a deep breath, closed her eyes and aimed. The imperial tool she uses is called Romantic Turret Pumpkin. It can convert spiritual energy into shock waves and send them out, which has great destructive power. This attack method is somewhat similar to Terraria's magic gun-type weapons. However, Romantic Fort has two hidden features. One is that the power of the weapon will increase when the holder is in crisis. The second is that it can temporarily lift the firing restrictions, greatly increasing the shooting power, but then it will become unusable due to overload. If the assassination target is an ordinary person, ordinary shooting should be enough. Seeing that Ma Yin was concentrating, Suya did not disturb her, but kept an eye on the surroundings. Now that his death has returned to the imperial capital, the Hunters, an imperial weapon user organization specifically designed to target night raiders, should be established soon. I am afraid that future assassination operations will not be as easy as they are now. Silently, Marin pulled the trigger. A blinding beam of light instantly burst out from the muzzle of the romantic battery, directly piercing the head of a bloated dignitary. One shot to kill, done. Seeing her own achievements, Marin couldn't help but brag about herself. I am a shooting genius. Don't relax too early. Suya looked at the guards who reacted quickly and searched over here, and reminded them. Only when you successfully escape and complete the report can you be considered to have successfully completed the commission. You sound like Akame. Forget it, let's evacuate now. Main put the imperial weapon on her back and turned to leave. However, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder and pulled her to the side. Swoosh! A swift fist shadow almost brushed the girl's pink hair, and landed on the tree trunk beside her in an instant with heavy and swift momentum. Boom! The thick tree trunk with a diameter of several dozen centimeters was split in two by this punch in the blink of an eye. If it had landed on mine just now, it would have smashed the delicate girl's body into pulp on the spot. Oh, I didn't expect the assassin would not accept his death. It's really a headache. A young man in a martial arts uniform emerged from the shadows and turned to look at Suya and Ma Yin. I killed the minister's relatives. If you guys get away with this, the minister will definitely not forgive me. So I have to capture you alive and bring you to the minister. Wake up. Careful. Main, who was still in shock, couldn't help but remind him when she saw the other party making his signature boxing stance. He is the boxer of the Imperial Fist Temple. Stand back, I'll deal with him. Suya held the sword in one hand and blocked the young man's straight punch, but the opponent's figure was as agile as a ghost and he had circled to his side in the blink of an eye. Drink! The young man threw a powerful uppercut, straight to Suya's heart. However, when he was about to swing his punch, Suya grabbed his wrist and deflected his force. You're very fast, but your offensive intentions are too obvious. In a flash, Suya turned from defense to offense, grabbed the young man's wrist and lifted it up hard, hitting the other's chin hard. At the same time, circles of tough silk threads bound the young man's limbs as if they had life, making him unable to move. Etc. Just as he was about to beg for mercy with a horrified look on his face, Suya swung down the holy sword and chopped off the enemy's head. Damn it! Senior brother! Hearing the noise of the battle here, several figures came over from all directions and surrounded Suya and Ma Yin. Main, deploy your imperial weapon and prepare to shoot. Whatever you want to do. Never mind, I'll do whatever you say. Although she had no idea what Suya was planning, Ma Yin still raised the romantic fort again and injected spiritual energy into it. While she was preparing, Suya also waved his arms calmly, using the crossing door to lay down invisible spider webs in the nearby space. Be careful! I'm entangled by something. A disciple from the Royal Fist Temple who rushed forward was directly caught by the crosstail and was hung in the air on the spot. Mayan 610 reacted instantly and quickly turned the gun around. Bang! Suya loosened the thread and let the headless body roll to the ground. Seeing this scene, the other pursuers were immediately terrified and hesitated to move forward. But Mayan didn't give them a chance to be stunned. She fired several shots and killed most of the pursuers. The guards who had managed to avoid the traps and shooting were so frightened that they were trying to escape from this hell. Damn it, I still missed too. Seeing the deserter disappearing into the night, Main aimed for a long time, but finally put down the imperial weapon with a curse. I hope I won't be on the wanted list after this commission. I still want to go shopping in the capital. They can't run away. Suya glanced at the direction the guards fled, his expression very calm. According to the news sent back by the shadow soldiers, they had died in the pursuit of the soldiers. Seeing Suyi's confident tone, Ma Yin felt relieved for some reason. I didn't expect you to be so capable. The girl with twin ponytails recalled the sense of security she had just felt when Suya was protecting her from behind, and turned her head with a slightly blushing face. I really can't help it, I'll just acknowledge you a little. Suya didn't answer her. Instead, he stared in the direction of the mansion with a frown. Main, get out of here. Ma Yin was stunned for a moment, and before she could answer, a bone-deep chill suddenly descended from all directions. The next moment, her body was thrown out like a doll, rolling on the ground. The last words Suya said to her still lingered in her ears. Go back and report to Nadezhda right away, Imperial General Esteth has returned to the Imperial capital. Chapter 140 I said this was not intentional, do you believe it? Oh? You actually sent your companions out immediately and stayed behind to cover their retreat. A tall and deadly slender figure stepped out from the thick icy fog that spread out of nowhere. Good courage and determination. Tell me your name, I give you permission to do so. Suya pulled out the ice spikes on his armor without saying a word, constantly thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Although he can now teleport directly to other worlds, it is not easy to meet the other party alone. If we don't fight to test our strength, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? Suya. I also know who you are, Esteth. Suya slowly raised the holy sword and looked at the cold and beautiful woman in front of him. The youngest and most powerful general in the empire. It seems I'm pretty famous. Esteth chuckled and stared at the enemy in front of her who was wearing strange armor. Judging from the voice we just heard, the other party should be a young man, and the possibility of him possessing an imperial weapon cannot be ruled out. The armor didn't look like an imperial weapon, but its defensive power was amazing, enough to withstand her attack. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing right after returning to the capital. I'm pretty lucky. Facing the tense Suya, Esteth also drew out his saber and spoke with interest. I heard that there is an assassination team called Night Raid wreaking havoc in the imperial capital recently. Could you be one of them? Who knows? Suya smiled and said casually. Maybe I'm just an innocent resident who likes to take a walk at night. This meaningless lie only serves to lower my opinion of you. Esteth glanced at the body of the guard on the ground, and the aura lingering around her gradually became powerful and domineering. You just need to answer yes or no. Before he finished speaking, a number of shadow novae suddenly emerged from the shadows on the ground and rushed towards Esteth. Seeing that Suya was not going to answer her question, Esteth snorted coldly and stepped lightly on the ground. I saw large pieces of ice spikes rising from the ground one after another, directly knocking down the new star that was trying to self-destruct. The next moment, Esteth personally took to the battlefield, swinging his sword at Suya like a bloodthirsty wolf. But when approaching Suya, Esteth keenly noticed the abnormality around him, and resisted the urge to break. Then, she waved her hand and condensed pieces of ice blades that flew towards Suya. But these ice blades shattered as they approached, as if they had hit an invisible barrier. A trap made of nearly transparent sharp threads. The only thing that can have this effect is the Imperial Tool 1000 Changes, Cross Tail. Esteth said in a playful tone. As far as I know, this imperial weapon was lost from the national treasury and fell into the hands of the rebels. It seems that you are indeed a member of Night Raid. So what? Suya was just asking casually, but he didn't expect Esteth to actually answer him. Every imperial weapon user is a rare talent. It's such a waste for a talent like you to stay in Night Raid. Under Suyi's surprised gaze, Esteth actually extended an olive branch to him. It just so happens that I have been ordered by the Emperor to form a special force to counter the Night Raid. If you are willing to turn from evil to good, I can forgive all the sins you have committed before. Suya confirmed it several times, and even asked the great sage to repeat it again, before he was sure that he had not heard it wrong. I didn't expect the imperial general would tell such a funny joke. Is it funny? Esteth continued unfazed. In my opinion, you are the joke. In the face of absolute power, both the resistance and the Night Raid will eventually perish. And you are nothing but incompetent weaklings who produce batch after batch of corpses. Although it makes no sense, these words spoken by Esteth, who possesses the strongest power, have a convincing power. It seems I was right. Suya responded indifferently. You really are good at telling jokes. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and 3 horn-like javelins suddenly emerged from the ground and stabbed towards Esteth fiercely. It's just a trifle. Esteth frowned, but soon relaxed. In her perception, Suya did not disappear out of thin air, but his figure disappeared. His body is still nearby. Ding! 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 After using her saber to push away the Yuelang Jiao that kept charging towards her, Esteth suddenly condensed a large number of ice spikes and shot them in succession towards a certain direction filled with ice fog. It's good to be discovered. Suya, who had already finished charging, did not retreat but advanced instead. The holy sword in his hand was surrounded by flames as hot as lava, dancing in a circle and attacking Esteth like a windmill. What a strange weapon! I've never heard of such an imperial weapon. Esteth wielded her sword fearlessly. Although she possessed an imperial weapon that could control ice, she also had strong melee abilities. Sparks from the clash between the saber and the holy sword flashed for dozens of meters, and the hills collided directly into the depths of the mansion. Click! Finally, after a fierce battle, the saber in Esteth's hand shattered into pieces under the impact of force. Although her saber was not made of sapphire iron, it was still far inferior to the indestructible holy sword. Good opportunity. Suya pursued the victory, but felt that the cold air nearby became more fierce and more aggressive. In the blink of an eye, a group of half-human, half-horse ice cavalry condensed from the surrounding ice fog and charged towards Suya with ice spears in their hands. You actually want to compete with me in a soldier competition? In that case, I won't be polite. See Esteth use her signature skill Ice Cavalry. Suya also summoned the Shadow Legion from the shadows and fought with the charging Ice Cavalry. However, when he was distracted by these Ice Cavalrymen, a dangerous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No. Where did Esteth go? Whether it is the Ice Fog or the Ice Cavalry, they are just Esteth's tricks. Her real intention is... There are no traps you set here. Esteth, who had already approached Suya, said softly. Without the obstruction of the cross-tail, she can approach Suya and attack without restraint. The Shadow Skeleton King suddenly appeared, and his huge palm smashed down on Esteth from above. But at the same time, a piece of solid ice emitting cold mist also condensed and appeared to resist the attack from the sky. In Esteth's eyes, there is only Suya at this moment. No matter what, she had to keep the other person here. The strong man who could fight her to this extent would either become her subordinate or become a corpse. Charge! After realizing that he had no time to dodge, Suya acted decisively, activated the sprint effect of the Thulhu shield, and punched back. The two fists collided, and although Suya did not suffer any damage, he felt as if his fist had hit a weight, and it was indeed painful. With the other hand, I felt the soft touch of the fabric. The two people who were fighting fiercely looked down at the same time. Su Yi's hand was seen dishonestly grabbing the Imperial General's chest. Su Yi was silent for a moment, then disappeared from the spot and teleported back to the Terraria world. It's so embarrassing. The fight suddenly turned into indecent assault. Who can speak up for him? Even if he says he didn't mean it, does Esdeath look like someone who would believe him? Looking at the empty battlefield, Esdeath vigilantly released icy mist. After she confirmed that the enemy really disappeared out of thin air and was not invisible, Tuan relaxed his brows. Whether out of anger or shyness, a rare blush appeared on the face of the ice general. I'll remember you, even if I have to scrape the ground 3 feet, I will find you. At the same time, Yat, Li Hao, attacked the headquarters. What? After hearing the news brought back by Mayan, Najida smashed the cup in her hand to the ground and stood up suddenly. 0146031244 Fala 1724232021. You met that Esdeath after completing the commission. Well, I saw with my own eyes that Su Yi was submerged by the ice spikes falling from the sky. Ma Yin looked lost, her mind filled with the image of Su Yi throwing her out of Esdeath's attack range. Boss, maybe he is still alive. Quickly organize people to support him. 147. Nadezhda sighed and closed her eyes in pain. Although Su Yi is quite capable, he is facing the strongest fighter in the empire, Esdeath. She had the good fortune to witness Esdeath's strength once, and it was during that encounter that she lost an arm and an eye. I'm afraid he has been killed by Esdeath or captured. The best ending is that he is still alive, but is imprisoned in the imperial capital's prison. I will send someone to inquire about the news in the next few days. If I have any information about him, I will inform you as soon as possible. How so? The girl with twin ponytails sat down absent-mindedly and slowly buried her face in her arms. In a short while, bursts of sobbing could be heard. Chapter 141, Tuanzi. No, it's the slime family. Su Yi, who didn't know that he had made Ma Yin regret for the rest of his life, returned to Terraria and began to review the battle. Because when you teleport back again, you will still appear in the place where you left. So Su Yi couldn't leave for the time being. Since I'm here now, I might as well take a few days off in Terraria. Based on the collision just now, Esdeath's physical fitness is definitely comparable to that of a LV4 adventurer. Her body must have been transformed by the essence of the devil. She is simply a humanoid monster. Add to that the ability to control ice and frost brought by the imperial weapon, and he is indeed a tough and powerful enemy. Even the Terraria bosses that Su Yi had faced before did not bring such a strong sense of oppression. After all, these bosses are targets that follow fixed attack patterns, and you know them inside out. Esdeath is different. She has extremely sophisticated fighting skills and looks as cunning and ruthless as a fox. If you relax for a moment, she will seize the opportunity and give you a hard blow. It was a good opportunity to escape just now. If the fight continues, neither of them will be able to do anything to the other. Su Yi was not in his peak condition with full buffs, and Esdeath still had a few big moves hidden that had not been used. If it really comes down to a life and death fight, it's still unclear who will win. However, this fierce fight aroused Su Yi's desire to fight. 073 feels hot, how about playing bobs? Su Yi flipped through the treasure chest in the base and found that in addition to materials such as the Soul of Light, there were also other materials inside. There are also a lot of extra gelatin crystals. Gelatin crystal, light purple. Plus summon slime queen. Can only be used in hallowed biomes. On the rock walls of the underground sacred place, some sparkling crystal fragments will be randomly generated. This is a material unique to hard mode, and can be used to craft many items. When crystal fragments are generated, there is approximately a 2% chance that they will mutate into gelatin crystal. These gelatin crystals should have been collected by Lav and the others when they were collecting crystal fragments, and they were placed in the material box. In addition, gelatin crystal can also be crafted with 20 broken crystal chunks, 10 pink gel and 5 souls of light. However, this is a formula that is only used when naturally occurring gelatin crystals cannot be found. As the first boss after the hard mode, its positioning is actually similar to that of the Slime Lord. Although its attributes can crush the boss in front of the wall of flesh and blood, it is actually very easy to deal with. That's it. After putting all the gelatin crystals into his inventory, Suya summoned the Shadow Bee, Sabite, King flying all the way to the holy desert biome on the surface. Queen Slime can be summoned in any biome affected by holy power, whether underground or above ground. So Suya doesn't have to disturb Rafe and the others who are killing monsters, and can directly summon the boss on the surface. Bonfires, heart lanterns, boost stations, potion boosts, should be coming. Although Queen Slime can be regarded as the weakest boss in hard mode. However, Suya was still respectful and gave himself a full set of buffs before challenging it. In addition to the previous types of gains, after entering the difficult mode, Terraria will have a new type of gain: furniture gain. For example, the merchant function will sell the whetstone for 15 gold after entering the difficult mode. Using a whetstone grants a sharpness buff, increasing armor penetration by 12 points for the duration, which is quite impressive. In addition, there are ammunition boxes sold by arms dealers, crystal balls sold by divisions, and shiwei tables sold by net. These furniture can provide various benefits for the corresponding professions without any consumption. Suya naturally touched them all, regardless of whether he could use them or not. It was worth it to add these buffs. After making all the necessary preparations, Suya directly crushed the crystal in his hand. In the sacred pearl white desert, a purple crystal cluster suddenly appeared. Then, a translucent pink gel body and a pair of white wings condensed with this as the center. Finally, the platinum crown corresponding to the golden crown of the Slime King gently fell on the heads of the slime and the queen. The Slime Queen has awakened. Come on, let's see how much pressure you can put on me, Esteth. After putting on the Titan's heart armor, Suyi's figure gradually disappeared as his stealth value increased. The attack method of Queen Slime is exactly the same as that of King Slime. They all jump high, smash down, teleport and summon minions. It's just that all attack methods are luxurious upgraded versions. For example, every time the Slime Queen attacks downward, she releases a large barrage of crystal spikes. In addition, the servants it summoned were upgraded from ordinary slimes to holy slimes that could fly and track enemies. After going berserk with low health, the frequency of all attack methods will be greatly increased, which is no different from other bosses. Simply put, as long as you can dodge and withstand a large number of barrages and crystal spike attacks, Queen Slime is almost no threat. Compared with the three kings of machinery, its challenge difficulty is easy to come by. But even so, Suya played for about half an hour. The boss in difficult mode has been qualitatively improved in both defense and health compared to before. You have defeated Queen Slime. Looking at the gradually collapsing purple crystal cluster, Suya felt no ripples in his heart. It's not that difficult. It seems that the next step is to consider challenging the three mechanical kings. Many equipment and props in the early stage of difficult mode require the souls dropped by the three mechanical kings to make. And only after defeating them can Suya unlock the generation of orichalcum, mithril, adamantium, titanium, and sacred ore. Before this, he could only mine two relatively low-grade minerals, palladium and cobalt. After putting away the Slime Queen's treasure bag, Suya looked at the crystal clusters shattered on the ground and tried. Stand up, et. Just when Suya thought that the shadow extraction was going to fail, the Shadow Slime King suddenly ran out from his shadow and jumped around the crystal fragments left by the Slime Queen. Seeing this scene, Suya seemed to have realized something and used the Extract Shadow skill again. This time the extraction process went exceptionally smoothly, and a large amount of magic power condensed from the fragments of the crystal cluster. Finally, the shattered crystal clusters were pieced together again, condensing into the slime queen in the form of a shadow soldier. Papa! I don't know whether it was happiness or excitement. The slime lord jumped towards Suya happily. So you are here with your wife to seek refuge with me? Looking at the slime king and slime queen who were inseparable in the physical sense, Suya twitched his lips. Now we can have a whole family. If we add in other slimes, we can form a big lime family. No matter what, being able to successfully subdue the slime queen was a pleasant surprise. No matter how weak she is, Queen Slime's attributes are at least at the difficult mode values. If he acts as a meat shield, he can take more beatings than the King of Slide. After all, in terms of health alone, Queen Slime has more than 10 times that of Skeleton King. Otherwise, Suya wouldn't have taken so long to kill it. Now that you're here, you two should not be idle. Suya took out a few gelatin crystals again, replenished his buff status, and summoned a new slime queen again. Come with me today and finish brushing these gel crystals. Chapter 142 The Sky Belongs to Hehehe. Return to the asteroid laboratory. With Shadow Slime Queen as a fighter, the efficiency of subsequent boss kills is significantly improved. After using up all the gelatin crystals, Suya reaped a great harvest. Queen Slime's treasure bag will not drop crafting materials, but will directly produce finished equipment. After opening all the treasure bags, Suya harvested a large amount of gold coins, powerful life potions and many souls of light. That's right, as the boss of the Holy Land, Queen Slime will also drop soul of light. Each treasure bag can produce 15 to 20 souls of light, which is roughly equivalent to one holy treasure chest monster. In addition, there is a unique armor set for the Slime Gao store, the Crystal Assassin set. Crystal Assassin Armor, Pink/T5. Plus provides 36 points of defense. Plus increase magic critical hit rate by 5%. Plus reduce mana consumption by 10%. Plus reduce ammunition consumption by 10%. Plus 20% increase in movement speed. Plus increase melee speed by 10%. Plus 15% damage increase. Plus increase critical hit rate by 10%. Plus gain sprint ability. As a hard mode equipment, this set of armor does not provide high protection performance. But it provides very general attribute bonuses and sprint energy that can replace accessories. In terms of practicality, this armor is an excellent equipment on the same level as soft shell armor. However, Suya doesn't need it very often, so he can consider equipping all the contractors with this set of armor. Anyway, while Lav and the others are collecting the Soul of Light, they can also collect gelatin crystals at the same time. Queen Slime is likely to become the first hard worker after Suya enters the difficult mode. After the members of the Ice Wolf tribe are equipped with a full set of difficult mode equipment, you can also come to this world and work in the various monster farms built by Suya. In addition to armor, there are many other items in the treasure bag. For example, a golden key that exudes a sacred aura. Holy key, yellow/T8. Plus used to open the sacred treasure chest in the dungeon. Plus it has been cursed by a powerful jungle creature. A sacred key has appeared. Suya looked at the golden key in his hand with great surprise. This key is a special key that only appears after hard mode. Like other keys, it is also a prop used to open specific treasure chests. However, only biome chests located in the dungeon can be opened. The sacred key corresponds to the sacred treasure chest. In addition, there are corrupted treasure chests, jungle treasure chests, ice and snow treasure chests, etc. However, even if you get the key, you can't use it directly. These chests can only be opened after defeating the Plantera boss in the jungle. This is also the reason why the item description says cursed by a powerful jungle creature. I'll save them for now. I'll go to the dungeon and open them once Plantera is defeated. The sacred key is an unexpected gain. There are 3 exclusive drops in the Slime Queen's treasure bag, namely the Blade Staff, Gelatin Women's Saddle and Detuned Hook. The blade staff is a summon weapon with a base damage of up to single digits, but comes with a built-in defense penetration effect of 2.5 points. After use, the blade staff can summon enchanted flying knives to attack. It is extremely fast and can accurately locate and track the enemy. When idle, the enchanted flying knife will float above the summoner's head, forming a circle of blades, which looks very cool. It's handsome, but the damage is a bit low. Let's give it to Latin America. Because the power of the summoned creature can only be increased through equipment and accessories, and has nothing to do with Zhi Yi's own basic attributes, it is naturally at a disadvantage. The gelatin women's saddle is similar to the sticky saddle dropped by King Slime, both are mount items. Use it to summon a rideable winged slime, which provides higher jump height and movement speed, and is immune to fall damage. In addition, you can fly for a short period of time while riding a winged slime. Come to think of it, it's time to get new wings. Zhi Yi suddenly remembered that his current wing accessories were still the sky blue wings synthesized before the difficult mode. Although it was sufficient in the early stages, Zhi Yi had better options after reaching the difficult mode. However, if you want to make wings for difficult mode, you need a material called Soul of Flight. After defeating the Wall of Flesh, new monsters will spawn in the space environment. Among them is an elite monster called Flying Dragon. After defeating it, you can obtain a certain number of flying souls. It's better to do it now than to wait for a better day. Let's make new wings today. When we were exploring the asteroid laboratory before, we happened to expand a platform, which can be turned into a monster spawning site with a little modification. Anyway, the monster spawning ground in the space environment doesn't need to be too particular, a flat ground will be enough. After preparing the necessary items for spawning monsters, such as water candles, war potions, and insectide potions, Zhi Yi followed the rope all the way up. The last item that comes out of Queen Slime's treasure bag is the detuned hook. As the name suggests, this is a hook-type prop. However, unlike ordinary hooks, after the hook touches the target location, it will directly teleport Zhi Yi instead of dragging him there. Because there is no intermediate movement process, the risk of being attacked is reduced in disguise. Along the way, Zhi Yi flew from time to time to test the grappling hook, and soon arrived at the platform near the asteroid laboratory. Come to think of it, these platforms were built when I first came to Terraria. Seeing that the scene had not changed much, Zhi Yi was quite moved. At that time, he had just unlocked the system and was thinking of coming to the asteroid laboratory to make his first pot of gold. It was difficult for him to even kill a bird monster. But now, killing these bird monsters is as easy as killing chickens. Seeing the bird demon shooting feathers at him, Zhi Yi couldn't help but smile. While dodging, he manipulated the crosstail to pull them down from the sky and killed them with his sword. It just so happens that I need your feathers to make the angel wings, and they just came to my door. Afterwards, Zhi Yi placed a water candle on a nearby platform and drank 2 bottles of potions to increase the number of monsters spawned. In a short while, a large number of enemy monsters began to emerge from everywhere in the originally quiet sky. In addition to harpies, there are many new enemies added to Disaster. For example, the sky blue slime can drop sky blue ore after being killed, and the sci-fi storm UFO. Just like killing monsters in holy places or evil places has a chance to drop both light and dark soul materials. Killing enemies related to specific theme elements will also drop special materials called essence. For example, now, Zhi Yi will drop a material item called Sunlight Essence when he kills certain enemies related to the sky, storms, or the sun. These essence materials are also general-purpose materials that are in great demand after the difficult mode, so it is always a good idea to get more. Here it comes, it's the Flying Dragon. After killing countless bird monsters and sky blue slimes, Zhi Yi finally saw a slender white dragon body in his field of vision. As an elite monster, the dragon's health and attack are far superior to ordinary monsters. After it appeared, it directly knocked away the shadow bird monster summoned by Zhi Yi and rushed straight towards him. It's no use. The sky belongs to me, Hajime. Suya directly threw out Yuelang Jiao, then sprinted away to avoid the impact of the flying dragon. The javelin with penetrating effect can exert its maximum lethality at this moment. The flying dragon, entangled by several wave-crossing dragons, tried to twist its body and turn back after its attack missed. However, he was directly submerged by the large number of feathers shot by the Shadow Harpy Legion and died on the spot. After all, it is not a boss-level enemy. Facing a group fight that has no moral principles at all, it can only explode with gold coins and hatred. Moreover, Suya did not even let go of its corpse. He directly threw a shadow to extract it. 0146031224 Fila 1724233321. Stand up. Under Suyi's surprised gaze, the third shadow extraction was finally successful. 00. A dark shadow dragon, completely black in color and completely different from its original white body, condensed before his eyes. It looks like Queen Bee is retiring. Flying dragon looks more handsome, and faster. Looking at the shadow dragon surrounding him, Yinya continued to brush up the monster shit with satisfaction. After all the insect swarm potions he had on him were used up, he returned to the base and began to make things with the collected materials. In a moment, a brand new white feather wing ornament appeared on the workbench in front of him. Angel Wings, Pink/T5. Plus provide 20 maximum life. Plus increase defense by 10 points. Plus increase 1 health recovery point. Plus provide certain flight capabilities. Compared to the wings of Skyfeather which have no attribute bonus. Angel Wings not only have a more powerful flying effect, but also have some added attributes, making it an all-round improvement. However, this is only the lowest level wing accessory in the difficult mode. There are many more advanced wings that Suya cannot obtain yet. Yes, today we have gained a lot. Calculating the time, there shouldn't be any danger in the Zhantong world anymore, so I can go back and watch. To be on the safe side, Suya drank a bottle of invisibility potion before teleporting away. The next moment, he appeared in the mansion of the minister's relative who had been killed. However, the mansion had been sealed off at this time, and there seemed to be personnel from the Imperial Capital Guard patrolling outside. As long as his death doesn't come to stop me personally. Suya breathed a sigh of relief and walked out quietly. I wonder if mine has brought back my message. By the way, how do I contact them? Because he had just joined the night raid not long ago, Suya had not yet figured out the location of the night raid headquarters. After all, it is the hideout of an assassination organization, so it will definitely not be discovered so easily. Just when Suya was considering whether to leave the imperial capital and search according to the location in his memory. Suddenly, I heard a familiar sound coming from not far away. Is there anyone fighting nearby? Suya held his breath and finally decided to go over and take a look at the situation, maybe he could find some clues. After refilling himself with a bottle of invisibility potion, Suya moved towards the location where the noise came from. Chapter 143 I was the one who killed the man, so if you have any grudges, come to me. Hill, be careful. Marin frowned, staring at the girl who suddenly rushed out and attacked not far away, and warned in a low voice. This guy is different from ordinary security guards. Sierra on the side pushed up her glasses and held a huge pair of scissors in front of her with a calm expression. This is her imperial weapon, named soul-destroying cut of all things, which can cut through anything and can also be used for defense. Really? At this moment, the ponytailed girl wearing the Imperial Capital Guard uniform suddenly spoke. Exactly the same as on the wanted poster, confirmed to be a member of the assassination organization Night Raid, XIER. Judging from the imperial tools he holds, the short guy with twin ponytails next to him is also a member of the Night Raid. I was patrolling the corners of the imperial capital in the middle of the night, and I really ran into a big fish, Night Raid. The next moment, a shocking aura burst out from the guard girl's body, and even the surrounding ground collapsed and cracked. Her expression became distorted and ugly due to extreme anger, joy, and hatred, and she suddenly pointed her 050 finger at the two people not far away. Imperial Capital Guard, Seleucus Euphrates. Now in the name of justice, I will judge your crimes. Seeing that her identity was exposed, Marin made a tisk sound and knew that there was no way to fool people, so she could only speak hard. Who are you calling short? Aren't you just a little brat? Xiang Lu stared with bloodshot eyes fiercely at the assassin who attacked at night. My father died fighting against thieves like you, and Master Uka was also killed by you. I will never forgive you. Oka. Hearing this familiar name, Mayan and Sieter looked at each other, somewhat surprised. The captain of the Imperial Capital Guard who was assassinated by Suya a few days ago turned out to be the master of the girl in front of him. Thinking of Suya, who had no news till now, the expression on Ma Yin's face darkened a little. Very good. I'm not in a good mood either. The next moment, the girl with twin ponytails took the initiative and quickly raised her romantic cannon to launch a surprise attack. Boom! The close-range bombardment swept the dust on the ground and blasted out large clouds of smoke. The girl who had just spoken wildly had been drowned by the bombardment. $70. However, after the dust and fog cleared, a giant stuffed dog standing on two legs stood in front of Salo and blocked all attacks. Not only that, the holes caused by the artillery fire began to heal and recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Main, that is a biological imperial weapon. Seeing this scene, Sieter warned vigilantly. As long as the core in its body is not destroyed, it will recover no matter what kind of injury it suffers. Tisk! What a hassle! However, after just a few words, Xiang Liu's counterattack came as fast as a hurricane. She raised her stick-shaped gun and pulled the trigger mercilessly. Orange-red flames spurted out of the muzzle, and bullets whizzed past like a swarm of bees leaving a nest, sharp and piercing. There was no time to communicate tactics, and Main and Sieter responded in perfect harmony. Xier was seen holding the all things cut horizontally in front of her, like a shield, blocking all incoming bullets. At the same time, under Sieter's protection, Main fired back and interrupted Salo's shooting. Damn thief! Salo was very annoyed. While dodging the bombardment of the romantic artillery, he gave orders to the biological imperial weapons at the side. Xiao Ke bite her! The biological imperial weapon monster transformation 100-armed giant that had been standing still at the spot suddenly shot up like an arrow after hearing the command from its master. The originally adorable, puppet-like head suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the fiercely. The layers of sharp teeth in its mouth were as dense as thorns, making Sieter's scalp tingle when facing this beast. But she is not just a prey waiting to be eaten, but a more dangerous hunter. The girl in cheongsam and glasses lowered her head slightly, her lenses reflecting a calm and almost cold gaze. She suddenly lowered her body. Almost in the blink of an eye, she passed by the Xiao Ke who was rushing towards her, and the imperial weapon in her hand cut out a cold arc of light. Under the cutting of all things cut in two, even the huge body of a biological imperial weapon can be easily cut like tofu. However, a foamy substance quickly gushed out from the smooth incision, quickly filling up the missing body. What a terrifying regenerative ability! Ma Yin, who was not far away, saw Xiao Ke who had regained his ability to move. Her heart sank and a look of determination appeared on her pretty face. She knew that if she continued like this, she would sooner or later fall into a greater crisis. For example, like a few nights ago, a Tractus Death who has returned to the imperial capital. Xier, don't worry about me, go and kill the guy who controls the imperial weapon. Xier, who was not far away, nodded slightly. She also understood this truth, and immediately rushed towards Rangyun like a ghost. One-on-one? Come on! Seeing the enemy attacking him, Salo laughed instead of getting angry and jumped towards Sieter who was holding a huge pair of scissors. Xiao Ke. Rage. The giant vicious dog, which had just fully recovered, suddenly stiffened. Then, its body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This expansion does not mean becoming bloated, but rather condensing into blocks of sharp, angular, and powerful muscles. The original fur on the body surface instantly turned into a deep black color, like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the hidden ability of the hundred-handed giant, which can gain combat power several times that of the normal state through rage. But after the frenzy, the tool could not be used for the next few months. It's like overdrawing durability in exchange for a short burst of power. Roar. A deafening roar that almost broke the eardrums came from the frenzied little mouth. This roar seemed to have real power, causing violent fluctuations in the air. Hill and Marin were both stunned by the powerful sound waves. They had to stop moving and cover their ears with their hands to barely resist the terrible impact of the roar. No, we must get out of the way quickly. Marin secretly groaned in her heart and gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to move her position, a sharp and piercing wind suddenly came from behind her. Before she could react, her body was grabbed tightly by a giant claw, unable to move. The frenzied Xiao Ke grabbed her with astonishing speed and strength, and lifted her up high, as if the doll and its owner had swapped identities. Oops! Feeling the strong pressure from the giant claws, despair surged in Marin's heart. Seeing this, Hill was extremely anxious and tried his best to suppress Salo's counterattack, but he was unable to get away to rescue his partner. Good job! Xiaoke! Crush her for me! A crazy smile of victory appeared on Salo's face, and his eyes were full of cruelty, as if he had seen the bloody scene of Xiaoke smashing Mayan into pieces. As if it had deliberately appeared at such a dramatic moment. A figure suddenly appeared and directly cut off the arm of the vicious dog that was holding Mayan, and escaped from danger with the girl with a surprised look on her face. Haven't seen you for a long time. Suya held Mayan in his arms like a princess, and the angel wings behind him swayed gently, carrying her to the ground silently. So 4.8 yet, aren't you dead? Hey, I finally escaped from that crazy BCH, and you're telling me this? They. Looking at Suya, who appeared in front of her alive and saved her life, Mayan's mind was in a mess and she didn't know what to say. At this moment, the enemy's fierce fire interrupted the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Another BD from the night raid. After Syria fired several shots and forced Xie to retreat, he called Xiaoke back to his side with a look of disappointment. You are really like gutter rats, crawling out of the sewer one after another. And. After Suya put Mayan down, he walked up to Sai Lu and whispered something that made the other person instantly furious. I was the one who killed your master, Dicuo the devil. After the deathly silence, the face of the girl from the security team had become as hideous and terrifying as a demon. I will cut you into pieces. Chapter 144. Just tell me if it's a flaw. Sai Lu. Suya knew this name. A disciple of Demon Uka, a poor kid who was fooled by false justice. After his father's death, he began to regard his master Uka as a father figure, but he didn't know that the latter was also an unforgivable villain. Under Uka's deception, Zero had his body transformed by Dr. Fashion, and the degree of mechanization of his body was higher than that of Hiriko Kajin. She looks like a lively young girl, but just like the seemingly harmless Xiao Ke. Once she finds a target she deems evil, she will be dominated by her distorted sense of justice and turn into a devilish law enforcer. /in. Xie also retreated to the back and reunited with Suya and Ma Yin, and reminded them in a low voice. The opponent is quite powerful, and that biological emperor is very troublesome. I know, so I have no intention of continuing to fight. As death may arrive at any time, we must retreat immediately. Suya snapped his fingers, and the shadow dragon he had just subdued roared out from the shadows and circled up. Ma Yin and Xie immediately understood and jumped directly onto the dragon, holding onto its scales tightly. Although they don't know why Suya has the ability to summon monsters, but now they have no choice but to trust him. Stop right there! Seeing that everyone in the night raid wanted to escape, Suya stretched out his arms anxiously, and the forearms wrapped in the gauntlets suddenly broke apart, and missiles flew out from them. Mechanical prosthesis judgment of the 10 kings. After human body modification, the Salo possesses a weapon system named after the 24 kings of the underworld, covering firearms, close combat, detection, and even self-destruction functions. The judgment of the 10 kings Chujiang's flying body. A series of small missiles cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and rushed straight towards Suya. But Suya did not dodge or avoid, and smiled slightly. Although these small missiles caused a series of fire on it, they did not cause much damage through the thick soft shell armor. After bombing Suya, these small missiles actually regrouped and turned to fly towards Silu. This is impossible. Seeing the missile he had fired was actually flying towards him, Salo was horrified. Although she reacted quickly and fired the rifle in her hand rapidly. However, the power of the small missile that bounced back was even more terrifying than before. Even though they were several meters away, the impact of the explosion still blew Salo away, his entire body covered in blood. Before falling into a coma, Celia could only watch his vision getting increasingly dim. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared gave her a contemptuous smile, turned around and rode away on the dark flying dragon. Transformer, light red/T4. Plus the damage of electric debuff you cause is increased by 1.5 times. Plus release electric spark shock when receiving damage. Plus makes you immune to the electric shock debuff. Plus reduces the damage caused to you by electric barrage and electric enemies. Plus the damage caused to you by the enemy's barrage is halved. Plus rebounds the barrage and causes 800% of the original damage, and gains invincibility when rebounded. This is why Suya was able to deflect the missile just now. The transformer is a hard mode accessory dropped by the storm saucer. Suya had dropped quite a few items when he was farming the flying soul, which were just right for him to put into the newly added accessories column. This accessory is actually not a particularly powerful piece of equipment in Terraria. Because even if it can bounce back the barrage, it will still suffer damage, and this accessory also needs to be synthesized and upgraded. Although it will be very effective against certain bosses, such as the later Storm Weaver. But in most cases, Suya would not risk his life to output damage. Thou. If it were a world outside of Terraria, this accessory would be called the God of War. Even with human body modification, enemies like Seleucus still cannot compare to Terraria's bosses in terms of vitality. After being slightly deflected by a few small missiles, he was knocked unconscious and his life or death is unknown. All long-range barrage attacks launched against Suya will have the effect of damage the enemy 50, damage yourself 800. All he needs to do is fill a bottle of life potion and he can continue to fight. I didn't expect this jewelry to be so useful. While thinking, Suya saw Ma Yin climbing over from the back of the flying dragon. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind under the moonlight, just like her excited mood at the moment. Suya, it's really you. I thought what I just saw was an illusion. Ma Yin reached out and poked Suyi's shoulder to confirm that the boy in front of her was not a ghost or something like that. How did you escape from his death? Escape? Hearing this, Suya curled his lips and corrected. I had a real fight with her. And what was the result? Result? The elastic and soft touch came to Suyi's mind. I have to say, us death feels really good. Well, anyway, neither of us could do anything to the other, so I found a flaw and took the opportunity to slip away. That's not wrong, just tell me if it's a flaw. You were able to escape from the hands of the woman who claims to be the strongest in the empire. How strong are you? Ma Yin glanced at the shadow dragon beneath her and felt that Suyi's identity became more and more mysterious. Just an ordinary grocery store owner. Do you believe this yourself? Why not? I have several stores in my hometown called Adventurer's House and they do pretty good business. You speak so convincingly and yet. Ma Yin muttered a few words, then looked at the scene below in confusion. Although I can't see it very clearly at night, based on the location of the imperial capital, it doesn't look like a return route at all. By the way, do you know the way to the headquarters? No. Could it be that this dragon has been flying around all the time? It was good enough to be able to leave the imperial capital. I didn't care about so many things at that time. Really, if you don't know the way, just tell me and I'll show you the way. Xie in front looked back at Ma Yin and Su Ye, and her indifferent expression gradually softened. Because of Su Yi's disappearance, the atmosphere at the headquarters has been very heavy these days. I don't know how the boss and others will react when I get back. Half an hour later, under the guidance of Marin, the shadow dragon finally arrived above the familiar mountains. After jumping off the shadow dragon, Marin touched the scales on the dragon's body and marveled at it. Although there are flying monsters that can be tamed, it is rare to find one as docile and obedient as Su Yi's flying dragon. The boss is here. Xie, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed something and spoke out a reminder. Just as she said, Jetta and others quickly appeared at the place where the flying dragon landed. I thought the headquarters was attacked, but it turned out to be Xir and mine. Hey! Leon's attention was first attracted by the cool-looking shadow dragon, and then he looked at the two familiar assassin girls. Finally, it landed on Su Ye, who was smiling, and whistled in surprise. 0146031224 Fila 172433041. Su Ye. Am I seeing right? You actually came back alive. D. Su Ye walked over and clapped 283 hands with Leona, complaining. Why do all of you look at me as if you saw a ghost? Can't you expect me to order something good? Nadezhda also looked at Su Ye in great surprise, and after confirming that he was not disabled or seriously injured, she sighed. After all, you were facing a death at the time. I even wrote the application report for the pension. Keep it. I hope it will never be needed. Su Ye smiled and was about to put Filong back into the shadow, but he saw Qi Tong walking towards him quickly, opening his arms and hugging him tightly. Main suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at the two people hugging each other, with a complicated expression for a moment. Welcome back. Qi Tong's tone was full of relief and joy from the bottom of her heart. Great, you're still alive. I don't want to lose any more companions. Although the beautiful girl took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, Su Ye had no distracting thoughts at this moment. Well, I won't die, don't worry. After Akito's face slightly flushed as she loosened her arms, Nadezhda threw the smoking cigarette butt to the ground, stomped it out, and said teasingly. You're really popular with the girls. Do you want me to give you a hug too? It's not impossible. Ha 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 ha, that's something you would say. Najita patted Su Yi's shoulder and turned to walk towards the meeting room. Come with me. A lot of things happened during your absence. It's a good opportunity to sort out the news I received while everyone is here. Is it good news or bad news? Bad news. Nadezhda's tone dropped, sweeping away the cheerful atmosphere brought about by Su Yi's resurrection. And there are 3 of them. Chapter 145 3 Pieces of Bad News, The Empire's Last Conscience. In the hall where the night raid banner was hung, assassins gathered together. Without a moment's celebration for Su Yi's return, Nadezhda announced 3 pieces of bad news provided by the resistance to everyone. First, we have lost contact with other assassination teams. Upon hearing the news, everyone except Su Ye was surprised. Apart from night raids, are there any other assassination organizations? Seeing Su Yi's puzzled expression, Qi Tong nodded slightly and explained. The Empire has a vast territory. Night Raid is an organization specifically responsible for the Imperial Capital area, and other cities also have their own local teams. When necessary, we will also draw elites from these organizations to attack at night, just like you. Nadezhda took over Akaji's words with a serious expression and continued. Although we are still investigating, it is very likely that the team that lost contact has been wiped out. Among them, there are many elite assassins who have imperial tools. The only ones who can do this are those who also work for the Empire. This is related to the second bad news I mentioned, Astetha's return. I'm sure you all know about it, especially Suyet. As someone who had personally fought with Asteth, Suyet attracted everyone's attention at this time. Young man, how strong is that woman? Tell me. Leon even hugged her closer, with an eager look on her face, eager to know what Asteth was capable of. Very strong, terrifyingly strong, not at the same level as ordinary imperial weapon users. Suya was generous in giving high praise to the strong enemies he had fought against. Even if we put aside the ability to manipulate ice granted by the imperial weapon, her own combat power is extremely strong. She is the second strongest warrior I have ever seen. Oh? There are other experts. Suyi's words immediately aroused Najeda's interest, as she knew Astetha's terrifying strength. Have you ever seen anyone stronger than her? Maybe. In fact, if we put aside the concept of people, Naya did know many opponents who were far superior to Asteth. For example, after Terraria enters the difficult mode, god-level bosses can be seen everywhere. If we narrow the scope to just mortals. When we return from this expedition, Ace's level will be about to reach LV6. If Astetha's aura is domineering, which is the best of all, then Isai is pure and incomparable sharpness. Suya really wanted to see what the result would be if the two of them fought. Seeing that he didn't say much, Nadezhda didn't ask any further questions, but turned the subject back to the main topic. According to previous intelligence, Asteth should have led her troops to fight against the barbarians in the north. It was estimated that it would take a year to suppress the battlefield, but she only took a few months to completely subdue the northern barbarians, so she returned to the imperial capital ahead of schedule. Her troops remained as garrisons among the barbarian tribes in the north, keeping up the pressure. And this time she returned alone because she was summoned by the emperor, who ordered her to form a special mobile team composed entirely of imperial weapon users. There is no doubt that the goal of this team of imperial weapon users is to deal with enemies who are also imperial weapon users. Nadezhda's eyes swept over everyone. This of course also includes our night raids. So we will suspend our operations in the imperial capital for a while to avoid direct conflict with Asteth. Are you hiding from her? Leon put his arms behind his head and said in a rather boring tone. Wouldn't it be very valuable if we could kill the strongest man in the empire? She is not afraid of assassination at all. Nadezhda glanced at her, pouring cold water on Leon, who was full of fighting spirit. If you had the opportunity to look that woman in the face, you would have experienced her terror. In short, don't underestimate her. After a pause, Nadezhda took out a few flyers from the drawer and continued. Finally, some bad news. There have been a series of assassinations of civil servants in the imperial capital recently. The victims included 4 civil servants of different positions and more than 60 security personnel. The problem is. Nadezhda held up the flyer in her hand and showed it to everyone. At the scene where these people were killed, there were papers with slogans like Night Raid and organizational logos written on them. It is undoubtedly a disaster for our family. Marin frowned, seeming a little puzzled. After all, the dead were officials of the empire, so it's no big deal, right? That's not the case. At least in this corrupt empire, there are still some officials with conscience. Hearing what Main said, Najida sighed helplessly. Those who were killed were civil servants with conscience who were unwilling to go along with the ministers. These people are not only capable and honest, but also the targets that the rebels want to win over. If the uprising is successful, they will be the key talents indispensable to establishing a new national order. Suyat, what do you think? Me? I want to ask boss for his opinion, okay? When his name was suddenly called, Suya felt as embarrassed as if he was daydreaming in class and the teacher called him to answer a question. But soon, he straightened his expression and spoke without hesitation. We cannot continue to lose these precious pillars of our country, and the decaying ship of the Empire cannot sink completely. Even if this is a trap set for us, we must solve these guys who assassinate civil servants. Besides, I hate it when someone accuses me of something I didn't do. Ha ha ha, you're right. Nadezhda crumpled up the forged flyer and threw it into the wastebasket. What will happen if you use our name so casually? Let Night Raid teach them the rules of assassins. The next step is the action plan. It is estimated that there are 5 civil servants who may be attacked. Zhao Li Zhao. 2 of them will leave the capital in the near future and need to be paid special attention to. So this operation needs to be divided into 2 groups, each carrying out the escort work. After thinking for a moment, Nadezhda gave the final plan of action. As for the imperial capital, Otto, Ziwu, and Mayan are in charge. The other group will be led by Suya and Qi Tong. Who has any questions about this operation? Although Ma Yin felt a little regretful that she was not assigned to the same group with Suya. But since it was arranged by Nadezhda, there must be some hidden meaning behind it. As an assassin, Marin would not offer any opinions on such matters. Very good, since everyone has passed, let's take a rest for a night and set off immediately tomorrow. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Suya interrupted. Before we set off, I have some props to offer you. Maybe it can be helpful in the next operation. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 146 Throwing this will make people fall in love. The Grand Canal surrounding the imperial capital is one of the few good things the empire has done in recent years. In order to build this canal, the empire mobilized more than 7 figures of workers and it took 7 years to complete. Although it consumed a lot of manpower and material resources, the huge burden made the already impoverished people even more dissatisfied. But in the long run, the canal can serve as the blood vessel of trade and transportation, ensuring prosperity for future generations. Therefore, both the rebels and the conscientious officials within the empire paid great attention to the construction and development of the canal. Tomorrow's canal completion ceremony will be held on a luxury cruise ship called the Dragon Boat. The person I need to protect is among the dignitaries attending the celebration. After returning to the room, Suya checked the task documents issued by Najita in the dark. The original plan was to help Akagi forge a false identity and sneak into the celebration. But now that Suya has returned, it would be more convenient to use the invisibility potion to sneak onto the cruise ship. This is probably the reason why Nadezhda deliberately arranged Suya and Akagi to be in the same group. As long as she has enough invisibility potions, Qi Tong won't have to worry about the trouble caused by exposing her identity. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, the opponent will definitely be the 3 Beast Kings. Suya actually already knew about the bad news he heard today. Both the news of Astetha's return and the news of the night raid being framed are within the known plot development. The only difference may be that the characters involved in these plots have undergone slight changes. However, the enemy 620 should still be the 3 Imperial weapon users under Asteth Leva, Niu, and Datas. If we can get their Imperial tools, we can study them. Maybe my alchemy skills can be improved. Currently, Suya is able to use stigmata alchemy to perform decomposition and reshaping. After modifying various existing props, Suya felt that he was at a bottleneck in upgrading his skills. If we can go one step further, we might be able to achieve more than just transformation but creation. Use the materials that have been analyzed to create new types of props. Suya was originally confused about the next upgrade. However, the appearance of the Imperial weapon brought him a lot of inspiration. However, he only had one crosstail on hand. Just now, Suya applied for a special treatment from Najita on the condition of providing more types of logistical supplies. That is, after capturing the enemy's Imperial weapon, he would first conduct research on it, and then hand it over to the rebels when the imperial weapon was no longer needed. 3 imperial tools are enough for me to study for a while. What's more, Esteth has also gathered a group of new imperial weapon users. After coming to the world of Zhantong, Su Yi's goal is simple. One is to complete the world mission, defeat the 3 mechanical kings in this world, and obtain the mysterious mutant skill. The second is to collect and study as many of the rumored imperial tools as possible. Some imperial weapons are not known for their destructive power, but they have strong auxiliary effects in certain aspects. Speaking of the 3 mechanical kings, Su Yi rummaged through the inventory, took out 3 things that looked like metal toys, and placed them carefully on the table. The 3 items are the mechanical demon eye, the mechanical worm, and the mechanical skull. That's right, it's the corresponding item for summoning the 3 mechanical kings. The materials for making these summoning items are very simple, just some iron ingots and some souls of shadow and light. With Su Yi's current soul farming speed, Shi Fu can make a summoning item for 2 mechanical bobs. But whether or not you can win is another matter. Because the 3 mechanical kings in the Calamity module are much more difficult than the bosses in the original Terraria. Su Yi was confident that he could fight Esteth to a draw, because the latter was just a mortal after all. As for the mechanical boss, it's very tanky and powerful at the same time, it's totally not human. In comparison, Queen Slime is kindergarten level difficult. I think I should start with the destroyer first. After all, I have experience dealing with worm-type bosses. After this mission is over, there should be some free time in the ice-laying world, and I can ask for a leave then. After putting away the boss summoning item, Su Yi started to take out the materials to make potions since he had nothing to do anyway. After all, Terraria's medicine-making process is very simple, and a water bottle on the table can be regarded as a medicine-making table. After entering the difficult mode, some potions that were previously impossible to make are gradually unlocked due to the increase in materials. This also includes some buff potions that Su Yi couldn't use before, Sedge, but can now be used. Shadow Potion, Orange/T3. Plus generates additional barrage when the thief's weapon hits the enemy. Plus increases thief stealth recovery speed by 8%. Plus your eyes are filled with the power of shadow. Last 8 minutes. This potion is a special enhancement item for the thief profession, almost equivalent to an additional professional accessory bonus. Because Su Yi uses rogue weapons more frequently now, he also made some backup ones. Tesla Potion, Orange/T3. Plus summon an electric field that shocks and slows down enemies. Plus causes electrified and slowed debuffs to enemies in the electric field. Plus deal 15 points of non-professional damage to enemies in the electric field. Last 8 minutes. After obtaining the transformer, Su Yi thought of this potion. Equipping a transformer will cause the Tesla Potion's electric debuff to deal 1.5 times the damage. It might be effective when you are surrounded. It can also slow down enemies, and is very effective against powerful enemies that use melee attacks. Photosynthetic Potion, Light Red/T4. Plus slightly increase life recovery speed. Plus greatly increases natural life regeneration when standing still. Plus the above effects are increased 5 times during the day. Last 8 minutes. The photosynthesis potion is a genuine potion that can only be crafted in hard mode. Because its production materials include the item Sunlight Essence. That's right, it was the material that Su Yi collected when he was brushing the flying soul in space a few days ago. 0146031224 Fila 1724333361. It's a good opportunity to use it to make potion now, so it's not a waste. Photosynthesis potions can provide extremely strong survivability, but only during daytime. Unfortunately, one of the conditions for summoning the 3 mechanical kings is to do it at night. Although some bosses can be challenged during the day, photosynthetic potions have little effect when facing the 3 mechanical kings. Why is there this thing in the synthesis list? Just when Su Yi was concentrating on making the potion. He suddenly found something strange in the production list. Although it is also a potion, the level of abstraction of this thing is comparable to that of a s**x changing potion. Why is there a princess fish in my inventory? I remember that this thing can only be obtained by fishing in a sacred environment. Setsuna must have been lazy while killing monsters and went fishing for a while. After thinking for a while, Suya finally decided to make this potion. After all, the princess fish has no other use except making this kind of potion. A moment later, a bottle of heart-shaped red potion was freshly placed in front of Suya. Love potion, white/T1. Plus throw this to make someone fall in love. Plus give the target in love status. It's really abstract. It was hard for Suya to imagine what effect this thing would have after drinking it. Next time I meet Death, I'll find a chance to throw a bottle of this stuff at her. Chapter 147, Stand Up. Keep playing music and keep dancing. The next day, in the suburbs of the imperial capital, the ceremony announcing the official opening of the canal was grandly opened on the luxury cruise ship Dragon Boat docked at the canal port. Because the emperor was still young, and the rebel assassination organizations were rampant, he was unable to attend the celebration. However, there are still many aristocrats and high-ranking officials from the upper class who participate in the celebration to highlight the superiority of the upper class H. That should be the target we are responsible for protecting. Standing on a high place, Suya, who had taken an invisibility potion, looked down at the dignitaries dressed in their best clothes below and whispered. A white-haired old man was seen entering the celebration site, escorted by several tall bodyguards. Although he looked very old, his aged eyes still flashed with turbulent emotions like a volcanic eruption from time to time. It was probably out of resentment towards the corrupt imperial nobles and helplessness towards the collapse of the empire. No risk factors have been identified so far. A faint whisper from Qi Tong was heard in the air nearby. From Su Yi's perspective, he could see the translucent figure of the black-haired girl. However, from an outsider's perspective, there was only air at the height where they were. The reason for this difference is that Suya gave everyone a big gem for team building before they set out. If you are in the same team, you can see your teammates after they use the invisibility potion. You can also teleport to your teammates at any time through the wormhole potion. In this way, even if the previous situation occurs again, Suya will not lose contact with the night raid. Woo! Suddenly, a faint and ethereal sound of a flute was heard in the air. Amid the noise of the crowd, the sound of the flute coming from nowhere was naturally ignored. But Suya became alert, because he knew that this was not ordinary instrumental music, but the sound of the imperial tool. The enemy has begun to move, pay attention to the guest's status. Hearing Su Yi's reminder, Qi Tong's expression changed and he quickly glanced at the distinguished guests below. As the sound of the flute lingered, the guests on the dragon boat began to feel sleepy without realizing it, and fell down one after another like crops harvested by a sickle. Even Qi Tong noticed an irrepressible feeling of fatigue rising in his heart. Military music dream scream, a musical instrument that can manipulate the audience's emotions. Don't be controlled by it. Su Yi's voice came from the side, and Qi Tong instantly regained consciousness. The former was seen to have emerged from stealth mode and was heading towards the three attackers who came out of the cabin. Their purpose was clear, they came for the white-haired old man who had fainted on the ground. But after Suya showed up, they all stopped. Seeing that there were still people on the ship who were not affected by the imperial weapon and could still move freely, the three grey-haired men in military uniforms said indifferently. "Nu, it seems there are still some vulgar people who cannot understand your elegant tunes." "Really? Then let me deal with him." The boy called Niu is of relatively small build, and the imperial weapon he holds in his hand is a black flute. His face looks pretty good. It's a good idea to collect it. Although he looked like a delicate boy, Niu spoke extremely vicious words. He comes from a prominent family, has a cold and ruthless personality, and has a special hobby of collecting human faces. Whenever they kill a handsome enemy, whether male or female, they will cruelly peel off his face and keep it as a collection. Humph! Don't overdo it. Although they are all three beast warriors, Fa Man still feels a little disgusted with Wu's hobbies. He swept the deck with his sharp eyes and spoke lightly. This person just appeared out of nowhere. Maybe there are other enemies on this ship. Datas, you and I will be on guard to prevent any sneak attacks. Although he did not sense Chi Tong's presence, he instinctively maintained a soldier's alertness and caution. Tisk! Let me wait on the side. The burly man called Datas is obviously a battle maniac, and one of his imperial weapons is also two giant axes with wild shapes. However, he did not refuse the grey-haired man's order. The grey-haired man, a former imperial general named Leva, is the most loyal warrior under us death and the leader of the three beast warriors. Brother, I will accept your honor without hesitation. Seeing her companions keeping watch for her, Niu played the imperial weapon without hesitation, producing an exciting melody. Military music dream can manipulate dozens of emotions, including special music that can strengthen itself. Niu's speed suddenly increased, leaving several afterimages in everyone's vision, and she stabbed Suya with the short blade she carried. What? Suya raised the holy sword without changing his expression and said lightly. The bard should just play his role as the back row and add buffs. Since you are seeking death, then I will grant your wish. The blade of the holy sword suddenly bent into a double helix shape, turning into the style of a cosmic broadsword. Then, Suya accurately captured Niu's figure and instantly swung his sword to counterattack. Clang! The swords collided, splashing out fiery sparks. Niu was shocked, as if she had not expected that the boy in front of her could actually keep up with his speed after being strengthened by the Emperor. Just as I was about to withdraw, my vision was covered by a brilliant and colorful starlight. Dash! The energy star from the starry broadsword splashed out with Suyi's attack and exploded. In an instant, Niu, who was affected by the explosion of a large number of cosmic energy stars, flew out on the spot, looking extremely embarrassed. The negative effects of hellfire, frostbite, and spirit fluid are constantly tormenting him. If it weren't for the music of military music dream that strengthened his physique, I'm afraid that just now, his little lamp would have been killed. Suya pursued the enemy and was about to finish off the half-dead enemy when he was knocked back by two axes that suddenly flew at him. Leva, this guy is a bit difficult to deal with, let me take over. Datas reached out to take back the axe, and without waiting for Leva's answer, he suddenly leaped up and leaped towards Suya fiercely, launching a swift and fierce attack with the posture of splitting Huashan Mountain. However, Suya had no intention of paying any attention to him. A swarm of dark bird demons emerged from his shadow, emitting a rain of feather blades. 0. Boom! The shadow nova mixed in with the shadow harpies also took the opportunity to self-destruct, and actually forced Datas to retreat in embarrassment. After he finally managed to drive away the shadow bird demon that was harassing him, he saw a scene that frightened him. Stand up! Suya pulled out the holy sword from Niu's body and issued orders with supreme will. Go on playing! The dead Niu's body turned into dark shadows that gathered like a storm, and finally became a dark human silhouette. Shadow Niu bent down to pick up the military music dream that fell on the deck and gently played the familiar tune. Seeing this scene, Riva and Datas both showed solemn expressions. The ability to manipulate the dead should only be March of the Dead, 8th room. Why does this boy have similar abilities? Just when the remaining 2-3 beast warriors were distracted by shock, the Akaji who had been hiding in the dark for a long time finally made a move. Sensing the terrifying murderous intent that pierced his bones, the former Imperial General Riva frowned and quickly raised his saber to block the attack from the blind spot. Clang! Chi Tong's attack passed along the blade, eventually leaving a shallow blood mark on the enemy. Afterwards, the girl did not linger in the fight, but quickly withdrew and reunited with Suya. After seeing the figure attacking him, Leva seemed to realize something and his face suddenly turned ugly. You are, the red eyes on the wanted poster. That's right. Chi Tong dropped the weapon in his hand, letting the blood on it drip onto the deck. Since you know my identity, you should also understand. After being injured by one-hit kill Murasame, you are already a dead man. Chapter 148, The Destruction of the Three Beast Warriors. Long-awaited free movement time. The samurai sword-type imperial weapon that Akame possesses is called one-hit kill Murasame. Once wounded by this knife, the person will be infected with an incurable curse and die quickly, hence the name one-hit kill. However, it should be noted that this knife does not distinguish between friend and foe. Even if Akaji is accidentally scratched by the knife, he will die. Of course, in Suyi's opinion, there is no good that the nurse function cannot save. At worst, you can sign a contract when you are about to die, and then be resurrected after you die. In addition, this knife also has its limitations. That is, the curse will not be effective against an enemy without a heart. Like the biological imperial weapon Xiao Ke that we encountered before, and the mechanical enemies. In front of them, Murasame is just a sharper knife. However, for mortals with flesh and blood, Murasame's curse is unsolvable. I didn't expect that I would end up dying in your hands. 810 Leva looked at his wound and found that a tadpole-like black spell had spread out and was spreading towards his heart. I'm afraid that in a few minutes, I will be shot and killed. Niu had been killed by the young man, and after she fell, only Datas was left. Facing the combination of these two people, I am afraid there will be no way to turn the situation around. In this case, why not try one last time? Datas, retreat. Leva suddenly gave an order in a serious voice. Tell Master Esteth about today's battle. Varied. As a battle fanatic, Datas instinctively wanted to refuse this order. His only hobby is fighting against the strong. The reason why he became one of the three beast warriors was because he met Esteth by chance while practicing martial arts, and swore allegiance to her after being defeated by her. Even if someone is as strong as Esteth, he will challenge her without hesitation. But now, Leva asked him to retreat without even making a move when his companions were killed. What's the FG difference between this and desertion? He, Datas, can die in battle, but he will never be a coward. It seemed that he saw through Datas's hesitation. Riva used up his last bit of strength and used his imperial weapon to condense giant snake-like water columns, which constantly harassed Chi Tong and Suyat. We must not allow the killers from Night Raid to pose a threat to Lady Esteth. I can no longer serve Master Esteth, but you can continue to fight as long as you are alive. I'll buy you some time. Go. Datas gritted his teeth, turned around and jumped off the dragon boat. As long as he sneaks under the canal, no matter how strong these two people are, they won't be able to find him. Want to leave? Suyat, who was fighting with the water dragon, saw Datas jumping into the river and a sneer appeared on his face. Less than a second later, Datas' figure disappeared from the deck. A dark figure suddenly rushed out from the canal, biting the stunned Datas in mid-air, and rushed straight to Kingji. It is different from the water dragon that Riva condensed using the imperial tool water dragon possession Black Marlin. What Suya summoned was a genuine flying dragon. Datas, damn it! He saw Datas, whom he had high hopes for, being dragged by the shadow dragon and disappearing into the sky. Rebel knew that this assassination was a disastrous defeat for the three beastmen, and his old face was filled with gloom. Then, he asked the boy and girl who were walking towards him unwillingly. Killers of the Night Raid, you have such powerful strength, why don't you join forces with Lady Esteth? Don't you understand that only a strong force can make an imperial cancer like the minister surrender? Akaji didn't answer, nor did she continue to attack. After being poisoned by the curse of Murasame, Riva was not far from death. It is estimated that in just a few dozen seconds, he will die from the poison. I have no interest in working with a cancer. Suya pointed the holy sword at Leva and said calmly. Your master has no ideals, as he possesses great power but still wants to compete with the likes of ministers. Seeing Su Ye slandering his death mercilessly, Leva could not help but get furious. He suddenly coughed up a cloud of blood mist, waved his hand and condensed it into a blood blade, attacking Su Ye. Water dragon possession can manipulate liquids within a certain range, including blood. Unfortunately, this counterattack before death was easily slashed away by Su Ye's holy sword. The next moment, without waiting for the Leva curse to take effect, he swung out several sickle sword energies, beheading the old imperial general on the spot. The shadow dragon that had just soared into the sky landed on the deck carrying the body of Dicuo. Stand up! After a while, the three beast warriors who were successfully extracted as shadow soldiers met again. But this time their allegiance has changed to Su Ye. This operation should be completed successfully. Su Ye glanced at the unconscious target, turned around and said to Qi Tong. The emperor who has been trying his best to discredit Night Raid these days should be the three beast kings under us death. After we eliminate them all, she should be quiet for a while. Qi Tong glanced at the three shadow beast warriors behind Su Ye, wanting to say something. It's just my personal special ability. It has nothing to do with imperial equipment. Su Ye guessed what she wanted to ask and took back all the shadow soldiers. Didn't you say before that you didn't owe me a request? Then don't ask me about it. There is no need for that. Qi Tong shook her head slightly and spoke softly. We are companions, I trust you. So, I won't ask any more questions. Change your request. Then let's keep this request for now. Since the three beast warriors had all been eliminated, there was no need for Su Ye and Akaji to stay any longer. The two used the wormhole potion to return to Nadezhda, who stayed in the secret base, and report their results. I didn't expect you to kill 3 imperial weapons directly, and they were as death as men. Seeing the 3 imperial tools that Su Ye had confiscated, Nadezhda couldn't help but beam with joy. The dark clouds that had been lingering in her heart due to the bad news in recent days all dissipated at this moment. The people that Leon and the others were responsible for protecting were not attacked at all. It seems that the 3 beast warriors used one side as bait and attacked your side with all their strength. 0.5. But they probably didn't expect to fall into your hands. According to the previous agreement, you will keep these imperial tools for research. As she spoke, Najida handed the 3 beast warriors' imperial weapons back to Su Ye, curiously. But can you really figure out anything? It is said that the method of making imperial tools has been lost for hundreds of years. We have to try it anyway, just in case we figure it out. Su Ye accepted the imperial weapon and said with a smile. Boss, do you have any other plans? Subhi. Nadezhda thought for a moment and shrugged. To be honest, I didn't expect your operation to go so smoothly. The victory over the 3 imperial weapon users has a huge impact. I need to personally convey this news to the resistance headquarters and disappear for a while. During this period, you can move freely. As long as you don't reveal your identity, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 149. It's late at night, aren't any of you sleeping? Not long after, Leon and others who were responsible for protecting another group of civil servants also returned to the base. Thanks to the wormhole potion provided by Su Ye, the return time of this operation is almost 0. After everyone arrived, Nadezhda held a final meeting before leaving. This operation was perfect. We have effectively reduced the combat experience of the imperial weapon users on the Empire side. In this case, even as death may have to face the problem of having no available subordinates for the time being. Upon hearing the news that Su Ye and Akaji defeated the 3 beast warriors, the other 3 couldn't help but look at them in surprise. The area they were responsible for was very peaceful and had not been attacked. Unexpectedly, the enemy's main force was concentrated on the dragon boat. The 3 beast warriors? What a pity! I wanted to fight them. Leon bumped his fists regretfully. In fact, if she really wanted to fight, Suya could satisfy her. Just summon the 3 shadow beast warriors as sparring partners. Even if you accidentally kill him, you can revive him infinitely. Speaking of which, as if he had thought of something, Suya suddenly asked. Didn't you want to challenge us death before? Did you run into her this time? When Suya asked this, Leona's expression froze and he scratched his head in frustration. I did run into her on the street while I was lurking. At that time, I wanted to take advantage of her weakness to attack her. But only when you really face her, you can feel the horror of facing a ferocious beast. As death. How many people must you have killed to have such a terrifying murderous aura? Hearing Leon's sigh, Nadezhda seemed to recall something and sighed. The number of people who died at her hands is at least in the millions. When I was still a general of the empire, she had already used bloody means to suppress countless barbarians who attempted to invade the empire. Igog. Hearing this, Mayan sneered. Then she's quite loyal to the empire. No wonder she is so sarcastic. After all, she is a hybrid of northern barbarians and imperial people. He suffered discrimination since childhood because of his ancestry, and eventually had to join the rebels and become an assassin. That may not be the case. Nadezhda shook her head, denying Main's evaluation. As death, this woman simply enjoys killing and chaos. Everything she did was for the greater pleasure of killing. When slaughtering enemy villages, she would deliberately let some survivors go, hoping that they would come to her with hatred and revenge, and then she would extinguish their hopes with her own hands. No matter from which angle you look at it, as death is nothing but endless trouble for the 1,000 empires. If we want to build a new country of peace, stability, and order, as death is probably the biggest opponent. As Asteth's former colleague, Nadezhda's evaluation is quite accurate. At least as far as Suya could remember, these descriptions fit his impression of Asteth. By the way, I got this when I was shopping in the imperial capital. Mine rummaged in the side pocket of her skirt and pulled out a folded flyer. It seems to be the citizens' martial arts competition held by Asteth. It says that the winner will have the opportunity to become a direct subordinate of the imperial general. A little. Nadezhda took the flyer with a subtle look on her face. I don't think that woman who values strength above all else would be interested in this kind of competition. Could it be that she wants to use this method to select the imperial weapon user to deal with the night raid? Although it's a little unlikely, why not send someone over to take a look? After saying that, Nadezhda glanced at the assassins present. Before she could speak, Suya raised his hand and said, "Leave this task to me. I happen to have something to do in the capital." Okay. Seeing Suya volunteered, Nadezhda thought for a moment and then agreed without hesitation. After all, he was able to fight Asteth head-on and still escape unscathed. If it were any other member, once they were discovered, they would probably have no choice but to use the precious teleportation potion. "Hey, what are you doing in the capital?" Mayan asked tentatively. "Go buy some entertainment works, such as the more popular novels and comics in the capital." As an empire that prospered for 1,000 years, its flourishing cultural industry is naturally a part that cannot be underestimated. In fact, the last time Suya went shopping with Mayan, he saw many bookstores and comics stores. "I didn't expect you to be interested in these things. I bought it for a friend from my hometown." Suya smiled, as if he had seen Hejia's cheerful smile. Helping her collect household items from various worlds is also part of the agreement. It's a pity that the technology tree of the Red Eye world has not yet reached video games. Otherwise, the works he brought back this time would be enough to make Goddess Mengli work for him for free for several years. Tis. Seeing that Suya didn't seem to have any other arrangements, Mayan mustered up the courage to speak up. "If you don't have any other plans, would you like to go shopping together? I'm quite familiar with the shopping streets and stores in the imperial capital. If you want to buy something, I can give you some suggestions." Hearing such an active date invitation, Leon on the side immediately whistled and watched the development of the situation with interest. Yes, but you have to wait a few days. Suya held up the flyer for the martial arts competition. Then we'll go to the imperial capital and see what's going on. The girl with twin ponytails showed joy on her face, but then she forced herself to remain calm and suppress it. No problem, just wait until you are free. Tisk, 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 this is youth. Looking at Maine, who couldn't hide her little thoughts at all, Nadezhda laughed secretly in her heart and then clapped her hands. I will leave the base tomorrow and head to the resistance headquarters. As for when we will return, the time is still uncertain. During this period, please enjoy this rare free time. Don't leave any regrets. When she said the last sentence, Nadezhda winked at Maine, whether intentionally or unintentionally. This action immediately made the girl's cheeks hot and her pretty face turn slightly red. After the meeting, Suya had just returned to his room when he heard a knock on the door. Can I come in? It was Mine's voice. Suya, who was originally planning to teleport back to the Terraria world, was a little confused, but did not speak out loud. Come in. After getting permission, Ma Yin pushed the door open cautiously and quickly glanced at Suyi's room. It is not as messy as I imagined. Although there are many sundries whose uses are unknown, it is still tidy. What's the matter, Mine? Suya couldn't guess what she came to see him about, so he guessed casually. If 227 needs more supplies, you can tell me. By the way, how was the effect of the magic potion I asked you to test last time? Ah, that one really worked. When mentioning the magic potion that Suya gave her, Mine nodded subconsciously. It can be used to replenish the mental energy consumed when using the romance turret. But then again, what is magic? I wasn't sure before, but now I think. Ma Yin's answer made Suya nod thoughtfully and write down the conclusion. Magic power is actually the spiritual energy you consume when using your imperial weapon. In other words, the romantic gun Tainan is actually a complete magic gun. Similar to the super thermionic light cannon, both weapons consume magic power to launch a barrage of attacks. By figuring this out, Suya can avoid many detours in his subsequent research. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Ma Yin suddenly realized that she originally wanted to ask Suya about his plans for the next few days. Unexpectedly, I started chatting with him subconsciously. But just as she was about to speak, she heard a familiar knock on the door. It's me. It's Akame. Suya and Ma Yin looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. No, aren't you all awake at night? Wait. Ma Yin covered Suyi's mouth in panic and said in a low voice, let me find a place to hide. Why are you hiding? This is a girl's thing, don't ask too much. After Ma Yin got into the empty closet, Suya coughed helplessly. Come in. Chapter 150. I've given it my all, it shouldn't be too much to give me a contract. Red eyes? Why did she come to Suya? And it's so late, so suspicious. The girl hiding in the closet seemed to have forgotten that she was also one of the suspicious persons. Through the gap in the cabinet door, Marin held her breath and carefully peeked at the two people in the room. After walking into the room, Chi Tong spoke directly to the point. Do you have time these days? Suya was thoughtful, as if he remembered something. Is that what you came for? He remembered that Chi Tong had said before that when she had time she wanted to have a serious battle with Suya. Chi Tong nodded and answered in a cold voice. Although it's dangerous, as long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any problem. Wait. What are they talking about? What is that thing? He also said that as long as you pay attention to the degree, there will be no problem. Are you saying not to cause any deaths? Suya, does she have that kind of relationship with Akaji? Not knowing what she was thinking of, Mayan blushed immediately. What Suya said afterwards shocked her even more. If you don't mind, why don't we do this now? EDS. Qi Tong thought about it excitedly and said hesitantly. It's so late, will it disturb other people's rest? Yes. Absolutely. What are you guys talking about in front of me? Ma Yin glared at the two of them with her teeth clenched. She was still hesitating whether to ask about Su Yi's arrangements. These two have already started to play duo queuing openly. Akaji usually looks so innocent. I didn't expect her to be so amazing when she takes the initiative. Indeed, it would be bad if it disturbed others. Su Ye also realized this problem and said, touching his chin. Boss is going on a long trip tomorrow, so let her get some good sleep. Main didn't know whether Nadezhda could sleep well, but she probably wouldn't be able to sleep today. When you are free, you can come to my room to find me. Qi Tong didn't seem to plan to stay too long and wanted to leave. I should be free these days. Marin was too tired to complain. She felt that she had lost a lot compared to Qi Tong. He actually said anytime or something like that. Is this the leisure of being a night raid ace assassin? That's right. Before leaving, Qi Tong suddenly turned around and said. If I want to hide, I prefer a place with a retreat route. The cabinet is nice, but if you're discovered, you'll have nowhere to hide. It turned out that she knew from the beginning that there was a third person in the room. I guess he thought it was some kind of infiltration training and didn't expose it. After Qi Tong left, Ma Yin came out of the closet, her face full of depression. What? I'm the only one who's still in the dark. So I said there was no need for you to hide from the beginning. Su Ye shrugged and poured Marin a cup of Terraria fruit juice. If you don't hide, do you think I'm going to have to listen to you two being so sweet? Lovely. Hearing Ma Yin's resentful complaints, Su Ye was stunned for a moment. Why did Ma Yin sound like flirting when she said that sparring with friends was such a passionate thing? You may have misunderstood something. Akaji only came to discuss sparring with me. Su Yi's explanation made Ma Yin open her mouth, and then she realized that she seemed to have some deviation in her understanding. Thinking back to the conversation just now, if it were a competition, it seems like we can all match up. I don't know that's what you're talking about. Seeing the girl with twin ponytails who seemed a little flustered but couldn't help showing joy, Su Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. So, Ms. Mine, what do you think I was talking about with Qi Tong just now? Mine's face turned red and she began to stutter embarrassedly. Finally, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at me in frustration. You obviously know it. And yet you still come to bully others. Su Ye took the pillow and looked at the blushing girl with amusement. I just didn't expect your misunderstanding was so outrageous. My conversation with Akahim was so healthy, how could you have interpreted it in that way? Could it be that, Mine, you are actually very... No. Seeing that Mine had already assumed the posture of a Spinosaurus like a kitten with its fur standing on end, Su Ye stopped teasing her. Otherwise, once she pulls out her romantic turret, there will be no way to end it. But after all this commotion, Marin seemed to have become more open-minded and was no longer as reserved as she was when she first entered the house. I just heard that you are free these days, right? The girl shook her twin ponytails and spoke while standing on a chair. I want to date you. It doesn't matter where we go, as long as I'm with you. I was just being polite, I'm actually not that busy. Su Yi's mouth twitched. He could see that Mayan seemed to have entered some strange fighting state. Although he didn't know what Marin was fighting against, she looked very eager to fight. Then why do you have time to spar with Akame? Ma Yin snorted and slapped the table. I've risked everything, you can't let me go back empty-handed, right? You've worked really hard. Su Ye thought about it and thought that if he was based on his current favorability, he might be able to try the contract directly. In that case, stretch out your hand. What to do? Although she was a little confused, Mayan still stretched out her hand obediently. Su Ye directly held Mayan's hand and said to the girl with a slightly blushing face. If you trust me, don't resist this contract. After accepting the contract, all my secrets will be revealed to you. At the same time, your fate and life will be completely bound to me. Make your choice, even if you refuse, I will not choose you." Feeling the mysterious restraining force exerted by Su Ye, Ma Yin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. "Really, you really underestimate me. You saved my life, and you didn't expect me to refuse. How much do you distrust me? I want to see how many secrets you have." The next moment, they both closed their eyes at the same time, feeling the long moment of their minds connecting. At the same time, outside the door, the black-haired girl who had not left lowered her red eyes and remained silent. After a while, the sound of two people talking was heard again in the room, and Chi Tong turned and left, her figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 151 Equipment Upgrade. Preparations before challenging the three mechanical kings. "Hey! Is this the Terraria you mentioned? So beautiful!" When the scenery of the sacred land filled with rainbows and light came into view, Mayan expressed her heartfelt admiration. "Yeah, I spent a lot of effort decorating it." Su Ye was quite proud to see that Ma Yin gave high praise to the base landscape that she had created with her own hands. Compared to the original cabin, the area around the birth point has undergone tremendous changes. The laboratory buildings full of technological atmosphere are orderly organized into a spectacular park. Outside the building complex is the sacred plain that Su Ye deliberately spread out. Colorful light descends from the sky from time to time, and sparkling elves and white unicorns appear from time to time. The gravel road extends from the gate of the base to the distance, all the way to the end of the horizon covered by a rainbow. In addition, Su Ye also specially created a lot of ornamental furniture, such as fountains, benches, street lamps, and other objects. But it seems like there aren't many people in this world. Originally there was an entire tribe of ice wolves. For safety reasons, I had them move to another world. You have more than one world. That's a long story. While taking Ma Yin around the base 707 and introducing them as they walked, Su Ye checked his inventory. The purpose of bringing Marin to Terraria this time is not only to let her get familiar with the environment. It is also to seriously upgrade one's equipment before challenging the three mechanical kings. Su Ye has always upgraded his armor and accessories as he pleases. However, the strength of the three mechanical kings is worthy of his serious attention. Try to challenge it at LV3 first. If you are fully equipped but still can't beat the enemy, then upgrade your basic attributes to SSS, then upgrade to LV4 and try again. Before defeating the three mechanical kings, the highest level minerals Su Ye could obtain were only cobalt ore and palladium ore. Of course, if he was more extreme, he could also go to Deadless Street in the underworld and tear down the mountain bronze gate of the man-made underground city. However, the properties of the orichalcum armor are actually quite average. Su Ye thought about it and felt that there was no need to take the risk of alerting the enemy by demolishing someone else's ancestral gate. Cobalt armor provides similar defensive properties to palladium armor. In terms of suit effects, the former provides better mobility and damage. The latter provides an amazing life regeneration speed, which can greatly enhance survivability. With some survival accessories, Su Ye can gain abnormal level of continuous combat capability. The Devourer collected a lot of palladium and cobalt ores. First, make a set of palladium armor. As for cobalt ore, you can make a cobalt shield, and then combine it into an Ankh shield. The Ankh shield is a survival accessory that requires a total of 12 accessories to craft. Each of these 12 accessories can provide immunity to one negative status. The Ankh shield combines the functions of all components to provide a large number of negative status immunity effects. Su Ye had just been looking through his inventory, searching for the synthesis components he had accumulated before. Most of these components are obtainable in pre-hard mode, with a few requiring defeating the wall of flesh to drop. Fortunately, there is the disaster module that can directly synthesize these components, so there is no need to go out and spawn monsters. After a busy period, Suya wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the newly made work with satisfaction. Ankh Shield, Lime/T7. Plus provide 4 points of defense. Plus immune to knockback, bleeding, broken armor, burning, confused, cursed, dark, petrified, poisoned, silenced, slow, weak, and frozen debuffs. In the original Terraria, the Ankh Shield is already the ultimate accessory and cannot be further synthesized. However, in Disaster, it can be combined with several other accessories to form a more advanced protective accessory. Of course, with Suyi's current progress, he can't continue to upgrade, so he can only make do with it for now. There are still some cobalt ingots left. Let me think about it. Looking at the materials on the workbench, Suya thought for a moment, and suddenly a prop flashed through his mind. Oh, by the way, you can make this thing as well. It's also a good method when dealing with boss. By combining the withered stardust material dropped by monsters in the Starland with cobalt ingots, you can get a weapon with a strange shape. Starlight Eyes, Light Red/T4. Plus causes 9 points of non-professional damage. Plus emit star rays, causing the death mark debuff when hitting. The base damage of this weapon is very low, but Suya is not using it to deal damage. But it is specifically for the effect of death mark. Death mark can reduce the target's damage reduction by 50%, which can significantly increase output when dealing with boss-level enemies. You can then continue to synthesize the Eye of Magnus, which can not only mark but also restore health and magic. Ankh Shield, Angel Wings, Terra Shining Boots, Transformer, occupy 4 accessory slots. The remaining 2, the Shield of Thulhu and the Worm Scarf, can actually be exchanged. There are enough survival accessories, why not change to accessories that increase output? After much consideration, Suya finally chose 2 damage-increasing accessories to fill the last 2 accessory slots. Fusion Brain, Light Red/T4. Plus 10% damage increase. Plus when hit, Shadow Rain will fall from the sky. Plus gives you the ability to dodge attacks, cooldown 15-90 seconds. Plus successful dodge gains 10% critical hit rate and summon damage bonus. Plus applies the confused debuff to nearby enemies when attacked. The synthesis materials of the Fusion Brain come from the Hive Will, Thulhu Brain, and Shadow Soul respectively. Suya, the will of the Rot Nest, has killed many people, so naturally he has no shortage of the necessary materials and accessories. The Brain of Thulhu actually cannot be summoned in this world, because it is a boss that only appears in the Crimson Evil biome. However, at the Tinker's Workshop, Suya can convert the Devourer of Worlds exclusive accessories into the corresponding Crimson boss items. You don't have to make a special trip to World Number 1 to make the Fusion Brain. For the last accessory, considering that close combat is very advantageous with the Holy Sword, Suya chose the Berserker Gloves. Berserker Gloves, Pink/T5. Plus increase 8 points of defense. Plus 12% increase in melee speed. Plus increases melee knockback by 100%. Plus increase the size of melee weapons by 10%. 014603124 Philo 1724435551. Plus enemy is more likely to target you. This is an offensive accessory for melee professions, and the components required for synthesis are also more dependent on luck. Almost all of them need to drop from treasure chest monsters. Fortunately, after Suya built the Holy and Shadow monster spawning grounds, he had no shortage of drops from the 2 types of treasure chest monsters. Combined with the accessory conversion and synthesis formula of the Disaster module, this melee accessory can be easily made. After the monster spawning site was built, the speed of upgrading equipment has indeed increased a lot. Looking at the brand new equipment and accessories, Suya gained more confidence in challenging the 3 mechanical kings. If there is any improvement. Looking at the fairy dust, crystal fragments, and other materials in the inventory, Suya suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I remember that you can unlock a special NPC in difficult mode. Chapter 152 Girl, having love in your eyes is not a good thing. What is this, a wine barrel? Looking at Suya, who was operating something unknown, Ma Yin shook her legs and asked curiously. Do you want to make wine? That's right. After preparing the materials, Suya approached the wine barrel and a simple synthesis page popped up in front of him. There are very few items that can be made with barrels in Terraria, originally only malt liquor. However, in the disaster module, 10 new special drinks have been added, Big Boar Vodka. All it takes is a glass of ale, some pixie dust, crystal shards and a unicorn horn to make it. These are all materials that can be obtained from the monsters in the Holy Land. Suya casually flipped through the inventory and easily gathered the raw materials needed for synthesis. Big Mountain Boar Vodka, Light Red /T4. Plus increase 8% damage. Plus after being injured, you will gain a short period of invincibility. Plus defeating the Devourer of Gods within the duration will receive additional drops. Plus unlock the Drunken Fairy function. Reduce defense by 5%. Last 15 minutes. The brewed Big Boar Vodka is a bottle of pink and purple wine, the same color as the symbol of the sacred place. The color is so strange. Can I really drink it? Although Marin had never drunk much alcohol, she knew that this kind of stuff should not be drunk casually. Of course you can drink it, and it's not cheap. Suya shrugged and said drunkenly. This bottle of Big Boar Vodka is sold for 4 gold coins in the shop of the Drunken Fairy. 4 gold coins in exchange for an 8% damage bonus that lasts for 15 minutes is quite luxurious. But Suya made this bottle of wine not just for a taste. Or it is because it can unlock the Drunken Fairy function. As the name suggests, this function can open a store selling alcohol and sell various alcoholic beverages including Big Mountain Boar Vodka. For example, wine, whiskey, tequila, are all items that can provide different attribute bonuses. However, once you drink 3 or more alcoholic beverages at the same time, you will receive a special penalty called alcohol poisoning. This debuff significantly reduces health regeneration based on the number of alcohol buffs held. If you drink dozens of bottles of wine in a row, even the regenerative ability of the protostomes may not be able to withstand it. You are now the Drunken Fairy. Suya directly assigned Ma Yin the new function that had just been unlocked. Although she has no contract skills, she can at least use the shop function that comes with her role. If you want to drink in the future, you can buy it yourself. But I don't seem to have any money. Based on the information that emerged in her mind, Marin opened the Drunken Fairy shop and was immediately attracted by the dazzling array of goods. In addition to alcohol, the Drunken Fairy's shop also sells other props. For example, various scented candles can bring permanent benefits. And the material products that only appear in the sacred place, unicorn horns, etc. After Suya defeats all the mechanical bosses, Plantera, Platinum Starship, and Stone Giant, there will be more kinds of goods in the Drunken Fairy's shop. It can be said that the importance of this function is no less than that of key functions such as businessmen and arms dealers. It's okay. There are some supplies in this ring that you can use. Suya took out a pink adventurer's ring and handed it over. He had just put a lot of potions, food, and common consumable items into it. This of course includes Terraria's currency. After assigning the Drunken Fairy function to Ma Yin, Suya can also open the Drunken Fairy's store and buy some things. In addition to alcohol, the most valuable functional prop in the Drunken Fairy's shop is candle. These candles provide a near-permanent buff. The reason it is called almost permanent is that its effects last until death. Except for people like Suya who can be resurrected, and his contractors. I guess no one can enjoy the second candle benefit. It's really expensive. Never mind. I have money now anyway. Looking at the 4 kinds of scented candles that cost as much as 50 gold coins, Suya curled his lips. He could earn dozens of platinums just by killing treasure chest monsters, so he had no shortage of money now. Not to mention these candles are totally worth the price. These candles will not be consumed and can be used infinitely once placed. There are 4 types in total. Request flowers, 0. They are weightless candle, plus 5% movement, flight speed. Vitality candle, restores 0.4% health per second. Restoration candles, provides an additional 10% defense. And the candle of evil, adds 0.07% true damage to all attacks. The added effect of each candle is very good. The only pity is that these effects are mutually exclusive and you can only have one at most. In the future, the adventurer's house can start a new business, specifically to provide blessings to adventurers. Let alone the effect of Vitality Candle, it can match the recovery power of a troll. Of course, these candles had to be transformed from permanent to temporary. 0. Suya has done similar transformations many times using alchemy and is already familiar with it. Although he is not able to turn the temporary buff into permanent one yet. But turning a permanent buff into a temporary effect, is no problem at all. Just as Suya was thinking about how to transform these candles. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared in front of me, bringing with it the sweet and charming fragrance of a girl. Suya subconsciously stopped the figure that was attacking him, and found that for some reason, Ma Yin was looking at Aixi with a red face and deep affection, with pink eyes. 01460312 Fila 1724533101. Hearts in the eyes is not something that should appear in a serious work. No, wait. Seeing the love in the girl's eyes, Suya seemed to suddenly remember something. While holding down the twisting mane, he opened the drunken fairy's shop. I saw a very familiar name suddenly appearing in the first row of the product list. Love Potion, price 1 gold coin. It is obvious that this thing is the cause of Marin's current condition. So don't drink anything you don't know where it comes from. Well, now I finally know what the effect will be if I drink the love potion directly. Looking at the girl who looked like a kitten entering a special period, Suya shrugged. He picked up mine and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Chapter 153, Fighting Tournament. Forget about this kind of heavy-tasting game. Imperial Capital Arena. Although the contestants in the arena were fighting fiercely, the audience also burst into thunderous applause. But Esteth, who was standing on the platform, had an extremely bored expression on her face. It looks like the finals of the martial arts competition will soon be over. A short-haired young man standing next to Esteth glanced at Esteth's expression. What do you think of these contestants, Captain? Boring. Not surprisingly, Esteth gave her evaluation without hesitation. It's like a dry leaf, which crumbles into pieces if you step on it. There is no one among these people who is qualified to use an imperial weapon. Her original intention of holding the fighting competition was to find potential members for the Special Operations Force she had established, the Hunters. But now it seems that this kind of competition will only attract some incompetent mediocre people. At this 7:23, the fighting in the arena finally stopped and the winner was decided. The winner is the 9th Dan disciple of the Royal Fist Temple who was expelled from the section. Esteth looked at the muscular man standing in the center of the arena, waving his arms towards the stands and showing off his strong muscles, and felt quite disgusted. It's sickening to think that I'm going to be giving an award to a guy like that. Forget it, I'll leave the award ceremony to you, Lan. The short-haired young man who was suddenly assigned a bunch of tasks could only give an awkward but polite smile. However, just when Esteth was bored and was about to leave, the situation in the arena changed again. Oh! Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, Esteth seemed to smell a familiar scent and suddenly turned around to look inside the arena. The sturdy man from the Huangchuan temple who had just been showing off his might was now lying on the ground unconscious. Beside him, a black-haired boy was putting away his weapon and also looking over. Seeing the appearance of this young man, Esteth's mouth curled up slightly, but her tone was a little bit gritted. Behind The short-haired young man at the side was a little confused. He had just joined the hunters for a few days and didn't know why Esteth had such a reaction. In his eyes, a strong person like Esteth has always been calm and at ease. I've changed my mind. Esteth threw the military jacket she was wearing away and said without even turning her head. I will take over the final match from now on, don't let others interrupt my fight. Take over the game? Captain, what do you want to do? Before Lan could ask the question in his mind, he saw Esteth leap from a platform several dozen meters high into the arena. Seeing this scene, Lan held his forehead with a tired look, then turned around to negotiate with the organizer of the event and the officials of the Empire. At the same time, inside the arena. Bang! Looking at Esteth, who was splashing ice crystals like waves after landing, Yinya directly kicked the Royal Fist Temple disciple lying on the ground away. Long time no see. Tisk. Before he could finish his words, Suya reached out and caught a flying ice spike, shrugged. I didn't expect that a dignified general of the Empire would be so unethical. Why would he launch a sneak attack when they meet? How dare you show up in front of me? Esteth slowly emerged from the dissipating ice mist with the sound of her military boots landing on the ground. I thought that after you escaped last time, you would be like a coward and never dare to set foot in the imperial capital again. Escape? It seems our definition of escape is wrong. Suya smiled noncommittally, and stretched out his hand meaningfully and clenched it in the air a few times. If we look at the results, I actually gained a lot last time. Provocation doesn't work on me. Esteth narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the boy in front of her like a hunter. Since you like my body so much, after I put the collar on you, I will let you lick my toes as much as you want. Sorry, I don't like this. Hearing this, Suya thought to herself that she was indeed the legendary Super S Queen, even her reward was so heavy. Esteth's expression turned cold, and she suddenly exerted her strength at such a speed that she left several afterimages in the field of vision. That's not up to you. In the blink of an eye, the sharp saber collided fiercely with the holy sword, making a crisp sound. The audience in the stands had no idea what was happening, but they thought that since even the Imperial General was taking part in the match, it must be an exciting exhibition match, and they all cheered and applauded loudly. In just a few moments, the two figures in the arena had already exchanged dozens of blows, and the intensity of the battle far exceeded any previous one. While everyone was immersed in this wonderful performance, 10 girls with twin ponytails pouted and looked quite resentful. What? Yesterday, you were still confident that small is cute. Men really are all a bunch of guys who like breasts. Regardless of the dispute between the big and small Lei-yin temples, Suya, who was fighting with Esteth, was also filled with emotion at this time. After changing the equipment, the combat effectiveness has indeed improved a lot. With the freeze immunity provided by the Ankh shield, the ice and snow attacks cast by Esteth cannot slow him down and can only cause superficial damage. The Berserker gloves greatly improved his melee strength. He could only fight Esteth on equal terms, but now he could suppress her. Esteth also keenly noticed this and decisively distanced herself from Suya, no longer engaging in close combat. White, pecking beak. Esteth pointed her finger, and countless sharp icicles suddenly condensed in the air, falling down like rain. However, Suya did not dodge or evade, relying on the defense of his armor and his flesh and blood to withstand this wave of attacks. Then he used the effect of Transformer to reflect all the ice cones. Oh, naive! Seeing the icicles flying towards her, Esteth smiled proudly. The imperial weapon she possessed could give her complete control over the power of ice. It's not that she relies on the ice and snow, but all the ice is under her control. Even the ice cone that bounced back could not escape her control. Grey, horns. With just a wave of his hand, countless ice cones changed their trajectories and condensed into a giant ice spike along Esteth's arm. The next moment, as 2.3s drove the giant ice spike that was as terrifying as a rocket and shot it towards Suyat. I want to see if you dare to take it head on this time. However, Suyat, who should have been within the attack range of the giant ice spike, suddenly heard a voice from behind her. Sorry, provocation doesn't work on me. Without having time to think about why Suyi's position suddenly changed, Esteth instinctively swung her saber and slashed behind her. But this hasty counterattack was completely ineffective. When Esteth condensed a wall of ice, she suddenly teleported behind her and forced Suya to retreat. There was a bloody wound on her arm. What made her frown even more was that in addition to the blood gushing out from the wound, there was also a black spell that kept spreading. This is the curse of one-hit kill, Murasame. Chapter 154. When we meet next time, I will conquer you without hesitation. As expected of an imperial general, he recognized the effect of Murasame at first sight. Suya held the holy sword and chopped the ice wall that blocked his view into pieces and kicked it open. The holy sword's shape at this time is exactly the imperial weapon that Akame possesses, one-hit kill Murasame. When Suya and Akame were carrying out the dragon ship protection mission, he took the opportunity to use the holy sword to copy the effect of Murasame. Using it to deal with Esteth at this time is also in line with the original work. Once the heart is attacked by Murasame's curse, even a strong person like Esteth cannot avoid death. The only thing that made Suya feel pity was that he was originally targeting Esteth's waist and abdomen. But the opponent was able to react in an instant and shifted the attack to the arm. If nothing unexpected happens, with Esteth's character, she would not hesitate to make a heroic move. As expected, knowing the horror of the one-hit kill imperial weapon, Esteth snorted coldly and cut off the poisoned arm with a crisp and clear motion. At the moment when the blood was about to gush out, an arm made of ice replaced the original flesh and blood body. Although Esteth's face turned pale and a lot of cold sweat oozed from her forehead, her expression was still as calm as a deep pool. It seemed as if the pain of cutting off one of her arms was nothing to her, like a breeze blowing across her face. Rather, Esteth's gaze was even more blazing, as if she had encountered something that made her heart move. You are very strong, even strong enough to rival me. Esteth did not fight back immediately. Instead, she picked up the broken arm wrapped in ice and squeezed it hard, letting it turn into powder and fly away with the wind. Why would a strong man like you fight for Night Raid, and the countless weaklings behind them? This world should be a place where the strong prey on the weak, and the strong have everything. The weak should not have any complaints even if they are killed. If you are willing to join the Empire, I can even recommend you to the Emperor and give you a status equal to mine. Are you done? Suya interrupted Esteth's long speech unmoved. I have absolutely no interest in the treatment you're talking about. The strong prey on the weak? Ha, it's just a world you imagined. If you have ever seen the gods from heaven walking on earth, and have ever seen the whole world being burned down by the waves of disaster, you would never have such narrow-minded and extreme ideas. In the final analysis. As he spoke, Suya looked at the pale imperial general with compassion. You are also a beast trapped in the cage of the rule of the survival of the fittest. You enjoy the feeling of killing people in war, so you try your best to avoid the advent of a peaceful era. Under Esteth's sinister gaze, Suya said calmly. You are nothing but a pathetic lunatic who is unable to adapt to the new era. Shut up! A sharp explosion and a chill that almost froze the soul instantly erupted, sweeping across the entire imperial capital arena. For a moment, it seemed as if even time and space were frozen by the tyrannical power that Esteth unleashed in anger. Mahapatma is a religious term that means extremely cold hell. It is also one of the ultimate abilities of the imperial weapon created by Esteth. With the power of the imperial weapon Devil God Appearance Essence of Demon, Esteth can freeze time and space within a certain range to the point of time stopping. And within the range, only she can move freely. Although it can only last for a few seconds at most, it is enough to cause devastating damage to the enemy in battle. Even Esteth hadn't fully developed this move yet, but she used it at this moment. This is enough to show how shaken she was because of what Suya just said. For a Seth, who believes in the survival of the fittest, the only way to eradicate the demon in her heart is to completely kill the guy who disturbs her heart. In the stagnant space, a Seth walked up to Suya and reached out to wipe away the light white frost on the latter's face. The look in her eyes when she looked at Suya was full of regret and reluctance. It would be great if we weren't enemies. It's rare to meet a strong person who can compete with her, and he's also a handsome boy who can make her heart beat. If it weren't for what she just said, Seth even planned to stop fighting and let the other party leave. Unfortunately, Suyi's remarks just now made her realize that it was impossible for the two of them to understand each other. Death and victory are the only means to win this debate. The duration of Hephaestus is short, and Seth must kill him before it can last. She could cut off the arm infected with the curse without hesitation, and she could also swing the knife at Suyi's neck without hesitation. But when the saber was about to chop off the boy's head, he suddenly raised his armored arm and unexpectedly took the attack. How can you be active in the Mahabhatma? Seth seemed to have not expected that Suya could actually block this attack, and her eyes suddenly widened. Humph, didn't realize we were the same type of stands, did you, Dio? What the hell is a stand, and who the hell is Dio? If it weren't for the obvious mockery in the previous sentence, Seth would have thought that the other person's brain had been frozen by her cold air. After the shock, waves of weakness emerged from the bottom of my heart. Seth then realized that the duration of Mahabhatma had ended, and she was no longer able to maintain the secret of freezing the entire arena. Although the ability to temporarily freeze space is extremely powerful, it is also very exhausting and burdensome to her. However, Suya still looked to be in peak condition. If I were to face him again at this time, I'm afraid my chance of winning would be less than 40%. Even if he still had thousands of ice cavalry to summon. But the other party has not yet deployed the strange shadow army from that night. In other words, after revealing all his cards, he was completely at a disadvantage. This has never happened to Seth since she joined the army. 537 This made her feel humiliated, but also a strange excitement and anticipation. Finally, a strong person who can conquer her appeared in this world. Just as Suya commented, Seth is also a beast trapped in the cage of the survival of the fittest rule. The more she slaughtered the weak, the tighter this cage bound her. Perhaps deep down in her heart, she also secretly hoped that someone could break this cage. The appearance of Suya gave Seth a glimmer of hope. So, she won't stop fighting. Keep fighting me. Seth ignored the exclamations from the audience in the arena, and a fanatical emotion appeared in her eyes. If you want to prove what you just said, use your absolute strength to convince me. Only the victor has the right to lecture the loser, keep fighting. Until one of us bleeds dry. Yet. Suya looked up at the thunderclouds gathering in the sky and shrugged. This is the iconic ability of the Empire's General Bud, controlling thunder and lightning. Facing the two strongest men in the Empire at the same time, even he did not dare to be arrogant. Unfortunately, your reinforcements have arrived. Today's battle ends here, we'll see you next time. Before using the wormhole potion to teleport back to mine, Suya turned around and glanced at Seth, who had a complicated expression. I will conquer you without hesitation. Luzi has been in a mess lately. Never mind, I'll just keep updating. Chapter 155, Hunters Gather. Exposed Night Raid Headquarters. Inside the imperial palace of the imperial capital, the young emperor sat on the throne. His small stature formed a sharp contrast with the majestic chair. Beside him was the portly imperial minister Ernest. It is rumored that he helped the current emperor stand out from many successors and eventually become emperor. But in fact, the current emperor's biological parents were killed by him personally. He can be said to be the main culprit for the corruption in the country. He is also the ultimate assassination target of Night Raid. If he could be eliminated, even if the rebels ultimately failed, it would be considered as eradicating a huge cancer for the empire. Surah's death. I heard that something went wrong with the Imperial Capital martial arts tournament you organized. The young emperor held his chin and asked in a casual tone. Anyway, this is not an official audience meeting. There are only 2 imperial generals under the throne, Asteth and Bud. Hearing the emperor's question, Asteth, who seemed to be distracted just now, regained her thoughts and nodded slightly. Before the award ceremony, the killer from the night raid suddenly broke in. I went down to fight him, and I eventually beat him back at the cost of my arm. Asteth's answer made everyone present look at her left arm. There was only an empty sleeve hanging at the side of Asteth, looking somewhat desolate. After paying such a heavy price, even Sir Asteth could only repel the enemy. The young emperor was well aware of Asteth's powerful fighting ability, and a worried look appeared on his little face. Doesn't this mean that the assassin who attacked at night has a combat history that allows him to break into the palace at will? What should I do if they want to kill me? Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Asteth said solemnly. This time, I was ambushed by one-hit kill Murasame, and I had no choice but to cut off one of my arms. If that thief from the night raid dares to step into the imperial capital again, I will personally chop off his head and avenge my previous humiliation. Since Lord Asteth has said so, I will put my mind at ease for now. After receiving Asteth's promise, the young emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Bud, I'll be thanking you for your hard work guarding the area around the palace. The burly man called Bud looked solemn. After hearing the emperor's order, he made the purchase seriously. Yes, Your Majesty. Ah, it is a blessing for the empire to have 2 extremely brave generals serving the country. Minister Ernest, who was standing beside the young emperor, complimented him while stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. Although his flattery only caused the opposite effect, especially General Bud, who stared at him with extreme disgust. General Bud was born into a noble family and was the commander of the palace guards. He was upright and old-fashioned, and served the empire wholeheartedly. Although he was well aware of the corruption of ministers and others, he did not interfere. Because he followed the ancestral teachings passed down by his family, he believed that military generals should not interfere in politics. He just secretly used his authority to protect officials with a conscience. But this does not mean that he will be nice to Minister Ernest. Seeing that Bud didn't like him very much, Minister Ernest didn't continue to make himself miserable and turned to look at Asteth. By the way, how is the status of the hunter unit formed by Sir Asteth? To deal with an assassination organization like Night Raid, only another team of Imperial tools can contend with it, right? Don't worry, Minister. I have my own arrangements. Asteth was too lazy to pay attention to this fat and big-eared guy and had no intention of continuing to speak. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else important, I would like to go back and recuperate. Oh, your health is very important. Sir Asteth can leave first. The young emperor was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and approved Asteth's application to withdraw from the court. After all, the connection between Asteth and the word injury is somewhat unexpected. After leaving the palace and returning to the hunters' headquarters, Asteth immediately gathered all the members together. Captain, except for Dr. Fashion, all members of the hunter are in place. The short-haired young man who had appeared in the martial arts tournament before reported to Asteth. Hearing this, Asteth glanced at the imperial weapon users present. The assassin girl Kurat is loyal to the Imperial Assassination Agency. She is the younger sister of the ace assassin of Night Raid and possesses the imperial weapon March of the Dead, Hakifu. Will, a former soldier of the Imperial Navy, looks like a silly boy from the countryside, but he has the imperial tool Shura Incarnation Noble Chariot. The former member of the Imperial Capital Guard Selu, whose master Ika the Devil was killed by a night raid, joined the Hunter Corps with hatred in his heart, and possessed the imperial weapon Magic Beast Transformation, Hundred-Handed Giant. A soldier named Polis wearing a strange mask, obeyed the call of the Empire and joined the Hunters. He possessed the imperial weapon Purgatory Summoning, Ruby Gand. And the handsome young man Lan, who was originally a beloved teacher, but his students were slaughtered by evil thieves. In order to seek revenge, he joined the hunters and possessed the imperial weapon Thousand Miles Flying, Mistima. As for Dr. Fashion, who was not present, he was already a famous genius scientist before joining the hunters and had many modified soldiers. The imperial weapon he possesses is the God's Hand, Perfectionist, which can precisely control the movements of the fingers, making it convenient for making various sophisticated weapons and performing surgery. Fashion didn't come. He didn't seem like the type to be late. Esteth pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. If that's the case, I'm afraid he will never have the chance to come back. Forget it, just ignore him for now. Today the minister asked me about the hunters. Although I don't care about other people's opinions, it's time for you to carry out your mission and demonstrate your own value. There have been bandits causing trouble in the suburbs of the imperial capital recently. It is said that a roving bandit gang has set up a camp. Your mission is to wipe out these bandits tonight. Remember, it has to be done cleanly. Hearing the order from Esteth, Will immediately straightened his head and chest and shouted with great energy. Yes, Captain. The other companions all looked at Wide-Nold with subtle eyes. As expected of a Navy man, he is very spirited. Lan tried to smooth things over for Will with a smile on her face. Ah! Seeing that no one else reacted, Will scratched his head in embarrassment. Shouldn't you respond with force when you receive an order? Hei Tong turned around expressionlessly and walked out of the room. When we set off, Guo Lai will call me. Silo on the side was concerned about the whereabouts of Dr. Fashion. Sigh, where on earth did the doctor go? He didn't even come to the captain's meeting. At the same time, in the mountainous area about 10 kilometers away from Dicuo, the strange doctor with a ball mask on his face and a white coat looked at the buildings hidden in the mountains and couldn't help but sigh. Following the aura of that young man, I was able to find some incredible goodies. This should be the place. The headquarters of the assassination organization Night Raid. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 156, Death of Dr. Fashion. Nadezhda returns. Someone has invaded the headquarters. Sensing the warning from the cross-tail, Suya immediately conveyed the message to others. Except for Nadezhda, who was on a business trip, everyone gathered in the conference hall. Strange, the headquarters is so hidden, it shouldn't be exposed so quickly. Leon scratched his chin in confusion, feeling a little strange. Hearing this, Suya suddenly thought of a possibility. After the battle with his death today, he and Marin did not teleport back directly, but instead romantically rode on a flying dragon and flew all the way back. It's unlikely, but if someone could keep up with the speed of a flying dragon, or if you have the ability to track smells, you can actually follow the clues to find the headquarters. And in his impression, there happened to be a member of the hunter who met this condition, Dr. Fashion. Dr. Fashion himself does not have these abilities, but the transformed soldiers he created are like the Calabash brothers, each of them has unique skills. If he had set his eyes on Suya during the fighting competition and followed her all the way, then the current situation is easy to understand. Anyway, we have to deal with these uninvited guests. Suya coughed lightly and changed the somewhat delicate topic. Otherwise, when Nadezhda comes back, it will be hard to explain this matter. Yeah, that's true. Qi Tong nodded and asked straightforwardly. Can you sense the number and distribution of invaders? There are a lot of them, hundreds of them. Through the cross-tail threads laid around the headquarters, Suya can roughly guess the movements of Dr. 620 Fashion's cyborg army. But most of them should be weak miscellaneous soldiers. Only a few are worth noting. In the cover of night, a large number of cyborgs launched an attack on the Night Raid headquarters without any hesitation. My legion, begin your passionate and fierce attack. Dr. Fashion waved his arms, allowing the tidal army of cyborgs to surge towards the building in front of them. Listen carefully, try not to damage the body, and bring the enemy here intact. If I can capture him alive, I will give him the most perfect upgrade service. Those who have made contributions can even escape from being prisoners. These cyborgs were originally death row prisoners in the Imperial prison. In order to avoid death, he volunteered to become Dr. Fashion's experimental subject. Now that they heard there was a chance to clear their identities, the crowd became excited as if they had taken stimulants. But is this really okay? A cyborg guarding Dr. Fashion couldn't help but remind him. He is not a prisoner, but a direct descendant of Dr. Fashion's transformed soldier. Therefore, he did not follow the cannon fodder in the attack. You attacked without notifying Ladius' death of the traitor's presence. Hehe, with the assassins of Night Raid, so many Imperial tools, and so many top-level experimental materials, of course I have to take them all by myself. Dr. Fashion said nonchalantly while wiping his glasses. As for us death, that girl actually had her arm crippled by a mere assassin, and she even declined the prosthetic limb I offered her. It seems that we are not of the same kind. There is no need to tell her such good news. It's almost time. The guys who attacked at night should be in a panic because of the sudden attack. As he spoke, Dr. Fashion waved his hand and gave orders to the guards around him. According to the plan, you guys should go and make a big scene. However, the cyborg guards who were supposed to disperse and attack the Night Raid headquarters did not take any action. This made Dr. Fashion suddenly feel a strange chill, and he quickly looked around. Several elite guards were seen being bound tightly with tough threads at some point, hanging in the air like cocoons. You should be the one who is in a mess, right? Several Night Raid assassins stepped out from the shadows and surrounded the frowning Dr. Fashion. You dare to challenge the Night Raid alone? You are really brave. Speaking of which, we also want to thank you. Leon, who had already activated his Imperial weapon, bumped his fists together and grinned. I didn't tell anyone about the headquarters before I came here. This saves us a lot of effort. Seeing the completely useless cyborg guards, Dr. Fashion sighed and muttered to himself. It seems that I was completely deceived by you. This is really a miscalculation. There is nothing I can do. Just when he wanted to say something else, Suya and Chi Tong attacked at the same time. The two men each held a murasame and slashed at the heart and neck of Dr. Fashion respectively. It's useless. It seemed that the fatal blow with the poison was about to fall on him. Dr. Fashion laughed wildly, and his body suddenly expanded, instantly sending everyone flying. I will use my trump card to turn all of you into my experimental materials. The ever-growing flesh and blood wrapped around Dr. Fashion's body, leaving only his head exposed. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a giant body as big as a hill. Just like operating a mecha, Dr. Fashion leaned out of the gap in the giant's head and overlooked the whole situation. The Night Raid members who had just surrounded him were now like ants, constantly dodging the giant's trampling in his sight. This is real fashion. I will transform myself into a dangerous species. I will kill all of you. Hearing the loud laughter coming from above her head, Marin couldn't help but curl her lips, her face full of disgust. This guy is so disgusting. Can you kill him quickly? Yes, it is possible. Suya slashed the giant's ankle with a sword, but Murasame's curse was completely unable to penetrate. It seemed that this body did not have a heart structure. It seems that attacking this layer of flesh and blood is useless. We must find a way to directly attack Dr. Fashion's body. I'll be back soon. As he spoke, Suya directly summoned the Shadow Dragon. Just as it was about to soar into the sky, he saw a figure jumping onto the dragon. I'm going to. Chi Tong's black hair fluttered in the rushing airflow, and she spoke to Suya in a calm tone. Let's go together and kill him, so we can have more protection. Good. Suya had no reason to refuse, so he controlled the Shadow Dragon to fly directly into the sky, circling around the giant's head. Dr. Fashion obviously also discovered their intention, and he raised the giant's arm, trying to stop the two people as if to drive away flies. Now! At the moment when the flying dragon flew over the giant's head, Suya suddenly spoke. Jump! Chi Tong immediately understood and followed Suya to jump off the flying dragon. His eyes were fixed on the exposed upper body of the Fashion Doctor in the whistling wind. Hateful! Dr. Fashion, who was trapped in the giant's body, had no time to control his huge body and could only watch two cold rays of light falling from the sky. The next moment, a giant as tall as a mountain fell to the ground with a loud bang, and his body quickly turned into foul-smelling smoke and disappeared into ashes. The only thing left was Dr. Fashion's half-cut body, still struggling tenaciously. Why, I can't fall down here. I have not yet created a masterpiece like the Supreme Imperial Weapon. Suyat, who fell from the sky, stepped lightly and landed smoothly as if he was not affected by gravity. Supreme Imperial Armament? I was wondering why this giant looked familiar. Turns out it's a knockoff. The Supreme Imperial Tool, the Supreme Throne, the Divine Machine for protecting the nation. A special imperial tool that can only be manipulated by people of the imperial royal bloodline. The first and strongest imperial weapon, it is both the origin of imperial weapons and the pinnacle of all imperial weapons. Dr. Fashion's obsession with human body modification may be related to his knowledge of the supreme imperial device. Unfortunately, your wish is destined to not come true. Seeing the Fashion Doctor still trying to struggle and escape, Suya killed him with one sword, leaving no trouble for him. Last hitting is a good habit, Suya never forgets it. Hey, it's finally over. But what about Akame? Suya looked up at the night sky with some confusion. Akaji, who had just jumped off the flying dragon with him, should have landed almost by now. But there seemed to be no sign of her nearby. At this moment, a huge black shadow that covered the sky and the sun suddenly and slowly broke into Suyi's field of vision. It looks like you have solved the trouble here. A familiar voice came from the bat-like monster. I was hoping to show off my skills with the new members, but it looks like I don't have the chance anymore. Chapter 157 The Spark That Sets the Field Ablaze, the Ultimate Assassination Target. I didn't expect so many things to happen while I was away. After listening to the report from Suya and others, Najita couldn't help but marvel at it. First, Suya fought his death head-on at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Tournament and broke one of the opponent's arms. Then, the headquarters was attacked by the hunter members at night, causing such a huge commotion as just now. It seems that we can no longer stay here. We must move immediately. Hearing Najeta's decision, Leon couldn't help but remind her in confusion. But according to the information we heard, the location of the headquarters should only be known by the attackers. When there is no way to guarantee that the intelligence is absolutely reliable, we can only make the safest decision. Nadezhda interrupted, shaking her head. This concerns the safety of all members of the night raid. We cannot afford to be careless about this matter. We'll start the transfer tomorrow, but before that, let me introduce two new members to you. After saying that, Nadezhda clapped her hands and asked the two people behind her to take off the hoods that were covering their faces. One of them was a burly, dark-haired man with horns on his head. The other person is a fashionable girl wearing headphones, a plaid skirt and a black vest. This is Susanoo, and Chelsea. The horned man nodded slightly to everyone who looked at him. Then, his eyes focused on Suya, and he suddenly walked towards him quickly. Hey, what is this guy going to do? Ma Yin subconsciously tugged at Suyi's sleeve, thinking that the two were going to have a conflict. Rest assured. Suya knew why the other party suddenly targeted him. After Susanoo walked in front of Suya, he suddenly raised his hand to tidy up his clothes that were messy due to the battle just now. Excuse me, I saw the mess and wanted to tidy it up. After meticulously tidying up Suyi's coat, the Susanoo boy band explained. I hope you don't mind. It's okay, I don't mind, but... Suya asked Nagita meaningfully. I don't sense any living aura from this Mr. Susanoo. If I'm guessing correctly, he shouldn't be a human, but a biological imperial weapon, right? Haha, I really can't hide it from you. Seeing Nadezhda admit it on her own initiative, the girls including Akito were immediately surprised. Who would have thought that the lifelike Susanoo was actually an imperial weapon? Lightning bolt, Susanoo. Nadezhda waved to the man with horns, called him to her side, and introduced him. It was originally an imperial tool collected by the rebels, but it had no suitable owner before. When I went back to report on my work this time, it happened to activate the machine, so Wang Shi brought it back. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he is actually very good at doing housework. From now on, you can leave the 3 meals a day and the chores of washing and tidying up to him. Is this really okay? Mayan glanced at the taciturn Susanoo with a subtle expression. It's a combat-type imperial weapon after all, right? No way, his fighting style is too aggressive and unsuitable for assassination. Nadezhda shrugged and turned her gaze to another member. Chelsea was previously a killer who performed assassination missions in other assassination teams and had a great record won. If we only look at the results of assassinations, she can be on par with Akame. Seeing the Night Raiders casting their eyes towards her, Chelsea smiled slightly. Unfortunately, my previous team was completely wiped out after I returned from completing the mission. I hope you are strong enough so that the same thing doesn't happen again after I come back. Tisk, this guy is so annoying. Feeling that she was being looked down upon, Mayan snorted coldly, while Sieer beside her gently held her hand and comforted her. That's how it is. I hope you can get along well and have a smooth transition. After introducing the new companions, Nadezhda's expression straightened and her tone became serious. Those who are familiar with her know that what they are going to talk about next is the real business. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be new commissions or other important matters. This time when I went back, I exchanged some information with the Resistance Army. We have achieved good results here, and the progress of the Resistance Army is also quite encouraging. As the sparks began to spread, many towns surrendered without a fight and were occupied by the resistance without bloodshed. In addition, the largest religious organization in Diu, Ning Dao, has also raised the banner of rebellion. It seems, this country has run out of luck. It's time to give it the final blow. Hearing this, everyone was excited, even Suya couldn't help holding his breath. The primary assassination target is Minister Ernest, the biggest culprit who caused the empire to fall to this point. When this name was spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became solemn. It seems that everyone has heard of this notorious imperial minister. Any normal person, after knowing what Minister Ernest did, could not be said to hate him to the core, but at least he would want to tear him into pieces. The next is the youngest general of the Empire's death. The name of the second assassination target brought a slight chill to the tense atmosphere. Nagita looked directly at Suya and spoke. Originally this was an extremely powerful enemy that was difficult to deal with, but now we have Suya. Please give me flowers. Suya, do you have the confidence to defeat her? If no one disturbs us. Suya gave a modest figure. The winning rate is probably about 90%. But the fighting will definitely be very noisy. Very good, that's enough. Seeing Suya so confident, Nagita nodded with satisfaction. 0146031224 Fila 1724639291. If the new order wants peace, us death must die. Even if her existence allows the empire to easily suppress the surrounding barbarians, it will also drag the country into endless wars. Suya, I'll leave us death as matter to you. You can ignore the other assassins for now. In other words, Suyi's only mission is to kill us death. The rest can be handed over to other members of the Night Raid. But there is another general in the imperial capital. Suye recalled the rolling thunderclouds he had seen in the arena before. Oh, you mean General Bud. As a former imperial general, Nata immediately understood who Suye was referring to. He's actually not a bad guy. He has been secretly protecting the conscientious officials of the empire. He's just a bit rigid in his thinking. The rebels all make a living by cooperating with such imperial officials who have a clean background and great prestige. Although he doesn't look like someone who can be won over. But as long as Esteth and Minister Ernest are eliminated, he will naturally know what to do for the future of the empire. After hearing this, Suye concluded succinctly. In other words, can we just leave it alone for now? I guess so. If you run into him, just avoid him. Nadezhda nodded and continued. In addition, the rebels also gave me a list of all the evil nobles and officials. These targets also need to be eradicated before the new order arrives. After all the entrusted tasks were arranged, the meeting was finally disbanded. We'll be busy starting tomorrow. The girl with twin ponytails who was walking side by side with Suye stretched lazily and said. So many assassination targets. How many evildoers are there in the imperial capital? In short, just kill them all. Suye glanced at Ma Yin beside him and agreed casually. By the way, are you coming to my room today too? Main was stunned for a moment, then nodded as if she had discovered something interesting. Oh, that's right. The new member who used the imperial tool to disguise himself as Main Cherkson couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I didn't expect that she would discover my first prank and it would become big news. Chapter 158. It's too late, let's just deal with it like this. Chelsea's imperial tool is called Transformation Gaia Foundation. As a cosmetic imperial weapon, it allows the user to transform into anything according to their wishes. Not only can you change your height, body shape, and even gender. It can even transform into different species. For example, common small animals such as cats, dogs, various birds, etc. In a sense, the effect of this imperial weapon is even more powerful than the stove ash lady magic that Lily possesses. And completely disguising oneself to look like someone else is even easier with Gaiying Foundation. The main at this time was actually Chelsea in disguise. She originally wanted to play a little prank to test the abilities of her new teammates. I didn't expect to get some incredible information in the first test. The girl that I disguised myself as seemed to have a special relationship with the boy in front of me. He couldn't even tell that his girlfriend had been replaced by someone else. Is this guy really an expert who can fight us death back and forth? On the way back to the night raid headquarters with Najita, she heard a lot about Suye. For example, various magical potions and the powerful strength to escape from the strongest people in the empire. That's why Chelsea was so curious about Suye and wanted to play a little trick on him. By the way, where is the ring I gave you? After returning to the room, Suye glanced at Ma Yin and his eyes fell on the girl's fair and slender fingers. Ring? That. Chelsea reacted quickly and responded improvisationally with her years of experience in disguise. I took it off when I was taking a shower. I guess I forgot to put it on. Oh, I see. Seeing that Suye had no intention of continuing to ask questions, Chelsea secretly breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time praised herself for her wit. But the next moment, she became nervous again. Because Suye took out a bottle of strange potion with pink bubbles from somewhere and handed it to her. Drink it. X. Chelsea subconsciously wanted to ask what this thing was. But then he thought that asking this question might expose his identity, so he had to bite the bullet and say it. Do you really want to drink it? Hey? It wasn't you who asked for a drink. Suye looked at the girl in front of him strangely, with some doubts on his face. Main, I feel like you look weird today, are you feeling unwell? Ah ha ha ha, maybe a little. At this point, Chelsea could only follow the other party's topic and respond accordingly. But soon she wanted to slap herself, because after Suye heard it, he took out another bottle of potion. Then I'll give you another bottle of healing potion. I wonder if it's useful for common colds. Anyway, let's give it a try. Looking at the 2 bottles of potion in her hand, Chelsea couldn't help muttering to herself. There's still time to get away. But what would be the other person's reaction if they found out they were deceived? Angry? Suspicious? Alert? I have just joined a new team, so it is best not to cause trouble. In this case, it can't be exposed. Since it's a healing potion, it should be okay to drink it, right? Under Su Yi's staple food, Chelsea made up her mind and drank the healing potion in one gulp. The medicine has no taste, just as plain as water. But after drinking it, it does bring a hint of warmth to the body. This potion is really effective. Chelsea moved her body in surprise. The fatigue caused by traveling all night these days seemed to have eased a lot. It seems that what Nadezhda said was right. The potion provided by this young man did have amazing effects. This is a powerful healing potion. It's a waste of its power to treat a cold. Even if you only have half your life left, drinking this can revive you right where you are. Is this true or not? Chelsea looked at the empty medicine bottle in her hand, thoughtfully. Since this bottle of potion has such a good effect, then the first bottle of potion, maybe it's similar? While Su Yi was turning around, Chelsea made up her mind and drank the other bottle of pink potion directly. You. Hearing the sound of a medicine bottle falling to the ground behind him, Su Yi turned around and looked at Ma Yin in front of him with a playful look. You'll drink it if I tell you to, Miss Chelsea. You knew I was in disguise. Chelsea was startled and was about to use Gaia Foundation to transform and leave. But after drinking the love potion, she felt completely limp and powerless. She didn't even have the strength to hold the potion bottle and couldn't move. Not only that, as the body temperature continued to rise like a furnace, a strange feeling seemed to be growing deep in the body. I knew from the beginning. Su Yi walked up to Chelsea, raised her chin with her hand, and looked closely at her disguised face. Having said that, it is really exactly the same, even the canine teeth are there. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would definitely not be able to tell the difference. In that case, how did you recognize my disguise? Hearing Chelsea's somewhat unwilling question, Su Yi smiled. Nonsense, how could he not know whether the man next to him has a contract? You will soon know the reason for this. Seeing Su Yi reaching out his hand to her, Chelsea felt a little flustered for no reason. Wait, what are you going to do to me? We are companions. I can't help it. Miss Chelsea is so attractive, it's hard not to be attracted to her. Of course, Su Yi was referring to Chelsea's contract skills. Contract skill perfect disguise. Plus can copy the contract skills of an existing contractor and obtain the same effect. If I copy Marikawa Shizuka's contracted skills, wouldn't it be possible to reduce the death penalty by 100%? This way, Su Yi can be resurrected instantly in Terraria without any waiting time. For example, by copying the Holy Son of Heaven contract skill of the Holy Son of Heaven, you can also conclude a secondary contract. There is also Lav's Harmony of Light and Darkness skill, and Penglay's Spirit Turtle Shelter skill. Being able to perfectly copy the contract skills of other contractors is simply double the joy. After using Identification 4.6 on Chelsea, Su Yi decided to make her his contractor no matter what method he used. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so cooperative and come to him on his own initiative. If that's the case, then he has no reason to leave such a delicious piece of fat meat uneaten. Under the effect of the love potion, Chelsea had no room to resist. Both her body and mind were defenseless, allowing Su Yi to easily complete the contract. Hey, so smooth. While opening Chelsea's contract interface, Su Yi began to think. It seems that there is no need to beat people to the point of near death in the future. A bottle of love potion can also have a similar effect. You. Looking at the cute girl who was already in a daze, Su Yi thought silently. There are some side effects that need to be addressed. Chelsea, change back to. Never mind, since you can't wait any longer, let's just leave it like this for now. Chapter 159. You feel the vibration deep underground. Megyu Highlands. An uninhabited area about 800 kilometers southeast of the imperial capital. There are dozens of towering mountains, each forming an independent ecosystem. High-level monsters can be seen everywhere, making this place completely unsuitable for human habitation. It is precisely because it is a secret place that it is more suitable as our base. In the temporary camp, Nadezhda turned her back to the mountains and spoke in a cheerful tone. The official base, the rebel reconnaissance team, is helping us search for it around the imperial capital. Before we can confirm, let's practice here for a while. Does anyone have any questions? I have. Everyone's eyes were focused on Suya, who raised his hand. Actually, I have a question I've always wanted to ask. With the strength of Night Raid, can't we just sneak into the palace and kill the ministers and the emperor? It's useless. Akahim answered on behalf of Nadezhda, shaking her head slightly. The alert levels of the imperial capital and the imperial palace are completely different. There are reconnaissance-type imperial devices monitoring the interior of the palace around the clock. Even if you are invisible, you cannot hide from the imperial device's alarms. There are also flying monsters patrolling the sky above the palace. Unless a direct conflict breaks out, there is no possibility of sneaking into the palace. As a former member of the Imperial Assassination Agency, Akahima's intelligence is completely credible and she has absolutely no secrets. In other words, the security level of the palace will be even stricter than what has just been said. I see. I see. 2-4 Suya withdrew his hand thoughtfully. It seemed that the idea of avoiding plot detours was not feasible. In the palace there is not only Death, but also General Bud, the commander of the royal guards, and powerful imperial weapon users such as Hunter. Even if it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to assassinate the imperial minister under the protection of these people. It's good to have this intention, but our business cannot be rushed. Nadezhda smiled heartily. She saw that Suya really wanted to kill his way into the palace alone. There are plenty of monsters around here, enough for you to kill time. It's also a good opportunity to train and cooperate with your new companions. Chelsea, although your imperial weapon is not good at direct combat, you still need to strengthen your physical fitness. You can train with Akame and the others. Yes, boss. Chelsea responded listlessly, seeming to be in low spirits. After all, what happened yesterday was a huge humiliation in her assassination career. Not only did he expose his identity from the very beginning, and he was given a complete set of treatment in this way and that way. This experience of losing both her hand and her virginity still makes her feel a little depressed. What's even more abominable is that I was forced into a weird contract. No wonder Suya could tell at a glance that she was not Ma Yin at all. If you knew, you should have said it earlier. Damn BD. He must be playing hard to get just because he wants my body. Of course, Chelsea herself had no right to say these words as she refused to reveal her identity because of a prank. After listening to Nadezhda's arrangements, Kai Tong looked at Suya with full fighting spirit. Want to fight me? Okay. Suya did not refuse Chi Tong's challenge. It just so happens that I have a few crucial challenges coming up, just treat this as a warm-up. Warming up? You are such a boastful fellow. Seeing that Suya called the competition with Akame a warm-up, Leona came over and rubbed his head. Is there an opponent here who is more troublesome than Akame? No, but I can summon it myself. Suya smiled and glanced at the main mechanical boss summoning item in the inventory. That's right, he planned to take advantage of this rest time to complete the mission in the Red Eye world. This guy is definitely going to do something earth-shattering again. Ma Yin had seen Suya fight bosses in the Terraria world, so she naturally knew what he was talking about. Remember to stay away when the time comes, and be careful not to get affected. Oh? Then I'd like to see it for myself. Upon hearing this, Leon became even more curious. Akit, do you mind adding me to your sparring with Suya? Asterisk. Let's go together. Suya waved at the two of them confidently. I'm in my prime right now, beating you two won't be a problem. He is now in the exact state of challenging a boss. All kinds of buffs have been applied. Not only are there potion buffs, but there are also candles, buff stations, wine, and even holy milk. It can be said that, except for the lack of the bonus provided by furniture such as bonfires, Suya is in his strongest form at this moment. Akit, it seems like we've been underestimated by this kid. Leon laughed loudly and activated his imperial weapon directly, with great momentum. She possesses the imperial weapon King of Beasts, Lion King, which allows her to enter a beast state, greatly improving her physical fitness and possessing the 5 senses as sharp as a beast. Let's go together and let Suya know our Li Zhen. Chi Tong's attack was not as aggressive as Leon's, but she did not let up either, and she attacked Suya fiercely. For a moment, the open space outside the temporary stronghold was filled with the sounds of fierce fighting. Chelsea put her arms behind her head and slowly approached mine. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. I can actually fight against the legendary killer Red Eye. There's a return. Ma Yin glanced at her and felt a familiar aura from her. She was also a person with a contract. Are you new here? It seems he hasn't shown you his true strength yet. He doesn't even have a ring. It seems like he is a newcomer who signed the contract after me. Ring? Chelsea suddenly thought of the question Suya asked last night, and immediately reacted. So anyone who has a contract will receive the ring he gives? Could this be one of the reasons why his identity was exposed? It seems that Miss Mayan is my senior. A smile appeared on Chelsea's face as she looked at the girl whose identity she had disguised. Can you tell me about Suya? Tisk, why should I provide you with information? Don't be like this, otherwise, I can tell you what happened last night. What, you actually disguised yourself as me and did that with Suya? Hey, don't be angry. Next time we can go together and see if Suya can tell the difference. Are you sure you're not giving that guy a benefit by doing this? Then when you do it, you suddenly turn into a fat woman with a bucket shape or something. If he gets so angry that you bleed to death, I won't plead for you. Then forget it. Just as the two girls who had just signed the contract were exchanging their experiences. The outcome of the battle nearby has already been decided. Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the pair of cat ears that appeared after Zhenghua kept shaking. Do you want to continue? Suya stood not far away, the holy sword in his hand reflecting a dazzling cold light. Forget it, you are simply a monster. Seeing the boy who showed no signs of fatigue, Leon gave up the idea of fighting again. Even if we continue to fight, it will only be an ugly way to delay time. It seems that I, your sister, have reached retirement age. Leon took the water bag from Sierra and gulped down several mouthfuls before he recovered. 703 After us death and the ministers are dealt with and the resistance is successful, I will open a tavern in the countryside. I told you not to set a flag for yourself. As soon as he was distracted, Chi Tong's attack came from a strange angle, and Suya directly grabbed the sword blade and blocked it with his body. It's too dangerous. Seeing this scene, Chi Tong frowned and moved his hand to attack. Even if the weapon I hold is not Murasame, if the enemy's weapon is poisoned, it would be very dangerous for you to do this. Don't worry, I won't be poisoned. Suya smiled. Not to mention that he had a cross shield that could directly make him immune to poisoning effects. Even the curse of Murasame can be completely cured with just a simple treatment. That's it. Although Akahim still had some strength left, as an experienced killer, she would not allow herself to be exhausted. Who are you going to fight next? You will find out soon enough. Suya glanced at the sky and saw that it should be night time. Anyway, according to Terraria's calculation method, as long as a certain period of time has passed, it is considered night regardless of the weather. This uninhabited secret place is the perfect place to challenge the boss. Just watch from here and don't follow us." After leaving these words, Su Ye summoned the shadow dragon and disappeared into the night. "What on earth is this guy doing? He's so mysterious." Before Leon could finish his words, the next moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook violently. If they could also see the messages from Terraria, they would definitely see the same prompts. "You feel the vibration deep underground. The destroyer has awakened." Chapter 160, Kill the Destroyer. Sword of the Dark Master. 81 seconds after the prompt appeared, the mechanical creation from Jaden broke through the thick rock layer on time and emerged from underground. Countless magical beasts fled in panic amid the high-frequency vibrations. They should have been the overlords of this secret realm, but surviving was more important. A scream like an overloaded gear set came from deep underground, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of metal friction, and the destroyer's head rose into the sky wrapped in scarlet dust. The dark silver alloy carapace collided with the gravel, producing a dazzling blue light like electric welding, and the huge articulated body was tightly connected like a train carriage. Each segment has an automatic turret that emits red lasers, which look like the eyes of the god of death in the night sky, rotating continuously as the destroyer moves. This huge mechanical worm stretched at an amazing angle that almost ignored gravity, and then began to twist its head, relying on some kind of fire control device to locate the enemy Suya that it had summoned. The roaring sound like a mountain collapsing was just the remaining sound of the destroyer's body cruising across the earth. The next moment, the mechanical worm coiled up like a python, continuously shooting out a rain of scarlet lasers from all parts of its body, and then rushed towards Suya with all its might. On one side is an overwhelming rain of lasers, and on the other side is a giant mechanical mouth that devours anyone it chooses. Although these lasers can be rebounded by the transformer, Suya himself will also bear half of the damage. Facing a tough, boss-level enemy, this little bit of rebound damage is nothing. Suya naturally didn't need to physically resist these lasers, he just took out a strange-shaped short stick, and his figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Chaos Teleport Rod, Lime/T7. Plus teleport you to any location within your field of vision. After use, gain the Chaos debuff, which lasts for 5 seconds. Chaos Rod, a must-have artifact in Terraria. It has a very low chance of being dropped by Chaos Elementals, monsters found in the Hallow biome. Even in the rare item synthesis formula added by the Disaster module. There is also no crafting recipe for the Rod of Discord. It can only be dropped by pure luck. After so much time of searching for the Soul of Light, Lav and the others only managed to collect this one. The function of this staff is very simple, that is, instant teleportation. No magic power is required, and no cost is required. Just use it and you can be teleported to the target location immediately. However, if used continuously, a large amount of life will be lost due to the chaotic state. This problem can only be avoided if the interval between each transmission exceeds 6 seconds. But for Suya, 6 seconds is enough. The next moment, Suya suddenly appeared on the other side of the Devourer's body, and before it could react, he kept throwing the weapon in his hand. The high penetration, long duration, and ricochet attack of the Yuelang Jiao can continuously cause high multi-stage penetration damage to the huge destroyer. Even if you don't perform a stealth attack, you can still have excellent continuous output capabilities by performing normal attacks. At the same time, Suya also used Starlight Eye to continuously apply the Death Mark debuff, reducing the destroyer's damage reduction by 2. There is actually only one key point to challenging the boss of Terraria. Live, then output. What the hell is that? Looking at the mechanical worms that almost turned the secret realm upside down, the assassins in the temporary camp were amazed and kept looking at it with a desperate spirit of watching. Is this the powerful enemy he said he wanted to challenge? Leon climbed up the branch of a huge tree without a tongue. Akaji also jumped onto the branch on the other side and watched the battle in the distance intently. Since becoming a killer, she believed that she had experienced countless fierce killings and battles. But the powerful enemy Suya is challenging is far beyond her imagination. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. She quickly grabbed Leon's arm and jumped down from the branch. A moment later, a laser beam came from a distance and directly hit the tree trunk that was so thick that it took two people to hug it. The powerful destructive force actually knocked Mushu down in half. "How are you guys? Are you okay?" Nadezhda walked over and looked at the two people walking out of the dust and mist. Leon looked at the fallen tree trunk with lingering fear. The part hit by the laser still emitted the smell of burnt carbon. Just a random attack could have such power. It's hard to imagine the pressure Suya is facing. The lasers were dense and pouring down like rain. Compared to when the battle just started, Suyi's condition was already somewhat miserable. The Titan's heart armor on his body was covered with charred marks, each mark representing a failed dodge. But the destroyer didn't look much better. Although it will not break off its body segments and split into smaller individuals like the World Devourer after being damaged, but its body segments will gradually shut down due to the attacks. The red indicator lights that were originally all over the body were now flickering, with only about half of them remaining. Each extinguished indicator light represents a segment losing power and releasing a detection monster. These detection monsters are similar to the assistants summoned by the boss, and can also release lasers to attack Suya. However, their bodies are very fragile and can be easily knocked down with a few random attacks. After the indicator lights on another segment went out, all the indicator lights on the destroyer suddenly glowed with a strange purple light. "It's coming." Suya would naturally not fail to notice such an obvious change. Taking advantage of the gap when the boss changed phases, he quickly drank several bottles of potions to replenish his buffs. After reaching half health, the destroyer will unlock the flying function, which means it no longer needs the help of the ground to accelerate, and its attacks will be more flexible. At the same time, the laser indicator light that has been extinguished will be revived again and regain the ability to emit lasers. However, at this stage, except for the destroyer's head, it still has high damage reduction. The defense of the torso will be greatly reduced. In other words, for Suya, this is also the best time to end the battle quickly. The final kill, after all, we still have to fight at close range. Suya snapped his fingers, and the armor on his body suddenly changed. The original Titan's heart suit is gone, replaced by heavy soft shell armor. At the same time, the weapon in his hand was changed back to the holy sword. However, this time the holy sword did not transform into any form it had appeared in before. Instead, it transformed into a strange rapier with a dark blade. The next moment, dark shadow energy emanated from the sword, and three blurry black figures condensed behind Suya. As Suya swung his sword, these shadows unexpectedly made the same move in unison, throwing out three spirals of red sword energy. Dark Master Sword, Light Red /T4. Plus deal 50 melee damage. Plus when health is above 75%, fire infinite penetrating sword energy. Plus every time you increase your maximum health by 1 point, you will inflict an additional 0.1% damage. Plus holding this sword can summon 3 shadow clones. Plus the shadow clone will continue to fire sword energy, but the damage is halved. You can only summon a shadow clone when holding this weapon. The shadow punishes the dissident sword with a terrible fate. Dark Master Sword. The supreme sword from another work. Although the base damage is low, it is a hard mode weapon, but the damage is only at the pre-Roshan level. But its excellent special effects make up for all its shortcomings. The 3 clones that can fire sword energy directly provide a 150% damage bonus. Plus the sword damage that receives the maximum life increase. This sword in Suyi's hands can produce extremely amazing effects. Sensing the sudden fierce attack, the destroyer dragged his huge body into the air. It immediately changed its flight path and rushed towards Suya at an astonishing speed. Even if it had to withstand the continuous piercing sword energy, it would swallow the human in front of it in one gulp. Suya dodged the impact with his teleportation staff and rode on the shadow dragon to fight with the devourer. However, the shadow dragon's speed was ultimately no match for the destroyer in its violent state. In order to avoid being overwhelmed by the laser, Suya had to jump halfway to avoid the attack. The mechanical sound of gears meshing came from above. The destroyer seized the opportunity and dropped directly from the sky, trying to tear Suya into pieces. Second transmission. Suya endured the pain of flesh and blood being torn off brought by the chaos, good Li Zhao, state and used the chaos teleportation rod again to move. The Dark Master's sword and the shadow clones beside him took advantage of the gaps in dodging to continuously swing out red sword energy, pouring it into the destroyer's body that was emitting purple light. Watching the laser rain falling from the night sky again, Suya poured a bottle of rust-flavored powerful healing potion into his mouth and swung out his grappling hook. The moment the detuned hook touched the entity, it took Suya away from the original location and teleported him to the target location, avoiding the flying laser. A guard team composed of probe monsters quickly flew out from the destroyer's body, continuously firing less powerful lasers to harass Suya and prevent him from continuing his attack. However, the crosstail cannot deal with the destroyer, but it can be said to be a natural enemy of these watermelon-sized spherical machines. Suya just waved his hand, and these neatly arranged detectors were pulled directly to the ground like shells caught in a net. After casually attacking these detection monsters a few times and destroying them all, Suya looked up and saw the destroyer flying down from the sky and rushing towards him in the sky full of lasers. Judging from the few indicator lights left on it, this attack was the final madness. Garden's creation. Suya raised the Dark Master sword and rushed towards the destroyer's mechanical head together with 3 shadow clones. Say hello to your creator for me. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.